Chapter 1. The System of Enforcement. Goodness, my head aches terribly. Where am I? Wasn't I watching Naruto? How did I end up here? Wang Xing muttered to himself, rubbing his throbbing temples. Once he felt a slight alleviation in his headache, he lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The sky was shrouded in a dismal gray, obscuring his vision, while the occasional croaks of frogs echoed in the distance. He had no idea where he was. Wang Xing shook his head as he examined the environment, feeling as though he were trapped in a bizarre dream, inexplicably transported to such a strange place. He was no golden flash capable of utilizing space ninjutsu. This was truly bewildering. Ding. Initiating binding of sign-in system version 1.0. 3060. 100. System binding successful memory integration commencing. Does the host wish to proceed? Suddenly, a mechanical voice resonated in his mind, startling Wang Xing. Who's speaking? Show yourself. I've trained for this. You cannot frighten me. Wang Xing's body began to tremble as he anxiously scanned his surroundings, adopting a defensive posture as if prepared for a confrontation. Final warning. Does the host wish to proceed with memory integration? The mechanical voice returned, completely disregarding Wang Xing's evident fear. My goodness. Who brought me here? And why are they trying to frighten me? Help! In a moment of panic, Wang Xing cried out for assistance, feeling utterly helpless. Host has not responded, enforcing task. Task execution in progress. The system announced, and Wang Xing suddenly collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Memory integration in progress. 3060. 100. Integration successful. Ignoring the prostrate Wang Xing, the system continued its operations, falling silent thereafter. Wang Xing found himself enveloped in a lengthy dream, wherein he transformed into Jiraiya, attended a ninja academy, and graduated under the tutelage of Tsunade and Orochimaru, ultimately serving the third Hokage. How did I fall asleep again? Am I dreaming within a dream? Wang Xing slowly opened his eyes to the bright daylight. Just as he attempted to rise, a torrent of information flooded his mind, causing his head to throb painfully, and he clutched his head in agony. Jiraiya? Have I become Jiraiya? Murmuring to himself after absorbing Jiraiya's memories, he realized the truth that it turned out that after the third Hokage had taught them the summoning technique, Jiraiya had activated it without signing a contract with a summoning beast, leading to his transport to Mount Myoboku, where Wang Xing had taken over his body. I am Jiraiya. I am Jiraiya? I have actually become my own idol. Wang Xing organized the memories within his mind, astonished to find that he had transformed into his own idol. Jiraiya was his favorite character in the Naruto universe. Yet his ultimate fate was Trajish never attained the love of his life and was ultimately slain by his own disciple Daiyan. The future. I shall become Jiraiya. Jiraiya shall be me. I will make the entire world of Hokage tremble before me. Tsunade, the one you have always cherished. I shall protect her with utmost care. You may rest in peace. Wang Xing contemplated internally, convinced that since he had arrived in the world of Hokage, he must achieve great feats and fulfill Jiraiya's original dream of marrying Tsunade. At the moment Wang Xing finished uttering this thought, he distinctly felt a lightness within him, as if the soul of the original Jiraiya had just dissipated. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at Myoboku Mountain. You have obtained Wind Release, Vacuum Sphere, and 20,000 exchange points. The transformation system is at your service. Please continue your efforts. At that instant, a mechanical voice interrupted the exuberant Jiraiya, who would henceforth be referred to simply as Jiraiya. What is this voice? I seem to have heard it last night. A sign-in system? Could it be the golden finger of my transmigration? Upon regaining his composure, Jiraiya pondered the system's words, and a wave of ecstasy washed over his face. System? What functions do you possess? For instance, something like a single strike of 999, the kind that renders one invincible? Jiraiya inquired, his face adorned with a mischievous grin and drool at the corner of his mouth, eliciting the impression of a madman to those unaware. Ding! Please take note, host. Currently, this system has only activated the sign-in system, task system, and exchange system. As long as the host completes the tasks designated by the system and checks in daily, rewards can be obtained accordingly. Please continue your efforts. The system interrupted Jiraiya's ramblings with utmost seriousness. I was just joking. By the way, how do I operate this system? How do I check in? What can I gain from signing in? Jiraiya rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he had just discovered a new continent. Ding. The host may check in once daily. The check-in location can be either random or fixed. Once a fixed check-in address is established, it must be maintained for over a year. Random check-in locations have no restrictions, but the rewards obtained cannot surpass those from fixed check-ins. AS for the task list. Simply recite in your mind, and it will appear before you, detailing various main and side quests. Failing to complete a main quest incurs penalties, while side quests are optional and carry no penalties for failure. The system began to guide Jiraiya on how to operate it. "Oh, just recite it in my mind?" "Exchange," Jiraiya responded, and then silently recited the word exchange. Upon his mental invocation, a screen resembling a computer interface suddenly appeared before him, partitioned into numerous categories, including SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, and level. Ninjutsu, along with categories for ocular techniques, weapons, bloodlines, resources, and summoning beasts. The screen displayed. Drank Ninjutsu 50100 exchange points. Crank. Ninjutsu 150,200 exchange points. Rank Ninjutsu 300500 exchange points. A rank Ninjutsu 10005000 exchange points. Rank Ninjutsu 1000100000 exchange points. S rank Ninjutsu 200 0001 000 exchange points. SS rank Ninjutsu 2 000 0010 000 exchange points. I Techniques 5 000 0020 000 exchange points. Weapons 100 000 300 000 exchange points. Bloodlines 100 0001 000 exchange points. Resources 1100 000 exchange points. Summon Beast 500 0008000 exchange points. Tailed Beast 1 000 0001 000 exchange points. Bloodline limits 100 0001 000 exchange points. Jiraiya randomly clicked on the eye technique section, revealing 5 types of eye techniques. Blood Dragon, eye 500 exchange points. Red Eye 600,000 exchange points, single. Tomo Sharingan, 500 exchange points. Double Tomo Sharingan, 5,000 exchange points. Triple Tomo Sharingan, 50,000 exchange points. Mangeki Sharingan, 500,000 exchange points. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, 5 million exchange points. Byakugan, 50,000 exchange points. Pure Eye, 1 million exchange points. Rinnegan, 6 million exchange points. Transmigration, Eye, 6 million exchange points. And the Ten Tails Rinne Sharingan, 20 million exchange points. Wow, the Ten Tails Rinne Sharingan. If I could exchange for that, wouldn't I be invincible? He exclaimed, laughing heartily as he envisioned himself wielding the Rinne Sharingan, unmatched in the world. He then navigated to the Bloodline section, where an array of unique physiques appeared. Corpse Bone Bloodline, 100,000 exchange points. Uchiha Bloodline, 10,000 exchange points. Senju Bloodline, 10,000 exchange points. Uzumaki Bloodline, 30,000 exchange points. Hyuga Bloodline, 10,000 exchange points. Tsutsuki Bloodline, 200,000 exchange points. Kirigakure Bloodline, 20,000 exchange points. Kemizuru Bloodline, 5,000 exchange points. Hitaki Bloodline, 10,000 exchange points. Sage Body, 200,000 exchange points. The weapons section contained a vast array of armaments. Sword of Thunder God, 30,000 exchange points. Kusanagi, Sword, 40,000 exchange points. Rui, Jingu Bang, unchangeable. Monkey, 50,000 exchange points. 8-Span Mirror, 60,000 exchange points. Uchiha Fan, 80,000 exchange points. Shark Skin, 100,000 exchange points. Banana Fan, 150,000 exchange points. 10 Fist Sword, 150,000 exchange points. 6-Pad Scepter, 300,000 exchange points. Golden Rope, 150,000 exchange points. 7-Star Sword, 150,000 exchange points. Red Gourd, 150,000 exchange points. Amber Purifying Bottle, 150,000 exchange points. Decapitation Blade, 20,000 exchange points. Twin Blades Flounder, 20,000 exchange points. Long Blade Sewing Needle, 20,000 exchange points. Dull Blade, Dough Cut, 20,000 exchange points. Explosive Blade Splash, 20,000 exchange points. Thunder Blade, Fong, 20,000 exchange points. Jiraiya gazed at these exchangeable items, his eyes nearly bulging with excitement, yearning to acquire them all. By the way, system, others receive starter packs when they traverse worlds. What about my starter pack? You haven't kept it for yourself, have you? Jiraiya suddenly recalled that other protagonists seemed to receive beginner development packs, so he inquired with the system. Ding. A beginner's gift pack has been detected. Would the host like to claim it? The system chimed unexpectedly. Claim it. Were you not going to provide it unless I asked? This announcement was akin to a revelation for Jiraiya, who promptly exclaimed, a faint smile gracing his lips, "It is merely that your reaction was too swift. The rewards were about to be issued." Ding. Claim successful. The beginner's gift pack includes 5,000 exchange points, 200,000 Rio, a 1-month free system space package, originally 10 exchange points per day, and a piece of the Senju Bloodline. The mechanical voice of the system resonated in Jiraiya's mind like a divine proclamation. Money? System space? Only a month? Is it not permanent? Will it incur fees later? Such a miserly system. I am astounded. The Senju Bloodline is promising should I awaken would release. I would be overjoyed even in dreams. Haha. Although Jiraiya was initially irritated by the system's demand for currency, his mood brightened upon seeing the Senju Bloodline. By the way, system, how do I utilize the Senju Bloodline? He was once again filled with questions. Where was the Senju Bloodline? How was it employed? Ding. The host need only silently invoke the backpack to directly select and use the Senju Bloodline. The system's mechanical voice, far from being grating, sounded particularly melodious to Jiraiya. Oh, let me take a look. After he silently invoked his backpack, a display akin to a game interface appeared before him, showcasing 40 slots. Below them were pages numbered 1, 2, 3, up to 20. The space was quite ample, capable of holding numerous items. In the first slot, a drop of blood appeared, inscribed with the characters for Senju in the lower right corner of the space. It indicated 15,000 exchange points, and just beneath that, 200,000 Rio, resembling an online game. Chapter 2. The free double Kimui kaleidoscope. Just like the online games I used to play, Ha. The world of Naruto trembled before me. Jiraiya laughed heartily at the display before him, his raucous laughter echoing far and wide. Ding. System task issued. Sign a contract for the Myoboku mountain summoning technique. Task level S. Rewards. 200,000 exchange points, 2 million Rio, and a special reward, a pair of Manjiki Sharingan selectable. Failure results in a significant reduction of the host's endowment. As the system spoke, its tone grew increasingly suggestive, exhibiting a peculiar sense of personality. Are you trying to drive me to my demise, system? What will happen to my dear Tsunade's happiness if I fail? You, Jiraiya exclaimed, puffing up his cheeks in indignation, despite not having any facial hair. Then please, host, diligently complete the system's task, otherwise, the system's parameters are beyond my ability to alter. Good luck. The system's voice unmistakably conveyed a sense of amusement. Can I truly be outshone by the Jiraiya of the original work? I am destined to become the pinnacle of the sage of the 6 paths. Jiraiya. Haha. Jiraiya discerned that the system was intentionally trying to vex him. After all, he had already qualified to sign a contract upon his arrival at Myoboku Mountain, and it was indeed his signature summoning beast in the original tale. With a slight curl of his lips, he chuckled to himself in self-deprecation. With a hearty laugh, Jiraiya surveyed his surroundings and determined a direction to sprint forward. Soon, he encountered numerous toads of varying sizes, and even some extraordinarily large tadpoles. Young Jiraiya, you have arrived, a sudden, aged voice called out. Jiraiya was captivated by the sight of these enormous toads and tadpoles, although he had watched Naruto. Witnessing such colossal creatures in reality was indeed a marvel. Thus, he failed to notice the ancient little toad that had appeared at his feet. Lord Shima. Upon hearing the voice, Jiraiya instinctively exclaimed as he looked down at the toad by his side. Young Jiraiya knows my name? Haha, am I truly that renowned? Lord Shima chuckled narcissistically, showing no sign of surprise that you am. Well, I've been dreaming of coming to Myoboku Mountain to learn sage techniques from you, and while dreams can be elusive, this feels incredibly real. Meeting you only solidifies that certainty. Jiraiya silently scolded himself and concocted a fib. Very well, let us proceed. The great sage toad awaits. Follow me, young Jiraiya. After saying this, Shima ambled ahead without a care. Here I come, Manjiki Sharingan. Ha. Jiraiya chuckled quietly and leisurely trailed behind Shima. Before long, they arrived at the residence of the great sage toad, where a gigantic toad sat regally upon a large stone chair. The chair bore the character for sage, while the great sage toad sported a necklace inscribed with the character for oil and a rather silly hat atop its head. Lord Elder, I have brought young Jiraiya. Shima respectfully bowed and addressed the great sage toad. You have finally come. The great sage toad uttered upon opening its mouth. And who might you be? The great sage then uttered a rather nonsensical remark, perhaps indicative of some senility. Upon hearing the great sage toad's words, Jiraiya nearly stumbled to the ground, his mind racing with thoughts. Indeed, the great sage toad appears to be a rather forgetful creature. Perhaps I should find a way to remedy that in time. Great sage toad, I am Jiraiya from the Hidden Leaf Village. I look forward to your guidance. Jiraiya replied after some contemplation. Honestly, It was you who dreamed of calling that old man to fetch young Jiraiya, you silly old fool. Sage Shima remarked with exasperation. How can you speak of the elder in such a way, dear? You must show him respect. Lord Shima retorted sternly to his wife. All right. Harmony is essential between spouses. There should be no perpetual quarrels. By the way, who is that standing below? The great toad sage stepped forward to mediate the situation, then turned to Jiraiya and inquired. Indeed, just an old fool. Jiraiya felt as though a flock of crows had taken flight above him, cawing loudly. Esteemed elder, I am Jiraiya. What summons you have for me? Jiraiya managed to compose himself, for he held a certain reverence for the great toad sage, primarily due to the fact that he had lived for millennia and was a master of language. No one could truly fathom the immense power possessed by the great toad sage. Young Jiraiya, I have dreamed of you. My prophecies are remarkably precise, so heed my words with utmost sincerity. Lord Fukasaku stood to the right of the great toad sage, gazing at Jiraiya with a serious demeanor. Indeed, I shall comply. Jiraiya harbored profound gratitude towards the couple, Shinsaku and his wife, who accompanied him throughout his life, offering unwavering assistance and guidance, akin to that of revered elders, even surpassing the care of his own parents. Young Jiraiya, your life was originally fraught with adversity, and aside from your proclivity for frivolity, you possessed little else, yet ultimately you emerged as a formidable figure. However, just before your entrance, I experienced a dream wherein an enigmatic transformation occurred within you, though its causes eluded my understanding. Nevertheless, dear Jiraiya, it is imperative to remain vigilant. In a prior dream, your disciple was destined to alter the very fabric of the world, and I hope this change does not impose undue repercussions upon the future. As the great sage toad spoke, he suddenly yawned and succumbed to a deep slumber. Change? Is it truly a consequence of my traversal? Indeed. With my presence in this realm, I shall ensure that such tragedies do not befall them again. Jiraiya clenched his fist slightly, his gaze resolute as he reflected. Little Jiraiya. The old man's words are incredibly exhausting. He has already fallen asleep. Here, take this. Simply inscribe your name upon it, and henceforth, the frogs of Mount Myoboku shall become your summoning technique, a guardian for you. Sage Fukasaku, witnessing the great sage's slumber, shook his head and tossed a contract toward Jiraiya. A contract from Mount Myoboku? My kaleidoscopic Sharingan is now within my grasp. Jiraiya swiftly caught the contract soaring through the air, his eyes shimmering with a verdant glow, and the corners of his mouth nearly drooling in anticipation. Thank you, Lord Shimazaki. Jiraiya wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and expressed his gratitude to Shinsaku before biting his finger, signing his name in the contract. Little Jiraiya, as the representative of our Mount Myoboku, I hope you refrain from engaging in any unsavory deeds. Otherwise, don't blame this old man for giving you a knock on the head, Shinsaku remarked, secretly pleased to see Jiraiya looking as though he had stumbled upon a treasure. The contract of Mount Myoboku is indeed a priceless treasure, yet he still felt compelled to caution Jiraiya. Have you finished, father of the child? I still need to prepare food for the little ones. Oh, and little Jiraiya, you must join us. It is quite delectable. Sage Shima exclaimed anxiously, aware that she had several small babies at home to tend to and no time to waste in idle chatter. After speaking, she turned to leave but suddenly paused, inviting Jiraiya once more. Sage Shima, the boy must return to Konoha. Having been absent for so long, his teachers are undoubtedly worried. I shall not linger any further. Farewell. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya swiftly tucked away the contract and dashed off, fully aware of the peculiar delicacies favored by the toads, exclusively high-protein supersized insects. Alas, little Jiraiya was remarkably swift. Such delectable fare would remain beyond his reach. What a pity, what a lament. Sage Shima observed Jiraiya's hasty retreat, shaking his head in regret. If Jiraiya had heard these words at that moment, he would likely have thought to himself, old fool, I have no desire to consume insects. I shall never partake in such a thing. Enjoy it yourself. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing an S-level mission. Reward: 200,000 exchange points, 2 million in cash, and a pair of Mangeki Sharingan, selectable. Just as Jiraiya had traversed several miles, the system's notification suddenly rang out, prompting him to gradually slow his pace. An indescribable joy illuminated his face as he eagerly inquired, System, what does selectable mean? Does it imply the choice of whose Sharingan I may obtain? After hearing Jiraiya's question, the system replied, Indeed, host. The available targets for the Mangeki Sharingan are as follows: Uchiha Sasuke, Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Obito Kakashi, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Izuna, and Uchiha Shin. Please make your selection. After listening to the system's response, Jiraiya contemplated thoughtfully. Each individual's Manjiki Sharingan ability is immensely powerful. For instance, Itachi's Tsukuyomi is the pinnacle of Genjutsu within the Naruto universe, complemented by Amaterasu, the most formidable physical attack. Moreover, Obito possesses a pair of Sharingan that grants him Kamui, a spatial time ninjutsu that allows for manipulation of space. Had it not been for the protagonist aura of the fourth Hokage, who deftly unraveled Obito's time-space technique, others would have found themselves utterly helpless against it, remaining oblivious to its intricacies. Additionally, there is the formidable Madara Uchiha, whose abilities have never been comprehensively detailed. However, from the extravagant ninjutsu he employs, one can infer that he significantly amplifies the potency of his techniques, wielding C-rank jutsu with the strength of S-rank. It is evident that his ocular powers are extraordinary. Furthermore, he possesses formidable genjutsu capable of controlling tailed beasts, a feat even Tsukuyomi cannot achieve. Yet Madara can, embodying the essence of invincibility. As for the other characters, I shall refrain from elaborating further. Dedicated Naruto enthusiasts will undoubtedly grasp their significance. After much contemplation, Jiraiya ultimately resolved to exchange for Uchiha Obito's Manjiki Sharingan, as it serves as an unparalleled method for gathering intelligence and making a hasty retreat. As the ultimate antagonist, longevity is paramount. To survive for an extended period, the ability to escape is an indispensable requisite. With his determination solidified, Jiraiya addressed the system. System, I choose Uchiha Obito's Sharingan. Chapter 3. Return to Konoha Ding. Selection successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired a pair of Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Obito Kakashi. You have also obtained the space-time ninjutsu, Kamui, which can be utilized in conjunction with any ninjutsu or item, the complete form of Susanoo, and the Eye of Genjutsu. Please continue to strive diligently, esteemed host. The system's explanation was remarkably thorough, elucidating all of Obito's Manjiki abilities with exceptional clarity. Jiraiya suddenly sensed an insidious and malevolent power manifesting within his eyes, bestowing upon him an endless coolness. Numerous abilities materialized out of thin air, and the methods to wield them appeared vividly in his mind. Goodness, if Obito were not hindered by the fact that one of his eyes remained with Kakashi, he would be virtually invincible. The space-time ocular technique is indeed formidable, and its combination with Kamui is akin to adding wings to a tiger. It truly is a capability that is both remarkably convenient and extraordinarily powerful. Jiraiya contemplated the information swirling in his mind, marveling at the formidable power of Obito's Manjiki Sharingan. A bold thought crossed his mind. What unforeseen events might unfold if he were to merge with the bloodline of the Senju clan contained within the package? Jiraiya could already envision himself wielding the Rinnegan with unparalleled prowess, eagerly activating the system while silently invoking the fusion of the Senju bloodline. A chime echoed, confirming the fusion of the Senju bloodline. Fusion in progress. 10, 50, 100. Fusion successful. The system's execution capabilities proved to be remarkably efficient. The bloodline merged seamlessly without inflicting even the slightest discomfort upon Jiraiya. On the contrary, it invigorated him, filling him with a delightful sensation. A notification followed. Congratulations. Due to the host's fusion with the Senju bloodline, the Manjiki Sharingan has been upgraded to the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. However, due to the insufficient purity of the fusion, the upgrade to the Rinnegan has failed. Please resolve this issue independently. As Jiraiya reveled in the overwhelming chakra and newfound strength coursing through his body, instilling a sense of invincibility, the system's voice interrupted him, delivering news that fell short of his expectations. He had hoped that the power of the Manjiki would awaken the Rinnegan directly through the fusion with the Senju bloodline. Yet he found himself with only the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Furthermore, this Eternal Manjiki bore a resemblance to Obito's, as Obito possessed cells of Hashirama Senju within him, granting him the ability to utilize the Manjiki Sharingan's powers indefinitely without the concern of ocular strain. Jiraiya's Eternal Manjiki Sharingan operates on this very principle, and several methods for awakening the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan have surfaced in his mind. Method 1. To enhance ocular power. One may utilize the Manjiki Sharingan of a close sibling or parent. Method 2. Possessing the combined bloodline of the Senju and Uchiha clans, along with the awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, is essential. Method 3. An overwhelming surge of hatred and resentment, resulting in a dramatic increase in mental strength, can lead to a transformation of the Manjiki Sharingan. The Manjiki Sharingan, often regarded as the eye of malevolence, could more aptly be termed the eye of guardianship. It is born from the profound love for one's siblings and family. However, should one lose their beloved, this love can fracture, merging resentment and mental strength to give rise to the Meijiki Sharingan. Yet, the immense power of the Meijiki Sharingan comes at a cost. Frequent use can deplete one's life force and lead to blindness. Such phenomena arise from insufficient mental fortitude to wield such formidable power. Jiraiya exemplifies the second method, and the likelihood of such an occurrence is exceedingly rare to a frightening degree. Over the course of a millennium, only Obito, who possessed half of his body, has successfully awakened such a state, rendering it almost entirely unknown to the world. Jiraiya shook his head gently, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Haha. Although I have not met my expectations, it is still quite satisfactory. At the very least, I need not worry about blindness, and with the system at my disposal, I can even exchange for the 9-tomo Rinnegan, let alone the Rinnegan itself." After Jiraiya humorously reflected on his predicament, his spirits visibly lifted, and he was eager to test the prowess of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Without hesitation, he activated the eye and gradually drew himself into an alternate dimension. He then sensed the coordinates of Konoha and transcended space and time, returning to within approximately 3 miles of the village. In the woods beyond Konoha, ripples began to manifest within the fabric of space, and the youthful Jiraiya emerged silently from these ethereal waves, as if he had materialized from thin air. Haha, indeed. This skill is remarkably convenient, far surpassing the flying thunder god technique of Minato by countless measures. His chakra surged dramatically, rivaling that of a small-tailed beast, likely exceeding the chakra possessed by his master. Coupled with the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, he felt confident that he would be unmatched beneath the shadow of a Hokage. Even in the face of defeat, he could swiftly retreat. It would be prudent to return promptly. Both his master and Tsunade must be anxious for his well-being. Upon witnessing the formidable power of his Meijiki Sharingan, Jiraiya was overwhelmed with joy, particularly as he possessed an immense reservoir of chakra, allowing his strength to escalate at an astonishing rate. However, despite his capacity rivaling that of a Kage, Jiraiya had yet to endure the crucible of actual combat. Thus, while demonstrating even the rudimentary prowess of a shadow-level ninja was commendable, in reality, there were few who could hope to capture him should he choose to flee. After Jiraiya concluded his words, he leapt into action, skillfully traversing the branches with remarkable speed as he raced toward the Hidden Leaf Village. Soon, the grand gates of the village came into view. While making his way to Konoha, he exchanged several jutsu within the system: one-handed hand seals, seal speed, 6 seals per second, and the Rasengan. Among these techniques, the Rasengan required 5,000 exchange points, while the one-handed hand seals and seal speed were relatively inexpensive, totaling merely 2,000 exchange points. Thus, he expended a total of 7,000 exchange points. Why did he opt for the one-handed hand seals? It was not merely for show. Although Jiraiya possessed the ability to perform seals with his feet, a fact that might elude some Naruto enthusiasts, this method was indeed rather peculiar. The elegance of one-handed seals was far more appealing. As for the seal speed, it was undoubtedly essential, as it directly influenced the swiftness of jutsu release. If one were slower than their opponent, even with equal strength, it was inevitable that the slower individual would meet their demise. Itachi's astonishing speed of 6 seals per second was indeed the fastest, and the author has also adopted this as the benchmark for the swiftest calculations. Are you Jiraiya, the newly accepted disciple of the esteemed Hokage? Jiraiya approached the gates of the Hidden Leaf Village, whereupon the 2 guard ninjas immediately stepped forward to inquire. Indeed, I had no idea I had become so renowned. Haha. Jiraiya gazed at the 2 self-absorbed leaf ninjas and mused, how can he be so vain? Were it not for the inexplicable fortune of becoming the esteemed Hokage's disciple, I wouldn't even spare him a glance. I wonder what stroke of luck he stumbled upon. The 2 guard ninjas suddenly felt as though a flock of crows had flown overhead, and they couldn't help but mutter to themselves, Jiraiya, the Hokage has already instructed that if you are here, you should immediately proceed to the Hokage building to see him. You may enter now. They thought to themselves that despite their feelings, being a disciple of the Hokage was an honor beyond their reach, and even if his future achievements were limited, it was not something they could undermine. Better to avoid conflict, one of the older guard ninjas remarked to Jiraiya. Jiraiya grinned widely, letting out a hearty chuckle. He then casually tucked his hands into his pockets, feigning a nonchalant demeanor as he strode confidently towards the Hokage building. The news of Jiraiya's return swiftly reached Sarutobi Hiruzen's ears. In the Hidden Leaf Village, scarcely any matter could escape his discerning gaze, and Danzo was no exception. Many were puzzled as to why Sarutobi, fully aware of Danzo's intentions, had yet to impose any repercussions upon him. In truth, Sarutobi deemed it unnecessary. Fully cognizant that as long as he remained, Danzo would not stir any significant upheaval. As an astute politician, he understood precisely what actions were warranted and which were not. Danzo played a pivotal role in the governance of Konoha, particularly in terms of factional dynamics. His domineering nature alienated many clans, leading them to rally under Sarutobi's banner, which was but one of the myriad advantages he provided. The others, I shall refrain from elaborating upon. With a cigarette perched between his lips, Sarutobi was suddenly approached by a member of the Umbu, adorned with a cat-faced mask. The abrupt appearance elicited no astonishment from Sarutobi. Hokage-sama. Jiraiya has returned to Konoha and is en route to the Hokage Tower. No anomalies have been observed, the Umbu reported, kneeling on one knee before the third Hokage. Upon hearing the report, a flicker of light ignited in Sarutobi's eyes, though it swiftly dimmed as he waved his hand dismissively at the Umbu, offering no further comment. The Umbu, perceiving the third Hokage's gesture, vanished as if they had never been there. That rascal Jiraiya. Managing to utilize summoning techniques without having signed a contract with a summoning beast and returning unscathed, he appears to be no ordinary individual. He ought to be cultivated with care. Sarutobi mused quietly to himself after the Umbu departed, adjusting his pipe. Following this, the third Hokage resumed his attention to the substantial pile of paperwork before him. His head bowed in concentration. Jiraiya, well acquainted with the surroundings, swiftly arrived before the Hokage building. Following the third Hokage's indication, no one attempted to impede his progress, and he soon stood before the Hokage's office. Knock, knock, knock. Jiraiya gently rapped on the door of the Hokage's office, refraining from barging in unannounced. As a newly appointed disciple, he felt it prudent to maintain a sense of humility. The present Jiraiya was not yet the esteemed sage of the Toads he would eventually become, lacking the renown that would later accompany him. Come in, resonated the authoritative voice of the third Hokage from within the office. Upon hearing the third Hokage's summons, Jiraiya pushed open the office door and entered slowly. Once inside, he was met with the sight of the third Hokage buried amidst a mountain of books, which elicited a suppressed chuckle from him. Chapter 4, Tsunade. Will you clean my room? Have you returned? I trust your journey was free of mishaps? The third Hokage inquired, glancing at Jiraiya and nodding slightly. Indeed, Master, Jiraiya replied. I happened upon something quite extraordinary. After employing my summoning technique that day, I inexplicably found myself atop a mountain teeming with enormous toads, one of which was as colossal as the mountain itself. This place is known as Mount Myoboku, and there, I even signed a contract with my summoning beast. Heh. Jiraiya chuckled slyly, feigning innocence as he nodded and remarked, Oh, by sheer chance. You ventured to one of the three great sanctuaries, the Myoboku mountain, and even forged a contract with it? Quite remarkable. Now, having returned from such an arduous journey, you ought to rest. Let us convene at the training ground tomorrow at 9 in the morning. The third Hokage was taken aback upon hearing that Jiraiya had indeed visited Myoboku mountain and established a contract with it. After all, it is one of the three great sanctuaries, and merely the mention of its name is enough to instill fear. Furthermore, having signed a contract only elevated his regard for Jiraiya even more. Hee. Very well, esteemed teacher, I shall take my leave and rest now. Until tomorrow. Jiraiya smiled broadly and strode towards the door, but the moment he turned around, his expression transformed into one of remarkable tranquility. In his youth, Sarutobi Hiruzen was exceptionally wise and formidable, mastering 5 elemental ninjutsu and earning the esteemed title of the Ninja Professor. He even stood against the first and second Hokage during his confrontations with Orochimaru. Despite his advanced age at that time, he possessed such formidable strength. If not for the absence of ocular abilities like the Sharingan, which could be deemed as a flaw in his lineage, he could have rivaled the first Hokage. Indeed, the world of Naruto is rife with prodigies, and one must not underestimate their capabilities. Presently, my teacher likely possesses strength equivalent to that of a seasoned Kage. In the prime of his life, perhaps my own abilities are merely sufficient to ensure my survival in his presence. Upon turning around, Jiraiya reflected on the myriad experiences of the third Hokage within the realm of the Naruto anime. His unparalleled strength and political acumen, which enabled him to serve as Hokage for such an extended period without any bloodline limit, were truly formidable. As Jiraiya exited the Hokage building, guided by the memories in his mind, he arrived at the doorstep of his former abode. Before him stood a thatched cottage, so rudimentary that it was almost laughable. It was astonishing to realize that his idol had resided in such humble quarters during his youth, ultimately ascending to become the greatest ninja. In stark contrast, those who dwelled in opulent mansions and claimed to be powerful often engaged in actions that society deemed disgraceful. What an ironic twist of fate. Jiraiya chuckled wryly and said, "Squeak." Squeak. Jiraiya pushed open the wooden door, revealing a pristine interior, devoid of any dust. Suddenly, a vision of a gentle woman smiling at him filled his mind. And before he knew it, his eyes were clouded with tears. Is this truly my mother in this lifetime? Indeed, she is a gentle and beautiful woman. In this life, I am Jiraiya, and Jiraiya is me. I shall live well and strive to become a source of pride for you. One day, I will make the entire world tremble at the name of your son. Jiraiya wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes, resolutely contemplating. Jiraiya, you've returned? Just as he was lost in thought, a melodious voice of a young girl reached his ears. Tsunade? What brings you here? Jiraiya beheld a girl suddenly appearing before him, clad in a vibrant green kimono, her short yellow ponytail swaying gently, contrary to expectations of flowing locks. She was merely a young child, making it difficult to fathom that this little girl would one day blossom into the formidable Tsunade. During her childhood, Tsunade's chest remained quite flat, and perhaps her later development could be attributed, at least in part, to her prowess as a legendary medical nin. On the day of your disappearance, Tsunade was in a sullen mood, insisting on dragging me to your home for cleaning duties. As Jiraiya observed Tsunade, an unpleasant voice broke the silence. No way. You were the one who insisted on coming here. I had no intention of visiting this wretched place. Tsunade glared fiercely at the speaker, her warning unmistakable. Ah, Orochimaru. You are here as well. Thank you. I shall protect everything that belongs to us, and I will not allow any untoward events to transpire. Trust me. Jiraiya chuckled heartily as he gazed at Tsunade and Orochimaru, a long-forgotten warmth blossoming within him, precisely the sentiment he yearned to experience. Orochimaru's serpentine eyes scrutinized Jiraiya, sensing an indefinable change in him. Yet, unable to articulate what was different, he dismissed it, presuming that Jiraiya must have encountered something significant during his absence. In his previous life, Jiraiya was an orphan, and he remains one in the present. What he yearns for most is affection and care. It was Orochimaru and Tsunade who bestowed upon him the long-lost warmth, further solidifying his resolve to protect all that he holds dear. It is well known that Orochimaru is an exceedingly twisted individual, having not only transformed his own body into that of a serpent, but also possessing the ability to inhabit the bodies of others in pursuit of immortality. His existence has been consumed by the study of forbidden techniques, rendering him akin to a mad scientist. Perhaps no one is as invested in the third Hokage as he is. Common knowledge reveals that Orochimaru, in his quest to obliterate Konoha, ultimately killed his beloved teacher. Yet, few contemplate the sorrow that lies beneath his actions. Having lost his parents at a tender age, he has long sought to unravel the secrets of immortality, desiring to keep those he cherishes from ever departing his side. However, his research has been limited to his own soul, and he has yet to possess the means to enable others to wield such forbidden arts. Even if it were possible, those he values would likely reject the use of such malevolent techniques. Thus, he grapples with profound guilt, yet no one seems to comprehend his plight. This is the source of his deepest sorrow. During the nin exams, he assassinated the Kazekage to take his place, and ultimately, before the eyes of many, he employed the reanimation jutsu to summon the first and second Hokage. Although the reanimated first and second Hokage retained only their combat instincts, they remained formidable opponents. Jiraiya gleaned from the system the hierarchical classifications of Hokage as follows: Jonin, Elite Jonin, Chunin, Elite Chunin, Special Jonin, possessing unique abilities that can momentarily rival those of Jonin. Jonin, Elite Jonin, Early Kage, Mid Kage, Late Kage, Early Super Kage, Mid Super Kage, Late Super Kage, Pseudo-Deity, Early Demigod, Mid Demigod, Late Demigod, Early Six Paths. Mid Six Paths, Late Six Paths, Early Super Six Paths, Mid Super Six Paths, Late Super Six Paths. The first Hokage was at the pinnacle of Late Demigod strength, and Uchiha Madara was no exception, wielding Late Demigod capabilities. However, he was ultimately subdued by Wood Release, leading to his defeat by the first Hokage. The second Hokage demonstrated extraordinary prowess, able to utilize vast water release techniques even in the arid desert, showcasing his formidable strength, truly indicative of early demigod mastery. Thus, even the reincarnated forms of the second and first Hokage possessed strength equivalent to early Super Kage, and Orochimaru himself was remarkably powerful. Aside from the mental strain mitigated by his reincarnation, he was countered by the Sharingan. Otherwise, Itachi Uchiha would not have been able to harm him merely through Jinjutsu. Orochimaru's power is not to be underestimated in comparison to Jiraiya, who could confront both Kisame and Itachi simultaneously and drive them away. This illustrates the immense strength of Orochimaru, whose capability is firmly established at mid-Super Kage, though due to mental impairments, he could only exhibit early Super Kage strength at most. The third Hokage, despite being besieged by the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Orochimaru, three figures of Super Kage caliber, managed to forcibly seal the first and second Hokage. A feat that is truly unfathomable, especially considering his advanced age at that time. This brings forth questions that many Hokage enthusiasts ponder. Why did Orochimaru resort to killing his own teacher? Did such a monumental act necessitate the murder of the Wind Shadow? These inquiries have become a perplexing enigma. In truth, Orochimaru perceived the decline of Konoha under the leadership of Hiruzen Sarutobi, witnessing the fading of its former glory. Constrained by Danzo at every turn, which led to the untimely demise of many Konoha heroes, he did not wish for Hiruzen's illustrious name to be tarnished. Hence he sought to ensure that his teacher met a dignified end amidst the chaos. To this end, he was willing to slay the Wind Shadow and directly resurrect the second and first Hokage through Edo Tensei, essentially orchestrating a grand spectacle. Ultimately, the outcome was profound, as Hiruzen sacrificed his life to sever Orochimaru's hands, thus ascending to the status of a great Hokage. Jiraiya wished to prevent such occurrences. He did not want to witness Orochimaru's betrayal, nor the demise of the Senju God Tree. He could not bear the thought of Tsunade succumbing to hemophobia due to her brother's death, nor did he want her heart to belong to another. He chose to protect her, cherish her, and guard her, refusing to lose her again. There were countless other events he yearned to avert, as he aspired to forge a distinct world of Hokage with his own hands. Just don't hold me back, that's all I ask, he expressed. After observing the fierce glint in Tsunade's eyes, Orochimaru smirked and remarked, haha, all right. I am destined to become the greatest ninja. How could I possibly hinder you? Wouldn't you agree, Tsunade? Jiraiya, with both hands, playfully tugged at Orochimaru, who bore a stoic expression, and turned to Tsunade, chuckling as he spoke. Humph. Tsunade scoffed, casting her gaze aside, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. It was unclear why, but she had a peculiar sense that Jiraiya had undergone some transformation since their earlier days. The specifics eluded her, perhaps merely a woman's intuition. Meanwhile, Orochimaru appeared unperturbed by Jiraiya's antics, a hint of delight flickering in his eyes. Perhaps this was the essence of camaraderie. Haha, it's getting late. Allow me to showcase my culinary skills and prepare a sumptuous dinner to celebrate our trio's reunion for training and missions. Jiraiya chuckled heartily. In his earlier days as an orphan, he relied solely on the meager government assistance for sustenance, which compelled him to prepare his own meals with utmost frugality. Each day, he would cook just enough for a satisfying meal. However, to create the most delectable dishes while spending the least amount of money. He dedicated a considerable amount of thought to his cooking, consistently transforming the simplest vegetables into culinary delights. Chapter 5, Jiraiya cooks. Oh, Jiraiya, you can cook? Is that true? I can hardly believe it. Tsunade, now back to her usual boisterous self, couldn't hide her surprise. Of course, as the fifth Hokage, Tsunade was not merely carefree. She possessed a remarkable attention to detail, with an astute awareness that left no problem unnoticed, though she often chose to disregard what she deemed unnecessary. Hee. Let us hope it doesn't turn out like the last time when the base was charred beyond recognition. That was inedible. A smile crept across Orochimaru's pale visage. Though it could be labeled a smile, it appeared rather unsettling, perhaps due to his snake-like pallor and those sinister serpent eyes that embodied treachery. That was merely an oversight. This time, you can all look forward to a delightful feast. Please, make yourselves comfortable and serve yourselves some water. I shall return shortly. Suddenly, a vivid memory surfaced in Jiraiya's mind, recalling the last time the three of them accompanied the third Hokage on a D-rank mission. He had instructed Orochimaru to catch a few fish to grill, only for the outcome to be utterly disastrous, resembling a culinary abomination. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he paid no heed to the two and dashed straight into the kitchen. Having inherited Jiraiya's memories, he navigated the space with ease. The vegetables and the meat in the old refrigerator were remarkably fresh. Since becoming a ninja, he had managed to earn some money, allowing him to afford even the simplest of vegetables and meats. Do you really think Jiraiya can cook something delicious? Should I go help him? Tsunade inquired, watching Jiraiya's hurried departure before turning to Orochimaru. Well, it should be fine. Just carry on with what you were doing. You know how Jiraiya is. Once he sets his mind to something, he will see it through. It's best not to disturb him. Suddenly, a vivid image of Tsunade's infamous culinary disasters flickered in Orochimaru's mind. They were utterly unappetizing. While Jiraiya's grilled fish might be burnt, it was still palatable. However, Tsunade's cooking was akin to consuming a laxative. The last time he had endured 3 days of gastrointestinal distress, leaving him utterly exhausted. The mere thought sent a chill down his spine. Well, I suppose you're right. Let's just wait here and see what he can conjure up. If it turns out poorly, he'll have to treat us to a meal, huh? Tsunade mused, realizing that Orochimaru's words held some merit, completely oblivious to the fact that the issue lay within her own abilities. In the kitchen, Jiraiya held a tomato in his hand and proceeded to stir-fry a dish of tomato and scrambled eggs, along with a hearty potato and beef stew, spicy chicken, smashed cucumbers, kung pao chicken, and lion's head meatballs. He deliberately closed the kitchen door, allowing the enticing aromas to waft out through the window, intentionally withholding the delightful scent from the others to surprise them later. After preparing several dishes, Jiraiya felt as though he was taking too long, so he retrieved some pork belly from the refrigerator, slicing it into perfectly even pieces. Indeed, it seemed that ninjas were exceptionally skilled in the culinary arts. He then skewered the pork belly and employed a fire technique to grill it to perfection, sprinkling on seasonings. After tasting it, Jiraiya found the flavor delightful, but it was still insufficient to serve the 3 of them. Finally, he took out flour, eggs, and dairy cream, and manually crafted a magnificent cake. Utilizing fire, earth, and wind techniques, he accelerated the cake's baking process, a testament to his mastery of ninjutsu. Even the slightest misstep with the fire technique could result in an overcooked cake. Once the cake base was prepared, Jiraiya added some fruits and skillfully piped whipped cream using a wind technique, creating stunning designs, including an intricate arrangement of 99 roses. Approximately an hour later, as Jiraiya opened the kitchen door, the delightful aroma permeated the hall. What is that tantalizing scent? It seems utterly delicious. Tsunade sniffed the air. Drawn in by the savory fragrance, her appetite awakened, nearly causing her to drool. Gurgle, gurgle. Although Orochimaru remained silent, the sound was enough for anyone to discern the inevitable outcome. Haha, Jiraiya's secret concoction had made its grand entrance. Jiraiya approached with a grand cake, approximately 40 inches in diameter, cradled in his left hand, while his right hand held a wooden board laden with delectable dishes such as roasted pork belly, tomato scrambled eggs, and beef with potatoes. He carefully placed the feast upon the dining table, and upon witnessing Tsunade's eager expression, a flicker of joy blossomed within him. Wow, it smells amazing. Jiraiya, how did you manage this? Can I start eating now? Tsunade exclaimed, her cherry-red lips parted in astonishment. Orochimaru turned to Jiraiya, his curiosity equally piqued, silently conveying, I too wish to inquire about this. Are you certain your last culinary mishap was not a deliberate prank? Haha, that is a secret you need not concern yourselves with. Now, let us indulge. Jiraiya presented 2 sets of chopsticks and bowls, inviting them to indulge. I shall not hold back then, Tsunade exclaimed, her anticipation palpable. As soon as Jiraiya produced the utensils, she eagerly seized them, devouring the dishes with gusto. The cake, however, captivated her with its exquisite appearance, leading her to hesitate, perhaps deciding to savor it later. Observing Tsunade's unrefined consumption, Orochimaru could not resist joining the fray. Once he took his first bite, he found himself unable to cease. He had never encountered such delectable flavors. Together, they devoured a considerable portion of the dishes, akin to autumn leaves swept away by a brisk wind. Fortunately, the generous servings ensured they would not leave hungry. After indulging in the majority of the meal, their gazes shifted towards the grand cake. Tsunade and Orochimaru exchanged a knowing glance, and in an instant, their hands moved with astonishing speed, outpacing even light itself. The colossal 40-inch cake was reduced to a mere fifth of its original size in no time, their appetites insatiable, their faces adorned with cream. Contented, Tsunade and Orochimaru patted their full bellies, reclining comfortably in their chairs, reluctant to move. This is truly delectable. I have never tasted such exquisite dishes and pastries throughout my life. Tsunade exclaimed, punctuating her words with a burp, which confirmed the delightful satisfaction of the meal. Orochimaru remained silent, merely nodding in agreement, acknowledging her sentiment. Haha, as long as you enjoy it, I shall frequently prepare delightful meals for you in the future, Jiraiya promised. Jiraiya observed the amusing sight of the two of them dining and chuckled softly. He reached out to wipe the cream from Tsunade's lips. Feeling an overwhelming warmth in his heart, this was the familial bond he had longed for. Jiraiya, why aren't you eating? What you've prepared today is absolutely delightful. You should partake instead of merely watching, Tsunade remarked, her face slightly flushed at Jiraiya's affectionate gesture. Her voice grew softer, almost a whisper, as she pondered how today. For some inexplicable reason, Jiraiya seemed remarkably more handsome, and his culinary skills made him the embodiment of her ideal man. Why had I never noticed how exceptional Jiraiya truly is? She mused internally, bewildered by her own thoughts. Eventually, Jiraiya settled down to savor the meal, finishing the remaining cake. Feeling sufficiently full, though he noted that since becoming a ninja, his appetite had indeed increased. The tranquil days slipped by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye. Several years had passed. During this time, Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru had been engaged in numerous missions, their abilities and temperaments advancing rapidly. Tsunade and Orochimaru had each forged contracts with the other two great sanctuaries, becoming extraordinarily powerful. After 30 years in Konoha, all three had reached the age of 20. Tsunade and Orochimaru had achieved the late stages of the Hokage level, with Orochimaru even reaching the pinnacle of that stage. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had not neglected his training. Through continuous missions, he accumulated experience and saw a significant rise in his strength, mastering the requisite power of a super Hokage. He had also learned the Sage Mode in Myoboku Mountain, a form far superior to the half-baked Sage Mode depicted in the original narrative. Akin to the complete Sage Mode of the first Hokage, Jiraiya, without resorting to Sage Mode, has already attained the pinnacle of mid-tier Hokage strength. Should he activate Sage Mode, he would ascend to the level of a pseudo-deity, a state that lies closest to divinity. Over these past few years, employing his modern courtship techniques and showcasing his exceptional culinary skills, he successfully captured the formidable Tsunade, the legendary super tigress. Tsunade's development has flourished impressively, truly deserving the title of the goddess of breasts. Jiraiya gazes longingly at her voluptuous figure, which is beyond the grasp of a single hand, leaving him utterly entranced. However, as the princess of Konoha, certain decorum must be observed. Until their marriage, any overt actions are strictly forbidden. This restriction irks Jiraiya, as the tantalizing sight without the ability to indulge elicits a universally understood frustration. During these years, Jiraiya not only experienced a meteoric rise in power but also completed numerous system tasks, amassing an impressive total of 575 million exchange points, with only 250,000 more needed to acquire the Rinnegan. The rewards from the system have been plentiful, including one task that allowed him to inherit all of his original ninjutsu, a mission that he undertook at great peril. Although he possessed the eternal Meijiki Sharingan at that time, his lack of practical combat experience rendered the ensuing battle quite brutal. After completing the task, he was pursued by the third Raikage, and an intense confrontation ensued. Jiraiya, confident in his Sharingan, felt no fear in facing the Raikage, instead eager to engage. Regrettably, his perspective was overly simplistic. First, he lacked practical experience to fully harness his inherent strength, and second, his compassion hindered him. As a fortunate transmigrant, he did not possess an innate decisiveness in matters of life and death, leading him into a precarious situation. The third point pertains to his unfamiliarity with ninjutsu. Although his hand-sealing speed is remarkably swift, without extensive practice, he is unable to unleash its full potential. Only when he truly becomes a competent ninja will the mastery of ninjutsu come naturally to him. Chapter 6, The Second Great Ninja War, Part 1. At that time, Jiraiya, after completing his mission, did not retreat immediately. Instead, he eagerly engaged in battle with the Raikage. To his astonishment, the encounter was truly overwhelming. The third Raikage was arguably the strongest in history, renowned for his formidable lightning release techniques. His speed, augmented by lightning chakra, was astounding, rivaled only by the likes of Might Guy in the 8th Gate and the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. In his youthful exuberance, Jiraiya, possessing the powerful eternal Meijiki Sharingan, activated the complete form of Susanoo, a colossal entity towering hundreds of meters high, adorned with a pair of wings that, when fully spread, stretched nearly 1,000 meters. Such grandeur was awe-inspiring. This was his first time unleashing his full power, and indeed, his inaugural use of Susanoo. The outcome was predictable. Due to his inexperience with Susanoo, his speed could not keep pace with the third Raikage. Despite its formidable defense, he was ultimately pierced through by the Raikage's hell stab, which shattered his defenses and severed a considerable portion of flesh from his left shoulder. The lightning release singed much of his body, and had it descended even slightly further, it would have struck his heart, leaving him dead beyond resurrection, even with the support of the system. In a desperate bid, Jiraiya unleashed the Kamui, Rasengan Shuriken, gravely wounding the third Raikage. Yet he himself paid a heavy price, nearly losing his life. He fled into the Kamui space, returning to Konoha in a state of disgrace. The unique nature of Kamui allows it to be applied to any ninjutsu or ninja tool, making it an incredibly useful ocular technique. This experience matured Jiraiya significantly. Fortunately, Tsunade had already established a contract with the Wetbone Forest and possessed exceptional medical ninjutsu. Otherwise, relying on the medical methods of that time would have left him bedridden for a year and a half. Of course, there were benefits to be gleaned from this ordeal. The first lesson was the essential quality a ninja must possess. One should neither be overly arrogant nor unduly humble, and must not show mercy. In a world where the strong consume the weak, one must not hesitate against enemies. Kindness should be reserved for family, friends, and ordinary citizens. When faced with an adversarial ninja, it is a matter of kill or be killed. As for the second benefit, well, let us keep that for another time. Indeed, it is during this period of care that Jiraiya, through his sweet words, successfully captured the tender heart of Tsunade, marking a moment truly worthy of celebration. He is profoundly grateful to the third Raikage for allowing him to attain his long-desired Tsunadeheim. Danger and opportunity are eternally intertwined through this experience. Jiraiya has adeptly harnessed a significant portion of his strength, and in winning the heart of a beautiful woman, he has encountered fortuitous circumstances that are often elusive. In the years that followed, aside from Konoha and Kirigakure, the other three villages began to expand incessantly, their territories drawing closer, leading to frequent skirmishes. Yet none escalated to a point of severe conflict. However, the Second Shinobi World War was soon to unfold, and this time, it bore a connection to Jiraiya. Many years prior, the third Raikage had grievously injured Jiraiya, yet he himself had not emerged unscathed. At the time, despite Jiraiya wearing a mask, the use of the Sharingan would lead the third Raikage to hold Konoha accountable for the incident. The nations of Earth, Lightning, and Wind suffered losses in their mutual strife, seemingly having reached some agreement, and they collectively set their sights on Konoha, preparing to seize an opportunity. As is well known, Konoha, being the most formidable of the shinobi villages, possesses the most fertile lands in the shinobi world, alongside the largest population and resources, rendering it an object of envy for all other villages. Now, the Earth, Lightning, and Wind nations appear to have simultaneously targeted Konoha. The first to strike was the Land of Lightning, which, under the pretext of being grievously harmed by a member of the Uchiha clan years prior, launched a full-scale war against Konoha, affording them little time for consideration. They deployed an army of over 3,000 shinobi to initiate combat. Though the justification may seem rather contrived and shameless, in times of war, any pretext suffices. The truth of the matter is often irrelevant. In the Hokage's office, a shinobi hawk soared through the air, darting towards the Hokage building. A member of the Umbu, donning a tiger mask, whistled towards the hawk, prompting it to descend rapidly. The tiger-masked Umbu retrieved a scroll from the hawk's talons and appeared before the third Hokage, kneeling with one knee on the ground, stating, "Lord Hokage, urgent news from the borders." The third Hokage, engrossed in administrative duties, felt a surge of killing intent upon hearing the Umbu's proclamation. "Bring it here," he commanded. The tiger-masked Umbu promptly rose, respectfully presenting the letter, nodding towards the third Hokage before vanishing from sight. Upon reading the words "lightning attack," 3,000 troops, breach on the parchment, the killing intent in the third Hokage's eyes intensified. In his youth, he was decisive in battle. Any threat to the stability of Konoha would be met with the utmost severity. Having been entrusted with leadership during a time of crisis, he had devoted countless efforts to Konoha over the years. How could he allow others to jeopardize it? "You insolent fool, Raikage. Do you truly think Konoha is so easily shaken?" The ominous aura of the third Hokage finally surged forth, unrestrained, enveloping the vicinity of the Hokage building. The Umbu operatives stationed there felt as though an immense weight pressed upon them, rendering them breathless. Is this truly the extent of the Hokage's power? Such a terrifying force. The Hokage is undeniably formidable. Each Umbu member harbored this thought, their excitement palpable. As direct subordinates of the Hokage, their thrill surged with his strength. Indeed. Over the past few years, Sarutobi Hiruzen's prowess had seen significant advancement, propelling him to the pinnacle of the mid-stage of the Sannin. He stood but a step away from becoming an invincible powerhouse of the late stage. In this era, he was virtually unmatched, possessing the greatest strength among all leaders of the nations, without exception. Umbu 1, 2, and 3 summoned Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru immediately. The third Hokage, invigorated, withdrew his overwhelming killing intent. He spoke casually, seemingly to no one in particular, and after a moment, leisurely lit his pipe, sinking into his chair to indulge in its smoke. Yes, a voice echoed from within the room, merely responding without further discourse. Such was the nature of the Hokage's personal guards. The third Hokage's Umbu consisted of 12 members, each surpassing elite Jonin in strength. Together, they had once vanquished a newly ascended Sannin, showcasing their formidable might. Even Shimura Danzo remained unaware of the extent of their power, reflecting the true strength of the one in command. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama, the Hokage requests your presence. While accompanying Tsunade on a shopping excursion, Jiraiya noticed the two Umbu operatives. He had long sensed the latent power beside the old man, the third Hokage, recognizing that it surpassed their own and included mastery of sage techniques, a concealment that could not escape his perception. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, for he and the old man were allies, and nothing would alter that bond. Oh? Did the old man mention anything of significance? Today, Jiraiya donned a pristine white ceremonial robe, his long silver hair billowing gracefully in the breeze. Though devoid of any adornments, he exuded an aura of radiant charm and handsomeness. Although the intrusion of the shadowy envoy dampened his spirits, the thought that the old man would not summon his most formidable agents without cause suggested that something of great significance was afoot. Yet, he found himself at a loss, unable to recall any recent momentous events. Jiraiya was never an unattractive man. In fact, he possessed a certain charm. However, his later appearance became somewhat disheveled, as he donned rather garish attire, shuffling along in a pair of wooden sandals, and sported a conspicuously greasy hairstyle. Even more absurd was the large summoning scroll strapped to his back, rendering him quite a comical figure. Humph, that old codger. Today, Tsunade diverged from her original attire, donning a pristine white gown that accentuated her tall and graceful figure. Her flowing golden locks cascaded elegantly, and a distinctive purple diamond, the Ein seal, adorned her forehead, complementing her princess-like aura, which effortlessly captivated countless young hearts. She was enjoying a delightful outing with Jiraiya when suddenly, a member of the Umbu appeared, inciting her ire. She rolled up her sleeves, preparing to confront the third Hokage. However, upon meeting Jiraiya's clear gaze and radiant smile, a gentle warmth unexpectedly blossomed on her face, prompting her to lower her sleeves and link her arm with his, falling silent. Lord Jiraiya, the Hokage has not spoken, but the situation is urgent. I implore both of you to proceed at once, the Umbu agent stated. Very well, we shall hasten there immediately. Jiraiya nodded and waved to an E and an air, then leaped towards the Hokage building while cradling Tsunade in his arms. You idiot, Jiraiya, are you trying to kill me? I'm still wearing a skirt. It's so windy. At the moment Tsunade was embraced by Jiraiya, her fierce nature erupted, yet she refrained from acting out. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck, quietly savoring the moment. Suddenly, she realized that in the sunlight, Jiraiya appeared remarkably more handsome and captivating. Aha! Jiraiya paid no heed to Tsunade, instead tightening his embrace and soaring directly towards the Hokage building. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had also been joined by Anko, who had arrived post-haste. In a similar fashion, Orochimaru merely nodded, refraining from uttering a single superfluous word, and promptly dashed towards the Hokage building. Hey, Orochimaru, where have you been? We've been waiting for you for quite some time. As Jiraiya arrived, Orochimaru followed closely behind, shamelessly claiming that he had been waiting for Orochimaru for quite some time, truly a display of remarkable audacity. Let us not keep our teacher waiting, Orochimaru remarked with a light-hearted chuckle. Over the years, the camaraderie among the three had flourished, with Jiraiya expressing considerable admiration for his research, thus enhancing their relationship far beyond what was portrayed in the original narrative. Chapter 7, The Second Great Ninja War, Part 2, Teacher. The trio gradually made their way into the Hokage's building, standing before the third Hokage. Orochimaru, still holding great respect for Sarutobi Hiruzen, greeted him with utmost reverence. Old man, is there something that requires the assistance of your dashing disciple? This self-indulgent remark naturally escaped the lips of the ever-boastful Jiraiya. Indeed, you old coot, I was in the midst of shopping. Do you not understand that interrupting a lady's shopping spree is quite impolite? Tsunade retorted angrily to the third Hokage, huffing slightly as she cast a displeased glance aside. Under normal circumstances, the third Hokage would have engaged in light-hearted banter with them, but these were extraordinary times. Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke with a serious demeanor. The Land of Lightning has declared war on the borders of Konoha, deploying approximately 3,000 ninjas. The border defenses are on the brink of collapse, and I require you to proceed to the front lines to command the battle. Oh, the Land of Lightning has initiated warfare? Jiraiya appeared to ponder something, resting his chin on his left hand in deep contemplation. Could it be that the Second Shinobi World War has commenced? That seems rather unlikely. Could my arrival have triggered a butterfly effect? Jiraiya contemplated deeply, increasingly convinced of the likelihood that numerous events transpired during the Second Great Ninja War, one of which was the demise of Senju, a tragedy that directly caused Tsunade to suffer from hemophobia. Reflecting on this, Jiraiya clenched his fists resolutely. He would not permit such occurrences to unfold. Tsunade was the woman he cherished dearly, and he would not allow anyone, even himself, to inflict harm upon her. Old man, he mused, you say that the Land of Lightning has declared war on Konoha? What are the other borders? Is there a possibility that the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth have forged some sort of agreement with them? Otherwise, why would the Land of Lightning suddenly initiate hostilities? Jiraiya was acutely aware that during the Second Great Ninja War, the Land of Earth, the Land of Wind, the Land of Lightning, the Land of Fire, and the Land of Rain were all embroiled in conflict, necessitating vigilance. Indeed, Jiraiya's assessment was astute. I harbored similar thoughts. I had just received word that the Land of Lightning was rallying under the pretext of an attack by the Uchiha clan from years past, in excuse for their aggression. Therefore, I implore the three of you to proceed to the battlefield and command the forces. You three are my most esteemed disciples, and your abilities have begun to reveal themselves. It is time for you to encounter the broader world. Hiruzen Sarutobi observed Jiraiya with growing admiration. Over the years, he had come to acknowledge Jiraiya's innate talent and strength, which seemed unfathomable among the trio. This was the instinct of a seasoned warrior. He perceived Jiraiya as a ferocious beast, poised to unleash unexpected power at any moment. If the Raikage seeks his demise, we shall deliver a grand surprise. Should the Raikage fall in battle, what fate awaits the Land of Lightning? Orochimaru remarked with a chilling smile. However, despite Orochimaru's arrogance, he was not so presumptuous as to believe he could slay the Raikage. Although he had never faced the Raikage directly, he had heard enough to understand that defeating him was no simple task. One must disdain their opponent in spirit, yet regard them with caution and strategy. Even a lion must exert its strength against a mere rabbit, let alone wolves and lions. They have come to our doorstep. What do you propose we do, old man? Tsunade, still possessing her fiery temperament, had tempered it somewhat, at least appearing more demure in Jiraiya's presence. Very well. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Orochimaru, heed my command. The third Hokage's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing Tsunade's words, radiating a formidable presence that only one of great power and authority could command. With a commanding voice, he declared, at once. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and the others stood tall and responded. Jiraiya led an advance unit of 500 men to engage the Raikage forces, determined to keep the enemy beyond the borders without fail. The third Hokage began to issue commands. Yes, we shall ensure the mission's success. Jiraiya clasped his hands together and spoke, a surge of uncontainable fervor igniting within him. Raikage, it is time to reclaim my honor. Do not be too astonished. Upon receiving the order, Jiraiya contemplated. Orochimaru is leading 300 men to the Land of Earth to guard against potential invasions. The third Hokage's gaze fell upon Orochimaru as he addressed him. Hiki, teacher, if they do invade, can we strike preemptively? Orochimaru, a cold-blooded and war-hungry individual, possessed an inexplicable fervor for killing and had a penchant for collecting specimens for experimentation. Over the years, Orochimaru and Jiraiya had engaged in numerous human trials, yielding higher research outcomes, perfecting the cursed seal, and mastering the sage arts of the Ryuchi cave. In the original narrative, Orochimaru did not learn sage arts. Instead, It was Kabuto who ultimately mastered them. Was it because Orochimaru was incapable? That seems implausible, for the cursed seal is a form of sage chakra. The mystery behind Orochimaru's inability to learn sage arts remains unsolved. The cursed seals he developed are not inferior to sage techniques, as evidenced by Sasuke's continued use of them until the very end, demonstrating the immense power they hold. With Jiraiya's guidance and assistance, Orochimaru acquired the sage arts of the Ryuchi cave, significantly enhancing his strength. Although his current prowess is at the peak of the late shadow level, when utilizing sage arts, Orochimaru can rival the early peak of super shadow level warriors, marking a substantial leap in power. Furthermore, with his various life-preserving techniques, even those at the late super shadow level may find it exceedingly difficult to eliminate Orochimaru. Of course, with Orochimaru's rapid advancement, Tsunade, as Jiraiya's counterpart, would undoubtedly not lag behind. Tsunade, you excel in medical ninjutsu, and the Land of Wind is proficient in puppet techniques and poison. Your presence there is indispensable. You shall lead 300 men to safeguard the Land of Wind against any potential sneak attacks. Should either side require assistance, I will promptly dispatch reinforcements from my end. Currently, the primary conflict lies with the Land of Lightning. Both Orochimaru and Tsunade need only to defend. Jiraiya is also part of the vanguard, and thereafter, I will send Ino Shikacho to lead the main forces for support. The third Hokage continued to Tsunade. The ambitions of the Land of Wind and the Land of Earth are formidable. We must remain vigilant. Although the Land of Fire stands as the mightiest village, we cannot deploy all our ninjas at once. We must maintain a balance of offense and defense, ensuring support is not neglected. Understood, you old coot. Is it too much to send Jiraiya with 500 men to confront 3,000? I only require 100 here. Let the rest accompany Jiraiya. Tsunade harbored considerable concern for Jiraiya. As his beloved, she was acutely aware of his formidable prowess. Yet, regardless of a man's strength, a woman cannot help but worry for the one she cherishes. Over the past few years, the trio had engaged in relentless training. Jiraiya had somehow procured a potion for her, and upon consuming it, she unexpectedly awakened the wood release. It is noteworthy that only his brother, Tree, had achieved such a feat throughout the years. None of their clan members had succeeded in awakening wood release. It was solely due to Jiraiya's potion that she had attained this remarkable ability, which was a crucial asset for her grandfather, the god of ninjas. The potion was indeed a collaborative result of Orochimaru and Jiraiya's research. Jiraiya had utilized the system to assess Tsunade's physique and discovered that her bloodline concentration was not as potent as Tree's, failing to reach the threshold for awakening. Consequently, he exchanged for the sage body bloodline from the system and, in secret collaboration with Orochimaru, procured the first Hokage cells for fusion. This experimentation spanned approximately 6 months, culminating in their successful creation of a potion capable of enhancing bloodline concentration. Senju Hashirama possessed the Senju bloodline and the sage body, which enabled him to awaken wood release. However, Tsunade's inherited bloodline was not as robust, prompting Jiraiya and Orochimaru to persist in their research until they finally developed 3 vials of bloodline-enhancing potions. Jiraiya consumed the first vial himself, experiencing no adverse effects, though the benefits were not as pronounced as he had anticipated. He had hoped to awaken the Rinnegan, yet he fell short. The potion's enhancement did not allow him to reach the awakening threshold, as if an invisible barrier obstructed his ascension, the nature of which remained unclear to him. The second vial was administered to Tsunade, and their research bore fruit, successfully enabling her to awaken wood release and learn sage techniques in the Wetbone Forest. Given sufficient time, it was conceivable that she could become the next first Hokage. The third vial was given to Tree, Jiraiya's brother-in-law and Orochimaru's disciple, ensuring his strength would not falter. The original narrative depicted Tree's demise, which profoundly instilled in him the understanding that regardless of any conspiracy, immense strength renders one impervious to fear. Thus, both Jiraiya and Orochimaru were resolute in their commitment to Tree. Unbeknownst to him, he ingested the potion, significantly enhancing his physique, bringing him remarkably close to that of the first Hokage. Although Tree was merely 10 years old, his true prowess had already surpassed that of an elite Nin. I knew you would be concerned for your little paramour. Are you still unaware of Jiraiya's capabilities? Tsunade remarked, her face flushing as she retorted playfully. Rest assured, my teacher will send reinforcements. Worry not. Konoha has enjoyed tranquility for too long, and the other villages have forgotten the terror of our strength. It is time for them to experience hardship. The third Hokage observed Tsunade's protective demeanor towards Jiraiya and chuckled, his tone growing increasingly fervent, as if he were a monkey ready to unleash its fury. "Humph, who cares about him? He is more than capable," Tsunade replied, her cheeks still tinged with crimson. "Aha!" The three individuals could not suppress their laughter, their mirth resonating far and wide, leaving the hidden forces outside utterly perplexed. "Humph!" Upon witnessing Jiraiya and the others in fits of laughter, Tsunade snorted disdainfully, turning away without uttering another word. However, the faint blush adorning her cheeks betrayed her true feelings, indicating that her irritation was not merely a trivial matter. Chapter 8. The Second Ninja World War, Part 3. On the day following the third Hokage's orders, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade assembled their respective teams at the village entrance, preparing to embark for the battlefield. Orochimaru donned a striking black cloak adorned with fiery clouds. Wait, isn't that attire synonymous with the Akatsuki? Indeed, Jiraiya found the Akatsuki's garments rather stylish and crafted 3 similar outfits, one for Orochimaru, one for Tsunade, and one for himself. It must be said that the Akatsuki attire exudes a certain charm. Upon wearing it, Orochimaru emanated an air of youthful vigor. Originally, the young Orochimaru was a strikingly handsome lad, possessing a serpent-like sharpness. The aura emanating from his snake-like eyes made him all the more captivating. As for Tsunade, her appearance in the outfit could be likened to Konan, who is renowned as one of the most beautiful women in the Naruto series. Tsunade, as a top-tier beauty in the same realm, naturally appeared even more enchanting. "Jiraiya, you better return alive, or I shall ensure you regret it," Tsunade declared before turning on her heel and departing without hesitation, a true reflection of her character. Jiraiya gently touched his nose, a blissful smile gracing his lips. Fully aware that Tsunade was genuinely concerned for her, he then nodded toward Orochimaru and led his troops toward the battlefield. Orochimaru reciprocated Jiraiya's gesture with a nod. In this vast world, Jiraiya was his closest friend. Their shared interests and camaraderie enveloped him in an immense warmth. Turning to glance back at his troops, he waved his hand, setting forth toward the land of Earth. Jiraiya led a formidable battalion of 500 ninjas, hastening towards the border. Every fleeting second held the potential to alter the very nature of the boundary, rendering this a race against time where not a single minute could be squandered. During Jiraiya's journey, he sensed that the large contingent was advancing at a sluggish pace, hindered by numerous lower-ranked shinobi who were lagging behind, resulting in an overall slow progression. "Halt! Let us pause and regroup for 5 minutes." Jiraiya observed the exhausted appearances of the Genin and Chunin and commanded a 5-minute rest. "Senju Matsuda." Jiraiya turned to an elite jonin beside him. "Lord Jiraiya, do you have any instructions?" The figure, Senju Matsuda, stood at an impressive height of over 1.8 meters, his face marred by a prominent scar that rendered him rather unappealing. Senju Matsuda was a member of the Senju clan and a direct subordinate of Tsunade. As the princess of the Senju clan, Tsunade required ample protection. Due to her concerns regarding Jiraiya's safety, she had dispatched Matsuda to accompany him, providing her with a sense of reassurance. "You shall lead the remaining troops onward to the border. I will proceed alone. Our pace is too sluggish, and I must reach the front lines as swiftly as possible." Jiraiya addressed Senju Matsuda, fully aware of the reason Lady Tsunade had assigned him to his team, feeling a bittersweet warmth in his heart. However, Senju Matsuda, with an innocent expression, gazed at Jiraiya, fully cognizant of the necessity to adhere to the princess's orders. Yet, Jiraiya's words made it evident that he was not inclined to allow Matsuda to accompany him. It was all these lower-ranking ninjas' fault. Their pace was exasperatingly slow. If Lady Tsunade were to discover that I failed to keep a watchful eye on Lord Jiraiya, I shudder to think of enduring her formidable strength once more. Senju Matsuda turned to survey the large contingent behind him, filled with reluctance 1,000-fold. Yet he found himself powerless to alter the situation. "Very well, this is an order. Do you understand?" Jiraiya was acutely aware of the difficulties faced by Senju Matsuda, yet his tone was resolute and brooked no dissent. This is Lord Jiraiya, who guarantees the completion of the mission." Senju Matsuda, with a pained expression, had no choice but to accept the order reluctantly. "Very well. You shall rest in place for 5 minutes before departing immediately. I shall take the lead. Do follow closely behind." Jiraiya nodded, and scarcely had he finished speaking, then he vanished from sight. Is this truly the might of Lord Jiraiya? I was utterly unable to discern how he departed. Indeed, only such formidable beings are worthy of our princess. Huh? Senju Matsuda gazed at the spot where Jiraiya had disappeared, feeling a flicker of astonishment. After all, he too was an elite jonin, merely a step away from reaching the level of a Hokage. Yet he had not perceived in the slightest how Jiraiya had made his exit. Lost in thought, he felt the sweat begin to bead on his brow. Jiraiya, situated approximately 3 miles from the main forces, directly entered the realm of Kamui. He then sensed the coordinates of the border and chose to materialize about 5 miles from it, proceeding towards the frontier. One cannot help but marvel at the utility of Kamui. The absence of a tedious journey is truly delightful. I wonder what the situation at the border is like now. Jiraiya touched his nose and chuckled, swiftly darting forward. Although the defenses of the Hidden Leaf village were caught off guard, as the most formidable ninja village, their strength was not to be underestimated. Despite enjoying a prolonged period of tranquility, they remained vigilant regarding their border defenses, though the war was undeniably brutal. What should we do, Lord Shinsuke? We fear we may not hold our ground, a Leaf Village Chunin said, glancing at Shinsuke, a member of the Shimura clan. Like his ancestor, Shimura Danzo, he held a profound love for Konoha, albeit not the twisted kind, but one that was heartfelt and genuine. The message has been dispatched. Everyone, hold on a little longer. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. Our wives and families are behind us, and we cannot allow the enemy to advance further. If we do, the village we cherish may face unimaginable calamity. Shinsuke unsheathed the kunai at his waist, gripping it tightly. His gaze resolute as he looked at the dwindling number of leaf ninjas. We believe in you, Lord Shinsuke. For the village, we must not let the enemy pass. They must tread over our corpses first. Hearing this, Kamita felt a surge of adrenaline, fiercely clutching his kunai as he glared at the invading Cloud ninjas. Yes, let us fight to the bitter end. For the village, we shall perish together. Fear not. In 20 years, we shall emerge as heroes. Shinsuke surveyed his comrades, understanding that this time they faced certain death. However, as a ninja of the leaf, he could not falter. He would fight until the final moment. Brothers, attack. 1 kill equals our investment back. 2 equals profit, for the glory of Konoha. Shinsuke commanded as he eyed the Cloud ninjas. Kill. Kill. Yield, for you have already lost. There is no need for such futile resistance. Daruki and the Cloud ninjas surrounded Shinsuke and his comrades, leaving them with no hope of escape. Chewing on a blade of grass, Daruki looked disdainfully at the leaf ninjas. Humph. 1 kill equals our investment back. 2 equals profit. We have already gained. In Konoha, there are only ninjas who die in battle, not those who surrender. You wish for us to yield? Bah. Though Shinsuke had no strength left, he stood firm. Gathering his breath to spit at Daruki, disdain etched on his face. Bah. Other leaf ninjas echoed his sentiment, spitting at the Cloud ninjas, choosing silence thereafter. Humph. Refusing a toast and opting for a penalty drink, seeking death. Daruki glared at Shinsuke, a fierce killing intent radiating from his eyes as he raised his kunai, ready to strike. Just as Shinsuke seemed destined to fall beneath the kunai, a tall figure suddenly appeared before him. Lord Jiraiya. Shinmura gazed at the towering figure before him. A man who was destined to part ways with the world, yet at that moment seemed to have grasped a lifeline. Looking at Jiraiya, his eyes shimmered with boundless admiration. Ha ha. Leave the rest to me. You all retreat and restore your chakra. Without turning his head, Jiraiya twirled the kunai in his hand and said with a hearty laugh, so it's Darui, the disciple of the 3rd Hokage from Konoha. I've heard tales of your past as a lackluster ninja in the village. Are you here to show off? Darui regarded Jiraiya, sensing an overwhelming chakra emanating from him, akin to that of the 3rd Raikage, perhaps even more formidable. Yet, he did not display any sign of fear, despite the presence of hundreds of Cloud ninjas surrounding him. Having emerged from the flames of battle, Darui understood well that Jiraiya was no ordinary opponent. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to confront him, for the 3rd Raikage was nearby. Should Jiraiya prove excessively powerful, the Raikage would not simply stand by. Oh, Darui? Jiraiya gazed at Darui, a sense of familiarity washing over him, as if he bore a resemblance to the 5th Raikage. However, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. It was likely that Darui was still a mere child, perhaps even yet to be born. Darui, upon hearing Jiraiya mistakenly refer to him as Darui, found it somewhat peculiar but chose not to dwell on it. Instead, he signaled to the nearby Cloud Shinobi, indicating a joint assault on Jiraiya. After all, even the mightiest are wary of being overwhelmed by numbers. Jiraiya naturally perceived the subtle maneuvers of Daruki, yet he chose not to interfere, exuding an air of serene composure, a faint smile gracing his lips. Wind release. Gale Thunder Cannon. A luminous orb flickered in Daruki's hand, hurtling towards Jiraiya with a velocity that eclipsed even lightning itself. Lightning Release. Gratitude Wave. A young woman adorned with a cloud ninja headband stood beside Daruki, instantly launching her most formidable strike at Jiraiya. Lightning Release. Lightning Sphere. Lightning Release. False Darkness. Lightning Release. Thunderstorm Flash. An array of lightning techniques surged toward Jiraiya, yet he remained remarkably composed, devoid of any panic. Perhaps this is the essence of a true warrior's pride. It would indeed be a pity if Daruki's father were to perish, for the fifth Raikage may never emerge. I shall grant you both a reprieve, as the girl beside him is likely his beloved. How magnanimous of me to spare your lives. Haha. Jiraiya felt no sense of threat. Instead, he chuckled softly, as if thousands of Cloud Ninja were mere lambs awaiting slaughter. The ninjutsu, Super Needle of the Earth God, was unleashed. Jiraiya executed the technique without forming any seals, transforming the Needle of the Earth into a formless ninjutsu. It appeared to surpass even the original Needle of the Earth, enveloping Jiraiya entirely while his flowing white hair cascaded forward, relentlessly propelling towards the Cloud Shinobi. The Cloud Shinobi within a 100-meter radius screamed in agony, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Every ninjutsu assault launched by the Cloud Shinobi struck against Jiraiya's white hair, astonishingly failing to breach his defenses despite being unleashed by thousands of ninja. Furthermore, he retaliated and eliminated hundreds of Cloud Shinobi, marking an immense disgrace for them, a monumental humiliation. Jiraiya's mastery over chakra has transcended that of his counterpart in the original narrative. With the assistance of a system, his command of chakra has become as effortless as the act of eating or drinking. Over the years, Jiraiya has collaborated with Orochimaru to explore the power of cursed seals, which fundamentally derive from sage techniques. Orochimaru has ingeniously crafted the essence of these sage arts into a cursed seal, inscribing it directly onto the bodies of others, thereby enabling ninjas who lack the ability to wield sage techniques to access an alternative form of sage power. Jiraiya's Super Needle Kazashi is indeed a remarkable achievement in research. Senjutsu does not solely rely on the need for sage mode or the transformation into a cursed seal state for its application. It can be directly harnessed by absorbing the natural chakra and infusing it into the outer layers of ninjutsu. This approach not only enhances the power and speed of ninjutsu, but also significantly bolsters defensive capabilities. The chakra of Senjutsu, possessing the potential to inflict harm at the level of the six paths, has a vast range of applications that necessitate continual exploration and development. It should not be confined merely to sage mode and cursed seal states, as there remains abundant untapped potential for further advancement. Jiraiya retracted his needle-like weapon, surveying the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, his eyes devoid of any compassion. This was the chaos of war. No one cared for the lives of their adversaries. The bodies within 100 meters lay in disarray, blood pooling upon the earth, swiftly forming a small channel. Only Daluki and his young companion still drew breath. All others within that radius had perished. Monstrous. A demon, capable of overwhelming even Lord Daluki in an instant. Could we truly vanquish such an enemy? A cloud ninja, named Ching, an elite chunin from the land of lightning, trembled in fear at the sight of Jiraiya's overwhelming power. Quick, summon Lord Raikage. This man is too formidable, only he can defeat him. Though a J-Nin felt a surge of panic, he still shouted towards the rear, urging the other ninjas to signal for assistance from the Raikage. The battlefield was predominantly a contest of kings and generals, thus, in the absence of formidable forces from Konoha, the Raikage would not lower his status to engage mere minions. Whoosh, whoosh. Several cloud ninjas released signal flares, indicating that the Raikage or other powerful allies would soon arrive. Jiraiya observed the scene before him, seemingly unfazed. He turned to the remaining leaf ninjas and inquired, "How is the recovery progressing? If you are nearly restored, return to the camp to recuperate. I can handle things here. My Lord Jiraiya, we can remain to fight." Shikamaru stood up, respectfully bowing to Jiraiya, his gaze resolute. "Indeed, Lord Jiraiya, allow us to stay." They echoed in unison, unwavering in their resolve. Not a single one of the remaining leaf ninjas faltered. They all rose and called out to Jiraiya. "I shall say this one last time. Retreat." Jiraiya furrowed his brow. He held a certain admiration for the spirit of the people of Konoha, yet he despised being encumbered. Their presence hindered his ability to unleash his full potential, as he would be preoccupied with ensuring their safety while simultaneously vanquishing foes. Chapter 10, Jiraiya versus the Third Raikage. After all, the Third Raikage was no ordinary adversary. He was a formidable being possessing strength rivaling that of the Kage, having previously suffered at his hands. Jiraiya was naturally reluctant to have anyone interfere when the Raikage decided to make his move. Indeed. Haha, your praise is greatly appreciated. But as a junior, I am unworthy of such commendation from a senior like yourself. Jiraiya was acutely aware that the power of the Great Ball Rasengan was still insufficient. However, he believed that the third Raikage no longer warranted his full strength. Thus, he refrained from utilizing the Super Great Ball Rasengan and the devastating Rasengan Shuriken. Don't get cocky, kid. Just now, I underestimated you. The true battle has only just begun. As soon as the third Raikage finished speaking, his entire body erupted with blue electrical currents, showcasing his signature body technique, body flicker technique, combined with lightning release to enhance his speed through stimulated cellular activity. Ding. Main quest. Eliminate the third Raikage to bring an end to the war between the Land of Fire and the Land of Lightning. Quest rewards, Rinnegan, would release, and 300,000 exchange points. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated in Jiraiya's mind, speaking of the Rinnegan and would release, precisely what he had longed for. How could he not feel exhilarated at the prospect laid before him? Initially, he had no intention of slaying this towering figure, yet faced with such temptation, he found himself compelled to hasten the Raikage's demise. After all, he was destined to perish. It was merely a matter of a few days earlier. Third Raikage. Do not hold it against me. Upon completing the system's task, Jiraiya gazed at the third Raikage, muttering a few words under his breath. Unbeknownst to the third Raikage, his demise was imminent. Enveloped in crackling lightning, he launched an assault towards Jiraiya, proclaiming, Lightning release, lightning plow heat blade. Third Raikage, today you shall meet your end. Out of respect for you, I shall allow you to witness the full extent of my power. Jiraiya gazed upon the figure of the third Raikage and called out loudly. With all the ninjas from Konoha and the Cloud already withdrawn, Jiraiya had not intended to take the life of the third Raikage, thus refraining from unleashing his full strength. However, the time had come to end his life, and he would no longer hold back. Sage Mode. Unleash the complete form of Susanoo. In an instant, the distinctive yellow eye pattern of the Toad Sage technique, one of the three great sanctuaries, manifested upon Jiraiya's visage. Suddenly, a colossal black giant, towering hundreds of meters, erupted from the ground, wielding an enormous blade and adorned with a pair of magnificent wings. A powerful aura, akin to that of a demigod, enveloped the battlefield. An invisible whirlwind swept across the arena, forcing the third Raikage to stagger backward, while the earth within a radius of several dozen miles began to fracture, breaking apart into uneven shards. What? I never anticipated it would be you. Jiraiya, I truly did not expect you. And to think you were a member of the Uchiha clan? The third Raikage, recognizing Jiraiya's form, recalled the Uchiha clansman who had once inflicted severe wounds upon him. He could hardly believe that it was Jiraiya, with strength that far surpassed his own. Third Raikage, I shall send you off with my utmost power. You should feel fortunate. Let us commence the performance of your final chapter. Jiraiya gazed at the third Raikage, resolved to inscribe the final chapter of his life. The outcome of death remains uncertain. Do not be too arrogant, young one. Confronted by the formidable presence of Jiraiya, the third Raikage did not exhibit any semblance of cowardice. Instead, he charged forward, fully aware that he might meet his demise in this encounter. Yet, a ninja from the Land of Lightning, especially a Raikage, would never retreat. With a fierce determination, he unleashed the Hell Stab, a technique that channeled the entirety of his chakra into a final assault against the colossal complete body Susanoo. Senjutsu, Divine Might Rasengan. Jiraiya unleashed his full power, and due to the unique nature of the Kamui, combined with countless years of research on the Rasengan, he ultimately applied it to his weaponry. His Susanoo wielded an enormous blade, hundreds of meters in length, harnessing the rotational force of the Rasengan to set the colossal sword spinning. The defensive capabilities of his Susanoo were formidable, nearly indestructible, and when paired with the immense power of the Rasengan, enhanced by Sage Chakra, it became an apocalyptic force of divine magic. The third Raikage charged towards the black and gold spiral blade, resembling a diminutive thunder god confronting a massive elephant. A sight that evoked the image of an ant colliding with the giant. Yet, he exhibited remarkable bravery and indomitable courage. The collision between the Raikage and the spiral blade produced a tremendous shockwave and destructive force, causing the entire shinobi world to tremble. Jiraiya, I have but one request. I implore you to spare the remaining Cloud Shinobi. You are indeed powerful, Konoha's white god, Jiraiya. The third Raikage's final roar echoed. pleading for Jiraiya to show mercy to the surviving Cloud Shinobi, a testament to his commendable leadership. Rest assured, as long as others refrain from attacking the Land of Fire, I shall not take their lives. Jiraiya slowly addressed the third Raikage. After approximately 5 minutes, the immense sounds of destruction gradually faded away, along with the figure of the third Raikage, who had been torn asunder by the spatial distortion of Kamui, completely dissipating into the fabric of existence. Jiraiya gazed upon the battlefield, a desolate expanse of scorched earth stretching 100 miles in every direction. Gradually, he retracted his Susanoo and Sage techniques. As he descended to the ground, he slowly closed his eyes, bidding farewell to the third Raikage, a hero of unparalleled courage and valor. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Rewards are being distributed. The Eternal Mangeki Sharingan has successfully upgraded, and the host has obtained the Rinnegan. The host has awakened would release. The voice of the system echoed, confirming the demise of the third Raikage. Jiraiya sensed the awakening of the formidable power within him, steadily growing stronger. His original strength, once that of a mid-level sage, rapidly ascended to the pinnacle of that stage, then to the late sage phase, and finally to the early Six Paths realm. It was only upon reaching this early Six Paths stage that his progress gradually ceased. Jiraiya felt the emergence of newfound abilities within him, along with a plethora of methods to harness them. The powers of the Six Paths include the Animal Path, the Deva Path, the Human Path, the Azura Path, the Hell Path, and the Hungry Ghost Path. Jiraiya did not acquire the false Six Paths from Nagato. Rather, Nagato's eyes were transplanted from Uchiha Madara and were not inherently his own. Consequently, many abilities come with a considerable cost. For instance, summoning the Ten Tails vessel exacted a grievous toll, rendering him incapable of further action. Jiraiya not only acquired the powers of the Six Paths, but also obtained the abilities of Shinra Tensei, Bansho Tenin, Daidara's Explosive Stars, True Daidara's Explosive Stars, the Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique, and the Summoning of the Outer Path, Demonic Statue. Additionally, he attained the Six Paths Sage Mode, which truly filled him with uncontainable joy. Chapter 11. Sign in for the Super SSS level ninjutsu. Jiraiya directly attempted the Six Paths Sage Mode, discovering that it was essentially an evolved version of the Sage Mode. Behind him emerged 6 truth-seeking orbs, and in his hands manifested the Sage's staff. Adorning his form was a white feathered garment materialized from chakra, embellished with 6 tomo, which symbolized the Sage of Six Paths. Jiraiya experimented with flight, discovering its remarkable convenience. As he felt the power coursing through his body, he experienced an overwhelming sense of supremacy over the world. He then tested the universal pull and heavenly push techniques, finding them exceptionally effective. Utilizing the wood release, wood clone technique, Jiraiya conjured 6 wooden doppelgangers, each bestowed with the abilities of the Six Paths. Now, go forth and seek out talented children, particularly orphans with unique bloodline abilities to nurture. They shall form the foundation of our future, Jiraiya instructed the wooden clones. Understood. The clones responded before each vanished in a chosen direction. Jiraiya gazed at the scattered Six Paths clones as they departed, casting one last look at the devastated battlefield. Slowly shaking his head, he turned and made his way back to the Konoha camp. What is this? What power is this? And why is it so formidable? These are the Cloud Shinobi who had retreated earlier, and they felt that overwhelming force, marveling at its might. The shockwave was capable of sending them flying, which speaks volumes about the tremendous clashes that transpired on that battlefield. Is Lord Raikage all right? Who could possibly contend with Lord Raikage to such an extent? One Cloud Shinobi could not help but ask, his gaze fixed on the vast expanse of land and forest that had vanished, his eyes betraying an indescribable fear. At that moment, Darui awakened, his eyes reflecting a mix of astonishment and confusion as he surveyed the distant battlefield. After inquiring with the nearby Cloud Shinobi, he gleaned some information. A few of you come with me to welcome Lord Raikage. The rest stay and recuperate. Darui selected a few jonin to accompany him to the battlefield, instructing the remaining Cloud Shinobi to remain at their post. Lord Jiraiya has returned. Lord Jiraiya has returned. Jiraiya staggered back to the main camp, and upon his return, the previously retreating Leaf Ninjas called out excitedly to those within the encampment. Lord Jiraiya has returned. Have we emerged victorious? Ha ha ha. We have triumphed. We have triumphed. Truly, Lord Jiraiya is remarkable. I could feel the residual energy from afar. It was immensely powerful. Even at this distance, we could sense that formidable aura. Had we been present, we might have hindered Lord Jiraiya. Indeed. I wonder against whom Lord Jiraiya fought to create such a tremendous aftershock. It is simply astounding. As Jiraiya approached, Shikamaru, with a face full of excitement, emerged from the camp. Seeing Jiraiya unscathed brought him relief, and the admiration in his eyes was beyond words, a testament to his profound respect. To face thousands on a vast battlefield and emerge unscathed, repelling formidable foes, such instances are rare, with only the first Hokage having achieved similar feats in the Leaf Village. How could one not hold such accomplishments in high regard? All is well now. Send some personnel to tidy the battlefield and retrieve the bodies of our fallen comrades. Additionally, let us bring back the corpse of the third Raikage. It could fetch a handsome price. Jiraiya observed Shimura Tsuin with a faint smile, gesturing dismissively before entering the tent alone, indifferent to the astonished expressions of the Leaf Ninjas present. He had deliberately made a provocative statement regarding the corpse of the third Raikage. What? Lord Tsuin, did Jiraiya-sama just say what I think he said? Did I mishear? The corpse of the third Raikage? For sale? A Leaf Chunin looked at Shimura Tsuin with a perplexed expression, wondering if the recent battles had taken a toll on his senses. Indeed, Jiraiya had single-handedly faced thousands of Cloud Ninjas, emerging unscathed while vanquishing the third Raikage. Goodness! What prowess does Jiraiya possess? Tsuin had believed it remarkable that Jiraiya could repel a multitude of Cloud Ninjas alone. Yet he was astounded to learn that he had also slain the third Raikage. This revelation shattered Tsuin's worldview, rendering it nearly impossible to fathom. Was such a feat not reserved for tales of legendary history? How could Jiraiya have accomplished this alone? Send 30 brothers to clean the battlefield. Additionally, the members of the Hyuga clan should be vigilant, observing for any potential counterattacks from the Cloud. Move swiftly and bring back the Raikage corpse. Go. Despite his shock, Tsuin understood the necessity of action and was eager to ascertain the truth of the matter, deciding to witness it for himself. Meanwhile, Jiraiya returned to the tent, retrieving a jar of fine wine to enjoy. This was a delightful gift from the Seinen rewards, with a rich and smooth flavor that was simply exquisite. Ah, how delightful! He exclaimed, relishing the taste. As he sipped his wine, he also savored a plate of peanuts, indulging in the simple pleasure of the moment. Since his first sign-in, the subsequent rewards had mostly been trivial items, either consumables or drinks, with only a few soldier pills proving useful, alongside an assortment of ninjutsu ranging from D to A ranks, most of which were impractical. Had I known, I would have signed in with the Leaf. I thought I would often be out and about, yet here I am, ensnared in Tsunade's tender embrace, unable to escape. What a vexation! It became clear to Jiraiya that he had not produced anything of significance because he had not signed in with the Leaf. He had intended to roam freely, but found himself constrained by the formidable presence of his mother tiger at home, leading to his confinement. Regret washed over him, realizing the folly of his choices. The allure of beauty had ensnared him. Ding! The sign-in period for today has concluded. Would you like to initiate the sign-in? Just as Jiraiya was enjoying his wine, the moment for today's sign-in arrived, yet it did not disrupt his enjoyment. He mused that rewards were generally meager unless signed in at a designated location. Confirm sign-in. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in at the border of Konoha, earning the extraordinary SSS-grade ninjutsu, the harem technique. The host is encouraged to continue striving. Upon hearing the system announce this successful sign-in, Jiraiya was acutely aware that the rewards from such sign-ins typically comprised mere trifles. However, he was taken aback to discover that he had received an astounding SSS-grade ninjutsu, one capable of instantly vanquishing Kaguya. Is this not an immense power? It is indeed extraordinarily formidable. Chapter 12. The Rock Village's Incursion into the Land of Rain. Pooh! My goodness! After listening to the system's narration, Jiraiya involuntarily spat out a mouthful of old blood. No, wait, it was sake, his entire being rendered utterly astonished. System. Come out. Are you truly claiming that the harem technique can be classified as an ultra SSS level ninjutsu? Show yourself, and I assure you, I will not cause you harm. Receiving such an absurdity was akin to acquiring a piece of utterly worthless junk. It was neither giftable nor usable by oneself. What purpose could it possibly serve? Ding. The system's definitions are infallible. The harem technique, as a power capable of overthrowing Kaguya, has transcended countless forms of ninjutsu. Please adjust your attitude, host. The system is benevolent and free from errors. Do not misjudge it. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiraiya once again spewed out a torrent of blood this time. It was genuine. A system, of all things, was acting petulantly? And with such reasoning? The mere ability to defeat Kaguya equates to strength? My heavens! Alas! What a morally bankrupt system. Very well, I shall bind myself to Konoha henceforth. forsaking any external affiliations, it would merely require a brief return. Which is hardly a burden. How infuriating. Ultimately, Jiraiya sighed in resignation, continuing to sip his drink and munch on peanuts, leisurely dismissing the bothersome matters from his mind. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had already arrived at the battlefield in the Land of Earth. Here, things appeared relatively calm, with no notable skirmishes. However, scouts dispatched reported that the Land of Earth was amassing troops, poised to launch an assault on Konoha at any moment. Oh, that old coot, the Tsuchikage. I never imagined that Inoki, despite his advanced years, would still be preoccupied with thoughts of bloodshed. How amusing, Orochimaru mused, his tongue gliding around the corner of his mouth. A flicker of murderous intent flashing within his serpentine eyes, accompanied by a sinister smile, maintained close surveillance on the movements of the Land of Earth. Should any complications arise, report immediately. During this period, bolster the camp's defenses. As he addressed the Umbu before him, Orochimaru's raspy, deep voice resonated, causing the kneeling Umbu to involuntarily shudder. The oppressive aura and chilling malevolence emanating from Orochimaru instilled a sense of dread. Yes, Lord Orochimaru, the Umbu replied hastily, then vanished from the tent in an instant. He would rather confront the shinobi of the Land of Earth than face the terrifying monster that was Orochimaru. After hearing Orochimaru's commands, he wished he had 8 legs to flee swiftly. TCH, those old coots in the Umbu are truly cowardly. Orochimaru observed everything regarding the Umbu with keen interest, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his lips. While he acknowledged the prowess of the third Hokage and recognized his current strength at its zenith, he found the abilities of the Umbu he had cultivated to be less impressive. Over the years, Orochimaru had amassed power that could rival the early pinnacle of the Kage, granting him the confidence to confront the Tsuchikage. Although the Tsuchikage was indeed formidable, his strength was confined to the early to mid-stages of Kage, making the outcome of their duel uncertain. However, Orochimaru was resolute in his belief that he would not be defeated. In truth, Orochimaru's might was substantial, far removed from the portrayal in later anime where he was vanquished by a mere glance from Itachi Uchiha. His decline stemmed from frequent shifts in focus, which fractured his mental fortitude and left him vulnerable to genjutsu. At this moment, however, faced with the wounded Itachi, he could easily vanquish him with a mere hand. Such power is not mere boast. The strength of the Sannin was forged through genuine combat. Unbeknownst to him, 2 days had elapsed, and the main forces of the Sannin had reached their respective destinations. The demise of the Third Raikage had compelled the Cloud Village to withdraw from the battlefield, dispatching envoys to negotiate reparations and demanding the return of the Third Raikage's body. The nature of these negotiations rested solely with the Third Hokage. Meanwhile, Jiraiya relished the tranquility of the camp, indulging in fine food and drink, unbothered by anyone, given that he was not the commander. Orochimaru, however, was not as fortunate. The ninjas of the Earth Country had assembled and were poised to launch their assault on Konoha. They believed that Konoha, having triumphed over the Cloud Village, must have sustained significant losses, presenting them with an opportune moment to strike. They aimed to swiftly deploy their forces to defeat Konoha and seize abundant resources to further enrich the Earth Country. My Lord Orochimaru, the Tsuchikage has led an advance force of 5,000 into the Land of Rain, reported an Umbu member. The Earth Country's assault on Konoha necessitated passage through the Land of Rain, where the formidable Hanzo, a demigod of that region, posed a serious threat. Hanzo possessed strength comparable to the early Kage and enjoyed a geographical advantage that typically disadvantaged even mid-tier Kage-level warriors. Oh, has it begun? 5,000, you say? They truly hold me in high regard, Orochimaru mused, having been seated in contemplation for the past 2 days without any significant developments. With the onset of action, he opened his eyes wide, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Prepare for full vigilance, ready to strike at any moment. Inform the Hokage to inquire if assistance should be rendered to the Land of Rain in a joint effort against Iwagakure. Additionally, dispatch scouts to the Land of Rain to ascertain whether they would ally with Iwagakure in their offensive against Konoha, and instruct my former mentor to reinforce our troops. Go forth. Now is not the time to act. The enemy's situation remains unclear. The Land of Rain is but a small nation, sustained solely by Hanzo's efforts. The Rain Village is hardly a formidable entity. In the face of a behemoth like Konoha, they are no more significant than ants. Should the teacher request assistance, I shall lend my hand. If not, let them serve as fodder. Should they conjoin with the Rock Village to assault Konoha, then I regret to inform you, your demise is inevitable. The Umbu vanished in an instant, commencing their task of inscribing messages to transmit to Konoha. The use of falcon messengers proved exceedingly efficient. their speed remarkable. Noki, I hope you bring forth some surprises, he chuckled, laughter escaping his lips. It has been quite some time since I've felt such exhilaration. My hands have begun to itch with anticipation. I am eager to witness the true strength of Noki, the Tsuchikage. The falcon delivered the message swiftly, reaching Konoha within a matter of hours. The third Hokage, holding the missive, furrowed his brow in concern. Indeed, it is a tumultuous time. He has received numerous alerts indicating that several major villages harbor intentions of attacking Konoha, leaving him utterly fatigued. Chapter 13, Noki vs. Hans. The Mist Village seeks to join the fray, while the Rock Village has already commenced their maneuvers, and the Sand Village is stirring restlessly. Such unrest is truly unsettling. The third Hokage gazed at the various alerts in his hand, took a deep drag from his pipe, and looked out the window at the picturesque landscape of Konoha. His heart heavy with sorrow. How many villagers would perish? How many families would be shattered? Why can we not coexist peacefully? It is a source of great frustration. Observing the harmonious scene outside Konoha, the third Hokage found it unbearable to contemplate its destruction. War inevitably brings sacrifice. The current joy will soon give way to countless scenes of sorrow, where the elderly mourn the young. Regardless of the circumstances, any threat to Konoha's security must be eradicated. There can be no leniency. Humph. The third Hokage murmured to himself, gripping the pipe tightly and exhaling a plume of smoke. Come forth. Whoosh. Lord Hokage. In an instant, an Umbu appeared before the third Hokage. This is the Hokage's elite force, composed of powerful ninjas from his own faction. Inform Kakashi Hitaki to mobilize 1,500 ninjas to support Tsunade in the Land of Wind. Additionally, instruct Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi to lead 2,000 ninjas to prevent a surprise attack from the Mist Village. Finally, have Kage personally take 1,000 ninjas to bolster Orochimaru. In the Hidden Leaf Village, an abundance of talent flourishes, with elite shinobi now as plentiful as the stars in the sky. The high-level combat prowess is vast, and naturally, there is no shortage of lower-tier strength as well. However, at the onset of war, it is not customary to deploy all ninjas en masse. Rather, reinforcements are gradually sent forth. A hasty and overwhelming deployment would merely squander resources, and excessive consumption could render a village languid for a period, leaving it vulnerable to incursions from other villages, potentially leading to utter devastation. As the Umbu received their orders, they vanished from sight, leaving the third Hokage alone, contemplatively smoking. In contrast to Orochimaru's leisurely demeanor, Hanzo found himself increasingly irked. The Land of Rain was a crucial passage for both nations, perpetually caught in the crossfire without consideration for their plight. Now, with Iwagakure initiating an offensive, his anger reached a boiling point. Hanzo, step aside, my target is not you. Do not seek your own demise, remarked Inoki, his expression sour as he regarded Hanzo. He was known for his volatile temperament, personally leading troops to assault Konoha. How dare a small nation's humble village attempt to bar his entry? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. Humph, laughable. This is the greatest jest I have ever heard. You think a small nation holds any sway? Stand aside and allow entry, or do not blame me for my impoliteness. This is your final warning. Inoki retorted with a disdainful snort, taken aback by Hanzo's audacity to speak to him in such a manner. If not for Hanzo's considerable strength, he would have torn him apart for wasting his time. How dare you, Inoki? Do not put your luck. Hanzo, feeling insulted, bristled at the disrespect. He, too, was a formidable shinobi of the highest caliber. What right did Inoki have to speak to him so condescendingly? To insult him was utterly intolerable. Oh, is it unbearable now? Then let us cease the tolerance and commence battle. Inoki sneered, unconcerned by Hanzo's fury, as he began to gather chakra with both hands. Dust release, primitive world dissolution technique. Hanzo was caught off guard by Inoki's sudden aggression. In the air, Inoki manifested an invisible, colorless chakra, showcasing his renowned bloodline ability. A wondrous ninjutsu that transcends the limits of conventional bloodline techniques. Danger. Quickly evade. The assault launched by Inoki was instantaneous. Hanzo hurriedly urged the rain ninjas behind him to take cover, yet he still suffered a setback. Behind Hanzo appeared a massive crater, spanning several dozen meters in diameter, where everything had been reduced to atomic state, turning into mere ash and obliterating dozens of ninjas from the Rain Village. You despicable Noki. You have successfully provoked my wrath by daring to slay my men. Do you believe that being the Tsuchikage grants you the liberty to act as you please? You are courting death. Hanzo seethed with fury as he beheld the Rain ninjas he had painstakingly trained falling so easily to knock his onslaught. Summoning technique, Salamander. In an instant, Hanzo invoked the summoning jutsu, conjuring forth a massive salamander. A great cloud of white smoke billowed, revealing a grotesque black salamander, its unappealing visage almost too unpleasant to behold. "Salamander, release your venom," Hanzo commanded. "You think you can soar above me? Out of reach? Very well, but what of your troops?" The salamander unleashed a plume of purple-black toxic mist, which swiftly spread among the Iwagakure ninjas. "Not good. The mist is poisonous. Disperse it with wind release." Noki was taken aback by Hanzo's malevolence, choosing to abandon his own attack to target his subordinates, an utterly dishonorable act. Though the Iwagakure primarily employed earth release, they were not devoid of wind release techniques, albeit secondary in their training. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, gale palm. Wind release, divine whirlwind. Wind release, tornado. The ranks of thousands swiftly executed their respective wind techniques, coalescing into a fearsome tempest that rapidly dissipated the toxic mist. Nevertheless, many succumbed to the poison, collapsing one after another, only to be swiftly rescued by comrades who had evaded the toxic cloud. "Hanzo, you are formidable indeed." Noki glared at the fallen hundreds among his vanguard who had inhaled the mist, filled with rage and murderous intent. Dust release, disintegration technique, perish. As Naki's fury reached a crescendo, he unleashed an upgraded version of the dust release technique, amplifying both its range and potency, creating a sustained effect that would reduce any object approaching the disintegration zone to atomic state, a truly terrifying display of power. All forces, retreat. Hanzo, despite possessing a limited repertoire of jutsu, had attained his current prowess through unique attributes and capabilities. However, facing such expansive ranged assaults from Noki posed considerable difficulty. Chapter 14. Naki's compromised body flicker technique. At the moment he uttered those words, Hanzo activated the body flicker technique, vanishing from his position to evade Naki's attacks. Damn it. He flies so high, it's difficult to strike him. What to do? What to do? Hanzo finally sensed the profound essence of a great nation. Yet when confronted with the airborne anomaly that is Inoki, he found himself utterly at a loss. His attacks were primarily close-range or poison-based, lacking any form of devastating long-range offense. Even if such an attack existed, it would not reach Inoki. This predicament filled him with anxiety. Boom, boom, boom. The enhanced version of Inoki's limit removal technique was no trivial matter. What once was a massive pit merely dozens of meters in diameter had now transformed into a gaping chasm spanning hundreds of meters, continuously wreaking havoc. Although Hanzo managed to escape, over 100 ninjas from the Rain Village had completely vanished from existence. Such was the nature of a battle between titans, where the weak were merely prey to be slaughtered. All units, retreat and disperse. Do not act rashly or approach this area. Hanzo, with no other choice, commanded the ninjas of the Rain Village to spread out and distance themselves from the battlefield. Inoki, you scoundrel. Do you think you can bully me just because I cannot fly? Very well, I shall ensure that all your Iwagakure forces accompany you to the grave. Recognizing that a solo confrontation was futile, Hanzo shifted his focus to the forces below, relying on his summon, the salamander, convinced that victory was within his grasp. Upon hearing Hanzo's words, Inoki furrowed his brow. While he held a significant advantage in the skies, this also exposed a critical vulnerability, his ground forces, which could not take flight. Should Hanzo charge into the fray, given his strength and that peculiar summoning beast, Inoki's troops would undoubtedly suffer devastating losses. Hanzo, as long as you yield, I shall not harm the citizens of the Land of Rain. My sole objective is Konoha. What say you? Inoki ultimately conceded. Not due to a lack of capability, but rather a desire to avoid needlessly sacrificing his elite troops from the land of Earth. Losing even one would cause him considerable anguish, let alone hundreds or thousands. Had you agreed earlier, I would certainly have consented. However, now, you must allow me time to consider. Withdraw for now, and grant me a moment to think. Hanzo would not acquiesce so easily, having just lost hundreds of men. How could he permit their entry now? What would he tell the ninjas of the Rain Country? Since Inoki was so eager, Hanzo decided to prolong the matter for a few days, testing his opponent's urgency. You think you can provoke me without consequence? Inoki frowned, deep in thought. Though his fury was palpable, he refrained from acting rashly, prioritizing the safety of his subordinates and wishing to avoid significant losses in such a small nation. Hanzo was a formidable opponent, cunning and slippery. A single misstep could allow him to breach the heart of Inoki's forces, which would spell disaster. Very well. I expect your response within 3 days. Ultimately, Inoki relented, yet he stipulated a deadline. 3 days. The time could not be prolonged excessively, for if it were, the Leaf Village's reinforcements would arrive, rendering the situation far more precarious. However, it appeared that the other villages would also seize the opportunity. Thus, for the time being, the Leaf Village was unlikely to experience significant personnel changes, which is why he felt emboldened to grant 3 days. Very well, you may retreat. I shall provide my response within 3 days. Hanzo felt a surge of delight within. How audacious. Did he truly believe he could defy me? 3 days would afford the Leaf Village ample opportunity to dispatch reinforcements, and when the battle commenced, I shall orchestrate a surprise attack from behind. Let us see how he manages then. I trust you will uphold your promise, Noki declared before soaring off in the opposite direction, with the main forces returning to their respective camps. Thus, this farcical episode concluded in a rather muddled manner. Lord Hanzo, are we truly allowing them to enter our territory? If so, our citizens in the land of rain. A close confidant of Hanzo approached him, expressing his concerns. Though he felt somewhat stifled, he understood that their lack of strength rendered them incapable of confronting the might of the 5 great nations. Evacuate the citizens. Let us minimize casualties. Hanzo sighed, acknowledging their comparative weakness, especially in facing someone like Noki. Hanzo, despite his formidable prowess, felt helpless against the cunning old man, as his attacks barely grazed him. Lacking a formidable ability like Susanoo, he found himself at a severe disadvantage. Yes, my lord, I shall take care of it immediately. There was no alternative. They could only strive to protect the populace and mitigate losses, for they were ill-equipped for a direct confrontation. Lord Orochimaru. It seems Hanzo has reached some form of agreement with Noki. The two sides, previously engaged in fierce combat, have suddenly retreated, and Hanzo has dispatched men to evacuate the citizens, seemingly intent on allowing Iwagakure to invade the land of rain and launch an attack against us. News of the mutual withdrawal between the rain and rock villages swiftly reached Orochimaru. He furrowed his brow, realizing Hanzo could not withstand the pressure. Very well. I shall have to intervene personally. Understood. Continue gathering intelligence and bolster our defenses. The old man's forces should be arriving shortly. What lies ahead will surely be a fierce battle. Everyone, remain vigilant. Orochimaru nodded thoughtfully before issuing his commands. Indeed, the scout vanished in an instant, proceeding to the front lines to gather battle reports. It was imperative to maintain a firm grip on the shifting tides of war. For this would be the key to victory. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure success in every engagement. Noki, it is time for you to witness the true extent of my power, for this moment shall mark the rise of Orochimaru's renown across the world. Ha, ha, ha. The youthful Orochimaru has always possessed an unwavering confidence in his abilities. He still harbors aspirations for the position of Hokage, and his affection for the village surpasses even that of the 3rd Hokage. However, the profound loss of friends and loved ones has weighed heavily upon him. Aware of the fragility of life, he has been fervently pursuing the secret of immortality, hoping to prevent the relentless departure of those dear to him. Yet, others fail to comprehend his intentions, urging him to abandon his quest, deeming his human experimentation as misguided, unacceptable, and even malevolent. Ultimately, this led him to become a rogue ninja, a transformation exacerbated by the interference of Danzo. As a shadowy figure within Konoha, Danzo was deeply invested in various research endeavors. He harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage himself, and thus conspired against Orochimaru, assisting him in his experiments, making him the true architect of Orochimaru's downfall. Chapter 15, Iwagakure vs. Konoha. Has that scoundrel Hans made any moves yet? On the second day of their 3-day deadline, Noki sat within his tent, visibly agitated as he gazed at the yellow earth before him. There is still no word, but I have dispatched reconnaissance teams to investigate. They are currently evacuating the civilians along the route and should arrive soon with updates, replied Kuratsuchi, glancing at his father. He personally did not deem the conflict necessary, believing it would only amplify animosities among the nations and cost many lives. However, as he was not the Hokage, he lacked the authority to issue commands. At 18, Kuratsuchi was tall and robust, adorned with a red ninja hat. His prominent nose and facial hair gave him a mature appearance, complemented by a red combat uniform and brown shinobi armor. His left arm was clad in a red long sleeve, while his right arm was exposed, lending him an aged look reminiscent of someone in their 30s or 40s. Well then, what are your thoughts on this battle? Noki nodded slightly, acknowledging that with the civilians being evacuated, a path would soon be cleared. This battle will not be easily won. Konoha is widely recognized as the strongest ninja village. Even though Myoboku has previously depleted some of Konoha's forces, we must not underestimate them. Moreover, advancing alone could prove perilous. If Hans were to launch a surprise attack from the rear, we could find ourselves in a precarious situation, Karatsuchi astutely analyzed. The most critical tenet of warfare is to avoid isolated advances, and although they were infinitely more powerful than the Rain country, a single Hans could very well become a significant hindrance on the battlefield. Indeed, you have matured considerably over the years. Yet I must ask, why have you only developed your intellect while neglecting your strength? You remain merely at the initial stages of the shadow level. How can I entrust the village to you in the future? Noki harbored a degree of satisfaction regarding his son, yet he lamented the slow advancement of his abilities, particularly the inability to inherit the bloodline limit, which filled him with disappointment and a hint of melancholy in his gaze. Old man, I must say I find your words unpalatable. Furthermore, I never intended to take over the village. Under your stewardship, it seems to be thriving, does it not? Observing your ceaseless toil holds no appeal for me. Upon hearing Naka's remarks, K2 furrowed his brow. He had diligently endeavored to enhance his strength. Yet the sluggish progress was hardly his fault. Was it not the inadequacy of his father's genes to blame? Perhaps he should reflect on his own stature, which surely must have been skewed by his grandfather's discipline in his youth. You, young man, dare to retort against your father? Noki scoffed. Very well. This solitary venture is indeed a last resort. Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant against that old rascal Hanzo. Allow old Z to cover our rear, keeping a close watch on Hanzo, and you shall follow closely behind him, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Noki gazed at K2, pointing a finger at him, momentarily rendered speechless by the audacity of his son. His temper seemed to be escalating. Naturally, he had taken precautions against Hanzo, assigning the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Old Z, to guard against him, thus ensuring a high degree of safety while placing K2 in a supportive role to avert any unexpected mishaps. However, was it not rather rash for you to lead an assault on Konoha with just your own forces? At the end of the day, Noki remained a father. Despite their banner, he harbored genuine concern for K2's safety. Would it not be somewhat beneath him to unleash its Tsuchikage in such a manner? Not to worry. Noki reassured, I have heard that the third Hokage's pupil, a mere 20-something, is stationed at the border alone. He is but a child, hardly worth fretting over. Just ensure that you keep a watchful eye on Old Z. His fiery temperament must not lead to any blunders. Clearly, Noki was somewhat skeptical at the notion of facing a mere youth leading the opposition. Was the third Hokage's apprentice truly formidable? Could a child possibly stand against him? He retained unwavering confidence in his own prowess, believing even the third Hokage would struggle to best him. Very well then. K2, lacking familiarity with Orochimaru, based his assessment solely on the intelligence gathered, concluding that the young man was likely of similar age and would not surpass him significantly in strength. In his generation, he considered himself to be among the upper echelons, even if merely at the lower end of the spectrum. Thus, it was unlikely that Orochimaru had transcended the ranks of the Kage. Prepare yourself. Be ready to advance on Konoha, Noki commanded. Nodding as he gestured for K2 to leave, he then settled into his seat, closing his eyes to recuperate. Age was beginning to take its toll on him, particularly on his weary back, which still bore the repercussions of his youthful exploits with his father. Such were the trials of time. Understood, K2 replied. Huangta nodded slightly, and then strode out, commencing the arrangement of subsequent affairs, ever prepared to launch an assault on Konoha. Thus, the appointed 3 days swiftly elapsed. On the fronts of Konoha, the Rain Village, and the Stone Village, an ominous pall seemed to loom, enveloping the atmosphere with an oppressive weight. Lord Hokage. News has just arrived from Hanzo of the Salamander. They have completed their retreat, and our forces may now cross the borders. At this moment, a member of the Umbu materialized beside Noki. Upon hearing this, Naka's eyes widened suddenly, gleaming with a piercing intensity. Understood. Everyone, prepare to depart immediately. The corners of Naka's mouth curled upward. At last, the time had come. Konoha, today you shall witness the full might of the Stone Village, and I shall reclaim our rightful place as the foremost among the 5 great nations. Yes, with the disappearance of the Umbu, it wasn't long before ninjas began to assemble at the Stone Village. As the main force advanced toward the Land of Rain, their sights set firmly on Konoha. Lord Orochimaru. Noki has already led 3,000 ninjas into the territory of the Land of Rain. They shall arrive shortly. Understood. Prepare the brothers for defense. Additionally, bring 20 elite jonin to accompany me to the battlefield. We must buy ourselves time. This battle will not be easy, and we must be ready for a protracted conflict. Reinforcements should be arriving soon. Our focus should be on holding our ground, not on aggressive assaults. Orochimaru set down the documents in his hands. An involuntary aura of killing intent radiating from him, evoking a chilling atmosphere, as he spoke in a gravelly voice. Yes, as both sides braced for war. Konoha had long been preparing its defenses, yet the personnel at the borders remained insufficient, confronted by an army of thousands. It would indeed be a formidable challenge to maintain a defense without reinforcements. Chapter 16. The arrival of Orochimaru on the battlefield at the Konoha border. Orochimaru and Noki stood facing each other, their gazes locked in a silent showdown. Are you Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage? Noki surveyed the figure before him, discerning the palpable aura of killing intent emanating from Orochimaru, causing his brow to furrow. The sheer intensity of that aura hinted at the formidable nature of his opponent. At this moment, Orochimaru donned the dark attire adorned with red clouds of the Akatsuki, extending his long tongue while casting a menacing glare at Noki. Heh, Noki. Has your stone village truly run out of capable warriors? It seems they have resorted to sending you, old man, into battle. What can a short, stout figure like you possibly achieve? Orochimaru's imposing presence was undeniable, commencing with a volley of mockery. In the arena of combat, establishing one's momentum was paramount. Overwhelming the enemy's spirit could diminish their capabilities. Such exchanges were essential in the dance of warfare. Short, stout figure. Short, stout figure. Short, stout figure. Upon hearing Orochimaru audaciously refer to him as a short wintermelon, Noki felt that phrase reverberate incessantly in his mind, akin to a flock of crows cawing overhead. Incessantly repeating short wintermelon. He loathed being called short, especially with such a derisive moniker, which ignited a fierce rage within him, causing his face to flush crimson. How infuriating! This young brat, despite his youth, dares to be so arrogant? Has he not been taught the virtue of humility? Is this how your esteemed third Hokage raised his disciples? Such utter lack of decorum. Ah, ha ha. Is that so? I believe I have shown you considerable leniency. You are my adversary, so why should I extend you any respect? Should I even open the door for you, allowing you unfettered access? After all this time, have you taken on the demeanor of a dog? Orochimaru chuckled coldly, gazing at Noki with an air of indifference, even with merely 20 followers at his back. He felt no trepidation. Do you presume that your superior strength grants you the right to look down upon all? Soon, you shall learn why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Humph, Orochimaru, I have no inclination to waste words on you. Do you really believe you can thwart me with just those 20 elite shinobi? Are you overestimating your worth? Or are you merely dismissing me? Noki scoffed, regaining his composure, as the Tsuchikage he could not afford to lose his cool. Soon, you shall feel the consequences of your insolence, he thought disdainfully, casting a glance at Orochimaru and the 20 Konoha shinobi behind him. Do you truly require a multitude to contend with me? A handful of us suffices. No matter how many you bring, they are but mere fodder in my presence. I cannot bear the thought of bringing so many to bully you. Orochimaru seemed to float, his words laced with provocation, a smirk playing upon his lips. His expression radiating malevolence. His terrifying snake-like eyes caused even the freshly deployed lower-ranked shinobi to tremble. Every moment spent delaying their confrontation increased his chance of victory. Otherwise, why would Orochimaru engage in such frivolous banter before Noki? Throughout their exchange, Orochimaru maintained an air of relaxation, yet he had already begun to strategize. A multitude of vividly colored snakes had stealthily surrounded the Iwagakure forces, unseen by all. Humph, so arrogant. Let us see your true abilities in action. Noki, who had been flying at a low altitude, suddenly ascended into the skies while the Iwagakure shinobi behind him began to gather chakra, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release, Yellow Spring Swamp. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Cracking Earth Palm. Earth release, Earth Mound Dumpling. Earth release, Earth Spike Gun. In an instant, thousands of Iwagakure shinobi collectively unleashed their Earth release techniques, inundating the area in a spectacular display aimed at Orochimaru and his companions. Swamps spread across the landscape. Erratic earth dragons surged forth, and earthen spikes assaulted their targets, causing Orochimaru and his elite shinobi to furrow their brows as they swiftly activated body flicker technique to evade. Summoning technique, Triple Rashomon. As Orochimaru deftly evaded attacks, he instantly formed intricate hand seals and struck the ground. Before long, 3 colossal gates, summoned from the depths of hell, materialized nearby, effectively obstructing a multitude of ninjutsu assaults. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, countless ninjutsu collided with the threefold Arjamon. The first gate crumbled to dust without a moment's pause, only to be immediately impacted by the subsequent force directed at the second gate. Boom, boom, boom. After approximately half a minute of relentless bombardment, the second gate finally fissured, its remaining defenses severely weakened. When the residual ninjutsu struck the third gate, both the remaining attacks and the third gate dissipated into nothingness. The sheer volume of ninjutsu unleashed by a contingent of thousands had been thwarted by Orochimaru's seemingly simple threefold Arjamon, prompting a furrowed brow from Noki. Orochimaru's prowess was not to be underestimated. Although he possessed only peak Kage-level strength, the defensive capabilities of his ninjutsu were astonishing. The threefold Arjamon was a formidable defensive technique originally devised by the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who had perfected the fivefold version. However, due to Orochimaru's comparatively limited chakra reserves, he could only summon 3 gates. Summoning the remaining 2 would likely deplete his chakra reserves entirely. Each gate in the fivefold Arjamon exponentially amplifies its defensive power, rendering it an unparalleled technique that far surpasses ordinary ninjutsu, necessitating an immense chakra expenditure. The fact that Orochimaru could effortlessly summon 3 gates indicated that his chakra was indeed substantial. Orochimaru, I have underestimated you. What lies ahead is my challenge to you. Let me witness the ninjutsu that the third Hokage has imparted to you, enabling you to achieve such remarkable feats at a young age. Noki scoffed, aware that while Orochimaru's strength hovered around peak Kage level, he was undeniably a prodigy, likely nearing his own capabilities. In the face of a formidable opponent, the number of troops became irrelevant. It was essential to stall Orochimaru to swiftly secure the borders of Konoha. Now you feel fear? Come forth. I am keen to discover the true might of the Tsuchikage of Iwagakure. Orochimaru chuckled coldly, fully aware of Naka's intentions. Yet, he had awaited this battle for an extended period, dismissing all other considerations as his killing intent surged, chakra coalescing as he fixed his gaze upon Noki in the sky. While his hands rapidly formed seals. Inu, Tatsu, Tori, Saru, Hitsuji, summoning technique, 10,000 snakes, arise. Orochimaru's hands ascended as he swiftly completed 5 seals, slamming his palm down, which conjured a colossal summoning array beneath him. Boom, bang, bang. Orochimaru, what do you summon me for this time? As the immense white smoke dissipated, a colossal python, measuring several hundred feet in length and adorned with purple-black stripes, emerged onto the battlefield. Its gaze ascended, coldly surveying Orochimaru above. Yet it refrained from the audacity portrayed in the original narrative. Chapter 17, Orochimaru vs. Inoki-ha. Below, thousands of sacrifices await your demise, Orochimaru proclaimed. Standing atop the head of the great serpent, disdainfully eyeing the ninja army before him, as if they were mere fish on a chopping board, easily dispatched. He had grown accustomed to the presence of the serpent. However, after acquiring sage techniques alongside Jiraiya in the Dragon Cave, he had garnered the Great Serpent's acknowledgement. As the leader of the Serpent clan, the Great Serpent held an esteemed self-image. Without the sage arts from the Dragon Cave, there would be no chance of subjugation, which explained its prior arrogance. Now, the dynamic had shifted. Such a meager number, hardly enough to satisfy my hunger. The Great Serpent snorted, contemplating the ninja below, envisioning the imminent feast, which quelled any further thoughts of disdain. Summoning technique? The Great Serpent from the 3 Great Sage regions? Indeed, Konoha lives up to its reputation. Though I begrudge the acknowledgement, your strength far surpasses that of other ninja villages, managing to contract with the summoning beast of the 3 Great Sage regions. Inoki had soared high into the sky, yet upon the summoning of the Great Serpent, Orochimaru had nearly matched his altitude, a precarious situation. He could not allow Orochimaru to close the distance. Wow, such a massive summoning beast. What a gigantic snake. Goodness, it could swallow me whole. How terrifying. This python is truly formidable. I long to return to my mother. Many freshly graduated genin from Iwagakure, witnessing the immense Great Serpent, were paralyzed with fear. Their innate dread of snakes compounded by the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from the beast. These were novice ninja, many of whom had never taken a life. Utterly oblivious to the perils and horrors of the battlefield. Inoki, allow me to witness your true strength. Let us see if you can bear the title of Kage. Orochimaru remarked with a cold smile, fixing his gaze upon Inoki. He then produced a dagger from his mouth, gripping the Kusanagi sword in his right hand. Licking the hilt with his tongue, saliva dripping profusely, an utterly revolting display. This sword, forged from the hardest material in the world, could be adjusted in length and was renowned as one of the most potent artifacts of the era, known as the Kusanagi sword. Disgusting. Inoki, witnessing Orochimaru's repugnant antics, felt a wave of nausea wash over him, snorting disdainfully as he ascended to greater heights, beginning to gather chakra with both hands. Dust release, primitive world extraction technique. In the midst of the chaos, Inoki concentrated an intangible chakra in his hands, manifesting it into dust release, aimed directly at Orochimaru, unleashing a powerful assault. This technique was among his favorites, not only due to its minimal chakra consumption, but also its formidable might, making it an unstoppable force. It functioned as a long-range attack, akin to a walking missile, if not a machine gun. Inoki, is that the extent of your abilities? Orochimaru scoffed disdainfully, swiftly forming hand seals. Wind release, great breakthrough. Fire release, great fire annihilation. These two techniques, one a C-rank wind technique and the other a B-rank fire technique, were unleashed almost simultaneously. The Great Fire Annihilation, a signature move of Uchiha Madara, was indeed a B-rank jutsu, yet the potency of a technique varied significantly among users. For instance, a mere jonin wielding an A-rank jutsu might not surpass the strength of a shadow-level ninja employing a D-rank technique. The qualitative shift was beyond mere rankings. In an instant, the wind and fire techniques merged, coalescing into a colossal fire tornado hundreds of feet in size, surging towards Inoki. The immense heat began to evaporate the surrounding air and droplets of water, generating countless streams of vapor. Given that the battlefield was set in the land of rain characterized by its incessant rainfall, the evaporated moisture ascended into the atmosphere, causing thunder and lightning to crackle amidst the gathering storm clouds, evoking an ominous sense of impending turmoil. It seems the disciple of the third Hokage has indeed inherited his mastery of 5 elemental techniques. Yet, facing my bloodline limit, he remains woefully inadequate. With a cold snort, Inoki formed a conical barrier with his hands, launching it towards Orochimaru. In a flash, the wind-fire combination clashed with Inoki's bloodline limit. Naturally, Inoki's technique proved superior. Piercing through the fiery tempest, yet residual energy surged towards Orochimaru. The fire tornado, momentarily hindered, resumed its rapid spin, sweeping towards the Iwagakure forces with alarming speed. Quick, defend. The 1,000-strong army, witnessing the fiery storm approaching, hastily began forming seals. Earth release, earth flow wall. Thousands of ninjas unleashed their defensive techniques, erecting countless earthen walls before them. Boom, boom. Countless earthen walls began to crumble, one after another, until hundreds lay in ruins. Only when the formidable force of the blazing storm had finally dissipated did the defenders, hidden among the rocks, breathe a sigh of relief. It was overwhelmingly powerful. The combined defenses of so many could barely hold. Had the adversaries surged directly into their ranks, it would have spelled disaster. But why did Orochimaru bring only 20 individuals? This strategy minimized large-scale encounters with hostile ninjas, thus averting the hesitance that might arise from unleashing jutsu. Instead, the primary concern for Inoki was whether the ninjas at his back would encounter trouble. With the imminent threat of Inoki's attack, the great serpent swiftly maneuvered to evade. While Orochimaru discreetly employed the earth substitution technique, vanishing from his original position and reappearing behind Inoki with a chilling smirk, wielding the Kusanagi sword to strike. Inoki, a seasoned veteran, easily discerned the ruse. How could he, a master of earth techniques, be deceived so? He executed the earth release, rock fist technique, instantly transforming his right hand into an impenetrable stone and launching a direct assault toward Orochimaru. The clash resounded with a thunderous impact. Do not underestimate Inoki. Although he preferred to launch missiles from the skies, his proficiency in close combat was formidable. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, their weapons colliding repeatedly, until Orochimaru could no longer withstand the gravitational pull of the earth, his body succumbing to its weight. The serpent, quick to react, used its head to prop up Orochimaru's form, while its tail struck the ground beneath, targeting the rock-hidden village. Chapter 18. The Ascension of Orochimaru. Quickly evade. Scatter. Bothersome creatures. Inoki frowned at the serpent beneath Orochimaru's feet. The serpent possessed remarkable strength, akin to that of an early-stage shadow, and its massive form was indeed a troublesome adversary. Dust release, original world separation technique. Inoki swiftly gathered chakra, preparing to launch another attack. The first wave of dust flew toward Orochimaru, while the second aimed directly at the serpent. Given its sheer size, even an attempt to evade would likely result in devastating damage. Orochimaru furrowed his brow. In his current state, devoid of Sage Mode, he recognized his inferiority against Noki. Engaging him directly was rather daunting. He promptly vanished using the body flicker technique, leaving the serpent to face the impending onslaught. Damn it, is it coming for me? The myriad snakes distinctly sensed two imminent attacks, one aimed precisely at their head, and the other targeting their vulnerable point, unleashing a widespread devastation. Even if they attempted to evade, they would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries, a flicker of fear glimmering in their eyes. Orochimaru, you scoundrel, you betrayed me. I shall retreat first. Enjoy your game. With a thunderous roar, the myriad snakes invoked the summoning technique, vanishing instantaneously from their position. The assaults did not cease. Crashing into the ground where the snakes had just been, a massive crater, hundreds of meters in diameter, materialized instantaneously, continuing to wreak havoc. Several unsuspecting jonin were swiftly buried, reduced to mere atoms, vanishing from existence. How troublesome. I never anticipated that your target would be the myriad snakes. I must admit, I underestimated you. Orochimaru appeared atop a tree hundreds of meters away, gazing up at the towering Yuki with a furrowed brow. My combat experience is evidently lacking. I need to engage in thorough training. I failed to perceive such a simple strike. Observing the smug Yuki, Orochimaru's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He had been outmaneuvered. It seems I must resort to Sage Jutsu. Recognizing his own inadequacies, Orochimaru resolved to employ Sage Jutsu, which required a moment to gather. However, he had previously collaborated with Jiraiya on the incantations. The cursed Seal Sage Jutsu could be utilized swiftly, though it bore some side effects. He was confident in his ability to mitigate them, thanks to the enhancements he and Jiraiya had developed. What once required a considerable time to accumulate Sage Chakra could now be fully gathered in under 30 seconds. Humph, Orochimaru, you alone cannot withstand me. Your evasion is futile. Should you refuse to engage, I shall advance unimpeded. Yuki mocked Orochimaru from his perch, disdainfully asserting that hiding would yield no results. Since you refuse to strike, we shall proceed forward. Everyone, commence the assault on Konoha. Pay no heed to Orochimaru. Advance at full speed and eliminate any Konoha ninjas encountered. Yuki commanded. And thousands of ninjas surged towards Konoha's defenses. Time has dragged on long enough. Reinforcements should be arriving soon. With that in mind, I shall proceed without hesitation. Orochimaru coldly observed the throngs of Iwagakure ninjas attacking Konoha's stronghold, calculating the passage of time in his mind. The reinforcements from Konoha were likely on their way, and he could now prepare for a decisive confrontation. Summoning technique, Great Serpent technique. However, the practice of sage techniques requires a certain amount of time, during which these serpents have provided him with the necessary delay. In an instant, Orochimaru summoned several enormous serpents, whose size was truly colossal. Although they lacked the power of the legendary Manda, they were still capable of fending off attacks for a brief period, allowing all the serpents that had previously surrounded the rock ninja to mobilize. He needed merely 30 seconds. Humph, such serpents are utterly ineffective against me. Noki believed that Orochimaru had reached the end of his rope when he summoned yet more giant snakes, which were not nearly as formidable as Manda, considering it a sheer waste of chakra. With a contemptuous snort, he regarded Orochimaru with disdain. At this moment, Orochimaru had tightly closed his eyes, absorbing the energy of sage chakra, continuously gathering it to fill his entire being, bestowing upon him an unprecedented sense of euphoria. Ah! It has been long since I have felt such exhilaration, reminiscent of my training sessions with Jiraiya. Ha ha ha, Noki, prepare to experience my sage mode. Orochimaru felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, his realm beginning to transcend its limits. In sage mode, he broke through barriers, instantly attaining the strength of a Kage-level ninja. A white snake emerged from his back, roaring with its gaping maw directed at Noki. Orochimaru was now enveloped in white snake scales, with a pair of horns sprouting from his head, and a unique green energy began to materialize, transforming into magnificent wings. Shadowy markings appeared above his eyes, lending him an air of profound mystery. Sage mode is the fusion of chakra extracted from the entire body with the more potent energy of nature, resulting in sage chakra, whose power far exceeds that of ordinary chakra by several multiples. This mode allows one to perceive surrounding chakra and living beings with astonishing speed, enhancing reflexes manifold. It is an immensely powerful supernatural energy state. This is the sage mode belonging to Orochimaru. He has studied the unique training ninjutsu of the Star Ninja, culminating in the creation of this flying sage mode, which represents the pinnacle of his strength. What? This power? How is this possible? Noki, who had initially regarded Orochimaru with disdain, was taken aback as he began to transform. Is a transformer intruding? Are those horns sprouting from his head? And what are the wings on his back? What on earth is happening? He was left utterly astonished. Anoki, you are the first outsider to witness me in my prime. You should consider yourself fortunate to behold such magnificent power, huh? Upon completing Sage Mode, Orochimaru felt an unprecedented strength surging within him, coldly gazing at Noki, who stood before him in shock. How can this be? Your power? Is this the legendary Sage Mode? Feeling the equal prowess of Orochimaru was truly astonishing. As he realized that Orochimaru's strength was no longer inferior to his own, perhaps even surpassing it, this sensation had not surged within him for many years. And now it manifested in the form of a mere youth of around 20. Chapter 19. Orochimaru's Sage Mode. Anoki, your greatest advantage has now dissipated. It is time for you to descend to meet the King of Hell. Orochimaru slowly unfurled his wings, ascending into the air until he stood before Anoki, smirking at the frightened old man. With his right hand, he brandished the Kusanagi sword, nonchalantly waving it a few times. Humph, Orochimaru, do not revel too soon. I wonder how long you can sustain this state. Anoki was acutely aware that such a forcibly enhanced power would not endure for long. If he could merely hold out until Orochimaru reverted from this mode, victory would be his. Historically, only the first Hokage had mastered Sage techniques, rendering them relatively unfamiliar with Sage Mode, having only read about it in texts. In his youth, he had witnessed the first utilize Sage Mode. But their strength was overwhelmingly beyond their current capabilities, making it impossible to gauge its depths. However, facing Orochimaru now, he began to understand why the first Hokage had managed to outmatch that formidable man. It was due to Sage Mode, combined with his formidable would-release energy, which completely countered that terrifying individual. Let us see how long I can endure. Orochimaru's gaze hardened. This was indeed a vulnerability of Sage Mode. Yet he was diligently working to improve it by amalgamating his curse techniques with Sage arts, thereby potentially resolving this dilemma. Presently, his chakra could sustain Sage Mode for only 15 minutes, and considering the expenditure of battle, 10 minutes might prove challenging. Orochimaru was fully aware of this, but he would not let it show. He believed that dealing with Anoki would not require such an extensive duration. 10 minutes would suffice. Let us put that to the test. Anoki felt a tinge of insecurity, yet he could not allow his spirit to wane. Sage Mode symbolized invincibility in his mind. Even the most wicked of men could not withstand it. Could he truly stand firm against it? In his heart, Anoki had already concluded that Sage Mode was the very reason Senju Hashirama triumphed over Uchiha Madara, an invincible force at the same level. This was his internal definition. Now, standing at the threshold of the Kage level, could he truly defeat Orochimaru, who wielded Sage Mode? Sage Art, White Snake Technique. Orochimaru laughed heartily, instantly unleashing the most potent Sage Art, the Earth Dragon Cave, radiating a blinding light accompanied by a cacophony of noise. Zzz. As this technique was unleashed, a peculiar domain was formed within a radius of several hundred meters around Orochimaru and Anoki, where the air vibrated incessantly. What is happening? I feel as if every bone in my body is grinding together, and I am becoming somewhat numb. Why can I not hear clearly? Everything ahead appears shrouded in darkness. How can this be? In an instant, Anoki was struck by the white technique unleashed by Orochimaru, feeling as though his bones were dislocating, and he began to experience full-body paralysis. His vision, overwhelmed by blinding light, was engulfed in darkness, while the piercing sound assaulted his ears, making them feel as if they might burst from the pressure. The sheer intensity of the situation compelled him to cry out. One must admit, Sage Mode is akin to a cheat code. It is only formidable against opponents as powerful as Madara or Hashirama, or those who also possess Sage techniques. For everyone else, resistance is nearly impossible. Even Susanoo cannot withstand such power, especially not Anoki. How disappointing it is for Orochimaru to realize that Anoki is so easily overwhelmed. Of course, he was oblivious to the fact that others were unaware of his capabilities, and being attacked directly in such a manner was akin to a surprise ambush, rendering Anoki utterly bewildered, causing him to plummet from the sky. Unable to hear or see, Anoki's chakra became chaotic, and he could no longer maintain his flight, descending rapidly to the ground. Father! At that moment, Tsuchi, who had unknowingly moved from his previous position beside old Ai to the battlefield, witnessed his father falling from the sky and rushed toward him with urgency. Just as Anoki was about to hit the ground, Tsuchi managed to catch him, nearly shattering his frail bones in the process. Father, Are you all right? Tsuchi gazed at Inoki with concern, his eyes filled with a murderous intent directed at Orochimaru. His heart boiling with rage. No matter how much his father scolded him, he was still his father. Faced with an enemy intent on killing him, Tsuchi clenched his fists, glaring furiously at Orochimaru. Oh, you have a son? Consider yourself fortunate that he did not perish from the fall. Orochimaru, upon noticing Tsuchi's eyes brimming with malice, merely smiled faintly. Such hostility was trivial in his presence, and he paid it no mind, spreading his wings and diving downwards. Tsuchi, retreat. Retreat. Inoki, initially caught off guard by Orochimaru's sage technique, began to recover, his eyes and ears gradually returning to normal, leading him to understand a crucial truth. We must distance ourselves. His ninjutsu is peculiar. Hurry. True to his battle-hardened nature, Inoki, despite having been deceived by Orochimaru, quickly sensed the danger and urgently grabbed Tsuchi, propelling them backward. Their speed in flight was comparable to Orochimaru's, albeit slightly hindered by the additional burden. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the midst of chaos, Inoki signaled for the Iwagakure forces to retreat. Thousands of Awakens shinobi, engaged in battle with Konoha, promptly began their withdrawal upon seeing the signal. With the Earth-style technique, Earthflow Rampart, countless earthen walls materialized to obstruct the advance of the Konoha ninjas. The retreat was executed with remarkable speed, as if they wished for 8 legs to hasten their escape. Oh, we have triumphed. Victory is ours. We have won. Lord Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru, Lord Orochimaru. The shouts of jubilation echoed. Long live Lord Orochimaru. Long live Lord Orochimaru. Long live Lord Orochimaru. The Konoha ninjas, recognizing the retreat of Iwagakure, understood that they had emerged victorious. The sheer elation was overwhelming. Orochimaru's loyal followers reveled in the moment, continuously chanting his name. They had successfully repelled the Iwagakure assault. An extraordinary feat considering their meager force of just over 600 ninjas against the thousands of their adversaries. The man who led them to this remarkable victory was none other than Orochimaru, the disciple of the third Hokage. Instantly, Orochimaru's prestige soared in the hearts of the Konoha ninjas, who began to chant, "Long live Lord Orochimaru." Their joy and admiration were palpable. Chapter 20. Uchiha Kagami. What sound is that? At this moment, Kagami, leading a support unit of 1,000 ninjas, approached Konoha's encampment. From a distance, he could hear the jubilant cheers, causing his brow to furrow as he quickened his pace, urging his troops to follow suit. Before long, Kagami and his main force arrived at the camp. But the atmosphere was one of celebration, hardly reminiscent of a battlefield. Lord Kagami? What brings you here? The Uchiha clan ninjas, upon recognizing their leader, approached him to pay their respects. Lord Kagami? Reinforcements have arrived. The once jubilant Konoha ninjas, upon seeing Uchiha Kagami, also came forth to salute him. What is the meaning of this? Kagami inquired, his gaze fixed on the Uchiha clan members who appeared puzzled. Lord Kagami, Lord Orochimaru single-handedly defeated the main force of Iwagakure and even routed the Tsuchikage. We have achieved victory. Uchiha Kun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Kagami was a legendary figure of their clan, the only Uchiha whom the second Hokage had trusted. His immense strength was well known, and seeing him today, addressing him directly, filled Kun with thrill. Oh, Orochimaru, you say? That lad, the disciple of Sarutobi? It has been many years, and he has grown remarkably strong. Uchiha Kagami was undoubtedly aware of Orochimaru's existence, especially since the third Hokage frequently mentioned him in his presence. He understood that placing Orochimaru on the battlefield of the Land of Earth was a deliberate effort to nurture him and steer him towards inheriting the mantle of the fourth Hokage, highlighting Orochimaru's significance in the third's heart. When Uchiha Kagami arrived with a substantial force, he found that Orochimaru had ceased pursuing Inoki and was instead heading toward the encampment, where he eliminated several retreating Iwa ninjas along the way. Subsequently, he entered Sage mode and returned to the Konoha ranks. Upon entering the Konoha camp, Orochimaru sensed a formidable and malevolent aura, causing him to furrow his brow in curiosity about the identity of the newcomer. However, he noticed many new Konoha ninjas and surmised that reinforcements had arrived, though he was uncertain of their leader. My Lord Orochimaru, my Lord Orochimaru, my Lord Orochimaru, my Lord Orochimaru. As Orochimaru walked through the camp, he was met with countless Konoha ninjas bowing in respect, their eyes filled with admiration and a hint of joy. Orochimaru was not entirely indifferent to the people of Konoha. He offered a faint smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Look, Lord Orochimaru smiled at us and nodded. Indeed. Lord Orochimaru is truly powerful. His strength is likely only second to the Hokage. It is remarkable that such a formidable figure treats us with such courtesy. Absolutely. Lord Orochimaru is extraordinarily powerful. He may very well be the fourth Hokage. Hush. Such sensitive topics should not be discussed. Be careful for your life. Ah, yes. A slip of the tongue. Let us continue our patrol. Due to Orochimaru's recent victory, his following grew increasingly fervent, with more ninjas desiring to be his trusted confidants, igniting a wave of fervor among them. Orochimaru, you have returned. Uchiha Kagami was in the tent, listening to Uchiha Kuin's account of how Orochimaru had defeated Inoki, and he felt a sense of admiration. Strong individuals have always commanded respect, and even he could not claim an assured victory against Inoki. It was indeed astonishing that Orochimaru had managed to drive him away. Oh, Teacher Kagami? I did not expect you to be sent for support this time. Upon entering the tent, Orochimaru was slightly surprised to see Uchiha Kagami seated on a bench. He had not anticipated that his teacher would send Kagami as well. Kagami had once taught them ninjutsu in their youth, and it was he who had imparted the great fire annihilation technique to Orochimaru, making him, in a sense, half of his teacher. To understand, Uchiha Kagami had been part of the Umbu since the third Hokage's ascension, shadowing him closely, like a sentinel, wherever the third Hokage ventured. Kagami was ever watchful. To his astonishment, his master had sent him here. It seems the master holds this battle in high regard. Ah, Orochimaru, after years apart. I never anticipated you would reach such heights. When I first beheld you, you were but a child. Now, you have emerged as a formidable force within the village. It is commendable, indeed. The esteemed Hokage believed in your potential so much that he specifically assigned me to assist you. Little did I know my arrival would be in vain. Ha. Upon encountering Orochimaru, Uchiha Kagami sensed the dark aura surrounding him. Yet he regarded the disciple of Sarutobi with a certain fondness. They had been as close as brothers, and it brought him joy to see his friend's student attain such prowess. Should he inherit the position of the fourth Hokage, strength would undoubtedly be paramount. A fundamental requirement for becoming Hokage is the ability to garner the villagers' trust, complemented by military achievements. Orochimaru's solitary triumph over the Tsuchikage and his vast army speaks volumes of his capabilities, placing him in a strong position to secure the support and votes necessary to ascend to the role of fourth Hokage. You're too kind, Kagami. I owe my strength to the guidance of my masters, Orochimaru replied humbly. His voice, somewhat hoarse, rendered his words slightly peculiar, yet such matters were trivial. What truly mattered was that his prowess had gained the recognition of the elder generation. Indeed, humility is commendable. However, this time the Tsuchikage suffered a significant setback. I wonder if he will dare to return, considering their losses were not catastrophic. We must remain vigilant to prevent a potential counterattack. Uchiha Kagami chuckled, gazing at Orochimaru with admiration, his youthful visage evoking memories of his own past, a time filled with joy. This time, the Tsuchikage had narrowly escaped, gaining insight into my strength. Thus, defeating him in the future may not be so effortless. This encounter was purely fortuitous. He was unaware of my true capabilities, which led to his miscalculation. Orochimaru nodded slightly, acknowledging Kagami's thoughts. The Tsuchikage had evaded capture and gained some understanding of his sage mode, making it challenging to inflict harm upon him in the future, a rather daunting prospect. Should he strike again, he would not be easily dealt with. Chapter 21. Hanzo's Ambush. There is no need for excessive concern. Although the Tsuchikage did not incur significant losses this time, his morale must surely have diminished, and their fear of you will undoubtedly linger, even if just a little. When the time comes for your intervention, an invisible pressure will undoubtedly be exerted on their forces. Coupled with our ninja's relentless assault and our recent victory, our morale is soaring, rendering us fearless despite the minor inconveniences we may face. However, should a stalemate persist, it would not bode well for our Leaf Village. Uchiha Kagami chuckled heartily before approaching Orochimaru, placing a hand on his shoulder. His assertions are indeed valid. The defeat of Noki will instill fear within the Iwagakure forces. Should we launch another offensive, they may develop a certain apprehension towards Orochimaru, which, albeit marginal, will have its effect. Such psychological dynamics on the battlefield often empower our side significantly while restraining the adversary to a mere 90% of their potential. In this ebb and flow, the outcome becomes evident. We must remain vigilant against Iwagakure, especially considering Hanzo, who is no trifling adversary. His prowess is formidable, and he wields poison. With Tsunade absent, dealing with him becomes quite a conundrum. Orochimaru nodded, acknowledging the truth in this assessment. yet he harbored no fears. Having previously repelled Noki, he felt confident in doing so again, perhaps even eliminating him entirely. However, his greater concern lay with Hanzo. As the venom he employs requires a specific antidote. With Tsunade not present, should any of their ranks succumb to poison without swift treatment, it would spell dire losses for them. Indeed, I have contemplated this issue as well. Yet, among the Rain Village, only Hanzo possesses a modicum of true strength. The rest are merely insignificant pawns, hardly worth our concern. When I step onto the battlefield, I shall keep a close watch on Hanzo. Rest assured, no major issues will arise. If he dares to approach, he shall find it impossible to return. Uchiha Kagami nodded slightly. Hanzo is treacherous and adept with toxins. Without Tsunade, he presents a considerable challenge. Even facing Hanzo, I cannot claim absolute certainty of delivering a fatal blow, yet I am confident in my ability to repel him. Moreover, I still possess a hidden and potent ability yet to be unleashed. I only hope Hanzo remains compliant. Otherwise, I would not hesitate to subdue the Land of Rain as well. Orochimaru nodded, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Should Hanzo choose to strike, he must not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You have labored throughout the day. It is best you retire and rest. I shall attend to the remaining matters. Our primary focus now is to recuperate and ensure we are in peak condition for any unforeseen circumstances. Uchiha Kagami nodded, patting Orochimaru's shoulder, signaling him to take his leave and rest, for they had fought all day. It was prudent to recuperate in case the enemy harbored any further schemes. Very well, Kagami-sensei. You carry on with your duties. I shall retire now. After a day of battle, I do feel quite fatigued. Orochimaru offered a slight smile before turning to exit the military tent, heading toward his own quarters. While the Leaf Village rejoices, what of Iwagakure? Their fortunes are far less favorable. Hanzo, what do you imply? Do you wish for the annihilation of the Land of Rain? Dayemu was taken aback to find his path obstructed by Hanzo. The fury that had been simmering within him since his defeat at the hands of Orochimaru now erupted. With murderous intent gleaming in his eyes, he glared at Hanzo, who wore a gas mask, and retorted, "Ha! A dignified Tsuchikage defeated by a mere 20-year-old child? What a disgrace. How can you still call yourself a shadow? Perhaps you should resign and let your son take over while you're at it. You might as well leave your life here too." Hanzo's cunning maneuver was executed with precision. I see you faced a dismal defeat. Haven you? The losses must be substantial and your morale shattered. Excellent. It's time for me to strike from behind. Haha. You are courting death, Hanzo. Though Dayemu appeared to be in a dire situation, his losses were not as severe as they seemed. While he could not unleash his full power, he was still capable of deploying a significant portion of his strength, sufficient to contend with Hanzo. Fury boiled within Dayemu as he faced Hanzo. This old fool was truly asking for trouble by daring to confront the Iwagakure village head-on. I may not be able to defeat Konoha, but you? That will be a walk in the park. Just wait and see. Hanzo chuckled, having long since set an ambush in place. Upon hearing reports of the Tsuchikage's defeat, he hastily laid traps along this crucial route. What were these traps? Naturally, they were filled with poison. Retreat quickly. Dayemu's anger was palpable, yet he felt helpless. Hanzo excelled in the use of toxins, while they were ill-prepared to counteract them. It was a perilous situation, and every soldier was to flee as fast as they could. Thousands of troops surged towards the border behind Dayemu. If they encountered any rain ninjas, they would engage immediately. Killing one would suffice, killing two would be a windfall. Salamander, release the toxic mist. Hanzo was elated, envisioning Dayemu's demise at his hands. After this, who would dare intrude upon his rain country? If he could kill its Tsuchikage, what hope did the rest have? Push me, and I will cut you down. Suddenly, a colossal catfish emerged from the ground, unleashing a torrent of toxins that began to envelop the Iwagakure forces. The coverage was vast, and the spread rapid, swiftly ensnaring a portion of the troops. Help me, help me. I can't move. My legs have gone numb. Countless Iwagakure shinobi were engulfed by the poisonous mist, feeling their bodies succumb to paralysis as they collapsed to the ground. 1, 2, hundreds fell, utterly drained of strength. In an instant, countless shurikens were hurled towards the fallen Iwa shinobi, mercilessly claiming the lives of those who lay incapacitated on the ground. They were utterly defenseless against the onslaught, unable to put up any resistance, resulting in the swift demise of hundreds. Damn you, Hanzo. Just you wait. I will avenge this. The fury within Noki was unparalleled. The losses sustained while attacking Konoha paled in comparison to the nearly 1,000 souls lost on the territory of Amigakure. He roared in anger. Subsequently, Noki soared higher into the sky, beyond the reach of the poisonous mists, and gathered an immense reservoir of chakra in his hands. In an instant, a radiant diamond-shaped light formed, aimed directly at Hanzo, while also buying precious time for the retreating Iwa Shinobi. Chapter 22. The Invasion of Tsunade. Dust Release. Boundary Stripping Technique. Kill for me? Noki bellowed, his chakra surging violently. The diamond-shaped energy in his hands expanded exponentially, fueled by his wrath. Nearly exhausting 30% of his chakra, his face flushed with intensity. Die. With that, Noki unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, disregarding the ramifications as he directed it downward. The power unmatched and exponentially greater than his previous attacks. This is bad, scatter. Hanzo, caught off guard by Naka's reckless assault, felt a twinge of unease and swiftly ordered the hundreds of Awakens shinobi around him to disperse. Can you escape? Explode. Noki ignited the boundary stripping technique, and a brilliant white sphere detonated in midair, instantly evaporating the rainwater near the land of rain, generating an intense wave of heat that surged towards the retreating Awakens ninjas. The colossal explosion obliterated the terrain within a radius of several kilometers, reducing everything to rubble. Even Hanzo lost a finger in the devastation, let alone the other Awakens shinobi. Total annihilation? Damn it, cursed Noki. How could his jutsu possess such tremendous power? Hanzo stared in disbelief at the enormous crater before him. Realizing that many of his trusted subordinates had perished in an instant, 500 lives extinguished just like that. Coughing up a mouthful of blood from the exertion in sheer anger, Noki, drained from the battle, paid no heed to Hanzo, fearing that Konoha might pursue him. He swiftly led the remaining Iwa shinobi away from Awakens. Hanzo, I will remember this debt. Before departing, Noki cast a deep, piercing glance at the dazed Hanzo and huffed disdainfully as he made his exit. Damn it. The foundation of our village is insufficient to elevate the land of rain to greater heights. We are lacking not only in strength, but also in ninjutsu and the number of shinobi. Am I doomed to never realize the potential of Awakens? The frustration and anger reverberated within Hanzo's heart. Hanzo, rather than mourning the loss of a finger, felt a profound inadequacy within himself. He clenched his fist and struck the ground, the severed finger leaving a trail of blood, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. Truly a peculiar individual. What a commendable man Hanzo is, attempting to intercept that old rascal Noki. It's laughable, both sides suffered. And he lost a finger in the process, nothing short of a fool. Orochimaru observed the battle report in his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had been concerned that Hanzo might ally with the Hidden Stone Village, but that now seemed highly unlikely. If villagers had perished, it would have been one thing. However, with Hanzo himself losing a finger to Noki, such animosity could hardly foster unity. Should they indeed join forces, he would have to admire him. It seems the conflict in the land of Earth is nearing a conclusion. I wonder how Tsunade and Jiraiya are faring? If I were not so tied up, I would genuinely wish to lend a hand. Orochimaru smiled slightly. He had not received any intelligence from Jiraiya or Tsunade in recent days. Partly due to his insufficient manpower, and partly because no news had emerged from the village, which was quite normal. As for Tsunade, she was indeed encountering difficulties, as the Land of Wind had commenced its mobilization and was secretly gathering a vast army of ninjas, poised to strike at any moment. My princess, Tsunade can no longer contain itself and has assembled 3,000 troops, now stationed 30 miles away, reported Senju, kneeling before Tsunade. She was engrossed in studying wood-release techniques. Since Jiraiya had assisted her in awakening the wood shield, she had dedicated herself to mastering this technique. Unlike other jutsu, mastering wood shield requires not only knowledge but also a precise control of chakra. Although the Senju clan possesses an immense chakra reserve, employing jutsu effectively demands accuracy and the ability to wield the least amount of chakra to achieve the greatest impact, a skill that cannot be acquired overnight. Thus, for years, Tsunade had been researching how to achieve such precise control. Fortunately, as a medical ninja, her mastery over chakra is unparalleled, allowing her to learn the wood shield technique with remarkable speed. Now, having also mastered Sage Mode, her strength has undoubtedly grown formidable. Oh, who is leading the charge? Tsunade inquired, setting aside her wood shield technique, her brow arching as she looked up at Senju. Clad in her distinctive fire cloud robe, she exuded a unique charm. Her growth over the years transforming her into the ageless goddess of the Hokage world, the diamond shape on her forehead lending her an air of nobility. My princess, it is Chiyo, along with Zuki, both of whom have arrived with clear intentions to swiftly crush us. Is that so? That old hag Chiyo? And Suki as well. Very well, prepare for their arrival. We only need to focus on defense. Send a message back to summon reinforcements, for how can we manage with so few? Upon hearing Chiyo's name, Tsunade felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chiyo was adept with poisons, and Tsunade had little fear of them. For every poison that came her way, she could counteract it. However, if the situation became overwhelming, there was little she could do. In an instant, Senju Hashirama vanished, leaving Tsunade to continue her diligent studies. If her innate talents did not measure up to her grandfather's, she would compensate with hard work. I wonder how Jiraiya is faring? It's been such a long time without a word from him. How infuriating. Humph. For some reason, Tsunade found herself missing Jiraiya, and his silence over the past few days only fueled her irritation. With a huff, she thought that if Jiraiya were in front of her now, she would likely bring him down without hesitation. Achu, who could that be thinking of me? Alas, being so handsome is indeed a burden. Jiraiya remained at the campsite, indulging in wine, meat, and peanuts, savoring the comforts of life. With no impending battles, he relished the rare tranquility, seemingly having endured considerable restraint under Tsunade's watchful eye. After a sudden sneeze, he narcissistically reached up to caress his long, fair hair, a quintessentially irritating gesture. While Tsunade found herself missing Jiraiya, the gravity of the current times compelled her to set aside personal sentiments. She continued her research on the wood shield, having nearly mastered 95% of the wood release techniques left by Hashirama. However, the true Thousand Hands technique remained elusive, as it demanded an exorbitant amount of chakra. She pondered the immense chakra reserves her grandfather must have possessed to wield such formidable jutsu. Chapter 23. Chiyo's son Lord Chiyo. Konoha is already organizing its defenses. They have only over 600 personnel. We can easily overwhelm them. Very well, I understand. Konoha has dispatched a mere girl for defense, yet we must not underestimate her. She is the princess of Konoha, the granddaughter of Senju Hashirama, and the Senju clan has always been fearsome, especially for a princess. Moreover, she is adept in medical ninjutsu. Although we excel in poison, we must remain cautious. Sister, how will we know if we do not test her? Let the two youngsters give it a try. It is time for them to grow. I have gathered some intelligence on Konoha's Tsunade. As a disciple of the third Hokage, she possesses formidable medical ninjutsu and astonishing explosive power, capable of causing cataclysmic devastation with a single punch. She is the nemesis of puppet masters, so we must avoid close combat unless absolutely necessary. As for her strength, it is said to be at the level of a Kage, though the specifics remain unclear. At this moment, K.I.'s was in his 40s, in the prime of his life, possessing tremendous strength but preferring a life of leisure. Content to fish and joke with his sister. With adoring eyes, he gazed upon Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, saying, at just 20 years of age, he has already attained Kage-level strength. Indeed, he is a prodigy. Ken, are you willing to challenge Tsunade? Though Chiyo was now 44, she appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a woman in her 30s, albeit with skin that had suffered from years of exposure to wind and sand. Mother, I can give it a try, though I cannot guarantee victory. I have a sense that this Tsunade is no ordinary opponent. Tianji Jian is the son of Chiyo, standing at approximately 175 centimeters tall, with a mane of crimson hair and a slender physique. He is the father of the Scorpion of the Red Sand and is now 22 years of age, possessing formidable strength and mastery over the art of puppet manipulation, rendering him unmatched throughout the land of sand, even outshining the future fourth Kazekage. In the ever-shifting landscape of battle, victory and defeat are mere occurrences of war, and there is no need for undue concern. The Hidden Leaf Village has maintained its position at the pinnacle for an extended period, a stronghold not easily toppled. Our aim is merely to acquire greater resources rather than to lay siege to the leaf. Chiyo nodded, gazing at her son with eyes brimming with affection. Mother, I wish to accompany Jian. A young woman clad in green with black hair stepped forward. We can look out for one another, and I believe together we shall surely defeat Tsunade. With you by his side, I feel even more reassured. You may go together, but remember, your lives are paramount. Should you find yourselves at a disadvantage, retreat swiftly. Do you understand? Chiyo regarded her daughter-in-law with a slight smile, feeling quite pleased with her, especially since she had granted her a grandson, further endearing her to Nika, whom she cherished as if she were her own daughter. Yes, mother. Understood. Tianji Jian and Nika nodded, exchanging smiles. Soon, Tsunade began to prepare for their offensive, led by Chiyo's son, Tianjijien, who was accompanied by 2,000 Sand Shinobi, swiftly making their way towards the border of the Land of Fire. Princess, Tsunade has commenced its attack. The leader appears to be Chiyo's son, advancing with 2,000 Sand Shinobi, reported Senju Hiroki, who gathered intelligence and promptly relayed it to Tsunade, his heart racing with anxiety. For facing 600 against 2,000 posed a significant challenge. Very well, understood. Are the explosive tags ready? Tsunade seemed unfazed. Had it been Chiyo leading the charge, she might have felt a flicker of interest, but the arrival of her son did not pique her curiosity in the slightest. They are prepared. As soon as Tsunade approaches, we can detonate them at will. Senju Hiroki confirmed with a nod. Excellent. Let us proceed. I wonder how Chiyo can be so trusting of her son. Does she not fear that I might slay him? Tsunade's lips curled into a slight smirk. The explosive tags are essential offensive and defensive tools in warfare. Possessing tremendous destructive power, anyone who steps upon them is virtually guaranteed demise, without exception. Before long, Tsunade found herself on the battlefield, observing the advancing Sand Shinobi drawing ever closer. Charge. Kill. The patrol team meticulously inspected and eliminated traps. Tianjijien led the sand-hidden forces as they gradually approached the Hidden Leaf Village. Not far ahead, he spotted a striking woman, clad in a crimson cloud robe. She stood at approximately 1.65 meters, not particularly tall, with the emblem of the Leaf Village adorning her sleeves. Her golden hair billowed in the wind, exuding an air of nobility. Was she Tsunade? Indeed, she was a beauty, yet alas, she was an enemy who must be vanquished. As Tianjijien gazed upwards, he noticed Tsunade standing on a nearby elevation, momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing as he continued to lead his troops forward with haste. Boom, boom, boom. Due to the presence of patrols from the Sand Hidden, known as the Death Corps, extensive checks were conducted, resulting in the detonation of numerous explosive tags. The area was left in disarray, with countless broken branches and severed roots, effectively dismantling a substantial number of concealed explosive tags unbeknownst to the Leaf Village. Kill. Slay them. Charge. Despite suffering nearly 50 casualties due to the traps laid along the path, the Sand-Hidden forces remained undeterred, transforming their sorrow into strength as they surged forth towards the Leaf Village. In contrast, the ninjas of the Leaf did not rush out. They assembled atop the high ground, observing the advancing Sand-Hidden forces from their elevated position. Shuriken, explosive tags, release. With a sweeping motion of her hand, Tsunade commanded hundreds of Leaf ninjas to produce shuriken, swiftly affixing explosive tags to them before launching them with great force. Wind release, 1,000 faces of wind. Wind release, great breakthrough. Wind release, beast wave gale palm. Wind release, pressure damage. Unfazed by the barrage of shuriken and explosive tags, the Sand-Hidden forces pressed onward, forming hand seals as they unleashed a multitude of wind techniques, sending the shuriken adorned with explosive tags spiraling away. Clang, clang, boom, boom, boom. The deflected shuriken detonated in a cacophony of explosions, wreaking havoc upon the flora and fauna, also succumbing to the violence of the blasts. While it seemed the Sand-Hidden army suffered little damage, they had expended a significant amount of chakra, a critical weakness for ninjas low on chakra, placing them at a disadvantage in battles of equal standing. Ah, how amusing. It has been a while since I stretched my limbs, Tsunade mused, her gaze fixed on the encroaching Sand-Hidden forces as they rushed towards her. She loosened her limbs, a sweet smile gracing her lips, radiating delight. Chapter 24, Tsunade versus the Sand-Hidden army. With that, Tsunade leaped gracefully, descending from the high ground amidst the astonished gazes of her fellow Leaf ninjas. Lady Tsunade? The princess? Lady Tsunade? Hundreds of Leaf ninjas were taken aback. Had their commander truly leapt into the fray? Wasn't he the plan to hold the defense? Could they follow her down? Or should they remain above? Do not concern yourself with me. Focus on your defenses while I venture below for a while. Tsunade, influenced by Jiraiya, has developed a newfound fondness for play, and she is eager to test her current strength. Boldly, she charges towards the Sand-Hidden forces alone. What now, Lord Makiwi? The princess has already dashed forward. Should we not protect her? The remaining ninjas of the Senju clan looked at Senju Makiwi with anxious expressions. There's no need for that. Concentrate on your own tasks and have faith in the princess's abilities. I will follow her, and everyone else must refrain from acting recklessly, Senju Makiwi commanded, leaping down to pursue Tsunade. As her protector, he must remain by her side, ready to sacrifice his life if necessary. Understood. The Senju ninjas exchanged worried glances at Senju and Tsunade, their concern evident, yet they complied with orders, gripping their kunai tightly and focusing on the battlefield. Such audacity to challenge us, the sand-hidden ninjas, alone. Should I admire your bravery or deem you foolish? Tianji Jian observed Tsunade leaping from the heights, a smirk playing on his lips. A commander, facing thousands single-handedly. Who does she think she is? Her grandfather, Senju Hashirama? Release your strength. As Tsunade descended, she gathered her chakra, mastering her control to envelop herself in a vibrant green aura, which culminated in a powerful gust as she landed firmly on the ground. Boom. Upon her impact, the earth beneath her shattered into fragments, showcasing the sheer force of her descent. Wood release secret technique. Birth of the tree world, rise. As the massive sand forces loomed ahead, Tsunade, unfazed, shouted without the need for hand seals. With a clap of her hands, the ground trembled violently for miles around. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, countless saplings surged from the earth, expanding rapidly to create an immense, verdant forest. How is this possible? Would release? Many were stunned as colossal trees erupted from the ground, impaling hundreds of sand ninjas, while countless others were grievously injured or trapped amidst the foliage. Wind release, wind cutter technique. Wind release, vacuum bullets. Wind release, scythe. Wind release, tornado. The sand ninjas unleashed a barrage of ninjutsu, allowing the more powerful among them to escape the calamity, desperately fleeing for their lives amidst the sprawling forest. It was a force too formidable to contend with. Before they could even approach their adversary, the opponent unleashed the wood release technique, encircling the troops within a formidable barrier. Tianji Jian was engulfed in an overwhelming sense of dread, his mind racing with thoughts of retreat. Xianga, withdraw. We must flee. The power of Tsunade has undoubtedly reached the level of a Hokage. We cannot withstand it. Hurry. Realizing the futility of resistance, Tianji Jian hastily grabbed the hand of Nai Xiang and shouted, dashing backward. The surviving shinobi from Sunagakure witnessed his desperate call and, feeling a wave of relief, followed suit, initiating their retreat. What? Wood release? The princess has actually awakened the wood release? Splendid. Our Senju clan is saved. Senju Honghu marveled at the striking figure of Tsunade nearby, filled with admiration. Since the death of their clan leader, Senju Hashirama, no one from the Senju clan had been able to awaken this powerful ability. Yet now, not only had Tsunade awakened the wood release, but also SH-10 had done so. He could almost envision the resurgence of the Senju clan, predicting that Konoha would once again be under their dominion. His heart brimming with joy. You think you can escape so easily? Tsunade stood atop the highest tree, observing the fleeing shinobi from Sunagakure, a slight smile gracing her lips. Wood release, flowering tree world. With her hands clasped together once more, an outpouring of vibrant green chakra surged forth, flowing into the trunk beneath her. Instantly, the forest around her erupted with an abundance of colossal trees, each adorned with immense red blossoms. The once closed petals unfurled, releasing a cloud of toxic pollen that permeated the entire woodland. Anyone who inhaled this pollen would succumb to paralysis and faint. Not good. It's poisonous. Cover your mouths and noses. Retreat quickly. Chiyo, a master of poisons, sensed the danger after inhaling a hint of the pollen, urgently covering her mouth and nose while shouting. However, it was already too late. The entire forest had enveloped Sunagakure, leaving no chance for escape. One by one, they inhaled the toxic pollen and stumbled forward, only to feel their heads swell before collapsing. 1, 2, 3. In under 3 minutes, countless Sunagakure shinobi lay incapacitated, with only Tianji Jian and Nai Xiang managing to hold on, gazing in terror and astonishment at Tsunade standing atop the giant tree. Damn it! Why is she so powerful? Why does Konoha always produce such prodigies? I have worked so hard. Why can I not measure up? I am a genius of Sunagakure. Yet here I am, unable to even raise my hand before Konoha. Why is this happening? Tianji Jian was originally a man standing at the pinnacle of the younger generation of Sunagakure. Now, having unexpectedly lost to a woman of similar age, he is engulfed in profound disappointment and guilt, a tumult of emotions erupting within him, pushing him to the brink of despair. Jian, do not blame yourself, do not mourn. There are always those greater than ourselves, and she is, after all, the granddaughter of a deity, possessing formidable strength. Our defeat is not in vain. We must leave quickly. If we linger, it will be too late. Nai Xiang, as Tianji Jian's partner, understood him well. covering her mouth and nose with one hand. She swiftly grasped Tian Zhijian and flew away. Tsunade did not pursue them. Having captured so many from Tsunade was already ample achievement. Chapter 25, Total Annihilation? Humph. I shall spare you two for today. However, having captured this many from Tsunade should suffice to ensure their compliance. Tsunade paid no heed to the fleeing couple from the forest, snorting softly before springing back to her own camp with a single leap. Meanwhile, Senju Hiroki stood dumbfounded, facing a massive army of thousands with his mere hundreds. He had initially planned to fight to the death, yet they were so easily defeated by Tsunade? So simple? Two jutsu ended the battle? Wood release truly is a battlefield anomaly. On the battlefield, whoever wields wood release and possesses decent strength can virtually prevail with ease, effortlessly achieving victory. Of course, the young SHG was not among them. At that time, he was still quite young, barely at the level of an elite yearning. The chakra consumed by releasing wood release was far beyond his capacity, and even if he had managed to unleash it, he would have had no chakra left to continue fighting. Thus, he did not demonstrate formidable combat prowess at that time. As for the circumstances of his death, it remains uncertain. Whether it was a conspiracy or merely an unfortunate accident, no one knows. Clean up the battlefield, bind the Tsunade Shinobi, and assign guards. If that old hag Chiyo shows up, ignore her. We will discuss surrender letters if necessary, Tsunade instructed, leaping gracefully to the heights of Konoha's defenses. Addressing the stunned hundreds of shinobi before her, she then turned and departed, leaving them with only the sight of her enchanting, yet resolute, silhouette. Did we win? We won? We are victorious? The air was thick with disbelief and elation. We actually won. Ha ha ha, we triumphed. The power of wood release. Tsunade-sama truly lives up to her lineage as the granddaughter of the first Hokage, remarkable indeed. Wood release is so formidable, I have only heard tales of it. Never witnessed it firsthand. It is simply invincible. Long live Tsunade-sama. Long live Tsunade-sama. Long live Tsunade-sama. Long live Tsunade-sama. The hundreds of Konoha shinobi rejoiced exuberantly. The victory in battle had catapulted Tsunade to the zenith of Konoha. As the princess of Konoha endowed with might and the awakening of wood release, what does this signify? This signifies that Tsunade is likely to become the next fourth Hokage, inspiring admiration among countless ninjas and instilling hope within the Senju clan. Let us clear the battlefield. There is no time for idle chatter. Let us proceed. An elite Jainin, seasoned and venerable, gazed at Tsunade with reverence before turning to his fellow Konoha ninjas, leading the charge to tidy up the remnants of battle. Understood, Lord Jiraiya. Consequently, over 300 Konoha ninjas split to commence the cleanup while the remainder stood guard nearby, ready to fend off any potential counterattack from Tsunade. Their actions were systematic and efficient. Being ninjas, their strength was formidable, easily carrying the burden of 4 or 5 comrades. And they moved with remarkable swiftness, with none daring to slacken their efforts. Suddenly, the fabric that enclosed the tent was thrust aside, and a boy with fiery red hair entered, accompanied by a disheveled black-haired woman, collapsing onto the ground. Chiyo and Ibiz had been engaged in a light-hearted game of chess, eagerly awaiting promising news from Tenji, but instead, they were met with the sight of a disheartened Tenji, visibly weakened and evidently poisoned. They rushed to administer an antidote. Tenji? What has transpired? How fared the battle? Chiyo's heart sank at the sight of her son in such a state, though she feared the worst. She still yearned to hear it from his own lips. Mother, we were defeated, our entire army, utterly annihilated. Tenji lay on the ground, gazing at his worried mother with a complex expression before bursting into tears. Overwhelmed by the crushing reality of his first command as a shadow-level ninja ending in such disaster. What? Annihilated? How can this be? Tenji, what transpired? This was our most elite force from Tsunade. Although Chiyo sensed the news would not be favorable, she could hardly fathom the complete destruction of her forces. How could this happen when they had deployed over 2,000 against an enemy of merely 600? Where had it all gone wrong? The revelation struck her like a bolt from the blue, leaving her momentarily speechless. What? Ibiz, equally astonished, had anticipated that Tenji would bring back some military achievements. Given the disparity in strength, even if the siege had faltered, they should have secured some victory. But now the reality was that they had lost utterly, with their entire 2,000-strong army laid to waste. The news aged his face further, and shock rendered him speechless. It is Tsunade-heim, the Tsunade-heim. Her prowess is at least at the super shadow level, and she has even awakened wood release, using only 2 jutsu. Sob. Our 1,000-strong army has been completely obliterated. We have been vanquished. I am filled with rage. Tian Jijian's pallid visage and tear-streaked face evoked a profound sense of sympathy. The sorrow etched upon his features so palpable that even Nai Xiang beside him succumbed to her own tears, revealing the severity of the battle's aftermath. What? Tsunade? Would release? How could this be? How could it be? Would release had vanished for over a decade. Its resurgence was inconceivable. It was utterly impossible. This Tsunade must not be allowed to survive. She had to perish. Chiyo was once again struck with astonishment, even more profound than the prior realization of the complete annihilation of their forces. What was Would release? In the current shinobi world, it was akin to divine prowess. In times past, Senju Hashirama wielded Would release with such ease that he could obliterate nations and capture tailed beasts, even the formidable Ninetales, which he effortlessly imprisoned and sealed within his wife, thus giving birth to the first Jinchuriki. Though Hashirama had been deceased for over a decade, countless politicians and ninjas had secretly reveled in the belief that they had finally outlasted him. Yet now, she was horrified to discover another possessing such tremendous Would release abilities. With merely 2 jutsu, this individual had effortlessly decimated thousands of their Sunagakure shinobi, leading to utter obliteration. This revelation was what truly shook her to her core. At this moment, Chiyo's murderous intent was uncontrollable. Faced with a formidable ninja wielding Would release, they had to perish. It was imperative that they did not survive. Otherwise, the entire shinobi world would once again be shrouded in the shadow of Would release, forever stifling their potential for development and thwarting their grand aspirations for dominion. Chapter 26. The Conspiracy Begins. Yearning. Elucidate all that you have just learned. If Would release has indeed awakened, we must deliberate with caution. It is essential that we devise a strategy to eliminate Tsunade, Chiyo stated, tending to Tian Jijian while her brow furrowed deeply. The awakening of Would release was no longer a matter concerning merely their village. Should Iwagakure, Myoboku, and Kirigakure become aware of it, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to eradicate Tsunade. This matter necessitated a return to the village to confer with the 3rd Kazekage. Yes, mother. I was initially leading a large contingent towards the Konoha stronghold. Subsequently, Tian Jijian began to recount every detail he knew, leaving nothing unmentioned. With each piece of information, Chiyo's frown deepened, her hands trembling slightly. This was the terrifying effect of Would release. While others may be oblivious, Chiyo understood all too well the immense power of Senju Hashirama, which had been indelibly etched in her mind, akin to a haunting specter. The discovery of a new wielder of Would release necessitated that she be eradicated in her infancy. It was imperative that this individual was not permitted to flourish. All forces, retreat. Chiyo's heart wrestled with uncertainty, ultimately resolving to withdraw. If Tsunade truly possessed Would release and her strength was formidable, it would be futile to send more troops. This was beyond the capacity of their nation to handle. They would require the assistance of other forces. Sister, are we truly retreating? Kaiser furrowed his brows, turning to face Chiyo. Returning in such a disheartened state would surely invite criticism from the village, a scenario he wished to avoid. We must retreat immediately. Gather your belongings and let us depart. Chiyo clenched her teeth. She was well aware of the consequences of returning empty-handed. Yet, that mattered little now. It was imperative to hasten back to the village and devise a plan. They could not allow Tsunade to continue her growth unchecked. If this persisted, Sunagakure would remain forever impoverished, unable to thrive, confined to its shattered territory, and deprived of vitality. In recent years, Sunagakure had struggled immensely, lacking in both funds and resources. The feudal lord had repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with the village, leading to a significant reduction in financial support. Otherwise, there would have been no need to resort to war. All of this was driven by the fundamental desire to survive, a notion so simple yet profound. Very well, let us return, Kaiser conceded, seeing his sister's resolute decision. With a resigned shake of his head, he turned and began preparations for their retreat. Not long after Sunagakure's withdrawal, Tsunade received word of the situation. Oh? They left in such haste? Could something have happened in Sunagakure? Tsunade had not anticipated Chiyo's decision to retreat so straightforwardly. How could it be? She lowered her head, lost in thought, pondering if she had overlooked any vital clues. Princess, what do you propose we do next? Asked Senju Hiroki, who had personally gone to investigate and found the place deserted. Not even a scrap of refuse remained. Increase our defenses. Additionally, relay this information back to the village. Let us see what the elder decides. I detest these political matters. Handle it as you see fit. We must also bolster our watch during the night in case Sunagakure attempts to return. If we are caught off guard, the consequences could be dire. Tsunade pondered for a moment, then shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. It was futile to dwell on what she could not comprehend. Instead, she resolved to send a message to the elder and allow him to make the decision. Understood, princess. I will make the necessary arrangements. Hiroki replied with a bow before departing. What could that old hag Chiyo be plotting? Had she abandoned the captives? Her retreat was alarmingly swift. Was it merely due to the loss of those 2,000 shinobi? Surely, it could not be that simple. After Hiroki left, Tsunade rose and stepped outside, gazing thoughtfully in the direction of the land of Earth. Enough of this. I shall take a moment to rejuvenate. The conditions at the border are abysmal, and I can feel the toll it has taken on my complexion. As she pondered further, an unsettling feeling crept into her mind. She was unsure why, but she touched her delicate, youthful face with her slender hand, feeling as though the environment had negatively impacted her appearance. With a swift stomp of her foot, she turned and made her way back to the tent. And what of Chiyo? Chiyo returned to Sunagakure with the remnants of her ninja force and made her way directly to the residence of the third Kazekage to report on the situation. Chiyo, I am already aware of your circumstances. Your recent expedition was in vain, resulting in the needless loss of thousands of ninjas. What do you intend to do? Have you returned just like this? Kazekage, gazing at Chiyo with disappointment, expressed his frustration. He was well aware of her capabilities. She was an exceptionally powerful politician and, next to himself, the strongest individual in Sunagakure. He had entrusted her with the mission in hopes of swiftly securing the borders of Konoha to exchange for valuable resources, only to see it all fall apart, igniting his anger. Kazekage, known as the most formidable Kazekage in history, possessed the rare bloodline limit of magnetism. From a young age, he exhibited remarkable talent, nurtured under the strict guidance of the first and second Kazekage. Following the conclusion of the First Shinobi World War, he seamlessly ascended to the position of the third Kazekage, commanding immense authority within the village, with no one daring to oppose his decisions. My lord Kazekage, I acknowledge that I underestimated the situation. However, I have received crucial intelligence that necessitated my personal return to explain, Chiyo replied, her gaze dimming as she realized the gravity of her error. Had she led the troops herself, even in defeat, the losses would not have been so catastrophic. Humph. What intelligence could possibly justify your abandonment of such a prime offensive opportunity? There was merely a child at the border. Are you truly inferior even to a mere child? Kazekage thundered. What intelligence could outweigh the importance of securing resources vital for survival? The geographical conditions of Sunagakure were dire, and countless villagers perished daily due to the harsh environment. This was a sight he loathed, yet felt powerless to change, as the village and nation were devoid of sufficient resources to extend aid. Moreover, with the formidable forces of Iwagakure and Konoha nearby, he could barely manage to defend his territory. After finally being presented with an opportunity, they were repelled by a girl of merely 20, leaving him utterly humiliated and seething with rage. Chapter 27. The Fear of Noki. The Emergence of Wood Release. Chiyo looked intently at Kazekage and revealed an astonishing piece of news, causing his previously furious expression to freeze in disbelief as he stared at her, momentarily at a loss for words. What did you say? Wood release? How is that possible? Only members of the Senju clan can awaken Wood release. The Senju clan? Konoha? Tsunade? Are you referring to the Tsunade who guards the borders? Has she awakened Wood release? The yellow sand halted for 30 seconds, staring at Chiyo with a face full of dread, fervently hoping she would utter the words, I was deceiving you. Her eyes reflected both fear and a glimmer of hope. Indeed, it was Tsunade who had awakened the Wood release, her power undeniably surpassing that of Hokage. On the battlefield, she had effortlessly obliterated 2,000 of our troops with merely 2 jutsu, nearly causing even the valiant to falter. Chiyo shook her head in resignation. She too wished this were false, yet the stark reality was far more terrifying than imagined. No one understood the gravity of their situation better than those who had lived in the era of the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju was revered as the god of shinobi, a title potent enough to crush the entire ninja world. No formidable warrior could contend with him, not even Uchiha Madara, despite wielding the 9 tails, stood a chance against his overwhelming strength, which instilled fear so profound that they dared not confront it. Now, with the emergence of Wood release, their terror began to permeate the air, a sentiment they comprehended all too well. We cannot allow her to remain. It is imperative. Upon hearing this, the yellow sand stumbled, truly terrified. Growing up under the shadow of the god of shinobi, they faced an indescribable dread towards Wood release. Murmuring, Lord Kazekage, This matter exceeds the capabilities of our village alone. We must unite with other villages to launch a combined assault on Konoha and swiftly eliminate Tsunade. Chiyo's eyes brimmed with fear, soon replaced by a fierce resolve. Tsunade must perish, and at any cost, she could not be allowed to live. Indeed, we must promptly inform the other villages. The emergence of wood release must be quashed in its infancy. Chiyo immediately arranged for someone to discreetly notify the Tsuchikage, Raikage, and Mizukage. We must act swiftly to eliminate Tsunade. Should she reach the heights of Hashirama Senju, we would stand no chance, and the entire ninja world would once again be shrouded in the terror of Konoha. Furrowing his brow, the Yellow Sand nodded, instructing Chiyo to hasten arrangements to communicate with the other villages for a coordinated attack. Otherwise, resistance would be futile. The longer they delayed, the greater the peril they faced. And surely the others would understand this urgency. Yes, I shall attend to it at once, though I believe we also need to exert some influence within Konoha. Chiyo nodded, preparing to leave, but then considered another course of action, turning back to the Yellow Sand. Konoha? What issues could arise? The Yellow Sand inquired, puzzled at Chiyo's mention of needing to address matters within Konoha while planning an assault on it. What influence is required? Lord effing Ying. My brother Hiloz Ying has received intelligence indicating that TZ from Konoha harbors jealousy towards the third Hokage for ascending to the position of Hokage. It is rumored that the third Hokage intends to pass on his mantle to his disciple, Orochimaru, who is said to be a formidable individual, comparable in age to Tsunade. However, this has incited TZ's wrath. If we can exploit this situation to sow discord within Konoha, it may lead him to take rash actions such as reinforcing his troops or other measures, making our task considerably easier. Chiyo's lips curled slightly, a glimmer of malice flickering in her eyes. If we are to orchestrate your demise, we must sever every escape route. Once there are no avenues left, your end shall be nigh, will it not? Let Hiloz Ying handle this matter, sparing no expense. It is imperative that this endeavor does not falter. Off you go. Upon hearing Chiyo's words, Huasha nodded slightly. This matter brooks no delay. If it serves to achieve the goal of eliminating Tsunade, what is the cost of a few coins? It is far preferable to the devastation of a village or the perpetual stagnation of our progress. Yes, I shall attend to it at once. Chiyo's smile widened slightly, and after speaking, she hastily departed. Huasha refrained from voicing any reproach, as if everyone had chosen to forget. Even when the Elder Council expressed their concerns, Huasha deftly deflected their inquiries with various excuses and evasions, leaving the council with no choice but to acquiesce in silence. Unbeknownst to Tsunade, she is ensnared in a vast web of conspiracy, blissfully unaware as she indulges in her beauty sleep within her tent. Having departed, Chiyo swiftly arranged for messengers to be dispatched to the various villages, igniting a silent wave of turmoil. The leaders of the major villages received the news, stunned and incredulous. What? Would release? How is this possible? Impossible. After the death of Senju Hashirama, the Senju clan has nearly withered away, with powerful figures seldom emerging. How could a would-release user like Tsunade possibly exist now? No, she must perish. Upon receiving the news, Noki felt an acute sense of dread. The sight of Uchiha Madara had left him utterly astounded in his youth, let alone the legendary ninja god, Senju Hashirama. Hashirama's would-release was unparalleled. And now their clan boasts another exceptional would-release ninja? Two jutsu that felled over 2,000 foes? These are not mere commoners, they are the elite forces of Tsunade. Even he would struggle to vanquish 2,000 seasoned warriors, let alone a 20-year-old girl. Yet she has accomplished this feat naturally. Noki could not dismiss Tsunade's claims. Though incredulous, he was compelled to believe, and thus he acquiesced to their demands and commenced preparations for another assault on Konoha. After the Tsunade ninja departed, Noki gazed skyward, reminiscing about the past as the haughty figure of Uchiha Madara materialized in his mind. The two Tsuchikage had been so frightened that they fell to their knees. Young Noki. Why? This is not what was promised. Uchiha Obito, there are no alliances. Before Konoha, you must obediently submit. Moreover, do not dare to mention that ninja's name in my presence. Thus, dispatch someone immediately to ascertain the veracity of Suna's claims. Their words may bear truth, yet they can also be deceptive. I place greater faith in my own eyes. Noki concealed the fear in his gaze and summoned Lus, instructing him to send someone to the borders of Tsunade to gather intelligence. If the claims hold true, preparations must be made to unite once again against Konoha. We absolutely cannot allow a wielder of wood release to grow in strength. Chapter 28. The tears of the fourth Raikage. Very well, I understand. I shall dispatch someone to investigate immediately. News will arrive shortly. Lus nodded slightly, then vanished in a flash. For this matter brooks no delay and must be clarified at once. Meanwhile, in the village of Iwagakure, the white banners still hung in mourning. The death of the third Raikage left the village leaderless, and now, only 12 years old, faced the loss of his father, plunging the entire village into sorrow. You must find your strength. Though the third has fallen, you still have me. I will support you. The position of the fourth Raikage is rightfully yours. Troy, a Jonin of the Land of Lightning, had surpassed the pinnacle of the shadow level and excelled in the use of the bloodline limit, magnet release. He was a formidable ninja and a dear brother to the third Raikage. Witnessing A's relentless training filled him with heartache. He harbored deep anger over the third's demise. Yet in this tumultuous time, without a peerless leader, Iwagakure was vulnerable to invasion from other villages. I must rise to shoulder this heavy burden. Troy, why? Why must there be war? If not for war, my father would not have died. Consumed by his rigorous training in lightning release techniques, recalled his father's incessant reminders to master his skills. Now, with no father to urge him on, he felt lost. He collapsed into Troy's embrace, weeping openly. A man of iron will seldom shed tears, yet even the strongest can be brought low by grief. In this moment, a despised war, loathed death, and resented the loss of his loved ones. Now, he had only Troy and Killerby left. As he pondered, the tears flowed uncontrollably. Even the mightiest of men can weep. Every life must eventually end. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by the heavens. Though the third has sacrificed himself, we must never concede defeat. I must grow stronger to protect our village and everything dear to me. You cannot allow yourself to merely vent your sorrow and inflict harm upon yourself. Such actions only bring joy to our enemies and pain to those who care for you. Troy knelt down, his hands resting on AI's shoulders, shaking him gently in an attempt to quell his tears. Do not weep. If you do not muster your strength, the other villages will wage war against us, and we may lose our homeland. Perhaps I could even be slain, or perhaps I might leave you. Do you understand? Sob. AI stared blankly at Troy. Though his heart ached to cry, the resolute gaze of Troy ignited a flicker of determination within him, slowly transforming his despair. All right, Troy, I will heed your words. I will regain my strength. I will not allow anyone to destroy the village that my father has protected. I shall defeat all invading foes and preserve what my father has safeguarded. AI's entire body trembled as he finally calmed himself, clenching his fists tightly, veins bulging, while the lightning chakra surged and coalesced within him. Lightning release. Heavy flow burst. Unleash. ZZZZ. In an instant, AI successfully manifested the heavy flow burst, a technique he had previously been unable to master, enveloping himself in a radiant blue lightning chakra. He nearly harmed Troy. But Troy swiftly withdrew his hands just in time, or else the tendons in his hands would have surely suffered. Splendid. Yes, just like that. Brother, you have done it. AI had succeeded, and Troy was determined to make him even stronger, vowing to protect him until the moment he truly became the fourth Raikage, destined to be the mightiest in the ninja world. Troy gazed at AI, who had mastered the most challenging technique of the third Raikage, filling him with immense joy. He laughed heartily, tilting his face towards the sky, his heart steadfast in belief, and looked at AI with a sense of gratification. Lord Troy, the Umbu from Tsunade has arrived, stating there are important matters to discuss. Suddenly, an Umbu from Iwagakure appeared beside Troy and AI, addressing Troy. The Umbu cast a deep glance at AI, visibly astonished by his acquisition of the third Raikage ultimate technique, recognizing his exceptional potential. Tsunade? What is the matter? Troy's brow furrowed, perplexed about why Tsunade sought them. It is unclear for now. The individual did not disclose the details, but mentioned needing to speak with someone in charge. So I was sent to report. The Umbu shook his head, admitting ignorance regarding the specifics. Very well, understood. You may go. Troy nodded slightly, dismissing the Umbu, then turned to AI, who wore an excited expression, and smiled gently. AI, let us go meet the ninja from Tsunade. After AI dispelled the ninjutsu, Troy stepped forward, ruffled AI's hair, and led him away. Do you have any inquiries? Speak plainly. Troy quickly confronted the Tsunade Umbu, his brow furrowed in inquiry. And you are? The Umbu operatives were oblivious to the identity of the figure before them. Troy, their intended audience was none other than the Raikage. After all, none other possessed the authority to make decisions. Let us dispense with pleasantries. The Raikage is present. State your business, or depart if there is none. Troy gestured dismissively. indicating the individual beside him, AI, with a clear implication, AI was the fourth Raikage. What business do you have? Speak or be on your way. The Sand Shinobi lowered his gaze to AI, whose forehead bore a furrowed pattern resembling a tic-tac-toe grid, clearly exasperated. Wood release has emerged. Our village has allied with two others, apart from the Cloud Village. We now require your village's cooperation to confront the ninja-wielding Wood release. This matter is urgent. Can you make a decision? Ultimately resigned, the Sand Shinobi mustered the courage to voice his concerns. If they were to be prevented from meeting the Raikage, there was little that could be done, yet the matter had to be brought to light. What? Would release? Troy paused, momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing as he pondered the implications. He then continued, I understand. We from the Cloud Village shall also agree to take action. In the end, Troy acquiesced, recognizing that they lacked a capable leader at this juncture. Should Konoha produce another formidable ninja-wielding Would release, their situation would become even more precarious. Thus, without hesitation, he consented, knowing that the Council of Elders would likely concur. The specifics of their course of action would necessitate further deliberation. Very well, I shall convey your words. Here is a letter from Lord Windshadow. The Umbu nodded, then with a flick of his wrist, produced a scroll which he handed to Troy before taking his leave. Chapter 29. The outbreak of the Second Great War. Troy, is Wood release truly that formidable? Does it necessitate the collaboration of all our villages? AI voiced his confusion, questioning whether Wood release transcended traditional ninjutsu to warrant such a united front. AI, you may not grasp the full extent of Wood release's power. A ninja possessing this ability must never be allowed to reach their full potential. Otherwise, they could annihilate an entire nation or even threaten the entirety of the ninja world. It is paramount that we eradicate this threat in its infancy. Troy regarded AI, aware that much of his understanding of Wood release was gleaned from texts, and thus he could not fully appreciate its might. Perhaps many in the ninja world, having never encountered Wood release, shared similar sentiments, believing their own prowess was unrivaled. The strong are often imbued with confidence, reluctant to acknowledge the superiority of others unless they are bested. Otherwise, they remain steadfast in their belief of their own strength. A kind of unfounded self-assurance. Is that so? Wood release. After listening, AI lowered his head, a flicker of surprise and disbelief crossing his eyes. However, hearing it from Troy, he believed that there was no deceit, and thus refrained from further inquiries. Subsequently, Troy and the Elder Council began deliberations, and unanimously agreed to mobilize troops to eliminate Tsunade in her infancy. Yet, they did not acquiesce to Troy's proposal of appointing AI, a mere 12-year-old, as the fourth Raikage. Ultimately, Troy could only serve as the acting fourth Raikage until AI matured sufficiently in strength, at which point he would relinquish the title. The third Mizukage had also received the news and expressed his approval. Thus, the conspiracy against Lady Tsunade by the four great ninja villages commenced. 3 months passed quietly, with no anomalies observed along the borders of Konoha, which aroused a sense of unease within the third Hokage. It was peculiar. Why had the four villages of Tsunade, Iwagakure, Kumogakure, and Kirigakure suddenly become so tranquil? This was not as it should be. What had gone awry? Seated in his office, the third Hokage pondered over the intelligence reports received during this period, all of which indicated tranquility and no issues. The station ninjas along the borders remained vigilant, yet he sensed something amiss and struggled to pinpoint the source of his unease. Hokage-sama. Urgent reports from the border indicate that the four great ninja villages have simultaneously launched an offensive. Iwagakure has deployed 8,000 ninjas, Kumogakure 5,000, Tsunade 5,000, and Kirigakure 4,000. As the third Hokage remained lost in thought, smoking his pipe and gazing out at the scenery, a dark figure with a cat-like mask suddenly appeared in his office, kneeling on one knee and speaking with a hint of anxiety. What? I knew something was wrong. What have you all been doing? The enemy is at our doorstep, and you only just realized? Immediately gather our forces. Reinforce Orochimaru's side with 1,500 ninjas. Send 1,000 to Tsunade, and another 1,500 to Jiraiya. Order Kakashi to abandon his matters in the Land of Wind and proceed to the border of the Land of Water. And instruct Sarutobi Anima to lead 2,000 troops to counter Kirigakure, accompanied by Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. The third Hokage's anger was palpable. Yet the priority was to dispatch personnel to defend the borders. With all four nations attacking Konoha, a great war was about to erupt. Even his beloved son was dispatched without hesitation. Naturally, to ensure his son's safety, he directly called upon Tsunade's aide, Kakashi, for support. The third Hokage believed that Tsunade, having awakened her, would release, possessed formidable strength suitable for large-scale battles, capable of handling matters single-handedly. However, there was a tinge of selfishness in this decision, after all. A disciple could never surpass a son in importance. Yet, he trusted in Tsunade's abilities, convinced that she could manage the situation, especially as the pressure from the Land of Wind was minimal. Understood. The dark figure swiftly vanished, leaving the third Hokage in a state of despondence. Alas, what a tumultuous season this is. The Second Shinobi World War has ultimately erupted, and it is lamentable to ponder how many innocent lives will be lost. Alas, Anima, you must exercise utmost caution. May you not encounter any misfortune. The third Hokage gazed at the bed's edge, his eyes momentarily reflecting a glimmer of anguish as he beheld the stone likenesses of his predecessors. Although the Hidden Leaf Village is replete with talent, facing a united assault from the four nations inevitably results in casualties. He realized, to his dismay, that he had no one left to dispatch. Tsunade, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Kakashi had all been deployed, and even Uchiha Kagami had appeared at the borders. Danzo, that scoundrel, was not one to lend a hand, and now he found himself in a position of having no one to send forth, ultimately compelled to dispatch his eldest son, Sarutobi Anima, into battle. Whether he would return remained uncertain, filling the Hokage's heart with profound apprehension. Ah, has it finally begun? Tsunade, do not hold me accountable. If blame is to be laid, let it be on your excessively sensitive status. Danzo observed the intelligence in his hands, a faint smile gracing his lips. Tsunade, the princess of the leaf, is virtually the optimal heir to the Hokage, especially having awakened the wood-release technique. It is undeniable that she is destined to be the fourth Hokage. As for Danzo, he has long awaited the opportunity to eliminate the third Hokage and ascend to the position himself. If Tsunade were to seize that opportunity first, what chance would he have of becoming Hokage? Clearly, none. Let the chaos ensue. Revel in your tumult, as the clam and the sandpiper vie for dominance. I shall reap the benefits. Danzo chuckled heartily at the headquarters of Root, his heart soaring as he surveyed the map before him, envisioning the demise of Tsunade. The third Hokage remained oblivious to the fact that the intelligence he received indicating the border situation was quite favorable had been orchestrated by Danzo himself. He had dispatched agents to eliminate the third Hokage's umbu, utilizing Root to disseminate false information. In truth, the borders had long been reinforced. However, he had taken precautions as well. He too aspired to become Hokage. How could he allow the Leaf Village to fall? Such a scenario was patently impossible. Thus, his Root operatives had been strategically positioned at various borders, ready to surge forth and obstruct the enemy, buying time for Sarutobi. Understanding Sarutobi's capabilities, he felt no trepidation. If only a brief respite could be afforded, Sarutobi would adeptly resolve these issues. He was both the individual who harbored the greatest disdain for Sarutobi and the one who comprehended him best, allowing him to anticipate the enemy's maneuvers and deftly control the third Hokage's every move. Of course, all his actions were conducted in secrecy, eluding the notice of the third Hokage's watchful eyes. As reinforcements prepared to depart, Jiraiya remained remarkably at ease, devoid of fear. Since acquiring the Rinnegan, he had grown increasingly confident. Whether faced with thousands or even 100,000 adversaries, he felt no sense of dread. Leisurely sipping wine, indulging in grilled skewers, and cracking peanuts, Orochimaru appeared remarkably relaxed with Uchiha Kagami by his side, both seemingly unconcerned about the number of individuals that might approach them. In Chapter 30, Masters Assemble. A letter from the Hokage reaches Princess Tsunade. Upon receiving the message via a hawk, Senju Hiroki promptly sought out Tsunade to deliver the correspondence. Another letter from the old man? How troublesome, Tsunade muttered as she accepted the letter, opening the envelope to scrutinize its contents. Her brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing, followed by a deep sigh. War is on the brink of eruption. Prepare the troops for battle. Additionally, hand this letter to Senior Tsukumo, instructing him to proceed immediately to the border of the Land of Water. After reading the letter, Tsunade rubbed her throbbing temples and returned the missive to Senju Hiroki, directing him to deliver it directly to Kakashi's father, Tsukumo. Understood, Princess, Hiroki replied as he swiftly exited the tent, heading towards Tsukumo's location. Sighing, Tsunade remained alone in the tent, contemplating the unsettling quiet that had preceded this moment. Why have the four great ninja villages all chosen to attack Konoha simultaneously? This is truly vexing. Jiraiya, you must stay safe. A flicker of longing and concern crossed her eyes, her thoughts drifting to Jiraiya. despite her awareness of his formidable strength. In stark contrast to Konoha's tense atmosphere, the elite from the 4 great ninja villages had already gathered in Sunagakure, with no fewer than a dozen shadow-level fighters present. It was evident that their intent to hunt down Tsunade was unwavering. Chiyo, is it true that a 20-year-old girl possesses strength on the level of a Kage, and that she wields would-release techniques? This cannot be, the irritable old Zetsu from Iwagakure questioned, casting a dubious glance at the graceful Chiyo. The assembly in Sunagakure comprised old Zetsu, Karatsuchi, the Jinchuriki of the 5 Tails, and others from the land of Earth. Meanwhile, Kumogakure deployed the 2 Tails Jinchuriki, the 8 Tails Jinchuriki, and the 4th Raikage's 4 elite guards. Hiragakure brought forth the likes of Piebald Juz, Suigetsu, and several other shadow-level warriors, while Sunagakure contributed Chiyo, Ero Sensei, the 3rd Kazekage, and the 1 Tails Jinchuriki. This matter is undoubtedly true. I, as the 3rd Kazekage, vouch for its authenticity. Otherwise, why would we have gathered the forces of our ninja villages? If it were not true, why would we mobilize so extensively? At that moment, the 3rd Kazekage, Gaara, asserted confidently. While skepticism lingered among the others, he remained indifferent, focused solely on the mission to eliminate Tsunade. Once we witness her wood release, we shall see who remains calm and who does not. The tailed beasts and their respective Jinchuriki harbor a profound disdain for wood release, as it inherently counters their very existence. Even the mightiest among them find their powers rendered futile in the face of such an elemental force, leaving them vulnerable and defenseless. How could they possibly hold any affection for it? Now, let us discuss our strategy, for mere words are of no consequence. Huangta stepped forward, having previously dispatched scouts to survey the border battlefield. Remarkably, what was once a barren expanse has inexplicably transformed into a vast forest. Had he not sent his own agents to investigate, he too would struggle to fathom the extraordinary power capable of conjuring such towering trees in an instant. Let us proceed in this manner, and then, followed by. Tsunade orchestrated the deployment of the Leaf Ninjas while simultaneously dispatching operatives to monitor the movements of Sunagakure, her gaze fixed upon the horizon where the desert dwelled. The living conditions in Sunagakure are indeed dire, plagued by relentless sandstorms and swirling yellow dust. Even elite shinobi might find it challenging to endure such natural forces. Perhaps their struggle is merely one for survival. What must be done to achieve peace in this world? Even her grandfather, revered as the god of shinobi, could only resort to the use of force to subdue the nations, securing a fleeting period of stability. Tsunade sighed as she observed the chaotic dance of sand, lamenting that even her legendary ancestor was unable to resolve the conflicts and strife that plagued the world. How long must the flames of war continue to burn? Princess, Sunagakure has commenced its advance. A voice interrupted her reverie. Leading them is the 3rd Kazekage, reputed to be the most formidable of his kind. They are expected to reach the battlefield in approximately 1 hour. Senju Hiroki, having concluded his reconnaissance, reported that Sunagakure had indeed mobilized its forces with alarming speed. The 3rd Kazekage has arrived? Understood. Ensure that our comrades maintain their utmost readiness. We must secure the high ground. It is imperative that we do not allow Sunagakure to breach our defenses. I shall engage their elite. Tsunade's expression turned grave as she absorbed this information. She had reviewed the data on the 3rd Kazekage, possessing not only a unique bloodline limit and magnet release, but also being heralded as the most powerful Kazekage. His strength was formidable, demanding utmost caution even from her. Yes, princess, I will descend to make the necessary arrangements. And we shall not permit Sunagakure to set foot in Konoha. Senju Hiroki nodded, turning to execute the defensive preparations. What is destined to come will inevitably arrive. Very well. Let me discover the limits of my own strength. Even if you are the mightiest Kazekage, should you dare to encroach upon Konoha, I shall ensure you experience the awakening of your true potential. Tsunade shook her head, recalling that she had not exerted her full strength in the previous battle. This was due to the fact that the opponent, Tenten, had not reached the level of a Kage. The combat at such a tier was terrifying, capable of inflicting immense damage. It was certainly not something that Tsunade could easily resolve with her wood release techniques unless her power far surpassed theirs. An hour later, the cries of kill, charge, echoed through the air. The forces of Sunagakure had surged forward, nearing the high ground with relentless speed, showing no signs of respite. The rapid advance stirred a sense of urgency among the Leaf Village defenders. Brothers, hold the high ground. Prepare the explosive tags, roared Senju Hiroki, standing prominently before the elevated position. Tsunade prepared to confront the enemy's elite, Thus Hiroki assumed the role of the temporary commander on the battlefield, directing the Leaf Ninja to launch a counterattack. Swiftly, upon hearing Hiroki's command, the Leaf Ninja drew their explosive tags, affixing them to their kunai, and hurled them toward the oncoming forces of Tsunade. Chapter 31. The Third Kazekage vs. Tsunade, Magnetic Release, Sand Iron Rain. From behind the yellow sands emerged a pair of colossal wings, densely packed with iron sand. These magnificent appendages materialized from the high-density compression of the sand iron, allowing the Kazekage to ascend into the air. In an instant, the yellow sand unleashed its unique bloodline limit, effortlessly drawing back the kunai that had been aimed at Tsunade and returning them to the Leaf S ranks. Not good, quickly block. Senju Hiroki was taken aback by the Third Kazekage's audacious advance, which had thrown the battle strategy into disarray, as countless explosive tags hurtled back toward them. He shouted urgently, "Wood release, wood wall technique." Tsunade, keeping her eyes fixed on the airborne Kazekage, witnessed him manipulate the kunai bound with explosive tags and quickly unleashed her wood release defense. A massive wooden shield, resembling a fearsome fanged visage, rose prominently before their position. The shield was substantial and sturdy. Thud, 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 boom, boom, boom. Countless kunai embedded themselves into the wooden shield, resulting in a series of resounding explosions. Yet, the defense held firm, illustrating the formidable nature of the wood release technique. Indeed, it is wood release. Truly wood release. Cursed wood release. Ah, I shall slay her. Hidden within the vast ranks of the Sand Village, the formidable ninjas gazed upon the sudden emergence of wood release atop the Konoha heights, their hearts brimming with dread and fury. The tailed beasts within the Jinchuriki could evidently sense the presence of wood release and began to stir restlessly. Indeed, Chiyo's words rang true. This young girl had genuinely awakened wood release. But today marks your demise. Blame your grandfather. Blame your own awakening of wood release. The Third Kazekage soared high above, his brow furrowed, fixating his gaze upon Tsunade below, his heart filled with murderous intent. Magnet release. Iron block, come crashing down. With the protection of chakra, a colossal rectangular block of iron, measuring several dozen meters long, 10 meters high, and 7 to 8 meters wide, abruptly materialized in the skies above Konoha heights and plummeted downward. Third Kazekage, is that all you can do? Do you dare to face me in a fair duel? Tsunade retorted coldly, her disdain evident. The Kazekage only knew how to bully the weak and did not regard her with any measure of respect. Yet, as she spoke, she remained vigilant, swiftly bringing her hands together to channel chakra into the ground. Would release, would binding technique. In an instant, countless massive hands crafted from wood surged violently from the earth, seizing the descending iron block and, with a fierce flick, hurled it towards the ranks of the sand village below. However, the Third Kazekage was well prepared. He instantly disintegrated the massive iron block into countless tiny iron grains, swirling around him like a protective cloud. Ah, little girl, you possess quite the audacity. I can offer you a chance for a one-on-one duel, which I relish. Come, let us move aside so that you may not accuse me of using my size to bully you or slaying your fellow Konoha ninjas, he said, a subtle smirk gracing his lips. This was his true intention, to provoke Tsunade into a duel, thus diverting her attention from the larger sand forces and allowing for a stealthy encirclement. The combined might of so many experts was formidable, threatening to bring calamity upon the sand ninjas themselves. Thus, luring Tsunade away to eliminate her elsewhere was imperative to avoid unnecessary casualties among his ranks. Undoubtedly, the Third Kazekage was not only powerful but also a cunning strategist, ensnaring Tsunade within his intricate plans. Very well, follow me, Tsunade replied with a cold huff. She promptly left behind 2 wooden clones and summoned a spirit slug to continuously divide, ensuring that many Konoha ninjas would not fall easily. With a swift leap, she dashed towards the nearby dense forest. It was the most advantageous terrain for employing wood release, allowing her to sense any lurking dangers among the trees, which served as her vigilant eyes and ears. With the Third Kazekage soaring behind him, his wings unfurled, he swiftly pursued, accompanied by a dozen ninjas. Yet, none perceived the subtle anomaly, not even Senju Hiroki, who merely intensified his defenses, determined to prevent any Tsunade ninja from storming the high ground that must be held. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Tsunade, bearing the Third Kazekage aloft in the sky, raced for several minutes, weaving through the treetops. During her flight, she sensed the presence of pursuers many. In fact, but mistook them for mere guards of the Kazekage, giving it little thought as she sought a relatively open space to halt. This shall suffice. Tsunade arrived at a clearing, encircled by towering trees that reached for the heavens, with this patch of land devoid of any foliage, approximately 300 square meters in size. Are you prepared to meet your demise, Tsunade? The third Kazekage, hovering above, looked down upon her with a grin that betrayed his arrogance. Humph, the outcome remains uncertain. Come forth. Tsunade scoffed, her disdain evident. Were the people of this era so audacious, believing their might rendered them invincible? Huh, let us see your true prowess. The Kazekage laughed unabashedly, his hands already forming seals. Magnet release, iron sand spear. In an instant, a multitude of sharp spears materialized behind him. And with a sweeping motion of his hand, they were launched towards Tsunade from above. Would release, would golem technique. Tsunade swiftly formed her own seals, and a colossal wooden figure erupted from the ground, upon which she perched atop its head. Clang, clang, clang. The wooden giant swung its right arm, effortlessly swatting the Kazekage's numerous spears to the ground. Such impressive offensive power? The Kazekage, witnessing the wooden golem for the first time, furrowed his brow as it easily deflected his projectiles. Magnet release, iron sand rain. Without hesitation, he formed another set of seals, transforming the iron sand behind him into countless needles that shot towards Tsunade from every conceivable angle. Seeing the barrage of needles, Tsunade's expression tightened. The wooden golem continued to flail its arms, deflecting numerous needles, yet many still breached its defenses, hurtling directly towards Tsunade. Chapter 32. Tsunade's Crisis would release. Tree World Barrier. Tsunade channeled her chakra, and in an instant, a shield composed of interwoven wooden vines sprouted from the earth, enveloping her in a protective cocoon, impenetrable from all sides. Tap, tap, tap. Countless fine needles struck the boundary of the wooden realm, producing a rhythmic patter. Yet, the onslaught of the wooden warrior did not relent. Swiftly targeting the third wind shadow in the air, its speed so formidable that the wind shadow barely had time to react. Alarmed, he conjured a colossal wall of magnetic sand to thwart the wooden warrior's advance. Bang! What? The third wind shadow, confident in his absolute defense, was utterly dumbfounded as the wooden warrior effortlessly pierced through his sand wall, advancing towards him with alarming swiftness, colossal hands reaching out as if to grasp him. Damn it. The substitution technique. Just as he was about to be ensnared, the third wind shadow invoked the substitution technique, swapping places with the previously downed giant spear. Crack. Barely escaping the grasp of the wooden warrior, he watched as the latter's hand shattered the spear into fragments, which fell back to the ground, shocking both him and the reinforcements rushing to his aid. How could this be? My iron sand is of high-density compression, yet it was crushed so easily? It's terrifying. The wooden ninja must be eliminated. A resurgence of murderous intent surged within the third wind shadow, his gaze towards Tsunade betraying a burgeoning fear. What are you waiting for? Attack together. Huh. Aren't those the third wind shadow's guards? This is bad. It's a trap. Tsunade, too, heard the third wind shadow's furious shout. Sensing the shift in the atmosphere and detecting several immense chakra signatures rising powerfully. Complete tailed beast transformation. 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 Roar. Suddenly, 5 colossal tailed beasts appeared before Tsunade. Shikaku, Matatabi, Son Goku, Kokuo, and Gyuki. How can this be? 1 tail, 2 tails, 4 tails, 5 tails, 8 tails. I see now, the 4 great ninja villages are attacking Konoha, with me as their target? How can this be? Why me? Is it because of the wood release? Stunned by the sudden appearance of the 5-tailed beasts, Tsunade could hardly fathom that she had been ensnared, with the sole objective of the 4 great ninja villages being her demise, while she had unwittingly walked into their trap. Ha ha ha. Princess Tsunade, your time is at an end. The existence of a wood release user like you should not be tolerated in this world. Your presence has obstructed countless ninjas. Therefore, today, you must die. The third Kazekage soared into the sky, accompanied by a young figure beside him, stepping upon golden sands, unmistakably the future 4th Kazekage, Rasha. Chiyo had summoned the elite 10 of the near pine, while the 7 ninja swordsmen brandished their blades. All those who had come to hunt Tsunade were fully prepared, their eyes filled with malice as they gazed at Tsunade, standing upon the shoulders of a giant. Is it truly because of wood release? How flattering. You have mobilized numerous renowned masters, truly an eye-opener. Tsunade sensed she was encircled, with no one present beneath the level of a Hokage, each possessing formidable strength. Especially the five-tailed beasts. If she faced one alone, capturing it might be manageable, but five at once? How could she possibly succeed? Her chakra would scarcely suffice, let alone contend with so many other powerful foes. Haha, indeed, only you deserve such treatment. The hero of Konoha, your sacrifice will be etched into the annals of history. Immortalized for eternity. Go forth with confidence. The third Kazekage, swollen with arrogance, beheld the masters encircling Tsunade, envisioning her demise, and laughed heartily. If that is the case. Let us see. Killing me will not be so simple. Tsunade gritted her teeth, aware that her fate was likely sealed, resolved to fight to the death. With a roar, a wooden dragon materialized, coiling around the wooden giant and letting out a fierce cry towards the crowd. The eight tails had already made its move, extending its eight massive octopus-like tentacles towards Tsunade. The wooden giant seized the eight tails and flung it violently away, sending it thousands of meters distant. Its colossal form and strength obliterating trees along its path, carving a long trench into the earth. The remaining four-tailed beasts began to gather immense chakra, forming gigantic black energy spheres in their mouths. This is bad. Tsunade was surrounded, her brow furrowed as her hands rapidly formed seals. Would release, secret technique, floral tree world birth. In an instant, Tsunade brought her hands together, her green chakra surging forth, flowing into the wooden giant beneath her feet. Then transmitting to the surface. Using her chakra as nourishment, she urged the slumbering trees in the earth to grow rapidly, bursting forth, their massive trunks violently splitting the mountains, breaking through rocks and enveloping the entire ground. Countless flowers blossomed from the giant trees, their buds blooming instantaneously, releasing toxic gas that rapidly spread throughout the forest. This is bad. Take cover. The third Kazekage shouted as the poisonous gas enveloped the area. The formidable warriors around him began to chop down the surrounding trees, destroying the flower buds, yet their efforts yielded little effect, forcing them to flee swiftly to evade the toxic pollen. Roar. Meanwhile, the four great-tailed beasts had successfully condensed their tailed beast balls, unimpeded by the influence of wood release. Choo-choo. Boom. The four-tailed beasts dispersed in the four cardinal directions, each unleashing their tailed beast balls that obliterated countless trees, reducing them to mere splinters, creating vast channels in their wake. What a pity it would be not to excavate a canal. Curse be the time, it was too late. Tsunade, witnessing the imminent approach of the tailed beast balls, managed to swat away one with a single hand, sending two of them hurtling away to a distance of several dozen miles. Boom, boom, boom. The location, unknown yet miles away, erupted in violent explosions, turning the surrounding area into nothingness, reduced to scorched earth. Roar. Chapter 33. The sage technique transforms into Buddha. The wooden figure entwined with the wood dragon swiftly consumed one of the tailed beast balls, fervently absorbing the chakra contained within. However, the sheer magnitude of the tailed beast ball's energy nearly caused it to collapse, yet it ultimately endured, sustaining only minor damage, and quickly began to restore itself through the absorbed chakra. Ah, the forbidden technique. Badge no jutsu. Tsunade bellowed, her fire cloud robe beginning to billow dramatically, as she instantaneously released the immense chakra stored within the seal on her forehead. Boom. The seal on Tsunade's forehead shattered, bathing her in a deluge of chakra energy, and she swiftly brought her hands together. 5 layers of the gate of hell, huh? Thud, 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 thud. In an instant, 5 gates of hell rose before her. A supreme defensive technique surpassing Orochimaru's triple gate of hell and embodying the ultimate defense of Hashirama Senju, exhibiting extraordinary strength. Due to the prodigious chakra consumption required for the 5 layers of the gate of hell, Tsunade had no choice but to release the seal on her forehead, allowing her to unleash this immensely taxing technique without restraint. Bang, 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 bang. The first gate crumbled within a mere second, followed by the second gate enduring only 2 to 3 seconds before shattering. The third gate held for 10 seconds before a large breach appeared, while the fourth gate persisted for several dozen seconds before disintegrating into ash. Ultimately, the fifth gate met its demise in a cataclysmic clash with the immense power of the tailed beast ball, sending a powerful shockwave towards Tsunade. In the end, Tsunade was struck by the shockwave, her chakra depleted excessively, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood, her complexion paling. Haha, magnetic release, iron sand rain. Magnetic release, sand gold grave. Earth release, mountain earth technique. Puppet technique, the 10 of Chikamatsu. As the saying goes, one should take advantage of a foe's weakness. Upon witnessing Tsunade spew forth a mouthful of dark blood, it was evident to all that she had sustained an injury. In an instant, numerous attacks surged towards her. The wooden figure, ensnared by sand and gold, momentarily dispersed, but the sand, seemingly sentient, swiftly re-engaged, preventing any respite for the wooden construct. Meanwhile, a barrage of sand-iron needles rained down upon Tsunade, accompanied by puppet techniques aimed at her, while the 7 ninja swordsmen unleashed their full capabilities. All with a singular intent, to eliminate Tsunade. Enter Sage Mode, she commanded. In a thunderous explosion, Tsunade activated her Sage Mode, a purple circle manifesting upon her forehead, with the corners of her eyes adopting a distinctive curvature reminiscent of Senju Hashirama's Sage techniques, albeit in a mesmerizing purple hue. An eruption of violet chakra enveloped her, absorbing the chakra from the sealed curse, thus forming an even more extraordinary Sage chakra. True Thousand Hands of Wood release, huh? Tsunade clasped her hands together, her voice booming. This marked her inaugural unleashing of her full power, with her realm soaring to the pinnacle of the early Kage stage, on the verge of breaching into the mid-Kage level. However, she could sustain this Sage Mode for only 5 minutes. She had to extricate herself from the battlefield within that time frame, or face certain death. In an instant, a colossal Buddha statue, adorned with countless gigantic wooden arms, appeared behind her, resembling a massive disc and dwarfing the original wooden figure by hundreds of times. Towering 1,000 meters high, the statue emanated an overwhelming aura of menace. Crack, bang, boom. The emergence of the gigantic Buddha obliterated the surrounding forest, blocking all ninja attacks, which struck it with the force of a stone sinking into the ocean. No ripples were stirred. Wood release, transformation into Buddha. Tsunade seized the moment to unleash her most formidable technique. Her gaze darted about, desperate to escape the chaos she had conjured. Countless enormous hands relentlessly assaulted the gathered crowd, delivering rapid, powerful punches that were nearly impossible to counter. The sound of their immense force tearing through the air reverberated throughout the heavens and earth, as though the very fabric of the ninja world trembled in response to their might. Everyone act swiftly. We cannot allow her to escape alive. Her wood release is far too formidable. She must be vanquished. Tsunade's formidable prowess only ignited the killer's instincts within her adversaries, stirring their resolve. Such powerful wood release. And this was merely Tsunade at the level of a Kage. What if she ascended to the level beyond? Who could stand against Konoha? Would history repeat itself? Echoing the legendary prowess of Senju Hashirama, allowing the god of shinobi to reign supreme over the ninja realm once more? This is utterly impossible. No individual would willingly accept such a fate, let alone the formidable-tailed beasts. Their fear of Hashirama Senju is vividly apparent. For it is this god of ninjas who ensnared them and subjected them to the whims of other village leaders, transforming them into mere playthings for chakra extraction, confined to the status of pets within seals. In the face of the overwhelming assault from the colossal Buddha at the summit, the crowd hastily executed their most potent defensive ninjutsu, except for a few extraordinarily powerful individuals of the super shadow level. The remainder of the shadow level shinobi were effortlessly sent flying, their fates uncertain. I will undoubtedly return. Those who were cast aside likely uttered this phrase as their final words. With a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of chirping, the 5-tailed beasts once more coalesced to form immense, tailed beast balls directed towards Tsunade. Given Tsunade's limited prowess, if she were to face Hashirama Senju, he would not even need to employ sage techniques. A simple Shinju, as Taisei, would suffice to quell them. 5 pitch-black orbs of energy surged towards Tsunade, accompanied by a violent symphony of destruction. Yet, due to the relatively diminutive size of the tailed beasts, their attacks resembled the playful antics of children with marbles, appearing as mere toys before the monumental figure of the Buddha. However, the reality was starkly different. Tsunade's strength was not significantly superior, and simultaneously confronting the 5-tailed beast posed a considerable challenge. The tailed beast balls shattered countless colossal hands of the Buddha, while the 3rd Kazekage and his allies did not remain idle, frantically expending chakra as if their lives depended on it. They unleashed every technique at their disposal, ultimately managing to withstand the Buddha's onslaught, gasping for breath and gazing at Tsunade with terror and disbelief. Damn it, it's too powerful. Would release no? It must be eliminated. It must be eliminated. Each individual's thoughts echoed the imperative to eradicate Tsunade, lest the world remain forever under the dominion of Konoha. Chapter 34, The Secret of Rope Tree's Death. With a splutter, Tsunade found herself depleted of chakra, and both sides endured recoil damage. Standing atop the Buddha's head, she felt the most intense tremors and had clearly sustained injuries. Continue. She cannot hold on much longer. Attack. Magnet release, Iron Sand World technique. Magnet release, Sand Wave. White Secret technique, Kinsh's Tin Man. Tailed Beast Ball. Injured, Tsunade's adversaries would not relent, unleashing their full might to eliminate her. A single tear of regret slipped from her eye. Jiraiya, I'm sorry. If there is a next life, I shall strive to be a good wife. Sage Art, My Gene Gate. Sage Technique. Would release Secret Technique. Senju, S. Taisei. As for Jiraiya, he was relentlessly engaged by the Cloud Hidden Ninjas. Yet he found no worthy adversary to contend with. Thus, he resorted to provoking some of the elite Jonin. The Jonin from the Cloud Hidden Village suffered tremendously. Almost with every breath, one or two of them fell victim to Jiraiya's overwhelming prowess, as he slaughtered them with alarming ease. How infuriating. That white god Jiraiya is simply too formidable. We are utterly outmatched. What should we do? We must buy time for them. Although we are merely feigning an attack, we must make it convincing, otherwise they will catch on. If we lose so many brothers without eliminating Tsunade, our sacrifices will be in vain. At all costs kill. Troy addressed the ninjas beside him, fully aware of Jiraiya's strength. This was merely a tactic to impede their progress and prevent them from supporting Tsunade. No mistakes could be afforded. If they reacted too late, all sacrifices would be rendered meaningless. But, Lord Fourth Raikage, those are the elite forces of our village. To lose them like this, Troy's companion, Sato, a formidable early-stage shadow-level ninja, was visibly shaken by the ease with which Jiraiya dispatched their clan's strong warriors. There is no room for hesitation. War is brutal. That is the harsh reality. If they fall, they shall be heroes sacrificing for the village. Heroes seek not tears, but respect and admiration. They are heroes, deserving of remembrance. No one felt the weight of sorrow more than Troy, though he was merely the acting fourth Raikage. These men would eventually become part of EI's ranks, yet they were now being sent to their demise. His heart ached for them, but there was no alternative. In war and politics, sacrifices are inevitable. There are no exceptions. They are the heroes of the village, and their legacy will forever be etched in the hearts of its people. Ding! A hidden mission has been detected. Do you accept? What? A hidden mission? While Jiraiya continued his indiscriminate slaughter of the Cloud Hidden's Jonin, a sudden voice echoed in his mind, indicating the activation of some hidden task. I accept. Jiraiya, without a moment's hesitation, accepted the mission, dismissing any concerns about its nature. Given his formidable strength, he believed no peril could threaten him unless, of course, the notorious Uchiha Madara were to resurrect himself with the Rinnegan. Who else could possibly defeat him now? Ding! Hidden mission successfully acquired. Hidden mission, Tsunade, having awakened the wood release, has become a target of fear for the 4 great ninja villages. Currently, she is besieged by elite shinobi from these villages. Her life hanging by a thread. The host is urged to proceed swiftly to her aid. Mission rewards are as follows. 1. A flawless rescue will grant unlimited chakra. 2. If she is gravely injured, the reward will be all chakra from the 4 tails. 3. In the event of her death, the reward will be all chakra from the 1 tail. What? Tsunade is in danger? Surrounded by the elite of the 4 great ninja villages? How could this be? This is bad. I have fallen into a trap. The assault by the 4 great ninja villages is merely a ruse, only to eliminate Tsunade? Damn it, how dare they threaten my beloved? They shall all pay with their lives. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiraiya was engulfed in a surge of fury, finally comprehending the motives behind the simultaneous assault on Konoha by the 4 great ninja villages. Their sole objective was to eliminate Tsunade, who had awakened the wood release technique, instilling fear within them and prompting this sinister plot. It was no wonder that SH0 had been inexplicably slain. The reason lay in his own awakening of the wood release. Cursed be the 4 great ninja villages. They shall pay dearly. If anything befalls Tsunade, I will ensure that each of your villages faces annihilation. With clarity dawning upon him, Jiraiya pieced together the entire scheme. The mist of confusion dissipated. He had previously pondered how SH0's mentor, a companion of Orochimaru, could so easily allow SH0 to perish. It turned out that all of this was part of a conspiracy targeting both Orochimaru and SH0. Yet, to his surprise, upon his arrival, SH0 had not entered the battlefield. Instead, it was Tsunade who had awakened the wood release and taken to the fray. Upon learning of this, the 4 great ninja villages convened to devise a plan to jointly confront Tsunade. Should anything happen to her, the existence of all of you will be rendered obsolete. Time was of the essence, and Jiraiya was enveloped in a palpable aura of menace, his white hair bristled as if a lion in rage. Every fiber of his being transformed. Gazing intently at the battleground of the conflict between Konoha and Iwagakure, his Sharingan activated, tearing through the fabric of space as he vanished from sight. In the chaotic theater of war, not a soul noticed Jiraiya's sudden departure. Presuming he had deemed the minions beneath him unworthy of his time and left the battlefield, while the war continued unabated. In an instant, Jiraiya traversed countless miles, arriving directly at the battlefield of Tsunade. Below him, the ninja of Konoha and Tsunade were locked in fierce combat, rivers of blood flowing, intricate jutsu manifesting one after another. Yet, none of this captured his attention as he meticulously surveyed the battlefield. Moments later, he still could not discern Tsunade's presence. Boom. Jiraiya's ears perked up as he instantly detected a violent surge of chakra emanating from the forest, vanishing from his spot and swiftly darting towards the source. The timeline rewinds to the moment of Tsunade's battle, where she expended the last of her sage chakra, utterly depleting her strength. With the use of the sage technique Senju, Birth of the World Tree, she shattered all incoming attacks and impaled Zuki on a massive tree, leaving the others gravely wounded to varying degrees. Puff! Brother! Chio cried out as her 10-puppet brigade was annihilated. And upon witnessing Zuki's demise, her eyes turned crimson with fury. Despite her own injuries, she collapsed to the ground, her gaze fixated on Zuki. Lifelessly lodged in the colossal tree, her heart seethed with resentment. The sage Archmagen had successfully sealed the 5-tailed beasts within a barrier, immobilizing them firmly to the earth, rendering them incapable of any further action. Chapter 35, The Death of Tsunade. Puff. Truly formidable, cough cough. Yet it is your turn to perish. The third Kazekage, having sustained minor injuries, was spared from severe damage due to his elevation in the air. Observing Tsunade's extreme fatigue, he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand, his expression twisted into a sinister grin. Magnet release, iron sand rain, swiftly forming hand seals. The third Kazekage unleashed his most potent attack as Tsunade faltered, transforming countless grains of iron sand into lethal needles, raining down upon her in a relentless torrent. Farewell, Jiraiya. Tsunade, now utterly drained of chakra, gasped for breath, lacking even the strength to raise a hand, as she gazed up at the ominous downpour of iron needles. A mix of reluctance and guilt flickered in her eyes, memories of joyful moments spent with Jiraiya flashing before her mind. Strangely, a faint smile crept onto her lips. The iron sand needles, propelled at an astonishing speed, soon loomed before Tsunade. Zazazazazaza. Countless needles pierced her body, embedding themselves all over her, a gruesome sight reminiscent of 1,000 arrows through the heart, but the torment of innumerable needles was far more despairing. This harrowing scene unfolded just as Jiraiya emerged from the Kamui space. Thud, thud, thud. Jiraiya witnessed, with his own eyes, Tsunade being pierced by countless iron needles. In an instant, his eyes filled with blood, and his heart began to pound violently, echoing thump, thump. Thump as if the world had been rendered motionless. His pupils dilated in disbelief as he gazed upon his beloved. In that moment, a wave of sorrow and rage swept across the entire shinobi realm, leaving him utterly dazed. In an instant, Jiraiya's once lustrous white hair transformed into a somber gray, and the Rinnegan within his eyes emerged spontaneously. The loss of his beloved enveloped his heart in a shroud of despair, and from the depths of his soul, a roar filled with boundless sorrow and fury erupted. He bellowed aloud, a cry that resonated with his anguish. Moments later, Jiraiya appeared beside Tsunade, his hand sweeping forth to shatter all the iron needles surrounding them. He held her tightly in his embrace, tears cascading down his cheeks, his gaze clouded with a melancholic hue. As he looked upon the woman he cherished, an unbearable pain gripped his heart. Tsunade, do not die, do not leave me. It is all my fault, all my fault. Why was I not by your side? Why did I not arrive in time? Why could I not uncover their sinister plot? Why? Jiraiya cradled Tsunade's still warm body, his voice reverberating with anguished cries that seemed to resonate with the very heavens, evoking a miraculous downpour. The tempestuous winds arose, and torrents of rain cascaded, instantly soaking all those present. Is it really you, Jiraiya? Am I merely dreaming? Cough, cough, perhaps I long for you too much. Forgive me. But I fear I may never have the chance to remain by your side again. Please, take care to nourish yourself, engage in a beautiful romance, and do not seek out someone as tempestuous as I. You must find a gentle and kind-hearted girl. I cannot accompany you any longer. Tsunade, gazing at Jiraiya, initially thought she was witnessing an illusion, yet it did not deter her from uttering her final words. She extended her gradually cooling hand to tenderly caress Jiraiya's face, reminding him to seek a compassionate and gentle companion. However, she could not finish expressing all her heartfelt sentiments. Her outstretched right hand suddenly fell, landing upon Jiraiya's rough palm. No, Tsunade, you cannot leave me. You cannot die. What am I to do? What am I to do? I do not want any other woman. I only want you. Why? Oh, cruel fate. Why must you treat me this way? Jiraiya grasped Tsunade's hand, pressing it against his face, reminiscent of a child. Weeping loudly as only the heavens showed him sympathy, showering him with sorrowful rain. Ding. The mission to save Tsunade has failed. She has been declared deceased. A reward of one-tailed chakra has been granted and assimilated within. The system's advancement was remarkably swift. Upon detecting Tsunade's demise, it immediately released the task reward. The formidable and vast chakra seamlessly merged with Jiraiya's original chakra, causing an instant expansion within him, surpassing even that of the Eight Tails. Yet, Jiraiya cared not. Could this newfound power bring back his beloved? You all must perish. You all must perish. Ah, how dare you take my Tsunade? I will see you all dead. You all must die. Ah. Jiraiya utilized the system to directly store Tsunade's lifeless body within it. His Rinnegan fixed intently on the still-living third Kazekage and the others present. His aura surged dramatically, his expression devoid of emotion, and his eyes vacant, as if he had transformed into an unfeeling machine of murder. Who was he? Why had he suddenly materialized here? The third Kazekage, witnessing Jiraiya's abrupt appearance, could not discern his identity, a wave of confusion washing over him. Observing Jiraiya's sorrow, it was evident even to the most naive that he was also a ninja from Konoha, presumably deeply connected to Tsunade. This is bad. He is Jiraiya of the White God. How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to be on the battlefield between our village and Konoha? The members from Imogakure, who recognized Jiraiya, were acutely aware of his terrifying prowess, having single-handedly slain the third Raikage and forced their main force to retreat. How could he possibly appear here? Wait. Do you see his eyes? The Byakugan? No, what kind of eyes are these? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chiyo, beholding Jiraiya, who resembled a demonic deity with his pure white eyes adorned with intricate patterns, was momentarily rendered speechless, as if recalling something dreadfully terrifying. White eyes? With patterns? What kind of eyes are these? I have never seen anything like it before. All present were steeped in confusion, for the Rinnegan had never manifested in their era. The most common ocular powers were the Sharingan and Byakugan, while other eye techniques were exceedingly rare. What sort of eyes does Jiraiya possess? Impossible, this cannot be. This is indeed the eyes of the Sage of Six Paths. This is the fabled Rinnegan. Chiyo finally recollected, extending her right hand to point directly at Jiraiya, her eyes reflecting a terror greater than when she first encountered would release. Chapter 36, Six Paths, Earth Explosion Star. Previously, Chiyo had read about the Rinnegan in ancient texts, which described it as having completely white eyes with concentric patterns, possessing extraordinary creative powers, known as the Eye of God, invincible and unbreakable. What? Rinnegan? The Rinnegan. The divine eye belonging solely to the Sage of Six Paths? How can this be? You shall all die. You must all die. Ah. Jiraiya resembled a mere shell of his former self, as the once pristine Rinnegan in his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. He gazed down upon the assembled formidable figures with an expression devoid of emotion, yet filled with an icy indifference and a palpable intent to kill. Suddenly, an array of black iron rods, conjured from the art of yin-yang, materialized behind him, hurtling towards the onlookers with astonishing speed. In an instant, these rods impaled the ground beneath them, as if transcending the very fabric of space, offering no respite for their victims. The air was punctuated by the sounds of piercing flesh and the anguished gasps of those present, each one succumbing to the brutal assault. Blood spilling forth as they were anchored helplessly to the earth. Cursed be this immobility. These rods possess an uncanny power, siphoning and sealing my chakra. Even the third Kazekage, suspended in midair, fell victim to this merciless onslaught, driven into the ground. Utilizing his magnet release, he discerned that these were no mere iron implements. Their nature eluded him as he could not sense any magnetic force emanating from them. His chakra was gradually drained as his chakra points were sealed. Even the five-tailed beasts were not spared, pinned in place, their eyes betraying a flicker of terror. The Rinnegan? How can this be? How could it manifest in this child? They lamented, "No, please, spare me." The tailed beasts, creations of the Sage of Six Paths, felt an indescribable dread in the presence of the Rinnegan, akin to that of offspring before their progenitor. Despite their formidable power, they found themselves utterly incapable of resistance against one who wielded the Rinnegan. You have wronged Tsunade, and for that, you shall all perish. You shall die." Jiraiya's previously impassive visage twisted into a grotesque mask of rage as he beheld the fallen figures, a flicker of sadistic pleasure igniting within his gaze. With a sweeping gesture, he activated the Sage of Six Paths mode. His fiery cloud robe transformed into a resplendent white garment, adorned with 3 burial seals on either side of the collar. 9 orbs of truth floated behind him, and unbeknownst to him, a pitch-black staff materialized in his hand as he ascended like a divine being. "Six Paths, Heavenly Star," he proclaimed, "ascend to the heavens and atone for your sins." Jiraiya summoned the full extent of his chakra, unleashing the extraordinary technique known as the Six Paths, Heavenly Star. This formidable move, which surpasses the ordinary Heavenly Star, was originally employed by the Sage of Six Paths to seal away his mother. It possesses the astonishing capability to create a moon, earning its reputation as a divine art, or perhaps more aptly, a technique of creation. Traditionally, the Six Paths, Heavenly Star required 2 individuals endowed with the power of the Six Paths to execute. However, due to the superior quality of the Rinnegan bestowed by the system, which exceeded the original eyes of the sage, Jiraiya was able to utilize this technique, albeit at the cost of his own life essence. Yet, he remained indifferent to such sacrifices, his heart consumed by fury and sorrow. Caring little for his own fate or that of others, his only desire was to unleash this torrent of rage. Harnessing the power of the Rinnegan, he began to connect with the gravitational source in the cosmos. Soon, fissures appeared on the ground, and massive boulders began to rise. As the third Kazekage and others found themselves losing their gravitational pull, hurtling toward the very center of the tumbling debris. Crash, crash, crash. The enormous rocks drew in everyone except for the 5-tailed beasts, enveloping them in the heart of the chaos. The boulders grew larger and larger, coalescing into a colossal sphere with a diameter of approximately 1 kilometer, propelling itself toward outer space. No, no, no. Please, no. What is this miracle? Help, help. Spare us, spare us. Jiraiya regarded the crowd with a frigid gaze, devoid of any trace of compassion. He observed their ascent, an incessant rise, until another full moon manifested outside the realm of the Hokage, though it remained daylight, leaving no one to perceive the anomaly. Once he had accomplished this feat, Jiraiya relinquished the Six Paths mode, revealing a faint crack within his Rinnegan, though it was not overtly conspicuous. This was clearly an indication of ocular exhaustion. Employing the Six Paths, Heavenly Transfer proved to be somewhat taxing for a single individual. The depletion of his visual power left him feeling exceedingly frail. It was his inaugural use of the Rinnegan, and in this unfamiliar state, it indeed felt rather burdensome. After Jiraiya retrieved the Rinnegan, it fell to the ground, and he slumped down, panting heavily. Am I foolish? Here I am, possessing the Rinnegan, yet I did not utilize the rebirth of the earthly technique to resurrect Tsunade. Instead, going to great lengths to exhaust my ocular power, sealing a group of useless individuals? As Jiraiya calmed himself, he raised his right hand and lightly tapped his own head, questioning his own foolishness. How could he have been so blind? He was entirely capable of reviving Tsunade. How had he not realized this at the time? In truth, during that moment, Jiraiya was consumed by rage and failed to consider the possibility of resurrecting Tsunade. His mind solely fixated on his murderous intent. The result was evident. He had acted impulsively. Goodness, I truly am something else, sobbing. Tsunade, I apologize. How could your husband be so foolish? Jiraiya had just exhausted an excessive amount of ocular energy, necessitating a period of recuperation. At this moment, he was incapable of employing the rebirth of the earth technique. In a fit of anger, he slapped himself several times. Alas, in a few days, once my ocular power has been restored, I shall resurrect Tsunade. This is infuriating. Such impulsiveness leads to folly. Subsequently, Jiraiya approached the 5-tailed beasts, now transformed into their Jinchuriki forms, all of whom were in a state of unconsciousness. Thus, he directly confined them within the confines of the system's space, vanishing from the spot and returning to the battlefield. Shortly after his departure, a dark figure emerged from the depths below. Such formidable power! Is it possible that the Rinnegan still exists in this world? Jiraiya? Could he possess the bloodline of the Sage of Six Paths? How is he able to awaken the Rinnegan? Had I been a tad closer just now, I might have been discovered. Could he potentially become an obstacle in my quest to resurrect my mother? Chapter 37. The emergence of Black Zetsu. This individual was none other than Black Zetsu, who traversed the globe in search of those he could exploit to resurrect his mother. He had painstakingly orchestrated numerous events to further his agenda. Upon passing through this area, He unexpectedly witnessed someone utilizing the planetary devastation technique and hastened over, albeit cautiously, to avoid detection by Jiraiya. After countless years of development, I managed to create Uchiha Madara with the Rinnegan, yet it appears another Rinnegan has emerged. This situation warrants vigilance. The resurrection of my mother requires careful planning. Jiraiya's Rinnegan abilities seem to surpass those of the original Sage of Six Paths. It took two individuals to jointly wield the Six Paths, universal pull. Yet he can manifest it alone. Had I been discovered, I would surely have been sealed alongside him, jeopardizing my efforts to save my mother. Black Zetsu cast a lingering glance at the spot where Jiraiya had vanished, his brow furrowed. Oh, my apologies, he had no eyebrows. It seems imperative to expedite the cultivation of the Rinnegan. I must have Uchiha Madara implant his Rinnegan into others. Once complete control is established, I can begin gathering the tailed beasts and resurrect Madara. Though he is currently powerful, age has rendered him unnecessary for existence. I must swiftly organize subsequent plans. Thereafter, Black Zetsu seamlessly merged into the earth, becoming unseen. No one detected his presence, not even Jiraiya, who, despite his awareness of Black Zetsu's existence, remained indifferent. To him, Black Zetsu was merely a jester. Unleash chaos. Water style, Water Dragon technique. Fire style, Phoenix Fire technique. Earth style, Earth Dragon technique. Lightning style, Earth Walk. Jiraiya suddenly appeared near the site of the previous battle, gazing at the hidden cloud village before him, his heart aflame with fury. How dare they scheme against his beloved wife? How could he possibly remain calm? Summoning technique, Arise. Fukusaku. Though he was seething with anger at the hidden cloud, he was reluctant to reveal the full extent of his abilities. Thus, he resorted to his original powers to engage in battle, summoning a colossal toad, the great sage Fukusaku. Bang! Wearing a magnificent robe adorned with flames, Jiraiya stood atop the colossal figure of Fukusaku, who, with a gigantic pipe clutched in his mouth, appeared as a grotesquely enlarged crimson toad. Draped in bandages and wielding a short sword, he exuded an aura that was both peculiar and intimidating, especially with his open vest. The sheer size of Fukusaku was astonishing, leaving one to ponder how his diminutive parents, the Fukuzawa couple, could possibly have birthed such an enormous creature. It was indeed beyond comprehension. Why did you summon me, Jiraiya? I was just relishing the delectable feast prepared by my mother. Fukusaku lamented. Over the years, he had been thoroughly subdued by Jiraiya's training, losing the brashness that once characterized him, and now considered himself merely a subordinate, having endured his fair share of beatings. Balancing a massive platter in one hand while the other clutched an unappetizing protein source, he feasted with remarkable delight, savoring what Jiraiya could never stomach. I called you forth for a purpose. It is time to eliminate those cloud ninja. They dare to bully your sister-in-law, and it infuriates me. Jiraiya pointed angrily at the battlefield ahead, where the ninjas were desperately engaged in combat. However, the thought of being able to resurrect Tsunade tempered his fury, though it still left him quite irate. What? Daring to bully my sister-in-law? Let us go, we shall crush them. With a loud crash, Gamabunta, upon hearing Jiraiya's words, dropped the plate in his hand, glaring menacingly at the cloud ninjas on the field. Oh, how dare they bully our sister-in-law? They must be seeking death. As Jiraiya's loyal subordinate, he felt compelled to take action. Drawing his massive blade, he leaped onto the battlefield, crushing several unfortunate cloud ninjas beneath him. With a thunderous thud, Gamabunta landed, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke, polluting the air. You dare to bully our sister-in-law? You shall perish. With fierce determination, he swung his blade, claiming the lives of numerous cloud ninjas with each strike, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables. Where did this giant frog come from? It's terrifying. Even the J-nin fell in one blow. Troy, due to Jiraiya's presence, refrained from joining the fray. Since Jiraiya was not participating, neither would he, seemingly accepting the circumstances. Although Jiraiya had previously fought valiantly on the battlefield alone, Troy chose to ignore it. He understood he was no match for Jiraiya, and their objective was merely to stall. If they could buy a day's time, it would be too late for them to realize the impending doom. When he saw a large frog suddenly leap onto the battlefield, he was taken aback. Spotting Jiraiya atop Gamabunta, he furrowed his brow, sensing that Jiraiya had changed. Water release, iron cannonball, endless barrage. With a series of resounding splashes, Gamabunta unleashed large water orbs from his mouth, directing them towards the cloud ninjas in a relentless stream. As if chakra was of no consequence, resembling a machine gun with dozens of massive water balls appearing in an instant. Damn it, stop them. Troy, witnessing Gamabunta's arrival and Jiraiya preparing to strike, could no longer remain idle and rushed towards the battlefield. Magnet release, twin blade of the sparrow. In an instant, two enormous square shurikens materialized in Troy's hands, hurtling towards Gamabunta and Jiraiya with incredible speed, the rotating force generating a fierce wind capable of inflicting significant damage. Super large Rasengan. Jiraiya instantaneously concentrated an enormous Rasengan, significantly larger than those of others, in his hands, directly colliding with the two shurikens launched by Troy. The clash produced a sharp, crackling sound. Ultimately, Troy's attack was defeated, as the two colossal shurikens were sent flying away. With a light leap, Troy utilized the two shurikens as leverage and began to swiftly form hand seals. Magnet release, 1000 shuriken technique. All the shurikens that had fallen on the battlefield were drawn to him, and tens of thousands of shurikens surged towards Jiraiya at an astonishing speed. Accelerated by the magnetic force, moving several times faster than a mere throw. Thousand needle jutsu. Jiraiya transformed his gray-white hair into an incredibly hard substance and then instantly launched it forward, the sound of shurikens being struck down resonating in the air. Chapter 38. The Great Water Release. Water Burst Wave. Jiraiya's strength is formidable. I cannot confront him head-on. It has already been more than half a day. Even if they discover the issue, it should be too late. Troy's attack was thwarted by Jiraiya, yet he displayed no signs of astonishment. A sinister smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. Retreat. In the end, Troy chose not to engage further with Jiraiya, but instead commanded a withdrawal, executing it with precision and order. Since the objective had been achieved, there was no need for unnecessary competition. Quickly retreat. Lord Raikage commands, retreat. With Troy's command, thousands of Cloud Shinobi began their withdrawal. Jiraiya could hardly be oblivious to the reason behind their retreat. They must believe they had slain Tsunade, thinking their goal accomplished. However, it was precisely Troy's retreat that infuriated him even more. He had yet to unleash his frustration, and now they wished to flee? What did they take him for? Water release. Great water burst wave. Jiraiya swiftly formed hand seals, jesting as he unleashed the ultimate technique of the second Mizukage, fueled by his immense chakra, which encompassed all elemental attributes. In an instant, he expelled a colossal wave resembling the fury of the ocean, manifesting into a vast, egg-shaped water prison that ensnared nearly 1,000 unsuspecting cloud ninjas, leaving them no chance of escape. What? This is dreadful. How could that wretched Jiraiya possess such formidable chakra? Troy thought, relieved that he had managed to escape swiftly, distancing himself from the range of Jiraiya's assault, accompanied by the remaining 2,000 ninjas, excluding those trapped within the watery confines. Overwhelmed by shock, he finally comprehended why the powerful third Raikage had met his demise at Jiraiya's hands. He quickened his pace, leading his forces in a hasty retreat. You may have escaped, but I shall leave these over 1,000 cloud ninjas behind. Let them atone for the suffering inflicted upon Tsunade, he declared as he executed the technique, water release, 1,000 sharks break. Jiraiya once again formed hand seals, invoking his self-created ninjutsu, which he devised by recalling the technique of the formidable Kisame Hashigaki, known as the 1,000 feeding sharks. While the principles were akin, he instantaneously utilized water release to conjure thousands of bloodthirsty sharks, relentlessly reaping the lives of those from the hidden cloud village amidst a cataclysmic surge of water. Oh, the sharks. Run. Oh no. I can't move. Cursed fate. Spare me, please. Do not take my life. Jiraiya was never truly concerned about the lives of those in the hidden cloud. However, as one after another fell victim to tragic fates, a revelation seemed to dawn upon him, and the murderous intent in his gaze gradually diminished. In a world rife with conflict, he resolved to avert calamity in his own manner, to bring stability to the ninja realm. What is this so-called child of destiny? I, Jiraiya, am the true child of destiny. Boom. Ding. Congratulations to the host for attaining clarity of heart and achieving a breakthrough in cultivation. Current level, mid-6 paths reward. Two Tails chakra has been granted and successfully integrated. Jiraiya experienced a moment of profound enlightenment, achieving an unexpected epiphany that propelled him directly to the mid-level of the 6 paths. It is noteworthy that reaching the 6 paths tier is an arduous endeavor, where ascending even a minor level is fraught with challenges. Yet, through a brief period of introspection, Jiraiya managed to elevate himself to the mid-level of the 6 paths. Should the Sage of 6 Paths witness this, he would undoubtedly be overwhelmed, for he himself had to endure countless hardships to attain even a slight elevation in his own journey. His strength has surged once more, and with a hint of restored ocular power, he anticipates a complete recovery in just a few days. Tsunade, await my return. Jiraiya clenched his fists, feeling the chakra within him swell to several times its previous magnitude. The elevation of his realm also restored some of the power of his Rinnegan. A subtle smile graced his lips as the time required to resurrect Tsunade was shortened by several days. Oh, we have triumphed. The cloud has been vanquished. Long live Lord Jiraiya. Victory. Long live Lord Jiraiya. Long live Lord Jiraiya. Long live. Ultimately, amidst the battlefield between the hidden cloud and Konoha, the heartfelt voices of countless Konoha ninjas resounded. In celebration of their hard-won victory, many ninjas embraced one another, reveling in the joy of their success. All gazes turned to Jiraiya, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Once again, he had elevated his status in their hearts, aside from the third Hokage. It seemed no one else could inspire such reverence in them. Let us return the bodies of our fallen brothers and burn the remnants of the cloud. Jiraiya gazed at the faces of the Konoha ninjas, their expressions radiating purity, joy, and an undeniable fortunate to have survived while many of their brothers, sisters, and comrades lay buried in this very land. Their narrow escape fortified their resolve to strive for a world unified in peace, where every household could dwell in tranquility. Doors left unbarred at night, allowing all to lead lives of happiness. The Konoha ninjas, brimming with fervor and exuberance, stood tall in response to Jiraiya's commands, their smiles mirroring his own. While others busied themselves with the remnants of battle, Jiraiya retreated alone to his tent. A sigh escaped him. He felt an acute lack of strength. Although he had attained the prowess of the Six Paths, his knowledge of Kaguya and the Tsutsuki clan remained woefully insufficient. He was oblivious to the whereabouts of Uchiha Madara, whose resurrection would undoubtedly elevate him to a level surpassing even the later stages of Six Paths power. Moreover, the lurking threat of Black Zetsu weighed heavily on his mind. Once inside his tent, Jiraiya collapsed onto his bed, staring contemplatively at the ceiling above. His exchange points had reached a mere 5,750,000. Fortunately, he already possessed the Rinnegan, negating the need for further exchanges. He had acquired 5-tailed beasts and had no immediate desire for others. His next course of action would be to discreetly cultivate his own influence. Following this ninja world war, a period of calm should ensue, granting him a chance to rest. He yearned to revive Tsunade and cherish her presence. Vowing never to let her face danger again, Jiraiya gazed at the remaining exchange points, realizing that there was little left to redeem. The Rinnegan was already sufficient, and further exchanges were unnecessary. It was prudent to save the points for the time when he could eventually acquire the Nine-Tails Rinnegan, which would grant him the formidable strength needed to confront Kaguya alone. Ding! The time for today's check-in had arrived. Was it time to commence the check-in? It seemed that the hour had come once more. He must hasten back to Konoha without delay. Jiraiya heard the system prompt, momentarily taken aback, and then swiftly rose to his feet, entering the spatial realm. He reappeared in his home, within Konoha. Ever since acquiring the SSS-ranked ninjutsu, the harem technique, he had bound himself to the Konoha household's sign-in system. As soon as the designated sign-in time arrived, he would promptly vanish, returning home to complete his sign-in. Chapter 39. When the enemy advances, I retreat. When the enemy retreats, I disrupt. Jiraiya instantaneously returned to his dilapidated home in Konoha, a place he had neglected over the years. He seldom resided there, primarily occupying the accommodations provided by the village, and thus rarely returned, making it an ideal location for his clandestine endeavors. Resolute in his decision, he affirmed his intention to sign in. Upon his arrival, he silently recited his determination. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully signing in at the dilapidated residence of Konoha, and for acquiring the Ultra SSS level invisibility technique, a masterful art of peeping. The system encourages you to continue your efforts. System, are you jesting with me? What on earth is the utility of this? Jiraiya spat out a mouthful of blood, roaring in fury. Given that he frequently found himself caught while peeping, the system, in a moment of unexpected kindness, bestowed upon him the gift of invisibility, prompting the host to express gratitude rather than disdain. I am a system that understands human emotions. I encourage my host to persevere and utilize this ability to avoid capture. It seems the system has grown increasingly anthropomorphic, even resorting to teasing Jiraiya. One must remember that Jiraiya possesses a singular passion, gathering inspiration, sketching, and crafting novels, often discovered by the alluring maidens in the bathhouse, leading to frequent pursuits by a horde of beautiful women. Thus, the system's provision of an invisibility technique is rather surprising. Do I truly need to engage in peeping? Our Tsunade possesses a physique that far surpasses any competition. Is there truly a need for such skills? Besides, who could possibly perceive my presence? Why am I entertaining such thoughts? Is the system attempting to lead me astray? Were it not for the intangible nature of the system, Jiraiya would have pointed an accusatory finger at it, only to be reminded of Tsunade's unrivaled figure. Which woman could possibly compare? Since it's a gift from the sign-in, why not make use of it? However, if one does not wish to employ it, there is no obligation to do so. The sign-in for today has concluded. Farewell. As the system chuckled mischievously, Jiraiya imagined a shifty-eyed old man grinning wickedly at him. An expression that seemed to convey a knowing message, leaving him utterly speechless. Ugh, how unfortunate. The sign-in has never yielded anything worthwhile. Jiraiya spat disdainfully, cursing under his breath. Since the commencement of his sign-in, he had received nothing but worthless items, devoid of any genuine treasures. It was either techniques for harem building or invisibility, which he found rather insulting, as if they were urging him to indulge in voyeurism. Did they not recognize his integrity? How could he possibly stoop to such behavior? Shaking his head in exasperation, Jiraiya vanished from the spot and returned to his original tent, exhausted from the day's endeavors. He collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Orochimaru was still engaged in battle. Yet it appeared that Iwagakure had no intention of fighting to the death. Instead, they sent waves of minor soldiers to harass him. Inoki adopted a strategy of retreating when the enemy advanced and disrupting them when they retreated. Whenever Orochimaru led his troops into combat, Inoki would keep his distance. And when Orochimaru attempted to withdraw, he would return for another round of annoyance, which thoroughly vexed Orochimaru. Were it not for the limited duration of his sage mode, he would have dispatched Inoki long ago. After a few exchanges, the two ninja villages found themselves merely observing one another, with no desire to continue the confrontation. Orochimaru. Your strength is formidable, yet your ability to maintain flight is fleeting. I have discerned your weakness. Merely harassing you will suffice. The rest is a matter of waiting for good news from my son, haha. Inoki sat in his encampment, gazing at the Konoha camp from afar. A slight smile gracing his lips, indicative of his inner satisfaction. His objective was simply to restrain Orochimaru. Konoha boasted numerous elite shinobi, including Jiraiya, Tsunade, Kakashi, and Uchiha Itachi, all surpassing the rank of Kage. However, surrounded by enemies, even the most formidable warriors would be hindered. The prospect of several villages dispatching dozens of skilled ninjas to eliminate Tsunade seemed all too plausible. Unbeknownst to Inoki, his son, K2, along with the third Kazekage and others, had already been sealed away in the void by Jiraiya, and the tailed beast had been captured. Had he known this, his joy would likely have turned to despair. It's nearly time. After a couple more rounds, we can withdraw. Unlike the clumsy giants of Kyomogakure, who only know how to fight and squander their forces, we Iwagakure have preserved our strength remarkably, he chuckled to himself, recalling the intelligence gathered from the battlefield. What does this Inoki intend to achieve? His strategic approach seems devoid of any desire to assault Konoha. What, then, is his true purpose? Orochimaru glared at the Iwagakure camp, perplexed by Inoki's erratic behavior. It was a constant back and forth. Whenever they advanced, the enemy retreated, and when they retreated, the enemy advanced, a frustrating cycle indeed. There is something amiss, Orochimaru thought, sensing that Inoki's actions were decidedly unusual. Uchiha Kagami stood beside Orochimaru, his brow furrowed as he gazed intently at the opposing Iwagakure camp, seemingly lost in thought, yet lacking a clear direction. Indeed, they were undoubtedly scheming something. Inoki's intent was clearly to stall them, and the simultaneous assault by the four great shinobi villages on Konoha suggested ulterior motives. Yet, what could those motives possibly be? What was their ultimate objective? Furthermore, the dispatched Umbu and scouts had returned with nary a report, indicating that there were traitors among them. Who could it be? In Konoha, who stood to gain the most from the four great villages attacking? Orochimaru's mind was astute, quickly linking Inoki's strategy to a broader plan. But what could be so significant that it warranted a conspiracy among all four villages? It was evident that Konoha harbored its own spies. Otherwise, the Umbu and scouts would not have failed to return with information. Someone was surely betraying them, lying in wait along the paths of their dispatched operatives. Orochimaru's furrowed brow revealed his frustration, unable to grasp the full picture. After all, Orochimaru could not fathom that the ultimate aim of the four great villages was Tsunade, as he found it unnecessary to consider. If there were a conspiracy, why not target himself, or Jiraiya, or even others? Why focus on Tsunade? Thus, he had not contemplated this angle. Speaking of which, Uchiha Kagami interjected, I have thought of someone. If the four great villages were to encircle Konoha and we were to emerge with a Pyrrhic victory, who stands to gain the most? At that moment, a startling realization struck Uchiha Kagami, a name suddenly surfacing in his mind. Chapter 40. Danzo's Conspiracy Who? Orochimaru frowned, still unable to discern who could benefit the most. It was no surprise. Orochimaru, being just in his 20s, lacked experience in political matters, let alone knowledge of someone like Danzo, who wielded no strength but thrived in the realm of political intrigue. If he could outmaneuver Danzo, he would not have been betrayed by him and forced to defect. Shimura Danzo. Uchiha Kagami, as a member of the elite guard under the second Hokage alongside the third and Danzo himself, understood him better than most. Though the third Hokage was also quite familiar with Danzo, his reluctance to eliminate him led to grave mistakes, ultimately allowing Danzo's influence to subtly surpass that of the rightful Hokage. By that time, Sarutobi had grown old, lacking the former ambition and resolve to engage in conflict, which precipitated the ensuing calamity. Danzo? How could that be? What could his motive be? No, he seeks to become Hokage himself? Orochimaru, taken aback by Uchiha Kagami's words, paused momentarily. What relevance did Danzo have in this situation? If Konoha fell or suffered a devastating victory, what would it mean for Danzo? Did he not stand to lose everything? Given that he was currently second in command in Konoha, shouldn't the village's strength elevate his own status? However, Orochimaru's mind raced with remarkable swiftness. Before he could even finish his sentence, he had already deduced the reasoning behind Danzo's actions. First and foremost, if Konoha emerged victorious, it would undoubtedly benefit him, as his status would continue to rise. Conversely, if Konoha achieved a Pyrrhic victory, he could readily step forth to criticize the third Hokage for his inability to manage the village, which not only faced an assault from the four great shinobi villages, but also suffered grievous losses. This would generate a negative sentiment within the village, subtly leading the populace to question the third Hokage's decisions, paving the way for him to ascend to the position of Hokage. Of course, if Konoha faced defeat, his rationale would become even more compelling, enabling him to incite the public to oust the third Hokage. Jiraiya and others would be part of the defeated faction, rendering them devoid of any military standing and hopelessly unable to inherit the title of Hokage. In stark contrast, Danzo possessed a multitude of supporters, making it effortless for him to seize the position. Thus, it was clear that in the impending Second Great Ninja War, regardless of the outcome, the ultimate victor would solely be Danzo. Indeed, it was the coveted position of Hokage that had long irked him. He could not fathom why the second Hokage had entrusted the title to Sarutobi rather than himself. This resentment lingered within him, though he seldom expressed it outwardly, his heart aching for the position of Hokage, a sentiment that explained his reluctance to emerge in the public eye. Uchiha Kagami nodded, gazing into the distance, his eyes reflecting the sinister visage of Danzo from the past, a side of him that he detested most, a man of integrity throughout his life. Kagami held disdain for those who engaged in treacherous machinations like Danzo. Yet he understood Danzo's inner machinations all too well. In conversing with Sarutobi about these matters, Sarutobi seemed indifferent, almost trusting of Danzo, or perhaps reluctant to confront the truth, given that Danzo had once been his comrade. The chaos surrounding Sarutobi's ascent to Hokage had been mitigated by Danzo's assistance, making him an invaluable ally. However, it was the allure of power that ultimately clouded Danzo's judgment, a reality the third Hokage was loath to acknowledge or address. That old scoundrel, betraying his own. Orochimaru scoffed, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He still harbored a profound love for the village and wished to see no one within its ranks perish. With each loss, his heart ached. Over the years, he had collaborated with Jiraiya on research, focusing not on humans, but rather on mice and primates. As Jiraiya held reservations about human experimentation unless conducted with voluntary consent. In contrast, Orochimaru was a fervent scientist, indifferent to the nature of his subjects. As long as they were not villagers, capturing individuals from other villages for his research was of little concern to him. However, with Jiraiya's involvement, Orochimaru became less engrossed in human experimentation, as laboratory mice and primates sufficed for scientific inquiry, exhibiting remarkable similarities to humans, particularly the former. This revelation brought immense joy to Orochimaru. The prospect of conducting experiments without resorting to human subjects was indeed a welcome relief, especially considering Jiraiya and the third Hokage's staunch opposition to such practices, prompting him to abandon them altogether. With Jiraiya's participation, every research endeavor progressed smoothly. As he provided an abundance of information and innovative ideas, revealing that possessing the Rinnegan could grant the ability to resurrect the deceased. This notion sent Orochimaru into a frenzy of research. Indeed, his ambition was to manufacture the Rinnegan en masse, a concept that had lingered in his mind for many years. For instance, if Orochimaru's lifespan were to reach its end, Jiraiya could resurrect him, and conversely, should Jiraiya pass away, Orochimaru could bring him back to life. Such a method of circumventing death was akin to a form of immortality, leading him to abandon the pursuit of soul reincarnation and focus on the creation of the Rinnegan. What would the world look like if this research succeeded? The entire Tsutsuki clan could potentially awaken the Rinnegan, contributing to their formidable strength. If they were able to produce the Rinnegan in bulk, could they not also withstand the invasions from the Tsutsuki clan? Although there had been sporadic incursions from the Tsutsuki in the later stages of the Shinobi War, the true extent of their numbers remained unknown. Possessing the Rinnegan, a seemingly invincible tool, would ensure that many powerful individuals remained. Yet, some may question the feasibility of replicating the Rinnegan. After all, it took Kagaya's progeny many years to create a single pair, namely, that of Uchiha Madara. So how could one hope to duplicate the Rinnegan? Jiraiya merely provided Orochimaru with a direction, emphasizing that the crux of the research lay in the Sharingan. Numerous Sharingan were essential. Orochimaru had tirelessly collected them, with no deceased members of the Uchiha clan or their rogue ninjas escaping his grasp. The potential for the Sharingan to evolve into the Mangekyou Sharingan hinged on whether the user possessed sufficient Yin chakra. Theoretically, if a pair of Sharingan contained ample Yin chakra, awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan would be possible. Furthermore, the combination of the Mangekyou Sharingan with Hashirama's cells could yield a chance of success in creating a pair of Rinnegan. However, this conclusion was solely Jiraiya's, and whether Orochimaru could successfully conduct the research remained to be seen. Chapter 41. Danzo, your time is limited indeed, Orochimaru. The Hokage holds great expectations for you. It seems you are destined to become the next Hokage. Thus, you must exert yourself, garnering more military achievements and the support of fellow shinobi, thereby enhancing your chances of attaining the title of Hokage. By that time, you shall possess the strength to confront Danzo, who is cunning and treacherous, a foe not easily dealt with. Uchiha Kagami, having remained by the side of the third Hokage, clearly understood the intentions behind the third's desire to pass the Hokage position to Orochimaru. He placed a hand upon Orochimaru's shoulder and solemnly declared that, given Orochimaru's current standing and capabilities within the village, he was woefully inadequate to contend with Danzo. Thus, this matter could not be rushed. It required a gradual and thoughtful approach. Indeed, Kagami-sensei, I shall keep watch over Inoki. I will return immediately to draft a letter to Sensei to elucidate certain matters. As for the situation with Danzo, I shall deliberate on whether to disclose it to him, Orochimaru replied, a slight smile gracing his lips. He understood Kagami's words well, but remained unfazed. While Danzo wielded significant power, in the face of absolute strength, all other considerations become trivial. As long as he could attain greater power, even Danzo would be no match for him. Very well, proceed with caution. Do not allow haste to disrupt your composure. Kagami nodded slightly. Orochimaru was the commander, and his words were not to be contested. However, a gentle reminder was warranted, otherwise he might hastily inform the Hokage of Danzo's machinations. It was uncertain whether the third Hokage would believe him, and even if he did, he would likely choose to turn a blind eye. Over the years, he had come to see the third Hokage clearly, though he appeared wise and formidable. He was often indecisive on critical matters. Understood, Kagami-sensei, Orochimaru replied with a faint smile, before turning to leave, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Danzo, wait. Your days are numbered. Enjoy the time that remains to you. With Inoki refraining from aggression, Orochimaru saw no need to linger. With Uchiha Kagami present, it sufficed. He returned to the camp to compose a letter to the third Hokage, summoning two summoning snakes to deliver messages to Jiraiya and Tsunade, urging them to remain vigilant. The specifics of the enemy's schemes were still unclear, but they were undoubtedly complex. Achoo! Is the weather turning cooler? Am I catching a cold? Just as Orochimaru contemplated eliminating Danzo, atop the throne in the roots of Konoha sat a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, a bandage wrapped around his head, one eye obscured, and his left arm, seemingly injured, perpetually bent. Dressed in loose samurai attire, he sneezed and spoke. Danzo-sama, I have urgent reports from the front lines. Suddenly, a root member appeared before Danzo, kneeling on one knee, masked but unable to conceal the admiration in his eyes. What news? Has Tsunade fallen? Toanzo spoke softly, not even glancing at the root ninja before him. Lord Toanzo, Tsunade, the third Kazekage, and the skilled fighters who were hunting her have all vanished. However, my subordinates discovered severe signs of battle in the area, with extensive damage evident. The magnitude of the destruction suggests a mutual demise. Yet no further trace of Tsunade has been found on the battlefield, indicating the possibility of a fatal outcome. The root ninja reported meticulously on all he had uncovered. Though the details were somewhat vague, it was nearly certain that Tsunade was either deceased or grievously injured. Incompetence. You couldn't even keep track of one individual. Find her. If she is alive, bring her to me. If she is dead, I want her corpse returned. You understand what must be done, Danzo exclaimed angrily, rising to his feet. Unable to contain his wrath towards the ineptitude of his subordinates. They had returned with such meager information. What use was it? Yes, I shall see to it at once. The root ninja replied, feeling a pang of fear at Toanzo's fury, and quickly disappeared from sight. Tsunade, even if you are dead, I will locate you. The wood release cells within you cannot be wasted, he chuckled, his laughter echoing sinisterly through the empty headquarters of the root. Toanzo had all but confirmed that Tsunade was indeed dead. He simply did not know where her body had ended up, with so many skilled fighters attacking her. Survival seemed impossible, especially considering she had not returned to the battlefield, which left no doubt about her fate. Otherwise, how could her presence not have been felt on the battlefield? Her exceptional medical ninjutsu should have allowed her to heal and return, yet she had not. As he contemplated the wood release cells within Tsunade, he laughed uncontrollably, his mirth mingling with arrogance. Tsunade, do not blame me, if anyone is to be blamed. It is your possession of wood release and your lineage as the granddaughter of my former teacher. If you do not perish, how can I ascend to the position of Hokage? I have waited too long for this moment, and this time I shall truly claim the title of Hokage. As Toanzo laughed, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes, his fist clenched tightly as he recalled how his mentor had bestowed the Hokage title upon Sarutobi. The memory ignited his fury, and time passed swiftly, 3 days slipping away in the blink of an eye. During this time, Jiraiya had tidied the battlefield, and the hidden cloud had announced their surrender, intending to submit a letter of capitulation to Konoha shortly to discuss reparations. Meanwhile, Inoki showed no signs of yielding, commanding his troops to retreat without any indication of surrender or compensation, an astute move from the cunning old fox. As for the hidden sand, what of them? Jiraiya had initially succumbed to a deep slumber, but suddenly, a serpent materialized beside him. After glancing at the message from Orochimaru, he recalled that the battle in Tsunade remained unresolved. He swiftly employed a transformation technique to assume the guise of Tsunade, making his presence known on the battlefield, where he utilized wood release to decisively vanquish the forces of Tsunade. Left without leadership, the Elder Council was compelled to announce their surrender. The news of Tsunade's survival sent shockwaves across the globe, instilling profound unease within the hearts of the 4 great ninja villages. Why was this so? Because they had dispatched nearly half of their strongest warriors to hunt her down, only to face utter failure. What did this signify? It indicated that Tsunade had become a figure akin to her grandfather, retreating into the village, no longer daring to act with impunity. Yet lamenting the fate of her village's tailed beasts, they could not openly demand their return, forced to endure silent grievances, left to rue their earlier decisions, preferring to abandon their quest to eliminate Tsunade. Now, their strongest had perished, yet she remained unscathed, leaving them with the bitter loss of their tailed beasts. Chapter 42, the 4th Kazekage, Ten no Kin. In truth, Tsunade found itself in the direst of circumstances, having lost not only the 3rd Kazekage but also the candidate for the 4th, alongside Chiyo and Chiyo's husband, as well as the Jinchuriki of the One-Tail. They suffered a staggering loss of 5 formidable experts. Fortunately, Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law still remained. Otherwise, Tsunade would have been bereft of any elite shinobi. Tsunade, you wretched woman. I, Ten no Kin, shall avenge this grievance. The day after their defeat, Ten no Kin ascended to the position of 4th Kazekage. With the absence of elite shinobi in Tsunade, Ten no Kin and his spouse emerged as the most potent among the remaining Kage-level figures. The Super Kage-level warriors had vanished entirely. While Ten no Kin might eventually break through in a few years, for now, he found himself in the depths of mediocrity, nearly relegated to the ranks of the lesser ninja villages, nearly falling out of the esteemed 5 great villages due to their dwindling strength. Stay strong, my brother Ken. We shall safeguard Tsunade. We still have Scorpion, whose talent is remarkable. I believe he will soon flourish. Nika gently embraced Ten no Kin from behind, comprehending her husband's sorrow. Once a prodigy of Sunagakure, he had suffered defeat at Tsunade's hands, having returned in disgrace, only for her to once again best his mother and a dozen other formidable shinobi, inflicting immense emotional turmoil upon him. She could only alleviate his grief and anger through her comforting presence. "Forgive me, Nika. I am utterly useless, unable to protect even my mother or our village." Ten-no-kin responded, pulling his wife closer, tears streaming unbidden down his cheeks. This period had been the most agonizing of his life, without Nika by his side. His character might have led him to contemplate the unthinkable. "My dear Ken, in my heart, you shall always be the strongest. Do not blame yourself. Victory and defeat are the very essence of a warrior's path. One day, we too shall emerge victorious." Nixiang's delicate head gently nestled against the sturdy back of Tian Jijian as the two embraced in tranquil silence, savoring the serenity of the moment. It was a time of profound peace and joy. Meanwhile, in the hidden mist village, the third Mizukage met his demise at the hands of Kakashi Sasuke. Swiftly followed by the ascension of the three-tails Jinchuriki, Kagaya Shirzua, to the position of fourth Mizukage. Under his formidable strength, he quelled the rebellious factions, asserting his authority as the fourth and announcing the village's surrender to Konoha, dispatching envoys to negotiate terms for reparations. The Second Shinobi World War had finally reached a temporary resolution. In the wake of Konoha's triumph and the ensuing celebrations, the village radiated joy, adorned with red lanterns and filled with laughter. However, within the headquarters of Root, one individual seethed with rage. "Useless. All of you are useless," he bellowed. A dozen elite shinobi, including those of extraordinary caliber, could not even eliminate a single shadow-level girl, and instead, she turned the tables on you. How utterly disgraceful. Danzo listened to the village extolling Tsunade's virtues and her newfound mastery of Mokuton, heralding her as the next Hokage. His countenance darkened, and fury boiled within him as his meticulously crafted plans crumbled to dust, an affront to his authority and judgment. He hurled his cane, striking the kneeling Root members before him. "You too. All of you are worthless. If you cannot even handle a mere girl, what purpose do you serve? Did I place my hopes in you to secure the Hokage position in vain? Begone, all of you. Leave my sight." Danzo, a man typically shrouded in cunning and stoicism, found his composure shattered in the face of Tsunade's power, realizing that his aspirations of becoming Hokage were slipping away. This realization ignited an uncontrollable rage within him. A rare display of his disarray. He recalled Tsunade's might and drew parallels to the legendary Senju Hashirama, under whose shadow the entire shinobi world once thrived. Now, Tsunade had risen, and he lacked the means to vanquish her, which signified the bleakness of his own ambitions. The notion that he might not outlive Tsunade plagued him. For a politician, the struggle to attain one's desired position was an agonizing plight. "It cannot be. I shall find a way." Hashirama fell in battle against Uchiha Madara. "And if no one else can defeat you, what if the Uchiha awakened their Mangeki Sharingan?" He mused. "Humph, Tsunade, do not celebrate too soon. I shall devise a means to bring about your demise." After contemplating, Danzo recalled that Senju Hashirama had perished shortly after vanquishing Uchiha Madara, sustaining grievous injuries in their fierce battle. With newfound strength, Danzo resolved to cultivate an even mightier Uchiha, one capable of eliminating Hashirama. Even if he could not achieve outright victory, he aimed to inflict upon Hashirama the same fate as his grandfather, wounding him fatally. Thus, he began devising a grander scheme. As for Tsunade, had she returned to life? Not yet, though her revival was imminent. Jiraiya had regained a significant portion of his ocular prowess and intended to resurrect Tsunade that very night. The Tsunade present in the village was merely a transformation conjured by Jiraiya's would-release technique, crafted to obscure the truth of her demise. Exposure of his Rinnegan would invite unwarranted complications. "Tsunade, I apologize for your prolonged suffering in that frigid realm." Following their victory in the war, Jiraiya and Orochimaru, among others, naturally returned to the village to receive the villagers' accolades and participate in the memorial service for the fallen shinobi. Upon their return, the afternoon had already waned, and the memorial service was set for the following day. Having spent several days recuperating, Jiraiya had restored a considerable amount of his ocular strength, sufficient for a practical application of the Rinnegan's innate techniques. Upon arriving in the village, he immediately retreated to his modest abode, for it was the safest and least conspicuous sanctuary. From within the confines of the system, he retrieved Tsunade's lifeless form. Due to the timeless nature of the system's internal space, her body remained remarkably preserved, though it was now cold, her complexion pale and devoid of any trace of vitality. Jiraiya gently laid Tsunade upon the bed, his hand tenderly caressing her icy visage. Tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably, although her resurrection was imminent. The memory of that fateful moment struck him with an overwhelming sorrow. "Tsunade, you will soon return to us. Just wait for me." His eyes, once filled with guilt, transformed into a profound expression of love as he activated his Rinnegan. The cracks that marred its surface were mended by the power of his gaze. Chapter 43, The Netherworld. The Art of Rebirth Through the Outer Path. Jiraiya's pupils narrowed as a surge of vibrant green chakra illuminated the entire room. This immense life force directly impacted Tsunade, employing the heavenly connection technique to communicate with the underworld, pulling her soul back and reviving her body, restoring her complexion to a healthier hue. Her heartbeat gradually resumed, and her previously pallid visage began to blossom with a rosy glow. In the realm of the dead, two men and a woman were casually seated on the ground, engaged in conversation. One man, robustly built with silver hair, possessed striking red eyes, and wore a mask reminiscent of a protective face covering, adorned with 3 crimson markings on his cheeks. He donned a tight-fitting black combat suit complemented by layered armor, accentuated by a white fur collar that highlighted his exceptional valor. The second man, tall and strikingly handsome, exuded an imposing presence with his flowing black hair. He wore a similar black combat suit, layered with red armor, and sported red gauntlets on his wrists. The woman, slender and graceful, was clad in a flowing robe of fiery clouds, her figure perfectly proportioned, with long golden hair cascading down her back and a hint of melancholy gracing her beautiful face. Senju Hashirama, adorned in red armor, gazed at his granddaughter, reflecting on the remarkable transformation of Tsunade, who had once been led astray by his influence and developed a penchant for gambling. He was aware of her awakening of the wood release, yet she had fallen to the hands of numerous skilled fighters, an outcome he found no fault in. He viewed her sacrifice for the village as a profound honor, rather than an act deserving of pity. However, witnessing the sorrow etched on her face tugged at his heartstrings. Suddenly, he sensed a flicker of life amidst the deathly atmosphere of the underworld. When had life ever manifested here? As understanding dawned upon him, a subtle smile graced his lips as he approached Tsunade, gently patting her shoulder. "Tsunade, someone is calling for you." "What? Calling me back? Who is it? Who possesses the power to summon me?" Tsunade queried, her grandfather's words igniting a sense of confusion within her. Abruptly, she felt a faint tug, initially weak but steadily growing stronger, causing her to gaze incredulously at her grandfather. Who could it be? Has someone actually mastered my impure world reincarnation technique? How dare they tamper with souls? Infuriating, especially to use it on Tsunade. The second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, regarded Tsunade, pondering that only his forbidden technique, impure world reincarnation, could summon souls from the afterlife and compel the deceased to continue fighting. The thought that his own invention was being wielded against his granddaughter bewildered him. "What? Great-grandfather? You say this is the impure world reincarnation? Who wishes to summon me? Who wants my assistance in battle? This is bad, great-grandfather. I cannot break free. How infuriating. Who is it?" Tsunade sensed the increasing pull upon her, growing ever stronger, and could not help but cry out. She had no desire to be a mere plaything for others. Everything she was belonged to Jiraiya. She would not permit anyone to exploit her body or soul. What if someone intended harm against Jiraiya? However, despite summoning all her strength, she remained utterly immobile. "Great-grandfather will come to assist you, do not worry. This technique was invented by him and can naturally be undone, unless he wishes to venture out himself. Otherwise, no one can take us away." Senju Tobarama stepped forward, grasping Tsunade's hand, ready to initiate the reanimation jutsu, but was halted by Senju Hashirama. "Enough, little brother. This is not the reanimation jutsu. It is the ability of the Rinnegan. It seems someone wishes to resurrect Tsunade. Do not interfere." Senju Hashirama smiled gently, firmly holding Tobarama's hand as he elucidated. Although the reanimation jutsu could summon the deceased, the force pulling Tsunade was not the energy of life but rather a unique essence of death. Yet, he unmistakably felt the essence of life. As the name suggests, this is the source of vitality. To resurrect someone, one must possess this vital energy. Akin to Chiyo's sacrificing her own life to save Gaara, directly transferring her life force to him, a life exchanged for another. The Rinnegan's power, on the other hand, lies in its ability to absorb the life force that permeates the world, which exists abundantly in trees, flowers, animals, and all living entities. Any organism can yield this life energy. His intuition was not mistaken. This was indeed the essence of life. His wood release operated on a similar principle, transforming chakra into a lesser form of life force, causing trees to flourish wildly, yet it could not be applied to human beings. At best, it could serve a healing purpose, but could not restore life. Thus, Senju Hashirama possessed profound knowledge of the essence of life. The formidable life energy he sensed was of a higher caliber, surpassing would release in both sophistication and power, leading him to conclude that this was indeed the innate technique of the Rinnegan. This was also corroborated by the records within his clan, which spoke of the Rinnegan's unparalleled power, known as the Eye of Rebirth, a title not to be taken lightly. What? The Rinnegan? Resurrection? Who possesses such power? Who can awaken the Rinnegan? Senju Tobarama's face was etched with astonishment upon hearing his brother's words, struggling to fathom that there still existed individuals within the ninja world capable of awakening the Rinnegan, an eye of the gods, exclusive to the Sage of Six Paths' grandfather. What is the Rinnegan? What sort of eye can resurrect the dead? Tsunade was unaware of what the Rinnegan entailed or the capabilities it harbored. She had heard of the three legendary ocular techniques that circulated within the ninja world, the Sharingan, the Byakugan, and the Rinnegan. However, Tsunade had never encountered the Rinnegan and was unaware of its capabilities, prompting her to inquire with curiosity. The Rinnegan was known as the eye that governs life and death, capable of resurrecting the deceased, creating life, and even fabricating celestial bodies, rendering it extraordinarily powerful. The moon that illuminated the ninja world at night was said to have been created by the Sage of Six Paths to eradicate malevolent forces, and it was rumored to harbor an immensely terrifying existence within its depths. Senju Hashirama gazed at the dim sky of the underworld as he explained. Although he was revered as the god of shinobi, he was acutely aware that his power was merely semi-divine, falling short of the true level of the Sage of Six Paths. Despite having one foot in the realm of greatness, he could never fully transcend, which led him to study the Rinnegan, though ultimately he met with failure. Chapter 44. Embracing Sleep. Tsunade inhaled sharply, utterly astonished. The Rinnegan? Creating the moon? Reviving the dead? Such abilities? How could this be possible? It was overwhelmingly powerful. In comparison, the Sharingan and Byakugan seemed utterly trivial. Hee. Someone must have awakened the Rinnegan and wishes to resurrect you. Go. Do not resist. This is a splendid time in life. How could you leave your grandfather so soon? Go. Senju Hashirama disregarded Tsunade's astonishment, breaking free from Senju Tobarama's grasp and giving her a firm push, sending her floating towards the sky of the underworld. Grandfather, wait. If someone brings me back, I will surely find a way to resurrect you. Tsunade felt the pull intensifying, and a colossal green portal appeared in the sky of the underworld, drawing her soul forth. Before departing, she called out to Hashirama and Tobarama. Hee, go. Do not worry about us. We have long since fulfilled our time. There is nothing left worth remembering in this world. Protect Konoha for me. Go. Senju Hashirama, however, viewed the situation with equanimity, a faint smile gracing his face. Revival? It held little meaning, and would only bring forth numerous troubles. Although life here was somewhat bleak, it was still bearable. Boom. As the life force enveloped Tsunade, the immense green portal gradually dissipated in the underworld, leaving behind the two solitary Hokage. Brother, do you truly not wish to see the world again? Senju Tobarama turned to Hashirama, his voice laced with curiosity. He still harbored hope for revival, yearning to protect his village and its people. Hee, perhaps the burdens are too many. Aren't we quite well here? Hashirama chuckled, his brother's forlorn gaze seemingly reproaching him for not suggesting their revival to Tsunade. He scratched his head and laughed heartily, a whimsical sight that made it hard to believe this jester was indeed the first Hokage, the god of shinobi. After being drawn into the portal, Tsunade's spirit emerged and was swiftly transported to Konoha. Along the way, she beheld the breathtaking landscapes of the ninja world, a flicker of joy igniting within her. For she was on the brink of resurrection and the prospect of reuniting with Jiraiya. For two souls in love, the cruelest torment is to be separated by the realms of life and death. Now, the chance to be together with Jiraiya filled her with uncontainable happiness. Upon arriving in the village, she pondered, who has rescued me? Oh, is this not Jiraiya's home? Could it be that the one who saved me resides within? Although Tsunade's spirit was being drawn uncontrollably toward the door, her consciousness remained intact, guided by the life force that led her to Jiraiya's doorstep. A wave of confusion washed over her, for she was unaware of Jiraiya's possession of the Rinnegan and could not fathom that he was the one who had saved her. In an instant, as she reached the threshold of Jiraiya's home, the life force within surged, pulling her back into her original corporeal form. At that moment, Tsunade was completely restored. Her body bore no trace of prior injuries, all damage having been mended by the life force. The power of this Rinnegan technique was incredibly taxing on chakra, and should one's mental fortitude falter, it could lead to instantaneous brain death, a terrifying prospect. Fortunately, both chakra and ocular power were ample. Otherwise, not only would Tsunade have remained beyond reach, but he too would have risked his own life in the process. After Jiraiya completed the release of the rebirth of the soul, he found himself gasping for breath, seated upon the bed, his gaze tenderly fixed upon the enchanting figure beside him. Though only a fleeting minute had passed, he sensed that nearly half of his chakra had been depleted, along with a significant portion of his ocular power. Had he not recently regained some of his vision, further overexertion could have jeopardized his vitality, ultimately diminishing his lifespan. Fortunately, he had prepared adequately for this moment. Suddenly, Tsunade's soul was drawn back into her body. She acclimated to her form and emitted a faint sound before slowly opening her eyes. The first sight to greet her was her beloved, sitting beside her, his eyes brimming with affection. Yet, there was something peculiar about him today. His eyes had transformed, resembling the Byakugan, adorned with intricate circular patterns. Is that the Rinnegan? Jiraiya. Have you resurrected me? Upon her first glimpse of Jiraiya, Tsunade was struck with astonishment. For she had never imagined that it would be him who brought her back to life. The revelation of his possessing the Rinnegan shattered her preconceived notions of reality. Tsunade, you have finally awakened. Promise me, you will never leave my side again, will you? Jiraiya, however, paid no heed to Tsunade's astonished gaze. He rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace as tears flowed uncontrollably, soaking her long robe. I'm sorry, Jiraiya. Thank you for saving me, my beloved. The resurrected Tsunade had spent these days pondering over Jiraiya, and upon seeing her beloved, she could no longer conceal her emotions. Her body trembled slightly, her eyes reddening, as a stream of tears cascaded down her cheeks. She clung tightly to Jiraiya, expressing the depths of her longing for him. You fool. Promise me you won't engage in such perilous endeavors again. Without you, how could I muster the courage to continue living? I was truly terrified, so afraid that you might leave me forever. At that moment, it felt as though the heavens themselves had collapsed. Without you, I lacked the strength to carry on. Do you know how deeply it pains me? Jiraiya held Tsunade tightly in his embrace, his right hand gently caressing her silky long hair, while Tsunade greedily inhaled the aura of safety and affection emanating from him. It won't happen again. We shall never part ways from now on. Tsunade nestled obediently in Jiraiya's arms, softly nodding her head. Though traces of tears remained upon her face, her heart overflowed with happiness. Lovers who had faced the specter of life and death were reunited once more. They exchanged few words. Instead, they simply cuddled and embraced one another, reluctant to separate for what felt like an eternity. Eventually, Jiraiya succumbed to slumber, perhaps overwhelmed by fatigue after the recent tribulations, while Tsunade, filled with joy upon her resurrection, experienced a tumult of emotions that lulled him into a deep sleep. Tsunade offered no resistance, and they lay intertwined upon the bed, drifting into slumber together. This marked their first night sleeping side by side, yet nothing more occurred. They held one another tightly, and even in sleep, Jiraiya did not release his embrace. Tsunade gazed at Jiraiya, who held her so tenderly, and a flicker of happiness, relief, tenderness, and a hint of a smile danced in her eyes before she too succumbed to a deep sleep. Chapter 45, Sweet Love as Dawn Broke. The sun rose in the east, heralding a new day. The blazing orb ascended, casting its radiant light across the earth, nourishing all living things and proclaiming its arrival. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Early in the morning, Jiraiya awoke from his slumber, stirred by the melodious calls of birds outside. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Huh? Tsunade. Why do you gaze at me so? Is there a flower on my face? As Jiraiya opened his eyes, he felt the exquisite presence in his arms. His grip tightened slightly, and the first sight that met his gaze was his beloved. However, she was staring at him with those captivating, radiant eyes filled with affection, causing him to momentarily lose his composure. He instinctively reached up to touch his own face, perplexed by the situation. Previously, Tsunade had always been so rough, often sending Jiraiya flying with a mere punch. But in this unexpected moment, witnessing her gentle demeanor and the tenderness in her gaze left him feeling somewhat disoriented. I was just wanting to see you, Tsunade replied, a blush spreading across her cheeks, her eyes slightly glazed as she spoke. Huh, hee. Now you realize how handsome your husband is, right? Come on, give me a kiss, sweetheart. As Jiraiya beheld Tsunade, shy and endearing in his embrace, he gazed into her charming yet tantalizing eyes and, in a moment of self-indulgence, uttered a phrase before leaning in to kiss her. The sound of their lips meeting echoed softly. To his astonishment, he had actually succeeded in kissing her, This marked a first in many years. Typically, whenever he attempted to kiss Tsunade, he was met with a barrage of iron fists, resulting in a rather intimate encounter with those fists. But this time, he had truly kissed her. His heart swelled with joy and excitement. However, before he could fully relish this moment, he felt a sudden, forceful blow to his face, propelling him out of the room. The already fragile structure of the house bore witness to his ejection, with a sizable hole now adorning the wall, resembling the character for Big. Ah, what a delightful feeling. How blissful. Haha. Yet, I assure you, I am not a masochist. I simply yearn for and cherish these moments dearly. Ah, how amusing. At the moment Jiraiya soared into the air, an overwhelming sense of happiness enveloped him. Tsunade had returned. It was a feeling unlike any other, especially as he had the privilege of kissing her delicate face, a sensation that was utterly delightful. Yet, in the midst of his joy, he found himself abruptly buried headfirst in the ground. Jiraiya, are you all right? I didn't mean to. It was a reflex, my apologies. Tsunade, caught off guard by her own reaction to Jiraiya's kiss, instinctively sent him flying, sticking out her tongue in a playful manner. She hurriedly leapt from her bed and dashed towards the direction where Jiraiya had been propelled. After a brief search, she discovered him 500 meters away, lodged in a mound of earth. With determination, she pulled him free, only to be met with the sight of his face still beaming with bliss, which left Tsunade feeling somewhat embarrassed. Ugh. Haha. Jiraiya sputtered, spitting out the dirt and grime from his mouth, then grinned foolishly at Tsunade. Couldn't you have moved aside? I simply couldn't resist. Tsunade chuckled, finding amusement in his disheveled state. She quickly covered her mouth with her right hand, giggling uncontrollably. Noticing a red imprint on his cheek and swelling on the right side of his face, she softly remarked, Indeed, a girl in love can become so sweet. It's astonishing how your explosive temper has softened, Tsunade. This realization brought immense joy to Jiraiya's heart. With a gentle smile, Tsunade summoned green chakra in her hands, employing her medical ninjutsu to alleviate Jiraiya's swelling. Hee, it's all right. Hitting is a form of affection, and I gladly accept it, he laughed heartily. Jiraiya chuckled mischievously and jested. Hee, I knew you would just be playing with words. Stand still and don't move. Tsunade let out a soft laugh, focusing intently on treating Jiraiya. Her earnest demeanor captivated him entirely. Tsunade, you are truly beautiful. Will you marry me? Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade before him, her enchanting beauty nearly causing him to drool, prompting an impulsive marriage proposal. Is this how casually you propose? Not even a bouquet of decent flowers to present? You expect me to wed you just like that? How absurd. Though Tsunade's heart was inclined to accept, her expression radiated joy as she playfully retorted, clearly indicating that such a lackluster approach would not suffice. You wish to marry me, yet you cannot even muster the charm of a simple bouquet? How utterly unromantic. Indeed. It seems that women have a penchant for romance, but is this truly so difficult to achieve? Haha. Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya could hardly be oblivious to the fact that she had implicitly consented, albeit hesitantly. Perhaps a more grandiose proposal, accompanied by a direct presentation of betrothal gifts, would be in order next time. He chuckled to himself. Well, I shall take that as your agreement. The proposal will be addressed later. With that, he erupted into laughter, extending his arms to embrace Tsunade, twirling around in delight, his face alight with a blissful smile. Tsunade couldn't help but join in the laughter. Today might very well be the happiest moment of her life. As she gazed at the man who held her close, her heart swelled with sweetness akin to tasting honey. 3 minutes later, Jiraiya and Tsunade sat upon a wooden bench, a creation of her would-release technique. They nestled against each other, with Tsunade's head resting gently on Jiraiya's shoulder. Their conversation drifted to recent events, during which Jiraiya inquired about the awakening of her Rinnegan. I am uncertain, she replied. In that moment, fear for your safety compelled me to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to leave the battlefield. By the time I arrived, you had already. A wave of rage and despair engulfed me, as if a colossal stone pressed upon my chest, suffocating me. It felt as if I had suddenly grasped the essence of life and death, and somehow a mysterious power stirred within my eyes. In a sudden surge, I awakened the Rinnegan. Fueled by my anger, I unleashed its formidable abilities, sealing away all those who dared to bully Tsunade and sending them into the void of space. On a clear night, one might witness an extraordinary sight, for now there are 2 moons illuminating the sky. Haha. Jiraiya has begun to weave tales, for he, Tsunade, and Orochimaru have all perused the Book of Seals. mastering the flying thunder god technique. It seems plausible, does it not? Otherwise, how could one account for their sudden appearances in both factions? Thus, the flying thunder god serves as an apt explanation. The moon? Jiraiya. Could it be that the Rinnegan is truly capable of conjuring a moon? Goodness, how formidable that would be. Tsunade recalls hearing Hashirama Senju mention it once. Yet that was merely a record in a book, lacking certainty. However, upon hearing her beloved's narration, she is astounded that he would create a radiant moon out of anger, solely for her sake. Both speak of the powers of the Rinnegan, yet it is the latter that leaves her more astonished, intensifying her affection for Jiraiya. Chapter 46, Launchy Beef Noodles. The Rinnegan possesses the ability to govern life and death, rendering it an immensely powerful ocular technique. Often referred to as the eye of the gods, an eye befitting only the divine. It is supremely potent, and in due time, I shall devise a means for you to awaken the Rinnegan. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade in his arms, relishing the tranquility of the moment. How wonderful it would be if the ninja world remained in perpetual peace, allowing him and Tsunade to joyfully be together. In a world devoid of conflict, no one would perish due to war. Such a realm is truly beautiful and evokes anticipation. Being with Tsunade felt like possessing everything, rendering all else insignificant. He chuckled, thinking that such matters could be addressed later. His current strength was formidable. The absence of the Rinnegan mattered little, for was she not by his side? Aren't you planning to protect me? Tsunade said, extending her fair, jade-like hand to her lips, laughing heartily. Looking at the man she cherished, she felt an overwhelming sense of security and immense happiness. Ever since my grandfather passed away, it seems that I have not experienced the sensation of being safeguarded. In this present moment, it truly feels wonderful. Hee, with my beautiful Tsunade at home, how could I possibly refrain from protecting you? Haha. Jiraiya squinted his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he tightened his embrace around Tsunade, savoring this rare moment of warmth. From their initial acquaintance to profound understanding, from understanding to love. From love to tragic separation, and now to a miraculous resurrection, they had traversed an arduous journey together. Their love was precious and required mutual cherishment. Tsunade, I've prepared for you a bowl of lonkai beef noodles. It's absolutely delightful, he said, gazing fondly at her. After some time spent nestled together, the sky darkened, and Jiraiya looked down at Tsunade, chuckling softly. Sounds wonderful, but what exactly are lonkai beef noodles? I've never heard of them, Tsunade replied, nodding with a smile. Indeed. She had not encountered such a dish before, but knowing it was Jiraiya who had prepared it assured her of its exquisite taste. Over the years, Jiraiya had taken great care to cook for her, filling her heart with warmth. In this era, it was customary for men to venture outside while women tended to domestic affairs, with wives typically responsible for meals. Yet, Jiraiya's willingness to cook for her stirred a profound sense of appreciation within her, and perhaps it was these very gestures that led her to fall in love with him. Soon, Jiraiya personally prepared a bowl of lonkai beef noodles, the aroma tantalizing. Just as they were about to enjoy their dinner, a knock echoed from the door. Come in. Upon hearing the knock at the door, Jiraiya immediately discerned it was none other than Orochimaru's arrival. He casually remarked, expressing a subtle annoyance at the interruption of their intimate candlelit dinner, though this displeasure swiftly dissipated. Creak. Ah, I hope I haven't intruded. Orochimaru entered, the previously shattered hole in the wall now mended by wood release. Upon his entrance, he was met with the pair's slightly irate gazes, prompting an awkward smile from him. What do you think? Tsunade and Jiraiya said in unison, having just rekindled their bond. The arrival of an unexpected guest was less than welcome. Oh, heh. Orochimaru, rarely displaying such an expression, chuckled, though the raspy laughter bore an odd undertone. I have something important to discuss with you. I came straight from the battlefield, so please don't take offense. With a slight upward curl of his lips, he suddenly furrowed his brows and moved toward the dining table. Noticing Orochimaru's demeanor, Jiraiya understood that he had significant matters to convey and nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Jiraiya, do you think the recent assault on Tsunade by the elite shinobi from various villages was merely a coincidence? Orochimaru's gaze fixed intently on Jiraiya. Although a suspicion began to form in his mind, he refrained from voicing it directly, eager to gauge Jiraiya's own thoughts, as his assumptions could very well be flawed. Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya's brow furrowed deeply as he fell into contemplation. Initially, he had presumed that the targeting of Tsunade was due to the exposure of her wood release, leading the allied villages to deem it necessary to eliminate her, ensuring that no one from the Senju clan could continue to exist in Konoha. However, With Orochimaru's insinuation, he began to ponder whether he had overlooked a crucial detail. Are you suggesting that there are traitors within our ranks in Konoha? Jiraiya lifted his gaze to Orochimaru, and in that instant, he comprehended the implications of Orochimaru's words. The meaning was unmistakable. This was not merely a conspiracy of the 4 great ninja villages, but there existed a more clandestine aspect. Such conjectures lingered in my mind, yet I could not ascertain the truth. However, should Tsunade perish in this battle, he would undoubtedly be the one to reap the greatest benefits. Although Orochimaru did not explicitly name the individual, Jiraiya discerned the truth. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the village's most cunning schemer. Danzo? How dare he set his sights on my woman? This old fool is truly courting death. Jiraiya suddenly thought of Danzo, immediately rising to his feet. An uncontrollable aura of killing intent emanating from him. Tsunade and Orochimaru, standing nearby, were taken aback. Has Jiraiya broken through again? This power. It instills a sense of fear within me. Observing Jiraiya's formidable presence, Orochimaru felt a profound shock. He was aware of Jiraiya's strength. And though he had previously been slightly weaker, it now appeared that Jiraiya had indeed transcended his limits again, his power unfathomable. Which brought a tinge of joy to Orochimaru's heart. At this moment, he felt no jealousy. Rather, he found himself elated by Jiraiya's growing strength, devoid of any competitive sentiment. Having lost his parents at an early age, Orochimaru had encountered Jiraiya and Tsunade subsequently, whom he regarded as family. Their increasing strength brought him happiness. For the stronger they became, the less likely they would perish, granting him a sense of inner peace. Having witnessed the deaths of countless comrades, with many perishing due to the ravages of war, he had seen familiar faces fall on the battlefield one after another. This instilled within him a profound desire for immortality. Bang! Crash! Danzo? Are you implying that this ambush against me is the result of that old coot schemes? Upon hearing their conversation, Tsunade was instantly consumed by a fiery rage. Her face flushed crimson, her eyes filled with bloodshot veins, presenting an oddly captivating beauty. That old man is plotting behind the scenes, and he even went as far as to kill me. With a mighty punch, Tsunade shattered the dining table before her, sending 2 bowls of noodles crashing to the ground. A regrettable sight indeed. Chapter 47. Assassination of Danzo. Jiraiya was initially filled with anger upon hearing Tsunade's call. He swiftly turned around, only to witness the painstakingly crafted noodles he had prepared being carelessly spilled. It felt as if his heart was bleeding, for he had dedicated considerable time to making that handmade ramen. How dare I not confront that old fool? Tsunade, known for her fiery temper, was incensed to discover that Danzo was behind her troubles, having even orchestrated her demise once. This was utterly unforgivable. Her eyes brimmed with murderous intent as she rose, turned, and stormed out, intent on confronting Danzo. Tsunade, wait, now is not the time. Jiraiya hastily exclaimed, stepping forward to grasp Tsunade's arm. At present, they were merely conjecturing, without any substantial evidence. To act recklessly now would undoubtedly trigger a cascade of significant events. Jiraiya, release me. I am sworn to eradicate Danzo. How dare he harm me? And moreover, have the audacity to take my life? Let me go. Tsunade, consumed by her fury, found her anger intensified by Jiraiya's intervention, deepening her desire to eliminate Danzo. What do you mean by killed? Orochimaru inquired, his brow furrowing slightly. Tsunade's words piqued his curiosity. Had she truly perished at some point? And what followed? He fell into contemplation. Tsunade, at this moment, we possess no evidence to implicate Danzo in this conspiracy. Hence, we must exercise caution. Otherwise, it could lead to negative repercussions within the village. Danzo is a master of manipulation. If we were to eliminate him, not only would our mentor disapprove, but many villagers would also oppose such an action. We would find ourselves without a foothold in the village. Jiraiya was acutely aware of Danzo's formidable influence. Although Danzo appeared to have a low profile within the village, his presence was, in fact, profoundly significant. The number of members under his root organization was vast, and the families and villagers entangled in his web were numerous. If Jiraiya and his companions were to eliminate him without any evidence to substantiate his guilt, they would merely be deemed rogue ninjas. I don't care. He dared to take my life, and I shall ensure he pays for it, even if it means leaving Konoha, Tsunade declared, her fury palpable. She was beyond heeding any counsel, and with a surge of strength, she broke free from Jiraiya's grasp. Employing the body flicker technique, she vanished from sight. Tsunade, damn it. Orochimaru, stop spectating and follow her. That accursed Danzo certainly knows how to stir up trouble. Jiraiya found himself in a state of helplessness. That wretched Danzo was practically courting death. Had he not anticipated the involvement of the third Hokage and Orochimaru, he would have swiftly eliminated Danzo based solely on his dubious nature. However, if he were to truly take Danzo's life, he would inevitably become a rogue ninja, forcing both himself and Tsunade to leave Konoha. He yearned for a life of tranquility. What was to be done? But it mattered little. He too believed Danzo deserved to die. Why not strike him down tonight? Orochimaru, however, appeared rather indifferent. The three of them, united, could surely dispatch Danzo with ease, and no one would ever suspect their involvement. A smirk crept across his lips, and within his hoarse voice, a hint of murderous intent emerged. Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru, momentarily taken aback, then found the notion rather compelling. Was it truly so formidable to eliminate Danzo? Perhaps his apprehensions were indeed unfounded. Very well. Let us pursue and observe the situation. However, the pressing matter at hand remains to retrieve Tsunade. We cannot allow her to hastily confront Danzo alone. Even if we intend to vanquish him, we must ensure meticulous preparations to keep our actions concealed from the villagers. Orochimaru smirked mischievously and followed Jiraiya out. Time was of the essence. Tsunade could be anywhere by now. As Jiraiya and the others pursued her, Tsunade had already fled a considerable distance, her heart racing with anxiety. Suddenly, a hand rested on Orochimaru, and in an instant, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated, causing the two to vanish from their original position. Space-time ninjutsu? Hiss. Jiraiya's gaze was fixed ahead, while Orochimaru remained oblivious to the change in Jiraiya's eyes, taken aback by the revelation that Jiraiya could wield space-time ninjutsu, gasping in astonishment. In a heartbeat, Jiraiya pinpointed Tsunade's location and, alongside Orochimaru, emerged from the void, appearing directly before her. Swiftly, he deactivated the Sharingan, reverting to his normal state. Tsunade, do not act recklessly. Come with me. We cannot brazenly confront him. We must strategize first. The sudden appearance of Jiraiya startled Tsunade momentarily. However, upon recognizing him, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Stepping outside to breathe in the cool breeze, she found herself calming down significantly. After regaining her composure, Tsunade nodded in response to Jiraiya's words, and together with Orochimaru, they made their way back to the dilapidated house. Tsunade, there's no need to rush, Jiraiya reassured her. I will transform into a ninja from the Hidden Mist Village and proceed to eliminate Danzo. I implore you not to interfere, as too many people will expose our plan. Take my shadow clone with you and venture into crowded places, whether it be shopping or dining. It is imperative to create an alibi, ensuring that we appear to be elsewhere. Jiraiya believed that embarking on a solo mission to assassinate Danzo was already a significant concession to him. Such a character as Danzo had the audacity to demand that the illustrious sage Jiraiya personally intervene. Was he truly deserving of such deference? Meanwhile, Tsunade and Orochimaru were tasked with wandering about with their respective clones, ensuring that more eyes were upon them, thereby diverting suspicion away from their involvement in Danzo's demise. Isn't it dangerous for you to go alone? Tsunade's eyes shimmered with a hint of concern as she regarded Jiraiya. Just moments ago, she had not considered the possibility of danger, yet now she found herself worrying for his safety. It's nothing to fret over. What is there to fear? Your husband is capable of dispatching the third Raikage in an instant. Who could possibly defeat him? Jiraiya chuckled heartily, exuding confidence as he proclaimed, in this world, where can I not venture? Aside from Kaguya Otsutsuki, I am not yet her equal, but within the realm of the shinobi, who could possibly defeat me? Even Madara, now aged and frail, stands no chance against me. Tsunade's cheeks flushed slightly as she turned away, letting out a huff. Jiraiya, are you certain you can manage alone? Do you not require our assistance? Orochimaru, with a concerned expression, spoke in his raspy voice, which carried an eerie undertone. Well, with too many people, the target becomes too conspicuous. I shall undertake this alone. You all have your duties outside. Ensure you provide me adequate cover and do not falter. Now, I must take my leave. I shall return swiftly. Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru and Tsunade, offering them a reassuring glance before turning to stride towards the door. Chapter 48. Izanagi. Jiraiya, be cautious and ensure your safe return. As Jiraiya turned away, a flicker of concern crossed Tsunade's eyes. She stepped forward, extending her arms to embrace his back, her ample bosom pressing firmly against him. Rest assured, I shall return shortly. No one in this world has yet proven capable of holding me back. Feeling the warmth of Tsunade behind him, an overwhelming sense of comfort enveloped Jiraiya. He patted her hands gently before pushing them aside and performing a wood-release clone technique. then proceeded to step outside. Upon exiting, Jiraiya activated his space-time ninjutsu, vanishing from sight, leaving only Orochimaru and Tsunade, along with a clone, behind. Fear not, Tsunade. Jiraiya's strength has only grown. Even if he cannot prevail, he can certainly escape. Moreover, he will employ transformation techniques, ensuring he remains undetected. Everything will be fine, Orochimaru reassured her, a knowing smile gracing his lips, fully aware of Jiraiya's prowess. Now, let us stroll through the marketplace and draw some attention. Tsunade, regaining her composure, nodded slightly and led Jiraiya's clone alongside Orochimaru into the bustling market. They indulged in shopping, spending liberally and attracting a considerable crowd. Wow, it's Lady Tsunade. It truly is her. They say she has awakened the wood release of the first Hokage, and her power is immense. A god of shinobi is soon to re-emerge in the ninja world, and she is as beautiful as ever. Indeed, Lord Jiraiya is also formidable. It is said he defeated the third Raikage in an instant, and to this day, his body has not been recovered. Truly remarkable. Absolutely. Lady Tsunade and Lord Jiraiya are a match made in heaven. Only he can stand worthy beside her. Right. I've heard they are romantically involved. How enviable. Lord Jiraiya. I wish to bear your children. Lord Jiraiya is mine. He belongs to me. Orochimaru-sama is quite handsome too. How I long for his embrace. Due to Tsunade's extravagant shopping spree, countless eyes were drawn to them. The trio, renowned figures of Konoha, sparked admiration wherever they went. Upon witnessing them, the marketplace erupted with excitement. Lady Tsunade, it's you. Please, take these. They're on the house. A vendor selling dolls exclaimed as Tsunade entered to purchase a small cat doll. Upon recognizing her, the shopkeeper quickly offered the gift. No, it's quite all right. Your business is challenging enough. Please accept it. Purchasing goods inevitably requires expenditure. Over the years, Tsunade and Jiraiya have undertaken numerous missions, engaging in combat and illicit dealings, thereby accumulating a considerable fortune. Furthermore, during the time spent alongside Jiraiya, the inclination to gamble has significantly diminished. For the presence of companionship alleviates the tedium that once rendered gambling a mere pastime in a previous life. After Jiraiya departed, he immediately employed a transformation technique within the realm of space, choosing to assume the visage of Jur, whose existence had yet to manifest, thus remaining unknown to all. Drawing from the recesses of his memory, he altered his appearance accordingly. Jur appeared rather dazed and donned glasses, an unfortunate sight indeed, however. This guise would serve him well in dealing with Danzo, as no one else would recognize him. With a sly grin, he thought to leverage this identity. With a swift motion, Jiraiya vanished from the Kamui space and reappeared at the headquarters of Root. Currently, the most formidable Uchiha was Uchiha Kagami. Yet Jiraiya pondered how to harness his potential. That pair of Manjiki Sharingan was undeniably a coveted asset, yet being perpetually in the presence of Hiruzen was a considerable hindrance. Training someone else would prove too time-consuming. Tsunade might have already ascended to the position of fourth Hokage by then. What course of action should he pursue? The allure of power was indeed intoxicating. Meanwhile, Danzo sat alone in his seat at Root, his head bowed in contemplation, uncertain of his next move. He held no desire for Tsunade to inherit the title of Hokage, nor did he wish for Orochimaru to claim it. Indeed, he wished for no one but himself to ascend to that position. He believed himself to be the most devoted to the village, willing to sacrifice everything for its sake, thus deeming himself the most suitable candidate for Hokage. However, time was of the essence. Rumors had already begun to circulate regarding Tsunade's potential succession as the fourth Hokage, intensifying his anxiety. Old fool, cease your musings. Your time is up, he thought bitterly. Upon Jiraiya's arrival at the Root, he beheld Danzo seated alone, murmuring to himself, a slight smile gracing his lips, while an overwhelming intent to kill surged within him. The entire hall of the Root appeared to tremble under the weight of this menacing aura. If there had been any lingering doubts about Danzo's true nature, they were now dispelled. His recent utterances had revealed everything, confirming Jiraiya's suspicion that he was indeed the mastermind behind it all. In an instant, a shuriken materialized in Jiraiya's hand, and he vanished from his position, reappearing directly behind Danzo. Who goes there? Danzo sensed the murderous intent and bellowed. Suddenly aware of a looming danger behind him, a primal response of his mind and body. Alas, it was too late. Danzo's reflexes could not match Jiraiya's speed. In an instant, his heart was pierced, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, turning to gaze at Jiraiya with disbelief. Mist? Mist hidden? How is this possible? Who are you? How did you enter? Danzo's voice faltered as he uttered his final words before his form became ethereal, vanishing from sight, only to reappear on the opposite side of the room. Izanagi, Danzo's right hand, enveloped in a shroud, bore a closing Sharingan, activating the ultimate ocular technique, the very technique that ensured his survival. Oh, I did not expect this old fool to have already transplanted a Sharingan. He dares to invoke Izanagi? But how long can you sustain it? Jiraiya chuckled, a mix of amusement and challenge in his tone. Jiraiya gazed in astonishment at Danzo in the distance, who surprisingly did not flee, showcasing a remarkable audacity. What Jiraiya did not anticipate was that Danzo had already undergone the transplantation of the Sharingan, mastering the Uchiha clan's ultimate escape technique. It was precisely due to this technique that Uchiha Madara had once evaded death, and by integrating Hashirama's cells, he awakened the Rinnegan in the throes of life and death. Oh, you, a hidden mist ninja, are familiar with the Uchiha clan's Izanagi? It seems you are not as simple as you appear, Danzo remarked, furrowing his brow in surprise at the young assassin's profound knowledge of the Sharingan, which ignited a sense of suspicion within him. Chapter 49. The secret of the third Hokage. You are not from the hidden mist, are you? Speak. Who sent you to kill me? How much were you offered? I can double that amount for you. What do you say? Danzo scrutinized Jiraiya, attempting to extract information. His brow knitted in concentration as he secretly channeled chakra. Old man, stop hiding your intentions. I am fully aware of what you aim to achieve. You must die today. Jiraiya's lips curled into a subtle smile as he clapped his hands against the ground, summoning 4 shadow clones that swiftly encircled the 2 individuals. The 4 purple flames formation was established. Once the clones had surrounded their targets, they began to weave hand signs, conjuring a rectangular barrier of translucent purple flames in the 4 cardinal directions. This barrier was adorned with vibrant purple flames, rendering it impenetrable to outside forces. Should anyone attempt to breach its walls, they would be met with fiery demise. A formation, you say? It seems you possess quite the confidence in your ability to vanquish me. Danzo's brows furrowed deeper, a flicker of unease stirring within him as he faced the enigmatic Jiraiya. This is merely a precaution to prevent your escape. Now, let us commence. It is time for you to descend into the depths of hell. Jiraiya's lips curled into a subtle smirk as he extended his right hand, directing it toward Danzo, his eyes brimming with an overwhelming intent to kill. Universal pull. In an instant, Jiraiya's eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, and he unleashed the universal pull upon Danzo, drawing him closer with an undeniable force. What is this power? Danzo's face contorted with fear as he suddenly felt an immense gravitational pull, one so powerful that he struggled to maintain control over his own body. Even his Izanagi seemed rendered ineffective. How could this be possible? Any illusion before the gaze of my eyes is utterly futile. Do not harbor any false hopes. You may depart in peace. When you descend into the depths of hell, remember my name. I am Jir, the future 5th Mizukage. Jiraiya smiled faintly. Izanagi, a form of illusionary technique, is an art performed upon oneself. However, when confronted with the Rinnegan, a divine eye immune to all illusions, it proves utterly ineffective. Its flaws discernible in an instant. Immunity to all illusions is no mere exaggeration. No, cursed be you, Chijiro. You cannot kill me. Do you wish for a war between the Hidden Mist and Konoha? You have already faced defeat if you slay me. It will surely lead to the annihilation of your village. You cannot do this to me. In this moment, Danzo displayed fear for the second time. The first was during the First Shinobi World War, when his cowardice cost him the position of Hokage. That same dread surged within him now, overwhelming him with terror. With a swift motion, Danzo was drawn into Jiraiya's grasp and was firmly impaled by the shuriken held in his hand, the terror still evident in his gaze. How could you? Why would you kill me? Danzo spat blood, his eyes filled with reluctance and resentment. Moments before, facing Jiraiya, he felt perplexed. There seemed to be no deep-seated enmity between him and the Hidden Mist. Why then had they sent an assassin after him? How had one managed to penetrate the layers of Konoha's defenses? And what were those eyes? A dead man needs not know too much. You may perish now. With a faint smile, Jiraiya swiftly maneuvered the shuriken in his hand, shattering Danzo's body beyond recognition, leaving behind a horrifying visage, eyes wide open in death. Well, that was resolved with remarkable ease, he chuckled. Observing the lifeless form of Danzo, he seized the head with his right hand, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The path of the human realm lay cloaked in mystery. In an instant, a blue-white ethereal essence was extracted from Danzo's body by Jiraiya. It was none other than Danzo's soul. He sought to uncover whether Danzo was indeed the architect behind Tsunade's demise. After Jiraiya extracted Danzo's soul, he began to delve into his memories. The volume of recollections was indeed vast, yet he meticulously assimilated them, discarding superfluous information, ultimately retrieving only what he sought. What? My teacher? Impossible. It cannot be. How could this be? Upon exploring Danzo's innermost thoughts, Jiraiya uncovered numerous secrets and glimpsed information about his mentor that left him in disbelief. So this is it? Haha. Indeed. Can such a simplistic individual truly aspire to become Hokage? I was too naive. Haha. How amusing. Jiraiya, having uncovered numerous secrets, began to undergo a transformation, his demeanor maturing and growing increasingly aloof. The realm of the human path witnessed the consumption of souls, and Jiraiya directly devoured Danzo's essence, erasing his existence from the world. Ultimately, he retrieved a forehead protector from the hidden mist village, pried open Danzo's hand, and placed the protector on his left hand, while meticulously extracting all the Sharingan from his right, preserving them in salt water. Upon completing his task, Jiraiya summoned back his foreshadow clones. He then deliberately stirred up a commotion at the root, drawing attention before vanishing into thin air, unnoticed by anyone. Even those stationed outside the root were oblivious to any irregularity. What is happening? This is bad. Lord Danzo might be in trouble. Let us go. Lord Danzo? Impossible. Quick, report to the Hokage. Lord Danzo has been assassinated. The detestable mist, marked by the insignia of the hidden mist village, was to be avenged. Ah, Lord Danzo. Due to the disturbance orchestrated by Jiraiya, the root members finally sensed something amiss and hurried to investigate, only to find Danzo's lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood. Clutching a forehead protector from the hidden mist village, providing them with a target for their ire. Subsequently, members of the root rushed to inform the Hokage, igniting a wave of shock throughout the village. The second-in-command had been murdered? How could he have perished silently? Such a notion startled Sarutobi, who promptly dispatched Umbu to scour for clues, yet alas, no information emerged. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had returned to his humble abode, seated at the dining table, lost in contemplation. It was no wonder his mentor had always been reluctant to eliminate Danzo, despite possessing the ability to do so. The greatest schemer turned out to be none other than himself. How ironic. Reflecting on Danzo's memories, Jiraiya shook his head with a bitter smile. Every facet of this situation bore the shadow of Sarutobi. It was not merely Danzo who was a conspirator, the greater mastermind lurked behind the Fade of righteousness. Sighing, Jiraiya resolved that once these matters concluded, he would take Tsunade and retreat into seclusion. He had lost faith in Konoha, deeply disillusioned. While he did not consider himself a saint, he still held a friendly disposition towards his brothers and friends. Living a life where one could not trust even their own comrades felt unbearably burdensome. What meaning did life hold in such circumstances? Jiraiya? You're back. How did it go? What about that old coot Danzo? At this moment, Tsunade, along with the shadow clones of Orochimaru and Jiraiya, returned, burdened with an assortment of items in their hands, resembling mere porters. Orochimaru wore a wry smile as he glanced at Jiraiya, seemingly questioning. Jiraiya, why must I serve as a mere assistant while your wife indulges in shopping? What is my connection to this? Ah, haha. You have returned. Indeed, the matter has been resolved. Henceforth, the world shall no longer know the presence of Danzo. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, feigning ignorance of the circumstances, believing it unnecessary to disclose such matters to them. His desire was simply for them to continue cherishing the village, while he bore the burdens alone. Thank you, Jiraiya, Tsunade exclaimed, noticing the carefree smile on his face. And she leapt into his embrace as if Orochimaru were merely a statue, non-existent. Was it truly appropriate for them to openly express their affection in front of such a brazen figure? Ah, that old coot has long harbored disdain for me, always wearing that sour expression, with his cryptic remarks. He relentlessly opposed my wife's initiative to establish a medical facility and assign medical ninjas to every teen. Just thinking about it fills me with rage. Moreover, he even sent assassins after my wife, utterly reckless. Now, with him gone, Konoha should thrive even more, becoming stronger and more prosperous. Heh. Feeling the warmth against his chest, Jiraiya's heart raced, and had it not been for Orochimaru's looming presence, he might have indulged in more intimate pursuits. Heh, well then, I shan't intrude any longer. You two carry on, and I'll see you tomorrow. Orochimaru, with a slight smirk, had longed to eliminate Danzo himself. With his departure, a serene quietude enveloped the atmosphere, and observing the disdainful glances from Tsunade and Jiraiya made him feel unwelcome. Is dinner not yet ready? How about some beef noodles I could prepare? Jiraiya pretended to be courteous, saying, Hey, big brother, I didn't send you away. I was hoping you'd stay for some noodles. If you're leaving, it's your choice, not my fault. Really? You don't mind me staying? Orochimaru inquired, his voice laced with playful malice, turning his gaze toward Jiraiya and Tsunade with feigned anticipation. Leave? Tsunade frowned, a furrow forming on her forehead as she cast a sharp look at Orochimaru. Uh-huh. Well then, tomorrow it is. I'll treat you to noodles, haha. I want to accompany you any longer. You head back now, and I shall see you tomorrow. Huh? Jiraiya was taken aback by Orochimaru's words. He had merely been feigning politeness, yet Orochimaru seemed to take it to heart, leaving Jiraiya to awkwardly chuckle. I'll treat you tomorrow, he said, ushering Orochimaru out. Huh. Just joking. I'm off. Orochimaru smiled faintly, turning to wave goodbye to Tsunade and Jiraiya as he exited. After leaving Jiraiya's humble abode, he even remembered to close the door behind him. Ah, friendship and familial bonds. What a nostalgic and joyous sentiment. Subsequently, Orochimaru revealed a relaxed smile as he departed, realizing that only Sarutobi and Jiraiya had ever provided him with such warmth over the years. It was a truly wondrous feeling, warming the icy recesses of his heart. Dear, are you hungry? Shall I fetch you something to eat? Jiraiya held Tsunade in his arms, yet today's meal remained uneaten, as Tsunade had overturned it. Such a pity, for they had not dined yet. Tsunade did not oppose Jiraiya's affectionate address. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she nodded and gradually released him. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade before him, a blush rising upon his cheeks. Her slender willow-like brows framed a pair of enchanting eyes that sparkled with allure. Her elegant and refined nose complemented the delicate blush on her jade-like cheeks, while her luscious lips were as vibrant as ripe fruit. Her complexion, pure as snow and radiant as jade, exuded a captivating beauty. Unable to resist the temptation, he stole a quick kiss and then hastily fled, not wishing to be sent flying by one of Tsunade's powerful punches. After Jiraiya planted a swift kiss on Tsunade, he hurriedly dashed towards the kitchen. Upon entering, he donned an apron, relieved to find some leftover dough, which simplified matters considerably. Hearty laughter filled the air as Tsunade, witnessing Jiraiya's fleeing figure, covered her mouth with her delicate hand, giggling at his endearing demeanor, which filled her heart with immense joy. Jiraiya, do you need my assistance? I can help too. I will learn to manage household chores so that you won't have to do everything alone, she said, her cheeks slightly flushed as she approached the kitchen, her words resonating with a certain logic. Huh? Upon hearing Tsunade's words, Jiraiya's mind was suddenly flooded with the image of a charred fish, and he instinctively shook his head. No. How could I allow my beloved wife to step into the kitchen? Allow me to take charge instead. Eating Tsunade's cooking, cough, would surely be less enjoyable than dining out. The monetary difference was negligible, yet the culinary horrors she conjured were truly dreadful. Both he and Orochimaru bore the scars of such experiences, and the very thought of her cooking sent shivers down his spine. It was safer for this little deity to simply wait for a meal. Jiraiya, you are so wonderful. Thank you for always being so kind to me. Tsunade felt profoundly touched. She never believed her cooking was subpar. Her intention was merely to assist. However, hearing Jiraiya's constant consideration for her well-being and his tender affection filled her heart with warmth, enveloping him gently in her affection. In truth, Tsunade did not lack for servants. She was a princess in the Hidden Leaf, and as the clan leader of the Senju, her esteemed status rendered such domestic tasks unnecessary. Chapter 51. The Ice Heart Technique. Perhaps one day in the future, Tsunade might indeed create exquisite dishes. Yet, for now, Jiraiya dared not partake. Indulging might lead to consequences far graver than merely being bedridden. After all, his every action was dedicated to serving his beloved wife. Jiraiya smiled gently, pleasantly surprised that his reluctance to indulge in dark cuisine was perceived by Tsunade as an expression of concern for her. It was truly a fortuitous circumstance, allowing him to avoid the unsavory dish while basking in her warm embrace. A delightful outcome indeed. He chuckled to himself. Subsequently, Jiraiya prepared 2 generous bowls of fragrant lanchi ramen, the enticing aroma eliciting Tsunade's appetite. I shall dig in now, she declared, her gaze fixed on the beef noodles before her. The delightful scent was irresistible as she picked up her chopsticks and lowered her head to tackle the steaming noodles. Slurp, slurp. Delicious, truly exquisite. As she savored the hot noodles, the broth was exceptionally flavorful, and the noodles themselves had the perfect elasticity, almost as if they were dancing in her mouth. Unlike any other noodle she had tasted, Tsunade joyfully exclaimed her delight with each bite. Hee, if it's so good, indulge yourself further. If you find it insufficient, I shall prepare more. Slurp, slurp. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade before him, slurping up the noodles with delight. It had been quite a while since he last indulged in such a meal, and the nostalgia washed over him. If we ever retire from being ninjas, opening a noodle shop would surely be quite lucrative, he chuckled, praising himself with a hearty compliment. Tsunade, savoring the noodles in her hands, began to envision a future filled with blissful days spent alongside Jiraiya. Even if they were to abandon their ninja pursuits, the prospect of running a noodle shop together seemed like a splendid choice. Haha, indeed, what a wonderful idea. Establishing our own noodle shop, living a simple yet joyful life, filled with happiness every day. How delightful that would be. She laughed merrily. Jiraiya cast a lingering gaze upon Tsunade, who was engrossed in her diligent work, a gentle smile gracing his lips, radiating an aura of happiness. After they finished their meal, Jiraiya summoned 2 shadow clones to wash the dishes, while he himself reclined on the bed, cradling Tsunade, who had donned her pajamas. The alluring contours of her figure, accentuated by the sleepwear, were undeniably captivating, echoing in Jiraiya's mind, stirring within him the natural instincts of a man. Oh dear, Jiraiya, are you sleeping with a stick? Tsunade inquired curiously, sensing something behind her. That. I must have forgotten to put it away. Yes. Hee. Jiraiya's face flushed crimson, for he too was a novice in matters of intimacy. And this was indeed his first experience, leaving him somewhat apprehensive as he chuckled foolishly. Tsunade seemed to recall something, her complexion slightly rosy, a glimmer of bewilderment in her eyes as she began to piece together the situation, yet she refrained from voicing it. The two remained there, quietly embraced. How could Jiraiya be so oblivious to take the initiative? Must I be the one to make the first move? They lay together in silence, Tsunade feigning closed eyes. Yet her mind raced with thoughts of how unfazed Jiraiya appeared. Given their closeness, how could he still hold on to her without a hint of action? Oh, how nerve-wracking. This sensation felt rather uncomfortable. I mustn't be too hasty. What if I frighten Tsunade? I should proceed slowly, step by step, gradually advancing. Yes, that's the way. With a heart as serene as ice, unperturbed by the weight of the heavens, anchored amidst the chaos, tranquil and composed, losing oneself in the moment, steadfastly focused. Nurturing one's spirit, embodying selflessness and non-action. And what of Jiraiya? A pure-hearted novice, even when his primal instinct stirred, he resisted, believing it might be too soon. If Tsunade found it overwhelming, would he not falter? His heart raced wildly as he recited the ice heart technique, a testament to his resolve. Thus, each lost in their own thoughts, one pondering the lack of response, the other contemplating the swiftness of the encounter, they eventually succumbed to sleep, embracing yet achieving nothing. At the break of dawn, today marked a day of remembrance, prompting both to rise early to honor the fallen ninjas. Tsunade, come. Enjoy a freshly steamed bun. It's utterly delightful. Early in the morning, Jiraiya conjured his shadow clones and set about preparing buns in the kitchen. However, lacking a steamer, he ingeniously fashioned one from wood using his wood release technique. Senju Hashirama remarked, "Boy, do not presume that just because you are my granddaughter's husband, you can use my wood release as a mere steamer. Jiraiya, first Hokage, I am merely trying to please your granddaughter, to bring her joy, am I not? You are a magnanimous figure, the most handsome in the world, utterly unparalleled." Senju Hashirama, haha, I didn't expect you to understand me so well. Quite impressive. However, Tsunade, for reasons unknown, awoke that morning with a palpable sense of discontent. She absent-mindedly grabbed 2 buns and stuffed them into her mouth before storming out, leaving Jiraiya utterly baffled. What have I done? He pondered. I did nothing last night. How strange. What could have possibly upset the little deity? Could it be that Tsunade is experiencing a morning grump? Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade, who appeared both adorable and infuriated, her expression a mixture of confusion and indignation. He pondered what he might have done to provoke her, contemplating whether she was simply suffering from morning irritability. Well, these buns are quite delicious. Given your commendable behavior today, I shall refrain from harboring any anger towards you, Tsunade remarked as she stepped outside, savoring the delectable bun in her mouth, nodding in satisfaction. Oh, I must return for a couple more. Having finished the bun in her hand, she felt an insatiable craving and promptly retraced her steps to acquire a few more buns to tuck into her coat. Jiraiya, utterly perplexed by Tsunade's bewildering antics, found himself at a loss. What on earth is going on? Why are you dilly-dallying? We have a memorial service to attend. Noticing Jiraiya's bewildered expression, Tsunade couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though she maintained an outward facade of displeasure as she chastised him. All right then, Your Highness, I shall comply. Jiraiya replied with a mischievous grin, setting down the steamer in his hands. He performed a gentlemanly bow before Tsunade and cheerfully grabbed several buns, joining her as they made their way to the memorial service. In the wake of Danzo's death, the third Hokage, who had already been brooding, found his fury intensifying. Despite the investigations conducted by his umbu, no leads had emerged, which only served to aggravate him further. For too long, the third Hokage had operated overtly, embodying the visage of justice, while Danzo maneuvered in the shadows, committing heinous acts. One might wonder whether Danzo would have dared to act without the third Hokage's tacit approval. At this juncture, Sarutobi was in the prime of his life, possessing not only formidable strength but also remarkable cunning, consistently keeping Danzo at bay. He wielded control over more than 70% of the village's power, commanding a multitude of elite shinobi, including Kakashi Hatake, Tsunade, Senju, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the Uchiha clan, alongside the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans, further illustrating the vastness of his influence. Conversely, Danzo had little to show beyond his root organization. Konoha was characterized by a tripartite power structure, with the third Hokage's faction reigning supreme, followed closely by the Uchiha clan, while Danzo occupied the weakest position. Yet, within the narrative, we observe Danzo seemingly manipulating the third Hokage, as if each of his moves were anticipated, leaving Sarutobi in a state of resignation, reluctant to confront Danzo. This series of enigmas inevitably points towards one individual, the third Hokage himself. He was not merely a politician, but also a cunning strategist and a military tactician. Kagami, henceforth, you shall govern the roots. It is imperative that the organization does not remain leaderless, and while you may have to endure some discomfort for now, employ an iron fist to subdue them. Those who resist shall be summarily eliminated. The third Hokage gazed upon the lifeless body of Danzo before him, his heart ablaze with fury. How could his scapegoat have been so ruthlessly slain? It was utterly despicable. Who could possess the audacity to infiltrate Konoha and silently eliminate Danzo? After all, Danzo was a formidable figure, a pinnacle of strength within the ranks of the shadow. Unbeknownst to him, coupled with the Sharingan and his rudimentary would release, his power had long surpassed that of an average shinobi, reaching the early stages of a super shadow. I comprehend the gravity of this situation. However, the circumstances surrounding Danzo's demise are shrouded in mystery and warrant thorough investigation. According to reports from the root members, it was indeed a ninja from the hidden mist who was responsible. Upon hearing the commotion, they hastily approached the scene, but it seems the assailant, noticing their presence, fled, inadvertently leaving behind Danzo's forehead protector. Uchiha Kagami furrowed his brow. In this world, few possess the capability to silently eliminate Danzo, and even fewer can stealthily infiltrate Konoha, where protective barriers exist to detect intruders. Could it be Orochimaru? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Orochimaru, enraged by Danzo's actions against Tsunade, may have sought vengeance. Yet, that theory seemed implausible. I had dispatched the umbu to investigate, and at that time, Orochimaru was seen shopping in the streets alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya, making the timing incongruent. Pondering this, Uchiha Kagami found himself at an impasse. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and turned to depart, preparing to convene with the members of Root. How infuriating! Should I discover the identity of the perpetrator, they shall rue the day. With Danzo's death, the onus now falls upon me to manage the affairs of Root. Such a pity that a scapegoat has met his end. Danzo, do not blame me. If blame is to be placed, it lies with your own folly. You hesitated, fully aware that my teacher's words were but a ruse, and thus I ascended to the position of Hokage. As for you, you shall never realize that dream. Even in death, my lineage shall ascend to the role of Hokage. You are destined to dwell in the shadows, akin to a graveyard. That is where you truly belong. The third Hokage gazed out at the scenery, a faint smile gracing his lips. Although he had lost a scapegoat, this allowed his past transgressions to be buried deep, never to resurface. No one would ever know the entirety of his story. They would only extol his virtues while disregarding the shadows of darkness and selfishness. Even in death, one could not expect others to alter perceptions. Subsequently, the third Hokage made his way to the memorial service, held at the Heroes' Cemetery, a gathering necessitated by remembrance. The members of Root were all bound by seals, thus obedient to Danzo. Yet, the third Hokage was adept at managing this, as was Uchiha Kagami, making the subjugation of Root a relatively straightforward endeavor. However, the Root members had a singular demand, that the village leader launch an attack on the Land of Water, believing this would alleviate their grievances. Naturally, the individual who proposed this was swiftly dispatched by Uchiha Kagami, causing the remaining members, cowed by the seals, to acquiesce and comply. Ultimately, he successfully assumed control of Root, establishing himself as the de facto second-in-command of Konoha. An hour passed swiftly, and the memorial service came to a close, leaving countless individuals in tears. However, their sorrow and tears could not resurrect the departed loved ones and comrades. They could only silently observe as they were laid to rest. An exercise in futility. Orochimaru, what are your intentions now? Jiraiya inquired, placing a hand on Orochimaru's shoulder after the service concluded. Ah, life is fragile. I still need to explore your philosophy of immortality. However, I have recently made strides in my research on the Manjiki Sharingan and the cloning of life forms. I am confident that the Rinnegan is not far off, Orochimaru replied with a slight smile, his eyes gleaming with excitement. After years of research, he had finally succeeded in creating the first individual to possess the Manjiki Sharingan, Uchiha Sora. Due to Uchiha Sora's unique constitution, after years of experimentation, Orochimaru discovered the method to unlock the Manjiki Sharingan. This revelation filled him with exhilaration, and he also developed a clone of Uchiha Sora capable of activating the Manjiki Sharingan. Although the clone's strength was not formidable, further research could potentially purify them into Rinnegan, thus allowing him to achieve true immortality. Uchiha Sora's background resembled that of Uchiha Shin. Having been bullied in his youth and desiring strength, thus willingly submitting to Orochimaru's experimentation, ultimately becoming a man endowed with the Manjiki Sharingan. However, due to his inherent weakness, even with the Sharingan, he only reached the level of an elite Genin. His power was meager, but possessing the Manjiki was sufficient. Orochimaru sought only his eyes, the data from his research, and the technology for cloning. As for Uchiha Sora, deemed a failure, he held no interest. Ah, excellent. I shall join you in your research. The Rinnegan requires the Senju bloodline, but not just any Senju bloodline. It necessitates the cells of Hashirama Senju or a potent lineage from the Senju clan. Upon hearing this, Jiraiya became intrigued. He had not anticipated that Orochimaru had indeed succeeded, and remarkably, he had developed a clone capable of activating the Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 53, The Cloned Manjiki Sharingan. Haha, it would be splendid if you joined me. It has been quite a while since we collaborated on research. Come. Let us proceed to the base, Orochimaru said with a subtle smile. The two were well acquainted, having shared numerous research findings, and both were eager to engage in their scholarly pursuits together. I shall accompany you as well. The Manjiki Sharingan. This is the eye of Uchiha Madara, and I have only witnessed its use by him once. I am keen to observe the prowess of the Sharingan you have cloned. Jiraiya and Tsunade's research faced a significant obstacle, as Tsunade vehemently opposed the use of her grandfather's cells, deeming it a sacrilege against the deceased. Consequently, Orochimaru's research primarily focused on Tsunade's blood cells. However, one should not underestimate the potency of Tsunade's blood cells, since her awakening of the wood release. Her blood cells have become nearly indistinguishable from those of Hashirama Senju, exhibiting even greater vitality. Thus, they represent the finest lineage in the world today, excluding Jiraiya. Jiraiya was reluctant to reveal his Rinnegan too soon, and Tsunade would not speak carelessly. Drawing blood just once could yield countless opportunities for research without causing any harm to the body. With a chuckle, they decided to proceed. Orochimaru and his companions exchanged knowing glances before heading directly to Orochimaru's base. The facility was not far, conveniently located adjacent to the dilapidated house Jiraiya had occupied, facilitating their collaborative research. It did not take long for them to arrive at the base. The base was remarkably concealed, seldom discovered by outsiders, situated in a remote area where few would venture. Furthermore, Orochimaru's subordinates patrolled the vicinity, ensuring that others stayed clear of the area. Upon reaching the entrance, Orochimaru activated a switch, causing a door to slowly open. The three of them entered simultaneously, and the door swiftly closed behind them. The corridor was dimly lit, but as the door sealed shut, it transformed into a brilliantly illuminated space, indicating the presence of hidden mechanisms. The underground facility was expansive, covering at least 10,000 square meters, equipped with a medical room, a lounge, research laboratories, storage areas, and specimen chambers, among others. "Master, you've returned," exclaimed Uchiha Sora. Though he had awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, he had once been overlooked by others, leading him to be swayed by Orochimaru's charm. Much like many other shinobi who had fallen under Orochimaru's influence, viewing him with reverence. One could only wonder at Orochimaru's mastery of such persuasive tactics. "How familiar have you become with the powers of the Mangekyou?" Orochimaru inquired upon spotting Uchiha Sora. At approximately 14 years old and standing around 168 meters tall. Uchiha Sora was strikingly unique, his skin pale as snow, devoid of color, reminiscent of a sickly appearance, which led to frequent bullying within his clan. He was completely bald. Dressed in an oversized trench coat, and a dark shuriken-like mark appeared in his eyes, indicating the activation of his Mangekyou. "Master, I have discerned the abilities of the Mangekyou. The left eye enhances Jinjutsu. If I were to perform a C-rank Jinjutsu, its potency could be amplified to that of an A-rank ninjutsu, rendering it quite formidable. The right eye seems to allow me to control instant-release ninjutsu. I can activate any ninjutsu below A rank with surprising swiftness, catching my opponents off guard. Beyond that, I have yet to uncover any additional abilities," Uchiha Sora replied, shaking his head as he earnestly detailed his understanding of his Sharingan's powers. "Oh, have you managed to awaken Susanoo?" Jiraiya nodded slightly. The first enhancement of illusionary abilities bore a resemblance to Madara's prowess. However, while Madara's abilities augmented all ninjutsu and reduced chakra consumption, this particular capability appeared rather singular and arguably lacking in utility. For an individual possessing resistance to Jinjutsu, it would be rendered virtually ineffective. Conversely, the second ocular technique proved to be more practical, allowing instantaneous execution of all ninjutsu below A rank, a formidable feat indeed. Suitable for vanquishing weaker opponents. Yet, against formidable adversaries, even the capacity to unleash 100 such techniques in an instant would fail to breach their Susanoo, which could easily obliterate him in a single strike. Susanoo? No, this manifestation requires exceptionally potent ocular power. Although my Sharingan has evolved to the level of the Mangekyou, my ocular strength remains insufficient to unlock Susanoo, revealing a certain flaw. Furthermore, the recovery of my ocular power is exceedingly slow. Unless I have a clone to facilitate the absorption of ocular energy, I cannot sustain it for long. Uchiha Sora shook his head, acknowledging that he had not activated the ability of Susanoo. His Mangekyou ocular power was exceedingly rare, and its recovery rate was painfully sluggish, leaving him uncertain of the underlying cause. Is that so? Such a pity, then. After listening to Jiraiya, he nodded slightly. The existence of this Mangekyou seemed inconsequential. However, the ability to replicate it en masse would significantly enhance one's strength. If it were to evolve into the Rinnegan, the implications would be extraordinary. Very well. You may leave for now. In due time, I shall further explore ways to accelerate your ocular recovery and enhance your capabilities. Orochimaru furrowed his brow, dismayed that he had ultimately produced a worthless Mangekyou that could not even activate Susanoo, and its powers were rather mediocre, causing him to regard it with disdain. He waved his hand dismissively, signaling for the subject to depart. "Yes, master," Uchiha obediently replied, leaving promptly and returning to the resting chamber. He spent his days within this secluded space, yet he found no time for idleness. When there was nothing to occupy him, he would often drift into contemplation or succumb to slumber, seemingly lacking mental acuity. Do not be disheartened. The revival of the Mangekyou is already a testament to the correctness of our research direction. It merely requires further refinement. To enhance ocular power, we might consider merging the two pairs of eyes, as they are both clones. The resultant eyes should exhibit greater strength. Jiraiya observed Orochimaru's despondency and approached him, gently placing a hand on his shoulder. He remarked, although the Sharingan's Mangekyou is said to require the eyes of a close relative, it is, in fact, the eyes of those sharing the same bloodline that are essential. For instance, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke, being siblings, possess a genetic similarity of 99.9%, allowing for a perfect fusion. However, with clones, they are merely products of a single mold, rendering any form of integration utterly impossible. Orochimaru pondered for a moment and replied, "You are indeed correct. I have yet to experiment with this. Let us proceed with the trial." He nodded slightly, and the group made their way to the cloning chamber. The life forms within were akin to soulless cadavers, so extracting eyes from them posed no ethical dilemma. In Chapter 54, Becoming the Team Leader, the group began by using 2 eyeballs for ocular technique fusion. The outcome, however, yielded little reaction. only a slight increase in ocular power. The augmentation of ocular power indicated potential usefulness, yet it became evident that a greater number of clones would be required, for the time being. They decided to set this endeavor aside. Jiraiya observed that the ocular power had indeed increased. It seemed that if the ocular power of a single Sharingan was quantified as 1, then the combined ocular power following fusion would amount to 1.5, resulting in a loss of 0.5. However, this did not imply that the outcome was devoid of utility. I shall continue to develop the clones. With numerous Mangekyou Sharingan combined, I am confident that we shall eventually achieve a satisfactory Mangekyou Sharingan. Orochimaru nodded slightly, feeling a measure of satisfaction upon witnessing the results. In the subsequent days, the group spent their time in the laboratory, having fused 30 pairs of Sharingan. As they progressed, the increase in ocular power became increasingly marginal. And after fusing 30 pairs, equating to 60 Sharingan, they managed to elevate the ocular power to approximately 5.5. Incorporating Uchiha's eyes allowed him to unlock the rudimentary first stage of the Susanoo, albeit the weakest form, indicating that they had made significant progress. As long as the research on the clones continued to advance, they would ultimately be able to create the true eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Ultimately, Jiraiya remained with a would-release clone to assist Orochimaru in the research, while Tsunade, unable to endure the confines of the lab any longer, stepped outside to breathe and unwind. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama, Hokage-sama, please come here. Just as Jiraiya was enjoying dumplings with Tsunade, a member of the Umbu appeared suddenly, kneeling before Jiraiya. What does the old man want with me? The abrupt arrival of the Umbu disrupted their rendezvous, causing Jiraiya to feel irked, his brow furrowing as an invisible pressure emanated from him towards the Umbu. So formidable. The direct subordinate of the third Hokage sensed the overwhelming aura surrounding Jiraiya, causing him to shudder and draw a sharp breath. Jiraiya-sama, this lowly one is unaware. The Umbu's legs trembled uncontrollably as he spoke. Though he was an elite Genin, he felt as insignificant as a solitary boat amidst the vast ocean when faced with Jiraiya's terrifying presence. Enough. Go see what's the matter. Don't frighten him, Tsunade interjected, giving Jiraiya's hand a gentle pat. You're far too old to be sulking over a mere Umbu. She chided, pulling him towards the Hokage building. Humph. Jiraiya let out a cold snort and then followed Tsunade to the Hokage building, where Orochimaru had already arrived. It was evident that the three of them had been summoned, though the specifics of the matter remained unclear. Teacher, what is it? Jiraiya inquired. Old man, you've interrupted my important date. Aside from Orochimaru, who showed great respect towards the third Hokage, both Tsunade and Jiraiya displayed a more casual demeanor, eliciting hearty laughter from the third Hokage. Ha, I suppose it is my fault. However, I've been rather busy lately and noticed you all seem quite free. So I thought to assign you a task. What do you think? The third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe and gazed at the trio. What task? My date is of utmost importance. Old man, how can you suggest I have ample time? Jiraiya retorted, pointing out the glass sphere in the room. Jiraiya's expression suddenly turned icy. When had he ever been free? He had numerous appointments. How could he claim to be available? He was exceedingly busy, and thus began to unearth the secrets of the third Hokage. Ahem. Well, let me clarify. The purpose of gathering you today is to designate you as instructors at the Ninja Academy. Now that we are not in a time of war, the village requires development, task assignments, and the nurturing of a new generation of children, empowering them to stand on their own. This is of paramount importance for the prosperity of Konoha. Therefore, I propose that all three of you take on the role of team leaders to mentor those children. What do you think? Upon hearing Jiraiya's intention to disclose his secrets, the third Hokage's face flushed with embarrassment as he hastily interrupted Jiraiya's speech, fearing that his image as a teacher would be tarnished. Among the three present, only Jiraiya was aware that he never used the door when he walked, which resulted in him being seen by the third Hokage, while Tsunade and Orochimaru were more polite, mostly entering through the front door, granting them time to prepare. TCH, what a hassle. Nonetheless, despite his verbal protest, Jiraiya did not decline the offer. He understood that this time, his first disciple was about to make an appearance, none other than the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Minato was a young prodigy, having reached the pinnacle of the late-stage Hokage level at such a tender age, and with techniques like the Rasengan and the Flying Thunder God technique. He was unmatched beneath the guise of godhood, truly formidable. Alas, his life was cut short at a young age. Otherwise, he might have become a demigod of a ninja, akin to the second Hokage. Old man, was this intentional? Tsunade frowned, somewhat reluctant. They were well aware of the responsibilities of a team leader, which not only involved undertaking missions, but also managing various mundane affairs. Being a teacher would inevitably reduce her time spent with Jiraiya, causing her some discontent. Haha, interesting. I have no objections. You all may decide for yourselves. Orochimaru remarked with a slight smile, not opposing the task. This would allow him to conveniently venture out. Perhaps even gather some orphans, while also nurturing the village's next generation. He aspired to become Hokage himself. He could not merely be a figurehead. Thus, the cultivation of the next generation was exceedingly vital. He believed that if he truly succeeded in developing the Rinnegan, he could ensure that no one in the village would face death, allowing the villagers to continually grow stronger and be resurrected indefinitely. This way, they would not suffer catastrophic losses in war, and the strong from each generation could be preserved, enabling Konoha to once again dominate the ninja world in the near future. A desire he ardently yearned for. Haha, Tsunade, I promise you, the teacher will compensate you with time off. What do you say? Upon witnessing Tsunade's initial reluctance, the third Hokage seemed to acquiesce, hastily making a promise to grant them a period of leave, during which they could be together. Humph. Upon hearing of the impending vacation, Tsunade let out a cold snort and reluctantly agreed. It had been a short while since she and Jiraiya had come together, and now they were to part once more, which left her feeling somewhat wistful. This was the season of their romance, a time when they were particularly attached to one another. Chapter 55, Jiraiya's Students. Splendid. Here are the records detailing the number of students each of you will be responsible for. Please take a moment to review them. What do you think? The third Hokage presented each of the three with a list, which contained the respective teams they would lead, along with the names of several members. Jiraiya and the others took hold of the list of names, perusing it thoroughly. Indeed, Jiraiya nodded slightly, realizing that among the personnel he led, there was indeed Minato Namikaze. It is noteworthy that the historical trajectory of this world has not deviated significantly. Even though Jiraiya may have influenced it, it seems to be gradually restoring itself. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Uzumaki, and Might Guy are all renowned figures in later generations, worthy of nurturing. Jiraiya was astonished to discover that among his disciples was Might Guy, the son of the esteemed fourth Hokage. He was the first to develop the 8 Gates technique, a prodigy whose potential should be remarkable. Yet, he remained merely a lowly genin, akin to Lee, with true abilities undoubtedly surpassing even those of the Kage level. Then there were Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, and the Senju clan's divine tree. Meanwhile, Orochimaru's choices were particularly intriguing, as he selected candidates for the future leaders of both the Uchiha and Senju clans, raising questions about why the third Hokage entrusted these promising heirs to him for guidance. Narashikaku, Namanaka Inoichi, and Akimichi Choza. How could you allow the Ino, Shika, Cho trio to accompany me? Are you not concerned that I might lead them astray? Tsunade glanced at the list in her hand and smiled faintly. The Ino, Shika, Cho trio were devoted followers of the Hokage lineage, possessing formidable strength, especially the Nara clan, renowned as the strategists of Konoha. You may play as you wish. I shall bear the responsibility as your teacher. Any arduous tasks will fall upon them, and I have no qualms about it. In response to Tsunade's smile, the third Hokage reciprocated with a grin, recognizing these individuals as promising talents, particularly with Orochimaru in mind. He had long aspired to pass the mantle of the fourth Hokage to Orochimaru, thus laying the groundwork for his ascent. If Orochimaru were to assume the role of leader of both the Uchiha and Senju clans, his position would be firmly established, especially with Tsunade and Jiraiya as his supporters, making his claim to the Hokage title virtually unassailable. Years ago, due to Danzo's machinations against the third Hokage, Orochimaru had been gradually driven into darkness, ultimately revealing his true nature and preventing him from becoming Hokage, forcing him instead into the path of a rogue ninja. Now, with Danzo no longer a threat, could Orochimaru finally ascend to the position of fourth Hokage? Well, time is of the essence. You should visit the academy when you have the opportunity. From this point onward, you shall lead your own teams. I can finally take a step back, having painstakingly guided you thus far. Do not forget your roots and ensure you lead well. The third Hokage took a deep puff from his pipe, slowly exhaling as he regarded the trio with a smile. Understood. Enough of this rambling. Let us be on our way. Jiraiya cast a sidelong glance at his mentor, waved his hand dismissively, and turned to leave. Orochimaru and Tsunade followed suit, leaving the third Hokage alone, quietly smoking a cigarette. Orochimaru, the path has been laid out for you by your teacher. I hope you do not disappoint him. He mused with a faint smile, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of affection, suggesting a deeper concern for Orochimaru than for Jiraiya or Tsunade. Jiraiya, it seems one of your team members is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. I have met her. Before my grandmother passed, she sealed the Nine-Tails within her. She is a girl, Tsunade remarked as they exited the Hokage building, glancing at the list in her hand. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki? How could the teacher allow Jiraiya to lead them? Are they to embark on a mission? That seems quite perilous, Orochimaru frowned. Generally, Jinchuriki are not permitted to leave the village's confines, as this could easily lead to trouble. Should others discover them and send a large force to seize them, the consequences would be dire. Whatever. Don't worry. Do you doubt my strength? Even if all the ninjas from other villages were to come, I wouldn't be afraid. A mere Nine-Tails is nothing to fret over. It is a trivial matter. Jiraiya, however, remained utterly at ease. Even while meandering about with the Nine-Tails, not a soul dared to approach him. The mere thought of embarking on a mission seemed ludicrous. Should anyone catch sight of him, they would scarcely have time to flee, let alone muster the audacity to seize the host of the Nine-Tails, a venture tantamount to courting death. Indeed, with his presence, unless all the formidable shinobi from every village were to mobilize, it would be nearly impossible to detain him. Perhaps this was also a consideration of his mentor. Come, let us observe this year's students. It promises to be quite intriguing, he exclaimed. In the blink of an eye, they had matured from pupils into mentors themselves. Orochimaru chuckled. Realizing that he had been overly apprehensive, even he, with all his prowess, found that outsiders refrained from approaching him to snatch away individuals, let alone Jiraiya, whose strength far surpassed his own. An encounter with him would be an invitation to demise. He reflected on how swiftly the years had passed, transforming him from a student to the leader of a team. I shall relish the opportunity to mentor these youngsters. We certainly endured our share of trials at the hands of our teachers, and now the tables have turned, he mused with a grin. Tsunade, possessing a remarkably buoyant disposition, embraced her role as a mentor to her younger students, determined to impart the rigorous lessons of what she termed devilish training. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through Jiraiya's mind. If Akimichi Choza and his companions were to falter in their studies or inadvertently displease Tsunade, a powerful punch would be unleashed. This thought caused him to shake his head and let out a wry smile. Let us proceed. The hour is growing late. Today, we shall introduce ourselves, and tomorrow we will conduct an assessment to gauge their aptitudes. It is imperative that we tailor our teaching methods accordingly, ensuring that their promising talents are not squandered. Jiraiya gazed at the distant ninja academy, a faint smile gracing his lips. As noon approached, he contemplated their impending meeting, an opportunity for introductions followed by a brief assessment of their abilities the next day, facilitating his guidance. The instruction for Minato Namikaze would be relatively straightforward. Given their familiarity, he could teach him the Flying Thunder God technique and the Rasengan. However, his wife, Kushina Izumaki, would only be able to impart knowledge on chakra applications. Their family possessed a plethora of sealing techniques, and he would merely need to address her difficulties and offer guidance based on his understanding. As for Might Guy, he would require careful observation to ascertain whether it was possible to expedite his strength enhancement. After all, the title of a perennial genin was rather unflattering as his disciple. It was imperative for him to attain the distinguished rank of an elite jonin. Chapter 56. Lovers become a couple, he chuckled. Let us proceed. With that, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and the others quickened their pace, covering the distance of several kilometers in an instant. Each made their way according to the information on their lists. And due to their varying ages, they found themselves in different locations, ensuring that the three were not in the same classroom. Minato Namikaze, Kushina Izumaki, Might Guy. Step forward and follow me. Jiraiya strode inside and called out to the individuals within. Moments later, a man with prominent eyebrows, a handsome youth with golden hair, and a charming girl with tomato-red locks emerged. So it is you three, he declared. Come with me. I am Jiraiya, and henceforth, you shall be my subordinates. Jiraiya gazed upon the three promising individuals before him, nodding with satisfaction. Aside from Might Guy's rather unappealing thick eyebrows, the other two appeared remarkably perfect, handsome, and endearing. What? Their leader was, in fact, the esteemed Jiraiya? How enviable. My goodness, he is none other than Jiraiya. My father serves as a valiant general under his command. Jiraiya is truly formidable. They are indeed fortunate. And that tomato-headed fellow has truly stumbled upon extraordinary luck. Who could disagree? If only Jiraiya would take me as his apprentice. As Jiraiya made the introduction, the remaining lower ninjas erupted in excitement, astonished that it was Jiraiya himself leading the team, a privilege of the highest order. Each displayed expressions of envy. Jiraiya? You are truly Jiraiya? Exclaimed one, eyes widening in awe. Wow, my leader is actually Jiraiya. Might Guy's eyes sparkled with admiration. For Jiraiya's name was renowned far and wide. The idol he revered had single-handedly challenged the entire Hidden Cloud village and vanquished the Third Raikage, a formidable figure indeed. To be so fortunate as to be assigned under his tutelage was nothing short of a blessing. Subsequently, Jiraiya led the trio to a clearing. All right, let us all introduce ourselves. I shall go first. Jiraiya led the trio to a spacious clearing, plopping down without a care for the dirt beneath him. Might Guy and Minato Namikaze followed suit, while Minato's wife refrained from sitting, perhaps due to her distaste for the unclean ground. I am Jiraiya, a disciple of the third Hokage. I have an affection for Tsunade, Senju, and a disdain for those lacking in self-confidence. I excel in all forms of ninjutsu. Now, it is your turn. Who shall begin? After introducing himself, Jiraiya gazed at them expectantly. I shall go first. Might Guy eagerly interjected, a broad smile gracing his face. I am Might Guy, a disciple of Master Jiraiya. I have a fondness for the girl next door, Lon, and I detest being unacknowledged by others. My forte lies in taijutsu, haha. I am Minato Namikaze, a disciple of Master Jiraiya. I have a fondness for. I abhor seeing her being bullied, and I excel in wind, fire, and lightning ninjutsu. I am Kushina Izumaki, a disciple of Master Jiraiya. I have no particular affections. Yet I dislike others commenting on my hair, and I specialize in sealing techniques. Once the trio completed their introductions, Jiraiya nodded, familiar with much of what they shared. Though the ritual was necessary. Very well, that shall conclude today's session. It is nearly noon, and I would like to treat you all to some barbecue. What do you say? After Jiraiya introduced the three of them and glanced at the time, he realized it was getting late. So he decided to treat them to a barbecue. That sounds wonderful, thank you, Lord Jiraiya. They replied with enthusiasm. Yay, barbecue again, they exclaimed joyfully. The three, who were essentially orphans and often found themselves alone at home, relying on the village's meager assistance to get by, felt an overwhelming sense of happiness at the prospect of such a luxurious meal. The thought of Jiraiya generously offering to treat them filled their hearts with joy. Hee. Then let us set off. Jiraiya gazed at the trio with a subtle smile, recognizing a semblance of his own past within these unfortunate children. Subsequently, the four of them made their way to the village's barbecue establishment, where they began to order an array of grilled delights. To his surprise, Tsunade and Orochimaru joined them, and it turned out that the three were eager to dine together. Thus, the 12 individuals gathered joyously, indulging in a hearty meal of barbecued meat while getting to know one another. Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya-sama mentioned during his introduction that he has a fondness for you. Remarked Kushina Uzumaki upon seeing Tsunade, her tone affectionate, perhaps influenced by their shared bloodline. Is that so? What can I say? My charm is simply irresistible. Those who pursue me in Konoha are countless. Your teacher better put in some effort, or he might find himself ignored before he knows it. Tsunade quipped, her demeanor noticeably more buoyant after indulging in some sake. In the span of a single afternoon, the group enjoyed a delightful barbecue feast, marking one of their happiest days. After their appetites were satisfied, they gradually departed, agreeing to reconvene at the training grounds the following day for a test. Jiraiya then assisted the slightly inebriated Tsunade back to her home. It was undeniable. The tipsy Tsunade possessed a peculiar charm, her cheeks flushed and adorably enchanting, leaving Jiraiya utterly captivated. Once they returned to her room and closed the door, Jiraiya bent down to help Tsunade onto the bed. However, as he attempted to rise, Tsunade unexpectedly wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into her embrace and planting a kiss on his lips with her cherry-like mouth. Pop! In that instant, Jiraiya was taken aback, stunned by Tsunade's boldness in initiating the kiss, catching him off guard. But what did it matter? It was a predicament of Tsunade's own making. After all, he thought with a chuckle. Jiraiya experienced an internal struggle, ultimately succumbing to desire as the two of them lay upon the bed, embracing one another. Perhaps influenced by the effects of intoxication, Tsunade was particularly assertive, their embrace so fervent that it seemed as though they wished to merge their very beings. Sensing Tsunade's eagerness, Jiraiya felt compelled to respond in kind. They had already traversed every step save the final one, and at long last, lovers had become entwined. An hour later, both were drenched in perspiration, gasping for breath as they held each other closely. Exhausted, they succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and Tsunade was the first to awaken. Acutely aware of a pain coursing through her body, akin to being torn apart, Upon gazing at Jiraiya, who held her tightly, a faint smile graced her lips, and she nestled further into his embrace, radiating sweetness. Chapter 57. The formation of Jiraiya's team. The night passed in silence, and at dawn, Jiraiya awoke, his gaze falling upon Tsunade in his arms. A subtle smile appeared as he tightened his embrace, his eyes reflecting a tender affection. Tsunade, for the rest of my life, I shall protect you. No one shall take you away from me. With a commitment to test Minato and the others that day, he knew he must not be late. At that moment, a gentle movement from Jiraiya stirred Tsunade from her slumber. Jiraiya, she murmured, slowly opening her eyes. Upon seeing him, she offered a sweet smile, her cheeks flushing slightly. Tsunade, I promise to safeguard you, ensuring you never endure any hardship again, for you are my woman. Initially hoping to rise quietly, Jiraiya halted upon noticing Tsunade's awakening. He extended his right hand, caressing her delicate skin, a flicker of resolve gleaming in his eyes. Yes, Tsunade shyly nodded, burrowing deeper into his embrace, choosing not to speak further. Tsunade, I need to meet with Minato and the others for their assessment. Sleep a bit longer. I shall prepare breakfast for you. You must be exhausted from last night. Jiraiya chuckled softly, gently patting her small head. All right, off you go. Return promptly. Tsunade held no objections to Jiraiya's departure, for she too had plans to venture out shortly. As the leading jonin, it was imperative for her subordinate genin to complete certain essential tasks under their guidance. Understood, my dear. Jiraiya chuckled and nodded, then rose to his feet, conjuring a shadow clone to prepare breakfast while he himself departed without delay. Due to the revelries of the previous night, both individuals had risen somewhat late, the clock nearing 10 o'clock. Thus, he chose not to linger and swiftly disappeared from sight. Hiki. After Jiraiya's departure, Tsunade smiled sweetly. Although she felt a slight discomfort in her body, it was of little concern to her, a renowned medical ninja. However, she did not commence treatment immediately. Instead, she lifted the covers and examined the fallen petals on the bed, carefully gathering and placing them aside. These were her most treasured mementos, tokens of their love, and thus deserved to be preserved with care. What a splendid day it is! Another beautiful day. Youth must be filled with vigor. Haha. Minato, come and train with me. Today, we shall begin with 500 push-ups, followed by 500 squats, and then run 5 laps around Konoha. How does that sound? ISNT, my proposal simply perfect? Might Guy, clad in a form-fitting green tracksuit and adorned with a yellow scarf around his neck, continuously jogged before Minato and Kushina, circling them time and again. Guy, perhaps you should carry on by yourself. I shall remain here, waiting for Lord Jiraiya, Minato awkwardly responded, not wanting to dampen Guy's fiery enthusiasm. Youth knows no bounds. Since Master Jiraiya has yet to arrive, our youth must not be interrupted. Come, train with me. Guy, oblivious to Minato's discomfort, continued to jog in place, flashing a thumbs up and his signature smile, accentuated by his prominent eyebrows and gleaming teeth. Guy is just like his son. Truly, he is the proud father of the illustrious Kai. This is utterly amusing. From a distance, Jiraiya overheard the banter between Guy and Minato, unable to suppress a hearty laugh. Lord Jiraiya has arrived, Minato exclaimed joyfully, as if he had found a savior, quickly turning to greet him. Meanwhile, Kushina seemed disinclined to engage with others, sitting alone on the ground in silence. Upon noticing Jiraiya's approach, she stood and greeted him with a nod. Lord Jiraiya, come, what test do we have today? I am fully prepared. Guy, sensing Jiraiya's presence, swiftly turned to him. His spirit ignited with fervor, his gaze resolute. Today's test is quite simple. All you need to do is defeat a shadow clone of mine, and you shall pass, Jiraiya stated. Jiraiya gazed at the 3 individuals, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Today's test was remarkably simple. They merely needed to work together to defeat his clones. He had contemplated various forms of assessment, and seizing bells was not necessarily the optimal choice. In truth, fostering their unity was a task far more straightforward than it appeared. Defeating one's shadow clone is no simple feat. It requires the collaboration of 3 individuals, and even then, it necessitates a degree of leniency from Jiraiya for them to emerge victorious. Without such unity, how could they possibly triumph over his shadow clone? The necessity for their cooperation is paramount. Shadow clone? Is that so effortless? Exclaimed Might Guy, unable to contain his excitement. Youth must be allowed to flourish. Let us proceed. Hearing Jiraiya's words, he paused momentarily, yet his eyes ignited with fierce determination. Meanwhile, Minato, though silent, conveyed his readiness with a resolute gaze that spoke volumes to Jiraiya. Conversely, Kushina furrowed her brow, disliking the ominous feeling that enveloped her. It seemed that each time the Ninetales sensed Jiraiya's presence, a stir of unrest surged within her. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought and rose, preparing for battle. But you must tread carefully. You must possess the resolve to face your demise in order to defeat me. Moreover, should the three of you fail to join forces, my clones may very well eliminate you in an instant. Jiraiya observed the trio with a slight smile before, astonishingly. He summoned a shadow clone without forming any seals. During this period, Jiraiya had discovered that he could now execute ninjutsu instantaneously, achieving a level of prowess akin to that of the first Hokage, the revered technique of saying it and having it come to fruition. A hallmark of the highest caliber within the ninja world. How swift! I did not even witness Lord Jiraiya form any seals before he summoned a shadow clone. How terrifying! Minato, a prodigy of the younger generation, noted with keen insight the lack of hand seals from Jiraiya, as an identical clone materialized beside him. A flicker of astonishment crossing his features. Yet, understanding Jiraiya's formidable strength, he accepted this revelation with equanimity. He believed that he too would reach such heights, destined to become a formidable force that the world would remember. Very well, the battle commences. I grant you 5 minutes to devise your strategy against me. After 5 minutes, I shall unleash my full wrath, he declared, a mischievous grin playing upon his lips. Jiraiya gazed at the trio, a subtle smile gracing his lips. All three were luminaries of Konoha, the most formidable of the younger generation. One was destined to become the fourth Hokage, another was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, possessing the complete power of the beast, unlike Naruto, who only harbored a fraction of its chakra. The disparity in their might was immeasurable. As for Might Guy, his prowess was far from the simplistic portrayal in the original narrative. The 7 ninja swordsmen were all elite shinobi, and he had once perished in a battle utilizing the 8 gates technique. No one could have anticipated that a mere low-ranking shinobi would possess such explosive strength. The abilities of these three were not to be underestimated, yet they were still young, and thus, Jiraiya could afford to hold back. The countdown commenced. With that, Jiraiya vanished from sight, leaving behind only Minato and the others. We must devise a strategy to confront Lord Jiraiya, Minato proposed. For it was common knowledge within the village that Jiraiya was immensely powerful. Even his shadow clones were formidable and not easily dealt with. They needed to concoct a solid plan. Battle is meant to be a display of prowess, without the need for circumlocution. I am certain I can confront Lord Jiraiya head-on, Might Guy declared, brimming with confidence. At this moment, he was capable of opening the 3rd gate. And as a prodigy suited for mastering the 8 gates technique, he was the first to develop his own method for its practice, instilling him with this self-assuredness. Although Jiraiya's true form may be formidable, can one not contend with a mere shadow clone? If one cannot prevail, one could swiftly open the 8 gates and incapacitate the opponent before he has a chance to react, could one not? I harbor no fondness for collaboration. I am capable of vanquishing him alone. Kushina furrowed her brow, disliking excessive interactions with others, perhaps stemming from her insecurities, as she has often been ridiculed for her hair. Fostering a deep-seated aversion to companionship, despite a yearning for validation from others. At this moment, Kushina had not yet developed the vivacious personality she would embody after her union with Minato. Her isolation inevitably bred unique emotions within her. Perhaps in time, Minato would be able to touch her heart, but that moment is not now. Minato, upon hearing her words, felt a sense of helplessness. How had he found himself in such a team? Could the might of Lord Jiraiya truly be something that the three of them, mere genin, could contend with? Thus, 5 minutes passed, and the trio remained stationary, save for Might Guy, who was engaged in exercises, not a hint of movement from the others. Indeed? Is this the dissonance that often arises during the initial assessments? Yet, it is understandable. They are not individuals well acquainted with one another. Let us allow you to experience some hardships for now. Jiraiya sat cross-legged on a large tree not far away, observing the 3 individuals below. Shaking his head with a smile, he announced, "The 5 minutes are up. It is time to begin. Use all your strength to defeat me, or you shall perish." In an instant, Jiraiya's clone appeared in the arena, casting a cold gaze upon the trio and emanating a hint of murderous intent. This mere flicker of malice was enough to leave Minato and his companions somewhat unsettled, causing them to lose focus momentarily. They recalled the days when Sasuke and Naruto quaked in fear before the murderous aura of Zabuza, their hearts pounding with trepidation. Having never taken a life, they had no comprehension of the essence of killing intent. They could only feel a chilling sensation enveloping them, as if ensnared in a swirling vortex, akin to a single grain in the vast ocean. Why does this person exude the aura of Hashirama Senju? Moreover, there is a trace of that detestable presence. It is truly repugnant. Within Kushina's seal, the Nine-Tails lay in boredom, when suddenly it sensed an aura that sparked jealousy and discomfort. It lifted its head abruptly. Observing Jiraiya outside, who was radiating killing intent, it faintly discerned an evil presence that stirred unease within its core. What a peculiar aura! A blend of Hashirama's essence and that of Uchiha Madara, that wretched fiend. Who exactly is he? The Nine-Tails, well versed in such dark energies, immediately sensed something amiss with Jiraiya's presence. However, it was perplexed by the simultaneous emergence of two different auras, leaving it in a state of confusion. Humph. Then let me show you what it feels like. Upon detecting the aura it despised most, the Nine-Tails' eyes ignited with murderous intent, its chakra surging dramatically. Although it remained sealed, the seal possessed its imperfections, allowing the Nine-Tails to discreetly transmit a trickle of its chakra. This caused Kushina's eyes to begin transforming into those of a fox, and a crimson chakra enveloped her entire being. Jiraiya suddenly sensed a formidable and malevolent aura, instantly noticing the transformation in Kushina. His brows furrowed. Humph, Nine-Tails. Who summoned you to cause chaos? Observing the Nine-Tails chakra manifesting around Kushina, Jiraiya, seated upon a great tree, let out a cold snort. His eyes swiftly shifting into the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, after which his consciousness directly entered the ceiling space. Roar. Indeed, those wicked eyes, are you of the Uchiha clan? The Nine-Tails glared at Jiraiya, its fury ignited upon witnessing the transformation of his eyes into the Mangeki Sharingan. It unleashed a wave of murderous intent, advancing menacingly towards him. Drip, drip. Within the ceiling space, it resembled a dimly lit sewer, with water droplets echoing in the silence. Undeterred by the Nine-Tails' hostility, Jiraiya swiftly appeared above its head. Taking a seat with ease. Kyubi, there is no need to be so ferocious. I merely wish to discuss a matter with you. What do you say? Jiraiya found the most comfortable spot atop the Nine-Tails' head and reclined casually, uttering with a hint of nonchalance, Hey, kid, you better roll off my head, or I might just devour you right now. The Nine-Tails, seeing Jiraiya lounging on his head, was filled with rage. The mere sight of the Sharingan filled him with disdain. Having been controlled by a Beto in the past, he loathed the feeling of being dominated by others, yearning instead for freedom. I've already told you not to be so furious. I can grant you freedom. How does that sound? Are you satisfied with this proposition? Jiraiya remained unfazed, resting his hands behind his head, his eyes squinting in contentment as he reclined upon the head of the Nine-Tails. Damn humans, you are all deceivers. Do you believe I would fall for your tricks? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the Nine-Tails form visibly trembled, yet soon enough, it was engulfed by disdain and distrust, roaring in fury. I have already stated, there is no need for such ire. I possess a means to restore your freedom. What do you say? If you comply, I shall grant you liberation in due time, though not at present. How does that strike you? Moreover, I can even facilitate your transformation into human form. What do you think of that condition? Is it not tempting? The current state of the Nine-Tails is not conducive for emergence in the future. Once I have unified the ninja world, should he behave, releasing him would pose no issue. Furthermore, the system holds an extensive array of resources, including medicinal elixirs. Chapter 59, A Gift for Kushina. Currently, his system remains at the most rudimentary level, and the category for exchanging elixirs is still inaccessible. However, this does not hinder him from weaving grand illusions for the Nine-Tails. What? Transforming into a human? You? Do you fancy yourself as the Sage of Six Paths? Even the Sage of Six Paths lacked such abilities. Do you truly believe you surpass him? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the Nine-Tails was initially taken aback but quickly regained composure. This white-haired youth before him was undoubtedly a charlatan. The Sage of Six Paths had never possessed the power to transform them into humans. Could this individual possibly exceed the Sage's prowess? In the Nine-Tails' perception, such a notion was utterly implausible. The Sage of Six Paths had nearly reached the pinnacle of existence within the Naruto realm, a level that seemed insurmountable by any other. Is that so? Then what do you think of the present moment? Jiraiya smiled faintly as the Sharingan in his eyes began to spin rapidly before vanishing, replaced by a series of concentric ripples. Suddenly, a pair of white Rinnegan manifested within his eye sockets. What? Impossible. The Rinnegan? How could you possibly awaken the Rinnegan? This is utterly inconceivable. Throughout the years, I have never witnessed the birth of the Rinnegan outside of the Sage of Six Paths. Who on earth are you? The Nine-Tails, taken aback by Jiraiya's sudden appearance and the sight of his Rinnegan, was utterly astonished and trembled as if the sage himself had descended upon him. It is a misconception that only the Sage of Six Paths possesses the Rinnegan. It is quite likely that Uchiha Obito possesses a pair as well. Observing the Nine-Tails' astonishment, Jiraiya smiled slightly and revealed an even more shocking revelation. What? Impossible. Uchiha Obito is dead. He perished during that great war years ago. How could he possibly still be alive? How could he awaken the Rinnegan? This cannot be true. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, the Nine-Tails became even more incredulous. Uchiha Obito had died during the battle against Senju Hashirama, and the Nine-Tails knew this for certain, as he had been present at the time. There could be no mistake. Uchiha Obito possesses a certain ocular technique, as you should be aware. Jiraiya's lips curled slightly as he retracted his Rinnegan, gracefully leaping back onto the head of the Nine-Tails. This time, the beast did not roar in fury. Instead, it fell into deep contemplation, its claws tightly clenched, reflecting on whether it had overlooked something in the past. Izanagi? Suddenly, those words materialized in the Nine-Tails' mind. This ocular technique is known to very few, yet it was certainly within its understanding. Indeed, it was Izanagi at that time. It had employed Izanagi to feign death, deceiving Senju Hashirama, and had bitten off a piece of flesh from him. The fusion of the bloodlines of the Senju and Uchiha clans, coupled with the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, grants one the ability to comprehend the Rinnegan in the realm between life and death. Of course, this endeavor would also require the chakra of both Ashura and Indra. Uchiha Madara is the reincarnation of Indra, while Senju Hashirama is the reincarnation of Ashura, thus enabling him to awaken the Rinnegan. Jiraiya patiently explained to the Nine-Tails, engaging in conversation as if they were old friends, finding solace in their exchange. Why do you share all this with me? The Nine-Tails pondered, sensing a flicker of understanding, yet perplexed by Jiraiya's presence. With the awakening of the Rinnegan, Jiraiya possessed the mightiest power in existence. Why then? Did he choose to indulge in such trivial discourse? I merely wish for you to coexist harmoniously with Kushina, to enable her to become the perfect Jinchuriki. One day, I might release you and explore the possibility of transforming you into a human. I have already begun my research in this regard, and I am confident that I will soon find a solution. This could be considered a gift for Minato, allowing Kushina to become the ideal Jinchuriki. Fostering a bond of understanding between the two is indeed a noble aspiration. After all, Naruto is yet to be born, and regardless of the circumstances surrounding Kushina's fate, the Nine-Tails must reside within Naruto, driven by the echoes of his own childhood. Before I even graced this world, I felt a profound sympathy for Naruto. With the establishment of his own existence in the Hidden Leaf Village, he would no longer have to endure such hardships. Minato and Kushina would undoubtedly find ways to ensure their survival. However, due to the myriad uncertainties that life presents, Jiraiya could not guarantee their safety. The existence of Kagaya would inevitably stir conflict, and should anything occur in his absence, it would be difficult to predict. He could not remain as their eternal guardian. Yet, he was resolute in his commitment to protect their child, as a means of honoring their legacy. Though your words evoke a sense of disbelief within me, I am willing to accept your proposition, provided you grant me freedom in return. After all, a being of your caliber has no need to deceive me. Thus I choose to place my trust in you. I can facilitate her transformation into the perfect Jinchuriki, but you must ensure my release afterward and grant me my freedom. The Nine-Tails opted for compromise. He was no fool. Jiraiya possessed the Rinnegan, a power reserved for those of Sage of Six Paths lineage, far surpassing the likes of Hashirama Senju. There was no necessity for deceit, for Jiraiya had ascended to the pinnacle of strength in this world. And as long as he could escape this wretched cage, he would accept any terms. Haha, it's a deal. Jiraiya, upon hearing the Nine-Tails agreement, smiled faintly and then appeared before the beast, extending his hand in a gesture of camaraderie. I shall not go back on my word. Come. Let us seal our pact with a handshake. The Nine-Tails regarded Jiraiya, bemused by his childish demeanor, and with a dismissive huff, extended its claw to meet Jiraiya's hand in a resounding clap. The sound echoed, signifying their accord, after which Jiraiya departed from the realm of sealing, his consciousness returning to his physical form. Kushina, what troubles you? Minato inquired anxiously, sensing an overwhelming malevolent force emanating from Kushina. His concern deepened as he rushed to her side. Stay away from me. Kushina, fiercely resisting the Nine-Tails' encroachment with her chakra, turned her face, twisted in agony, and shouted at Minato. Kushina. This was Minato's first encounter with such a transformed state of her being. Her pupils had morphed into slitted fox-like eyes, and a sinister red chakra radiated from her. A flicker of worry crossed his gaze. When he first laid eyes on Kushina, he had been captivated by her beauty, marveling at how such a stunning girl could exist in the world. Each time he beheld her, his heart would race uncontrollably. Now, faced with the perilous situation surrounding Kushina, Minato felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Do not fret. It will be over soon. Jiraiya's shadow clone remained still, refraining from unnecessary actions. For he sensed that one of the manifestations of hatred within the Nine-Tails chakra had begun to dissipate gradually. What lingered was purely the chakra of the Nine-Tails, imbued with remarkable restorative properties, proving to be beneficial rather than harmful to Kushina. Indeed, the Nine-Tails chakra enveloping Kushina had shed its malevolent force, becoming exceedingly docile, and could now be harnessed by her, a fact that left her in a state of bewilderment. What is this? Has this fox spirit transformed? It is actually providing me with chakra? Very well, the battle has commenced. You must all remain vigilant. With Kushina's matter result, the four-way confrontation officially began, and Jiraiya vanished from his original position in an instant. This is not good. Survey the surroundings and prepare for defense. In a flash, Minato appeared beside Kushina, standing back-to-back with her, a kunai drawn, his senses alert to their environment. Haha, Lord Jiraiya, I have discovered your location. Behold my whirlwind spin kick. Jiraiya, of course, could not exert his full strength. With a swift body flicker technique, he materialized behind Might Guy, deliberately producing a slight sound to alert him. Upon hearing it, Guy swiftly turned, leaning back while spreading his legs and executing a rapid spin. Suddenly, an abundance of fallen leaves began to swirl around him, coalescing into a diminutive green whirlwind that rushed towards Jiraiya. A display of taijutsu? Quite impressive indeed. Let us see how my strength compares with the monstrous strength I learned from Tsunade. Jiraiya summoned the chakra within him, concentrating it upon his right hand, and struck down towards Dai's whirlwind with tremendous force. The sound of impact echoed in a series of resounding thuds. In an instant, it appeared that Dai's whirlwind encountered formidable resistance, clashing violently with Jiraiya's powerful punch, producing a deep, thunderous noise. Ouch, that hurts, exclaimed Dai, realizing the might of Jiraiya. The village's formidable warrior, whose fist was astonishingly hard. Struck on the ankle by Jiraiya's blow, Dai instinctively grasped his ankle with both hands, hopping on the spot in agony. Indeed, being hit with such precision was no trivial matter. Is that all? Bring it on. Jiraiya smiled faintly, then with a swift movement, he advanced, rapidly swinging his fist towards Guy. Not again. Oh dear. Guy exclaimed as he saw Jiraiya charging at him, his foot still recovering from the earlier injury. Despite his predicament, he had no choice but to retaliate, and soon their fists collided with force, both combatants exchanging blows at an astonishing speed, leaving Minato and Kushina utterly astonished by the spectacle. What incredible speed! I have underestimated Guy. His strength exceeds that of an ordinary genin, Minato thought, gripping his kunai tightly as he observed the clash between Guy and Jiraiya, his brow furrowing in contemplation. A perfect opportunity. Jiraiya, in his subtle approach to the fight, had left numerous openings, and Minato detected one such vulnerability. Guy, retreat. Upon hearing Minato's command, Guy instantly propelled himself backward. Although he was uncertain of the reasoning behind Minato's words, he complied without hesitation. Shadow clone technique. In an instant, as Guy distanced himself, Minato transformed his kunai into countless replicas, launching them towards Jiraiya with remarkable speed. Given Jiraiya's formidable prowess, he would not hold back and initiated with an A-rank ninjutsu. The sky was filled with a multitude of kunai, raining down upon Jiraiya, who smirked slightly. Indeed, a genius, to master an A-rank ninjutsu at such a young age. However, it will be of no use against me. Needle Jizo technique. Just as the myriad kunai were about to strike Jiraiya, he lengthened his hair, transforming it into sharp spikes, enveloping himself in a protective layer akin to a hedgehog, ready to defend against the onslaught. The sounds of clashing kunai and the sharp hair echoed through the air, mingling with the sounds of scattered kunai hitting the ground. 8 gates release. At that moment, Kushina formed hand seals, instantly unleashing her sealing technique. Though she claimed she would not cooperate with others, as a prodigy in sealing arts, she knew precisely when to employ her skills. Her chakra surged dramatically, and she slammed her hands onto the ground, causing black runes to emerge, extending towards Jiraiya's feet. With a series of loud thuds, the ground beneath Jiraiya bulged, and several iron chains erupted from below, binding him in place, adorned with luminous sealing symbols. Done. The seal is successful. Hiki, I shall become the next Hokage, and you, Lord Jiraiya, cannot escape the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. Seeing Jiraiya ensnared, Kushina smiled subtly, clapping her hands and exclaiming, "How impressive." Might Guy gazed in astonishment at Jiraiya, who was sealed away. Moments ago, he had engaged in combat with Master Jiraiya, whose speed and strength were undeniably on par with his own, especially considering the use of shadow clones. Yet, he had been effortlessly sealed by Kushina? This was truly an impressive display of skill. Smiling brightly at Kushina, Minato's expression radiated warmth, causing a blush to creep onto her cheeks. This foolish man, under this light, appeared rather handsome. As Kushina noticed Minato's goofy grin, her cheeks flushed slightly, and a fluttering sensation surged within her heart, leading her to entertain a sudden thought. Heh. Are you all perhaps celebrating a tad too soon? Inwardly, she contemplated her decapitation technique. Observing the trio's merriment, Jiraiya had no intention of interrupting them. However, such a carefree atmosphere was hardly conducive to training. Upon hearing Jiraiya's voice, Minato promptly leapt backward, his vigilance heightened as he scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, Might Guy found himself seized by Jiraiya, who grasped his legs and buried him underground, leaving only his prominent brows exposed. Now who will be next? Jiraiya remarked coldly after dealing with Might Guy. In an instant, the Jiraiya that had been sealed by Kushina transformed into a wooden log, clearly indicating that he had employed the body replacement technique to escape just before Kushina struck. Body replacement technique, how infuriating. Minato furrowed his brow, realizing he had failed to detect when Master Jiraiya had activated the technique. Chapter 61. Might Guy unleashes the third gate. Are you perplexed? Jiraiya continued. The moment you unleashed your ninjutsu, although you saw me performing my own, I simultaneously obscured your line of sight. I then utilized the body replacement technique to vacate the area, indicating that your observational skills on the battlefield require refinement. Now, who shall be next? Jiraiya engaged in combat while providing commentary, a process that facilitated their growth, albeit repetitively. So it was. Although Minato was a prodigy, he and his companions had just emerged from the Ninja Academy, lacking substantial combat experience. Currently, the trio possessed strength but were unable to fully harness it, remaining somewhat ineffectual. With the wind release, Thousand Faces of Wind technique, Minato, who had yet to master the Flying Thunder God technique or the Spiral Sphere, could only resort to basic ninjutsu. He swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring thousands of wind blades that surged towards Jiraiya. Kushina, visibly frustrated at her failure to land an attack, immediately unleashed another secret technique. This was not the four-symbol seal, but a unique jutsu of the Uzumaki clan, capable of utilizing chakra to lock onto a target within a specified range. In an instant, several chakra chains would emerge from all directions, binding and sealing the target with formidable strength. Suddenly, an invisible barrier materialized within a 10-meter radius of Jiraiya. And at the edge of this barrier, 3 chains shot forth towards him. Oh, how intriguing. A sealing technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. Truly powerful. If you were a Chunin, you would likely have succeeded in sealing your target. Even a Jounin could suffer injuries if caught off guard. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. It was the first time he had witnessed the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. In the original narrative, he had only seen Kushina employ such methods once during the Nine Tails breach of containment, and thereafter, other sealing techniques had seldom been showcased. It remains uncertain whether the sealing technique in Nagato's possession is unique to the Uzumaki clan, and for now, this cannot be investigated further. The Great Ball Rasengan. Jiraiya concentrated his chakra to its utmost form, directing it to coalesce in his hand, flowing irregularly in various directions while being compressed. In an instant, he manifested a chakra sphere over 1 meter in diameter, radiating an endless azure brilliance. Crack! Jiraiya, wielding the colossal Rasengan, charged directly towards the barrier before him. In an instant, the invisible barrier was shattered by the swirling force of the Rasengan, sending countless wind blades flying in every direction. The cacophony of impacts echoed as the myriad of wind blades dissipated into nothingness, while Jiraiya's Rasengan diminished only slightly in size. What terrifying power is this? What technique is at play? Minato observed Jiraiya's display of might with keen interest, his gaze fixated on the Rasengan in Jiraiya's grasp. Well then, have you exhausted all your techniques? To wield such a plethora of ninjutsu right after graduation is a testament to your strength. However, your power still falls short. This is where your journey ends. It is time to conclude this. Jiraiya harbored a considerable satisfaction towards several individuals. Many graduates may not even possess a single C-rank ninjutsu. Thus their prowess is indeed formidable. Might Guy's speed has far surpassed that of a mere Genin, reaching the level of a CH Nin, which is commendable. Who uttered such words? Regardless of the formidable challenges that lie ahead, I shall overcome them, even at the cost of my own life. At the very least, I will leave behind evidence of my existence as a man. I, Might Guy, shall never concede defeat. The 8 gates, open the first gate, open the second gate. Open the third gate. At this moment, Might Guy was consumed by fury. All his years of effort were aimed at gaining the acknowledgement of others. How could he possibly surrender so easily? In an instant, he unleashed the third gate, shattering the earth that had once confined him. With a mighty leap, he emerged, his entire being radiating a ferocious green chakra, his eyes transformed into a blood-red hue. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. In a flash, Might Guy surged towards Jiraiya at a velocity surpassing the speed of sound, his swiftness leaving all present in awe. Remarkable. So swift. Minato was taken aback. He never anticipated that Might Guy possessed such strength. This force, once unleashed, could potentially overwhelm even elite yearning. Impressive, indeed. At such a young age, he has already unlocked the 8 gates and can open 3 without inflicting harm upon himself. A true genius. Let me witness the extent of your combat abilities. Jiraiya gazed at the suddenly appearing Might Guy, whose speed had surpassed that of many elite shinobi. Such velocity was hardly characteristic of a mere genin. Indeed, he was worthy of the 8 gates technique. Thud, 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 thud. As Might Guy unleashed the third gate, his rapidity compelled Jiraiya to exert most of his shadow clone's strength merely to keep pace with him, setting the stage for an imminent clash between the two. Bang, bang, bang. Their movements were astonishingly swift, one moment on the ground, the next in the air, then perched upon the trees, leaving Minato and Kushina utterly bewildered, their eyes unable to track the frenetic exchange. Unbelievable? Minato observed Might Guy's incredible prowess, pondering the notion that if he could attain a speed even surpassing that of Guy, he might reign supreme across the ninja world. Or at the very least, find it easier to survive. Bloom, Lotus. Bang, bang, bang. In a flurry. Jiraiya was struck by a kick from Might Guy, followed by a relentless series of blows that propelled him higher into the sky. Kill. With a final kick, Might Guy landed a blow to Jiraiya's head, sending him plummeting swiftly towards the ground. Boom. Although Jiraiya's shadow clone did not utilize its full strength, it exhibited combat capabilities at the level of a yearning. Nevertheless, it was still no match for Might Guy, as its speed was simply inadequate. Even if one could perceive the movements clearly, failing to match the speed of the punches rendered such clarity futile. Thus, the shadow clone was tragically smashed to the ground, instantly dissipating into a wisp of white smoke, vanishing from sight. With a heavy thud, Might Guy landed on the ground, gasping for breath. Although he could open the 8 gates without sustaining injury, this was his first time exerting himself to such an extent, leading to excessive exhaustion that left him utterly spent, collapsing onto the earth. Incredible! Jiraiya's shadow clone was actually defeated. Guy's strength is truly formidable. Had I been present at that moment, would I have been able to withstand such speed? Minato furrowed his brow, observing the incapacitated Might Guy, his heart filled with a profound yearning for strength. He felt acutely aware of his own inadequacies, realizing that his current abilities were far from impressive. Clenching his fists tightly, he resolved to improve. Chapter 62. Each one's arrangements clap, clap, clap. Excellent, excellent. Haha. You have indeed vanquished my shadow clone. Your prowess is commendable. Although you claim to lack unity, your every strike has demonstrated near-perfect coordination, which brings me great satisfaction. From now on, you shall function as a cohesive team. You 3 may very well embark on missions together, united by a common goal. Should you fail to unite, when faced with opponents of comparable strength who do work together, the inevitable outcome will be your downfall. The purpose of this test was to encourage your collaboration, and achieving such synergy on your first attempt is already commendable. As for the future, you shall gradually hone your skills. Seeing his clone defeated, Jiraiya instantly appeared on the battlefield, a flicker of satisfaction crossing his eyes. He felt a deep sense of contentment with these 3 disciples. Now that they had passed the preliminary test, it was time to commence their rigorous training. Jiraiya-sama, Jiraiya-sama, Jiraiya-sama. Upon witnessing the true form of Jiraiya, the 3 hurriedly surrounded him, bowing respectfully. Well, let us take a brief respite for lunch. This afternoon, we shall embark on our first training session, Jiraiya said with a gentle smile, nodding in acknowledgement of their politeness. He then retrieved the meals he had instructed his clone to prepare during the observation, producing 4 simple bento boxes filled with rice balls, sufficient to satisfy their hunger. Wow, that looks delicious. I adore rice balls, Kushina exclaimed, her eyes sparkling at the sight of the food. Since arriving in Konoha, she had seldom enjoyed a proper meal. having no one to care for her and limited funds, rendering her sustenance rather unsatisfactory. The sight of the rice balls seemed to her a culinary delight. "Thank you, Jiraiya-sama. I truly appreciate it." Watergate and Might Guy promptly stepped forward to take a box each, eagerly grabbing the rice balls and stuffing them into their mouths. Kushina and Watergate savored theirs bite by bite, while Might Guy took a hefty rice ball and devoured it whole, chewing with gusto as if fearing someone might snatch it away. So delicious. Upon tasting the first morsel, Kushina was overwhelmed by the flavor. Though merely simple rice balls with cucumber and pork floss filling, they were utterly delightful. Her pace of eating quickened as she swiftly consumed an entire box of 8 rice balls. Reflecting on Naruto's appetite, it became evident just how voracious her own was. After finishing the 8 rice balls, she felt unsatisfied, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as her gaze fixed on Watergate, her intentions unmistakable. "Go ahead. I'm not hungry anymore," Watergate replied, taking slow bites while battling the hunger gnawing at him. He could not ignore the longing look from the girl he admired, so he reluctantly offered the remaining 7 rice balls to her. Thank you." Kushina's cheeks flushed slightly as she accepted the rice balls, a hint of shyness evident in her demeanor. Yet, a glimmer of struggle crossed her face before her appetite ultimately triumphed over her modesty. Gratefully accepting the offering, she resumed her voracious eating. "Here you go." Jiraiya discerned that Minato was still hungry, and he graciously offered the rice ball in his hand, accompanied by a gentle smile. "Thank you, Lord Jiraiya," Minato replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he scratched his head with his right hand. From now on, the 3 of you shall be my disciples. You may call me teacher or master, as you please. Haha. Now, enjoy your meal." Jiraiya chuckled heartily, inwardly acknowledging his 3 disciples. Accepting them as his students was indeed a commendable decision. "Yes, Master Jiraiya, I shall strive with utmost diligence," exclaimed Minato, brimming with excitement at the prospect of being taught by Jiraiya. A glimmer of determination and gratitude shone in his eyes, thankful for his mentor's recognition. After the 4 had dined, Jiraiya commenced their training. Naturally, Might Guy began with physical conditioning, as all his martial techniques relied heavily on stamina and the 8 gates. The resilience of his body determined his capacity to withstand the strain of the 8 gates. For instance, at present, he could endure the 3rd gate. Yet the 4th would result in severe burns, posing a significant risk. Thus, a rigorous regimen of high-intensity training was devised for Guy. Whenever he faltered, he was encouraged to persist until he ultimately collapsed from exhaustion, after which he would be immersed in a medicinal bath to absorb its essence and augment his physical prowess. Kushina was instructed in the proficient utilization of the Nine-Tails power. Having forged an agreement with the beast, she willingly complied with the guidance. As for Minato, Jiraiya provided hands-on instruction, beginning with tree climbing exercises. "Minato, I have a general understanding of your developmental trajectory. However, your immediate focus must be on mastering precise chakra control. Today, our primary objective is to enhance your ability to wield chakra accurately." After assigning the other 2 students their trainings, he designated a shadow clone to oversee them while he took Minato aside to a tranquil stream. "Master, what must I do to achieve precise chakra control?" "I feel my control is already quite commendable," Minato expressed with a hint of confusion, pondering how he could further hone his skills. "Indeed, your control is impressive. Yet there is always room for improvement. Once you complete the next 2 exercises, I shall teach you a formidable technique known as the no-seal ninjutsu," Jiraiya replied, a smile gracing his lips as he observed Minato's bewilderment. Chakra control is a continuum. There is no pinnacle of precision, only the pursuit of greater accuracy. Consider medical ninjutsu. Without precise chakra control, one cannot wield the chakra scalpel effectively. Mastering chakra control will significantly reduce the energy expenditure when performing techniques. "Understood, Master," Minato nodded slightly, his heart swelling with anticipation at the prospect of learning such a powerful technique. Gathering chakra beneath his feet, he ascended step by step toward the treetop, maintaining the fluctuations of chakra within his body. Each movement demanded precision, requiring him to observe the tree's nuances. The structure and form varied with each step, necessitating different amounts of chakra. "Pay close attention and give it a try," Jiraiya encouraged. Jiraiya led Minato to a magnificent giant tree, gesturing for him to ascend to its pinnacle. "Very well, Master," Minato replied, nodding in agreement. In an instant, he summoned a surge of chakra beneath his feet, allowing him to adhere to the tree and prevent any fall. Chapter 63. The Prodigy Ninja Minato with each step. 1, 2, 3. Minato soon realized that climbing the tree presented little challenge. as he swiftly reached its summit with the grace of walking on level ground. This demonstrated the remarkable precision and mastery he possessed over his chakra. Master, I succeeded. It seems there was hardly any difficulty. Upon reaching the top, Minato turned and began his descent, conversing with Jiraiya as he descended step by step. Indeed, impressive. Your control over chakra is truly formidable. Jiraiya was exceedingly pleased. Indeed. Minato was a genius. It was likely that Naruto's struggles with climbing trees were influenced by the presence of the Nine-Tails chakra. Otherwise, how could he have taken so long to master it, given that his father was such a prodigious talent? Next, you must traverse the surface of the river. The principle remains the same. You must walk upon the water as if it were solid ground, and upon achieving this, your training for the day will be complete. Climbing trees is a relatively simple task, whereas walking on water presents a greater challenge, requiring constant vigilance to the fluctuations of the water's surface. The ripples can disrupt the flow of chakra, thus making it quite difficult for novices to accomplish this feat subsequently. Minato nodded and stepped out onto the surface of the river. As his right foot made contact with the water, he attentively sensed the changes in chakra beneath him, refraining from simply stamping down. Instead, he carefully observed the alterations in the water and its buoyancy. His composure was commendable. He was not hasty and understood the importance of testing the waters, so to speak. Jiraiya gazed at Minato with a smile, taking a step forward without rushing directly towards him. Instead, he attuned himself to the undulations and fluctuations of the water's surface. Only when he felt he had acclimated to these changes did he firmly place his foot upon it, subsequently extending his left foot as well. His mastery over chakra was nothing short of remarkable, deserving of admiration. A genius is indeed a genius, mastering everything with astonishing speed. Haha, splendid. These two tests are undoubtedly far too simple for you. Jiraiya observed Minato gliding effortlessly across the water's surface and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming that such a prodigious talent was indeed worthy of being the protagonist's father. Ah, my dear teacher. I never anticipated that climbing trees and walking on water would enhance my precision and chakra control so significantly. Moreover, I perceive that my chakra extraction rate has substantially increased while traversing the surface. It is exceptionally suitable for training those who have yet to master chakra control. Minato smiled faintly, feeling a remarkable improvement in his precision with chakra and a noticeable acceleration in his chakra refinement. He believed that this method of training should be widely adopted, enabling more individuals to connect with their chakra in such a manner. As long as it proves effective, that is all that matters. Since you have successfully completed these two training exercises, we shall now proceed to the next phase, where I will impart to you a powerful A-rank ninjutsu that can be infinitely upgraded. Jiraiya nodded, his intention being to enable Minato to exert a more precise control over his chakra, thereby facilitating his mastery of the Rasengan. The acquisition of the Rasengan necessitates an extraordinary degree of control, requiring the chakra to coalesce in the palm, continuously rotating and compressing. Without adept mastery, the training would be insurmountable. This particular jutsu took Minato 3 years to develop, a testament to his genius akin to that of the second Hokage, who was also notorious for his obsession with forbidden techniques. One can only wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. In the realm of ninjutsu, nearly all forbidden techniques were conceived by him, a feat that borders on the extraordinary. One might speculate that his intellect surpasses even that of Shikamaru. Is this the very blue sphere that my mentor utilized during the earlier competition? Minato's gaze was immediately drawn to the Rasengan, sensing its practicality and yearning deeply to acquire such a formless technique, which would undoubtedly enhance his combat prowess. Ah, splendid. This jutsu was crafted specifically for you. Observe closely as I demonstrate the technique. Jiraiya smiled faintly and began to speak with a touch of narcissism, unabashedly claiming that he was the creator of this technique, exclaiming how shameless it was. Meanwhile, Minato focused intently on Jiraiya, eager to discern how such a ninjutsu was executed. Observe closely, Jiraiya instructed. First, gather chakra in your hand and then release it outward, allowing it to rotate in an orderly manner. As it spins, compress the chakra to form a surge of explosive energy. In an instant, chakra began to coalesce in Jiraiya's hand, spinning in unison at an increasing velocity. Given Minato's prodigious talent, Jiraiya deemed it unnecessary to employ a balloon for demonstration. He could simply guide him through the technique step by step. Suddenly, a perfectly compressed sphere of chakra materialized in Jiraiya's right hand, instantly forming the Rasengan. He then thrust his right hand forward gently, striking the massive tree before him. With a crackling sound, the tree was punctured, creating a small hole, and Jiraiya swiftly dissipated the chakra in his hand. Did you see that clearly? Jiraiya gazed at Minato and inquired, for he too wished to ascertain whether Minato truly possessed such remarkable abilities. After all, this was originally his signature technique. It was understandable for others to learn at a slower pace, but for him, the desire to master it would undoubtedly lead to rapid progress. In order to demonstrate the technique to Minato, Jiraiya had deliberately slowed down the formation of the Rasengan. Every action and word was meticulously observed by Minato, who continuously analyzed the mechanics behind the Rasengan's creation. Drawing upon Jiraiya's explanations, he mentally rehearsed the process. Suddenly, with a swift motion of his right hand, Minato conjured a Rasengan, having grasped it after just a single demonstration, truly remarkable. Indeed, it was astonishing, although the speed had significantly diminished. Mastering it after a single glance was nothing short of extraordinary. One could hardly believe it was not some form of cheating. Observing Minato successfully execute the Rasengan in an instant, Jiraiya inwardly lamented that the young man must possess some hidden advantage to exhibit such an extraordinary capacity for learning. Teacher. I did it, Minato exclaimed joyfully, reveling in his unexpected success. However, in his excitement, and as it was his first attempt at the Rasengan, his chakra momentarily faltered. Jiraiya muttered under his breath and instantaneously appeared before Minato, seizing his hand and channeling chakra to stabilize the Rasengan that Minato was holding. Are you trying to scare me to death? This is exceedingly perilous. If it detonates, your hand will be ruined. After securing the Rasengan, Jiraiya could not refrain from scolding. Having it explode in your palm is no trivial matter. It's not akin to a balloon bursting during training. It would detonate right in your hand, rendering it useless. Chapter 64. Deceiving the Eight Gates of Duinja, haha. What? I didn't notice. I'm just so delighted. Hiki. My apologies, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head with his right hand, a hint of remorse flickering in his eyes. All right, you've essentially grasped the concept. Focus on practicing diligently during this period. Once you have perfected it, come to me, but do not continue in this reckless manner. Your hand is at risk of being irreparably damaged. Once you have fully mastered this technique, I shall instruct you in additional ninjutsu. Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. Could this foolishly naive Minato truly be the fourth Hokage? Yet, considering his youth, perhaps it was only natural. All right, Teacher Jiraiya. Minato chuckled, a mischievous grin spreading across his face before stepping aside to practice the Rasengan. Observing Minato's excited demeanor, Jiraiya shook his head with a smile and summoned a shadow clone to keep an eye on him while he turned his attention to Might Guy. Might Guy's prowess was indeed formidable. However, his impoverished background prevented him from affording the medicinal baths and other enhancements to bolster his physical abilities. Moreover, he struggled to secure missions, leaving his finances rather strained. With the added responsibility of supporting his family, including his son, the financial burden weighed heavily on him. Interestingly, the identity of his wife remained a mystery, as she was never mentioned in the original narrative. Hey ha! Hey ha! At that moment, Might Guy unleashed a flurry of iron fists, his punches landing with astonishing speed, creating a blur that left many unable to discern his movements. His training was of an intensely rigorous nature, and he was already drenched in sweat, a pungent odor emanating from his exertions. Yet, he remained oblivious to it, steadfast in his dedication to relentless training. The Eight Gates, a technique devised by Guy, involved unlocking the 8 chakra gates within the human body. One couldn't help but ponder how this might align with the meridian systems depicted in martial arts dramas. If one could fully open the Rin and do meridians as illustrated in those tales, could it be akin to this concept? Why was it that martial arts narratives allowed for complete openness while the 8 gates only permitted momentary access? As Jiraiya watched Might Guy immersed in his training, he refrained from interrupting and instead fell into contemplation. The methods of cultivating the 8 gates bore some resemblance to martial arts practices, yet they remained fundamentally distinct. However, there existed a certain synergy between the two. The 8 gates targeted specific acupoints, which were, in essence, conduits for energy. What might transpire if the 8 gates could be permanently opened? What unimaginable power would that unleash? As Jiraiya pondered, his thoughts became increasingly lucid. If the 8 gates could be opened and maintained continuously, akin to the meridians of martial arts novels, with chakra circulating within the body and remaining contained, could it not resemble the tailed beasts, possessing an inexhaustible reservoir of chakra and simultaneously enhancing one's strength? This notion certainly warrants further exploration. Should this research yield success, it would undoubtedly send tremors throughout the entire ninja world. Imagine the emergence of a Kai who could maintain the 8 gates perpetually without any detrimental effects. Could even Uchiha Madara withstand such power? Could the 6 paths Madara endure it? It would be intriguing to test this. But first, mastering the 8 gates technique is essential, since the knowledge is readily available. There is no need for me to exchange for it, The more Jiraiya pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Gazing at the figure of Might Guy before him as if he were beholding a treasure, he envisioned a transformation of the 8 gates technique. Aspiring to render it perpetually open, thus bestowing upon the esteemed Guy an invincibility that would allow him to unleash relentless, soaring kicks without pause. It was simply unfathomable to contemplate the magnitude of such power. Guy, perhaps it would be prudent to take a moment to rest. Jiraiya gazed at Might Guy, who was preparing to borrow his training techniques, not to deceive, but to draw inspiration and enhance them. Indeed, that was the intention. Master Jiraiya? Might Guy, upon hearing Jiraiya's voice, promptly halted his actions and hurriedly approached him. What is it, Master Jiraiya? He inquired with a polite greeting, his face etched with curiosity. Guy, allow me to examine the 8 gates technique you're practicing. I wish to observe your forthcoming training steps and see if I can enhance your method. After all, this technique poses a grave risk to your life. Should all gates be opened, it could lead to an instantaneous demise. I hope to ascertain whether any improvements can be made, Jiraiya stated earnestly, scrutinizing Guy before him. To deceive is to deceive oneself. Don't you have an inkling of this? A cynical remark echoed from within the system. Very well, Master Jiraiya, Guy replied without hesitation, his innocence shining through as he retrieved the scroll detailing the 8 gates technique from his pocket and handed it to Jiraiya. The 8 gates technique was a creation of Might Guy himself, a testament to an extraordinary talent rarely seen throughout the ages. Having focused solely on physical techniques, he had devised a top-tier martial art, nearly culminating in a grand conclusion. Now, continue your practice. I shall see if I can make some enhancements to your technique. Off you go. Upon obtaining the book, Jiraiya nodded slightly and then instructed Guy to practice while he prepared to delve into his research. Understood, Master Jiraiya. Call me if you need anything. With that, Might Guy dashed away, for he had already committed the entire content of the book to memory. It mattered not if Jiraiya took it. The 8 gates technique? Truly remarkable. Jiraiya merely cast a glance and subtly nodded. The 8 gates technique, the opening gate, commenced. With just a fleeting look, Jiraiya mastered the art of opening the 8 gates, instantaneously unleashing a surge of formidable chakra that doubled his already extraordinary chakra, surpassing even that of the tailed beasts. Could it be? This power is astonishing. It has directly augmented my chakra once more. Moreover, with my current physical resilience, even if I were to open the 7th gate, I would not perish. This is the formidable nature of the Sage of 6 Paths physique. Jiraiya sensed a remarkable surge in his chakra, leaving him utterly astonished. At present, he possessed both his own chakra and that of the tailed beast, the quantity of which was likely comparable to that of the Nine Tails. To his disbelief, it had now doubled, causing an overwhelming sense of shock within him. What if he were to permanently open the 8 gates? The chakra coursing through the chakra points. Yes, the very points themselves. The 8 gates technique relies on the instantaneous stimulation of these chakra points to unleash a tremendous increase in one's chakra. Jiraiya seemed to have an epiphany, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating his gaze as he beheld the 8 gates of bypass technique. His heart began to soar with joy at the prospect of yet another miracle unfolding. Chapter 65, Tsunade in the Kitchen. If I could directly break through the acupoints without the need for instantaneous activation, but rather gently unblocking my own meridians until they are completely open, would that not lead to total liberation? What a genius I am. Let us give it a try. I will first experiment with the meridians necessary to open the gates, stimulating them with chakra to see what transpires. Jiraiya, with unwavering determination, promptly closed the door and settled into a meditative posture, meticulously observing the chakra coursing through his body. He concentrated deeply, condensing the chakra into a slender needle, which he gently propelled against his meridians, striving to clear the blockages that had long hindered his flow. Ouch, that hurts terribly, he exclaimed, his brow furrowed in distress upon his initial attempt. Undeterred, Jiraiya pressed on, driven by the ambition to master the new 8 gates technique. Despite the excruciating pain, he resolutely continued to gather chakra to assault his meridians. This is unbearable. It truly defies the limits of human endurance, he thought. Yet a flicker of hope ignited within him as he sensed a slight breakthrough. The volume of chakra appeared to swell, albeit marginally. But the mere recognition of progress filled him with joy. For half an hour, sweat cascaded down his brow, each droplet a testament to his relentless effort. Yet he showed no signs of halting. He had managed to clear 1/10 of the obstruction, and with renewed vigor. He noted the significant increase in his chakra reserves, an expansion of at least tenfold compared to his initial state. It seemed that success was within reach. He was determined to persevere. Jiraiya continued to advance towards the meridians, mindful of their delicate nature, requiring an abundance of patience with each step. Impatience could easily lead to complications, and the risk of internal bleeding loomed dangerously close. Thus, Jiraiya proceeded with utmost caution, even for someone of his constitution. Testing the limits of such techniques posed significant peril. Half an hour elapsed. To his dismay, the time required seemed to increase as he progressed. Initially, he could breach 1/10 of the meridian in 30 minutes, yet after another 30 minutes, he had only managed to penetrate a 20th. In total, he had thus far achieved a mere 3/20ths. There was no room for surrender. He must press on. Having discovered this method, he was resolute in his determination not to abandon it. In the time that followed, Jiraiya committed himself fully to his efforts. Unlike at the outset, he had now discerned a rhythm and force, resulting in a slightly quicker advancement. An hour later, he finally broke through to 1/5. It appeared that complete penetration would require several days of relentless effort. Nevertheless, this was a small price to pay if it meant amplifying his strength manifold. It would be worth the wait. Additionally, he had grown accustomed to the pain, nearly numb to it. Perhaps only Guy and Dai possessed such perseverance to continue this arduous journey. As for the others, their time would come. Constant improvement would surely lead to widespread mastery in due course. After an hour of intense exertion, Jiraiya had successfully opened 1/5 of the chakra pathways within him. There remained 4/5 to conquer. Once achieved, he would unlock a permanent state of heightened chakra flow. However, this was not a task to be rushed. It required a gradual and measured approach. Sighing, he concluded that it was time to return home. Marking the end of today's training session, Jiraiya ceased his vigorous exertions, feeling an immediate sense of relief as he rose to his feet. Well, today's training concludes here. We shall resume tomorrow, and in 3 days, we will commence our missions. At that time, we shall train while simultaneously undertaking our assignments. Jiraiya called out directly to the three, stating that their training session had already extended for quite some time, and it was now the moment to indulge in some relaxation. One must exercise humility and patience in the pursuit of mastery. Impatience serves no beneficial purpose. Very well, Jiraiya-sensei, thank you immensely for today, Guy said as he paused and bowed respectfully to Jiraiya. Today, Jiraiya devoted considerable effort to administering his medicinal baths, each costing several hundred ryo, a sum far beyond the means of a mere commoner. Thus, he felt immense gratitude towards Jiraiya. It's all right, you may return now. I've made some progress on the 8 gates, and I shall teach you in due time. Observing the joyous smile on Might Guy's face, Jiraiya smiled faintly and spoke to him. Yes, Lord Jiraiya, he. Might Guy understood that someone of Jiraiya's stature would not deceive him, since he claimed to have made improvements. It was assured. He felt a surge of excitement within. After all, his current understanding was quite rudimentary. If he could receive Jiraiya's refinement, it would be nothing short of splendid. Kushina, Minato, you may return as well. At that moment, Minato heard the call and rushed over. While Kushina had just concluded her training for the day, managing to withstand the chakra of a tailed beast. Yes, teacher Jiraiya. Minato flashed a radiant smile at Jiraiya, while Kushina merely nodded in acknowledgement, and the two departed in succession. Hey, today's training is complete. Time to head home and spend time with my wife. Off I go. With the day's tasks behind him, Jiraiya swaggered back towards his home. I'm back. Upon Jiraiya's return home, he instinctively called out, only to be met with the alarming sight of a wisp of black smoke emanating from the kitchen. What on earth? This does not bode well. Realizing something was amiss in the kitchen, Jiraiya hurried inside, only to discover that Tsunade's once fair complexion was now marred by a streak of soot. He stifled a laugh, reminding himself that he must not succumb to mirth, for the consequences would be dire. Jiraiya was taken aback upon discovering Tsunade in the kitchen, only to find that her culinary endeavor had gone awry, leaving her face smudged with soot. He nearly burst into laughter, but quickly stifled it with a finger to his nose, forcing himself to suppress the mirth. My dear, why are you cooking by yourself? Allow me to take over. You need only wait outside patiently. The sight of the smoke upon entering had already cast doubt on the edibility of her dish. He hurried forward, enveloping her in an embrace. Tsunade, do you feel inadequate? Is it true that you cannot even cook a meal? She lamented, her failures weighing heavily upon her, tears welling in her eyes as she looked up at him, her expression pitiful. Not at all, my love. Your hands are not meant for cooking. They are meant for nurturing. Now, Be good and step outside to wait for me. Dinner will be ready shortly. Jiraiya promptly extended his arms, enveloping Tsunade in a comforting embrace. The mere thought that she would prepare a meal for him was already a splendid gesture. After all, how fortunate could one be to have a princess willing to cook for them? Chapter 66. The birth of the first eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Originally, Tsunade had returned early today with the intention of cooking for Jiraiya. Aware of her culinary shortcomings, she remained determined to learn. Women in love often undergo transformations for the sake of their beloved, willingly taking on tasks such as cooking and laundry. Tsunade was no exception. She longed for Jiraiya to return home to a steaming, hearty meal. However, her initial attempts ended in failure. No matter her efforts, each dish emerged charred and unappetizing, causing her considerable distress as she pondered how to improve her skills. Jiraiya, please, no more comforting words. I know I am inept. Other wives are at home preparing meals, while I can't even manage to cook a simple dish, Tsunade confided, turning to embrace him tightly, her voice tinged with sadness. She merely wished to do something special for the one she cherished, yet everything seemed to go awry. Reflecting on other wives, each one appeared gentle and capable, adept in both the parlor and the kitchen, while she struggled even with the most basic of meals. Foolish girl. Do you think marrying you means I expect you to cook for me? Cooking is something anyone can do. How about this? I will cook, and you can wash the dishes. What do you say? Jiraiya lowered his head to gaze at Tsunade, who was tearfully beautiful in his embrace. He extended his right index finger, gently brushing it against her nose, and tenderly remarked, "How annoying. You flattened my nose. It looks unsightly now." Tsunade, hearing Jiraiya's indulgent words, felt an overwhelming sense of happiness and playfully responded to him. "Kiki, my wife is beautiful no matter what. Ha ha ha." Observing Tsunade's bashful demeanor, Jiraiya swept her up in his arms and twirled her around the not-so-spacious kitchen, their laughter echoing far and wide. Their romantic life was indeed enviable. While Orochimaru languished alone in his laboratory, tirelessly immersed in his research. As a research fanatic, perhaps his studies were akin to a beloved companion, irreplaceable and endlessly fascinating. A minor breakthrough could elate him beyond measure. Have I succeeded? Ha ha, have I truly succeeded? The eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Ha, I have finally achieved it. A horse. Maniacal laughter resonated from Orochimaru's laboratory, unsettling yet revealing his inner joy. Little did he expect that merging a pair of eternal Meijiki Sharingan would require thousands of cloned Sharingan. Nonetheless, the outcome was promising. Since he had successfully studied the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, how far could the Rinnegan be? Hee hee ha ha. As he held the eternal Meijiki Sharingan in his hands, a faint smile crept upon Orochimaru's lips as he suppressed his inner excitement. He longed to transplant these alluring eyes. Their temptation was overwhelming. No rush, he thought. Jiraiya had warned him that without Uchiha blood, the Sharingan would greatly deplete his chakra and could not be fully closed, which would be problematic if discovered. However, there's no need to hurry. I shall next explore how to merge the Uchiha lineage with that of the Senju, to create new clones and see if I can transform this pair of eternal Meijiki Sharingan directly into Rinnegan. Hee. Although Orochimaru harbored a profound desire to transplant the eternal Meijiki Sharingan he possessed into himself, he recalled Jiraiya's cautionary words. The transplantation of the Meijiki Sharingan without the Uchiha bloodline was a process that consumed chakra at an alarming rate. Consequently, he set aside his ambitions for the transplant and instead commenced his research on the fusion of the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines, hoping to uncover a unique form of power. As the day unfolded, Jiraiya and Tsunade each departed to lead their respective teams. Tsunade found her duties relatively light, as her team possessed their own family lineage of unique ninjutsu. Her role primarily involved imparting knowledge on chakra manipulation and teaching some basic healing techniques. However, her two companions struggled to grasp these concepts, with only Yamaka Ino demonstrating a modest ability to learn some rudimentary healing arts through his precise control of chakra. They then proceeded to undertake missions, starting with the simplest D-rank tasks, as genin were permitted only to accept D-rank assignments. Only upon completing a requisite number of these tasks and achieving a satisfactory success rate could they advance to C-rank missions or higher. "Good morning," Jiraiya-sensei greeted his students. Jiraiya had arrived at the training ground, where his 3 students had long been waiting and had already commenced their own practice. Upon seeing their teacher, they swiftly ceased their activities and gathered around him. "Ah, good morning. You all have arrived quite early," Jiraiya exclaimed with a hearty laugh, observing the dedication of his students who had evidently been waiting for a considerable time. "Teacher Jiraiya, it's already past halfway through the morning. It's not so early anymore. It's merely that you have arrived too late," Kushina replied, her eyes fixed on him. I aspire to become the first female Hokage and therefore must commence my training at the earliest opportunity. It was nearly 10 o'clock, and much of the morning had already elapsed, while several teams had begun to undertake their missions. Driven by her ambition to be the first female Hokage, she was resolute in her commitment to prove her strength to those who doubted and ridiculed her. Oh, hee. Indeed, your aspirations are quite lofty. Let us commence today's training. Jiraiya narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at Kushina with a smile as he spoke. Is it merely the commonality of a female Hokage and a male Hokage that sparks such chemistry? While Minato possesses remarkable academic prowess, I fail to perceive any aptitude for romance within him. Could it be that women are inherently drawn to men who aspire to become Hokage? Perhaps that is indeed the case. However, as I am already with Tsunade, there is no need for me to experiment further. Haha. Jiraiya turned his gaze towards Minato and noticed the smile in his eyes, his entire attention fixated on Kushina. It seemed that, apart from Kushina herself, everyone else could discern his affection for her. Well then, today I shall throw punches 5,000 times, perform 5,000 push-ups, and run 100 laps upside down around the training ground. If I fail to meet these standards, I shall forego dinner. This is the essence of youth, an unrelenting pursuit of self-discipline and challenge. Ha ha ha. Might Guy's enthusiasm remains as fervent as ever, and the sheer intensity of his training regimen is indeed astounding. No wonder he is the father of the illustrious Guy. Chapter 67. The Study of the Eight Gates of Duinjia. Heh, what an exuberant young man. Jiraiya gazed at Might Guy before him, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Very well, let us proceed with the arrangements. Kushina, you shall continue your studies on mastering the chakra of the Nine Tails. Your mentor will be the Nine Tails itself. Treated as both a true friend and a teacher, embodying the dual roles of mentor and companion. Only in this way can you gain the complete acknowledgement of the Nine Tails, which will undoubtedly benefit you. So cast aside any lingering resentments. Minato, focus on refining your Rasengan. It must be executed instantaneously, with speed being of the utmost importance. The accumulation of chakra must be both swift and steady, forming in an instant without excessive waiting time. Therefore, you must enhance your speed and continue to practice today for greater proficiency. As for Guy, adhere to the training regimen established yesterday, even in the face of exhaustion. Perseverance is essential. Should you find yourself too fatigued to continue, I shall prepare a medicinal bath to bolster your physical resilience. Now, let us each embark on our respective journeys. Jiraiya swiftly devised a training regimen for the trio, tailored to their unique attributes, which necessitated distinct learning paths. Kushina, guided by the Nine Tails, was afforded an unparalleled opportunity, as no one comprehended the beast better than it understood itself. Enhancing her synergy with the Nine Tails required mutual adaptation. If Naruto could resonate with the creature, it was reasonable to believe that his mother could also achieve this formidable task. Meanwhile, Minato had mastered the Rasengan. Yet the speed of its execution and chakra condensation remained insufficiently rapid. Diligent practice was essential. Only when he could condense chakra in an instant would he truly have perfected the Rasengan. Unlike Naruto in his early days, who required hand seals and the assistance of shadow clones to gather chakra, Minato needed to accelerate his capabilities to execute the Flying Thunder God technique effectively against adversaries. He understood that proficiency could not be attained overnight, necessitating relentless effort on his part. As for Might Guy, he continued to focus on his own training regimen to fortify his physique. Jiraiya continued to prepare for the development of a new technique, the Eight Gates of Duinjia. Once perfected, it would elevate Dai's strength instantaneously, allowing him to unleash power comparable to that of a Kage even as a genin. In the years to come, as he matures, he might even explode forth with strength rivaling that of the Sage of Six Paths. The Tsutsuki clan is indeed terrifying. Relying solely on oneself is insufficient to confront them. Thus, it is imperative to nurture more geniuses of Six Paths caliber. The entire world of Naruto revolves predominantly around the Tsutsuki clan, and even the prominent families within this universe can be considered as mere branches of the Tsutsuki bloodline. This clan governs all realms of the universe. Their power is self-evident. And it is highly likely that the divine tree is a seed born from another maternal tree located in their ancestral land. This implies that on the Tsutsuki's own planet, there must exist an even mightier divine tree. If the divine tree in the Naruto world can already forge invincible beings like Kaguya, how formidable could the fruits of an even stronger divine tree yield? The implications are chilling, and the more one contemplates, the more fearsome it becomes. Jiraiya despises this sensation, thus, he must strategize in advance. ensuring he possesses sufficient strength to protect Tsunade. The existence of Konoha is of little consequence. What matters is his duty to safeguard Tsunade, who cherishes Konoha, and naturally requires his protection, an extension of love for one's own. However, he does not fully endorse the third Hokage's approach, yet he refrains from excessive interference. He is no saint. The fate of others does not concern him. Instead, it is imperative for him to devise ways to ensure the survival and cultivation of the strong. Ultimately, everything is for his own sake, not Konoha's. He lives for himself, not merely for the village. If possible, he would prefer to lead a tranquil life with Tsunade, yet the desires of others seldom align with one's own. Therefore, he must progress step by step, growing stronger to ultimately lead a peaceful and joyous existence with Tsunade. This is his sole aspiration. Yes, Master Jiraiya. Understood, Master Jiraiya. Absolutely, Master Jiraiya. Thank you very much. Upon hearing Jiraiya's directives, Minato and the others nodded in agreement, following Jiraiya's shadow clone to commence a new round of training. I shall resume my research on the 8 gates of Duinjia. I recall that Kakashi also possesses knowledge of the 8 gates. If I manage to rescue Hatake Tsukumo and teach him this new technique, could he possibly defeat Itsutsuki with a single strike? Thereafter, Jiraiya embarked on his own training, aiming to refine the 8 gates to its pinnacle, thereby producing more formidable allies. Today was considerably easier than yesterday, devoid of any pain. As if he had developed immunity, and his speed had significantly increased. I am uncertain whether I can successfully open the pathways today. Jiraiya exhibited a remarkable boldness today, significantly more than yesterday, having gained a modicum of experience. His speed of execution had notably increased, and the chakra-concentrated sphere had expanded several-fold. No longer characterized by the hesitance that marked his previous attempts. The size of Jiraiya's Rasengan appeared quite formidable during their last encounter. Yet this iteration seemed rather diminutive in comparison. Minato observed the Rasengan in his hand, lost in contemplation, for he recalled Jiraiya's version being larger than a human, while his own was merely the size of a palm, undeniably trivial. In truth, following yesterday's practice, Minato had attained a considerable level of proficiency, and even upon returning home, he had tirelessly continued to refine his Rasengan through the night, achieving instantaneous release, which had become one of his pivotal offensive techniques. Thus, he resolved to channel more chakra to augment its size, pondering the disparity in power between the smaller and larger Rasengan. Without further ado, Minato amplified his output, and the Rasengan in his grasp began to swell, resembling a balloon that rapidly inflated. Yes, this was the sensation he sought, and with a triumphant laugh, he exclaimed, "I have succeeded." Minato gazed at the colossal Rasengan in his hand, filled with immense joy. Not only had he mastered the Rasengan in a single day, but he had also directly adapted it into the larger variant through his observations. Curious to test its potency, Minato furrowed his brow, executing a gentle leap and directing the Rasengan towards the river before him. Chapter 68. The Flying Thunder God Technique with a Resounding Splash. Minato's colossal Rasengan struck the river's surface, causing the water to spiral and form a massive vortex, displacing numerous fish that were either flung ashore or rendered unconscious, some even colliding fatally. The Rasengan rapidly siphoned the river's water, sending it cascading in all directions, penetrating the nearby towering trees with the force of the expelled water. The accelerated droplets of water, akin to bullets, exhibited formidable power. Minato inhaled sharply, astonished by the scene before him. As the colossal Rasengan cleaved through the river and instantaneously drained its waters, which would only later be replenished from upstream, the nearby trees had become riddled with holes, as if pierced by countless sharp instruments. Well done indeed. To have independently developed the colossal Rasengan, Minato, I must commend your genius. Jiraiya's clone, observing from the sidelines, regarded Minato with admiration, recognizing that he had mastered the Rasengan and innovated the larger variant in merely 2 days. A prodigious talent. It seemed there would be fish to feast upon at midday, indeed. Jiraiya's clones materialized directly behind Minato, promptly gathering the fish that Minato had caught. They retrieved a bucket and began placing each fish into it, deciding that they would serve as their lunch. Jiraiya-sensei, Minato said, observing Jiraiya's sudden appearance and awkwardly shaking his head in embarrassment. There's enough for all of you. We shall enjoy grilled fish together for lunch and savor my culinary skills, Your capacity for learning is truly remarkable. You've successfully completed the initial stages, Jiraiya continued, however. The Rasengan is a jutsu that can be infinitely developed. It possesses no rank limitations and can be endlessly refined. Not only can it incorporate other elemental chakra, but it can also embrace changes in elemental properties and even sage chakra. Moreover, if tailed beasts are involved, their chakra can be infused as well. Thus, the Rasengan has no ceiling. As long as one can innovate, it can be infinitely enhanced. By integrating elemental properties into the Rasengan, its power can be augmented, resulting in formidable transformations. Jiraiya, gazing at Minato, aimed to inspire him to continually explore the Rasengan's potential. Having significantly expedited his research in ninjutsu development, Minato would now have ample time to study and create new forms of the Rasengan. Jiraiya felt a sense of anticipation regarding what Minato might conjure. Jiraiya-sensei, I never anticipated that you would share my thoughts. I too wish to explore how to incorporate elemental properties to enhance its power and enable it to be thrown. Otherwise, launching it directly from my hands always places me a step behind. Unless one possesses space-time ninjutsu, I am uncertain who has it or how to learn it. Minato, momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's shared aspirations, then beamed with delight. These thoughts are merely musings, devoid of substantial significance, lingering in the realms of contemplation and enlightenment, necessitating continuous development. Whether success in such endeavors is attainable remains uncertain. However, Jiraiya's words instilled a profound sense of affirmation, bolstering his conviction that he could indeed succeed in transforming the Rasengan. The Rasengan, while immensely powerful, is inherently simplistic. Its destructive capability, though formidable, does not reach the pinnacle of strength, and its requirement for close combat is a considerable drawback. Should he master space-time ninjutsu, the scenario would be vastly different, materializing behind an adversary in an instant, delivering a Rasengan that leaves them utterly defenseless, capable of incapacitating most formidable foes. Yet, he lacks the knowledge of space-time ninjutsu and remains unaware of those who might possess such skills, with no avenue for learning available. Developing such techniques independently would necessitate references. Yet he has no ninjutsu to draw inspiration from. After all, Minato and his peers are still young, having yet to master even the body flicker technique, making it unlikely for them to encounter space-time ninjutsu. The body flicker technique can indeed be considered a form of space-time ninjutsu, albeit a rudimentary one at best. As long as one's speed is sufficiently rapid, one can achieve swift movement or utilize various means to accomplish high-speed mobility, deceiving others' perceptions to execute an alternative form of instantaneous movement. The body flicker technique, perfected to its zenith, boasts a speed that rivals space-time ninjutsu, albeit over shorter distances, representing an equally formidable existence. Jiraiya gazed at Minato before him with an expression akin to that of a creature of the night. What? Are you deliberately saying this for my benefit, teacher? I can't shake the feeling that you are doing this on purpose, intentionally prompting me to teach you. He coughed lightly before continuing. Well, it's not entirely out of the question. If you wish to learn, I would certainly be willing to impart my knowledge. After all, this is Minato's signature technique, and teaching him would pose no issue. I merely wish for him to first grasp the fundamentals before introducing him to the intricacies of space-time ninjutsu. During this period, Jiraiya had diligently studied the Flying Thunder God technique as outlined in the Sealing Scroll and had successfully mastered it. He could now swiftly inscribe the technique's formula upon any person or object he touched, almost undetectably, and it was impervious to erasure unless one possessed power beyond that of the Sage of Six Paths. What? Teacher Jiraiya, you can perform space-time ninjutsu? Jiraiya's words filled Minato with immense joy. The time-space ninjutsu he had longed for so fervently was manifesting in his manner. With a face aglow with surprise, he gazed at Jiraiya and said, Indeed, this is the time-space ninjutsu created by the second Hokage. It allows one to leave the Flying Thunder God technique's mark on any location or object, enabling instant transportation. If you can combine it with the Rasengan, there will be virtually no one in the world capable of evading you. With a slight smile gracing his lips, Jiraiya had deliberately taken up the study of the Flying Thunder God technique to conceal his possession of the god's might, ensuring that others would not uncover any anomalies. He had realized that since awakening this extraordinary power, he had developed an innate affinity for spatial manipulation, which greatly expedited his learning of the Flying Thunder God technique. Of course, after so many years, he had forgotten much of the technique's intricacies, thus he had revisited the sealing arts. To his astonishment, a mere glance was sufficient for him to grasp its essence. It was remarkably simple. Chapter 69, The Summoning Technique of Myoboku Mountain Naturally. As long as you do not recklessly invite disaster and remain steadfast in battle. Then I can assist you, he added with a hearty laugh. Had it not been for his commitment to protect the villagers, he would not have met his untimely demise. Yet, as Hokage, he bore the weight of his responsibilities. And thus, he heroically sacrificed himself, a bittersweet fate indeed. Master Jiraiya, are you truly willing to impart this knowledge to me? Minato inquired, his breath quickening and his face flushed with excitement, his eyes shimmering with earnest longing as they fixed upon Jiraiya. It is not a matter of willingness. If you wish to learn, I shall teach you, Jiraiya replied with a gentle smile, recognizing that this was, after all, your signature technique, and sharing it would be of no detriment. Thank you ever so much, Master Jiraiya, Minato exclaimed, standing tall and bowing deeply in gratitude. Having grown up without parental affection, Minato bore no resentment towards the world. Like Naruto, he too had lost his parents at a tender age, a poignant reminder that they were indeed kindred spirits. In Jiraiya, Minato felt a glimmer of paternal warmth, instilling in him profound respect. The adage, once a teacher, forever a father, resonated deeply within him, igniting an impulse to embrace his mentor as a father figure. However, as you have yet to comprehend the intricacies of time-space ninjutsu, I shall first teach you a summoning technique. You may take your time to understand it. Summoning is, in essence, a form of time-space ninjutsu, enabling you to communicate across dimensions and summon the contracted beasts with which you have made pacts. Here, sign your name. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, placing a reassuring hand on Minato's shoulder before retrieving the contract scroll from Mount Myoboku from the depths of his space. Minato's heart raced with excitement upon seeing the scroll. Summoning techniques were commonplace in the shinobi world, yet the most formidable were associated with the three legendary sanctuaries, Mount Myoboku, the Ryuchi Cave, and the Wetbone Forest, each capable of summoning toads, snakes, and slugs, respectively. This knowledge, though widely recognized, was known only to a select few. However, following the Second Great Ninja War, three ninjas rose to fame, and the existence of Konoha's three legendary ninjas, Tsunade Senju, Orochimaru, and Jiraiya, became common knowledge. Not only were these individuals extraordinarily powerful, but they had also forged contracts with the summoning beasts of the three great sanctuaries, elevating Konoha to a status revered by all shinobi. Yet, the relationships among the various villages in the Naruto world were fraught with tension, rendering it nearly impossible for individuals from other villages to come and learn or seek mentorship. Thus, the younger generation of Konoha was left to be envied from afar. Minato, eschewing any pretense, bit his finger, inscribing the four characters Namikaze Minato, thereby solidifying the contract. Observe closely. This is the hand sign for summoning, in the order of the boar, dog, rooster, monkey, and sheep. Jiraiya slowed his hand seals momentarily before hastily completing them and striking the ground. With a resounding boom, the massive figure of Gamabunta materialized beneath Jiraiya and Minato, lifting them into the sky. Hey, Jiraiya, what is the occasion? Who are we fighting this time? Gamabunta inquired, taking a deep puff of smoke. It's nothing of the sort. I merely summoned you to assist my pupil in practicing the summoning technique. Allow me to introduce him. This is my disciple, who has also signed the contract with Mount Myoboku. You must not bully him. At this, Gamabunta assumed a battle-ready stance, eager to display a more impressive demeanor while nonchalantly smoking his pipe, only to find that Jiraiya had summoned him for mere amusement. His brow furrowed in mild irritation, and he felt a pang of annoyance. Jiraiya, I'm quite busy myself, you know. I was in the midst of charming a lady, nearly winning her over. And here I am, summoned. I thought we were going to fight. Look at my pose. Am I not strikingly handsome? I was merely trying to impress. Gamabunta, who had been engrossed in a romantic interlude with a female toad, was abruptly pulled from his reverie. Reluctantly, he surrendered, feeling a twinge of discontent. Though he dared not voice it, a flicker of melancholy in his gaze. There will be plenty of opportunities for battle. It's all good. You may return. Jiraiya laughed heartily. I'll just provide a bit of guidance and won't intrude on your romantic endeavors. Off you go. Jiraiya had not anticipated that this young lad would be flirting during the daylight. Judging by his gaze, he seemed on the verge of success, if not already triumphant. Alas, his good fortune was thwarted by Jiraiya's interruption, prompting him to hastily wave him away. Very well, but do not summon me during practice, or I shall have to discipline you for disturbing your master's affairs. Upon hearing Jiraiya's command, Gamabunta quickly donned a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. He then glanced upward, casting a warning look at Minato, as he had significant matters to attend to that must not be interrupted. Ah, Gamabunta, rest assured. I have yet to master the summoning technique, so I would not disturb you, Minato replied, awkwardly chuckling at Gamabunta's expression. Realizing he had not yet learned the art of summoning. Jiraiya-sensei, I shall take my leave now. Call for me if needed. With that, Gamabunta bid farewell and vanished in a cloud of immense white mist. Back in Mount Myoboku, Gamabunta returned to the very spot from which he had disappeared, only to find a pink toad awaiting him. Brother Bunta, where have you been? I was so worried about you, the pink toad exclaimed, pressing her face close to him. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. Hiki, dear May, I was out demonstrating my prowess, having just vanquished a foe of considerable strength. Now, let us resume what we had yet to complete, Bunta replied, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as events of an indescribable nature unfolded. Have you observed closely? Now it is your turn to attempt. Meanwhile, Jiraiya, having witnessed Gamabunta's disappearance, turned to Minato, urging him to give it a try. Jiraiya-sensei, I have taken note. Allow me to give it a go. Minato's brow furrowed in concentration. Although he understood the hand signs clearly, whether he could successfully summon remained uncertain, necessitating a practical trial. Very well, proceed. Focus intently and channel your chakra. The amount of chakra you invest will determine the size of the toad you are able to summon. Gamabunta requires a substantial amount of chakra. However, there are even greater sages beyond him. Typically, one does not need to expend excessive chakra. Even summoning a few small frogs would suffice. Jiraiya gazed at Minato before him, nodding as he spoke. Chapter 70, One Tie's Fury. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei, Minato replied. Stepping forward with furrowed brows, his hands swiftly began forming seals as he observed the response of the summoning technique. Aiming to examine the spatial vibration frequencies during the activation of the space-time ninjutsu. Yushin, Wei. Summoning technique. In an instant, Minato completed the seals and struck the ground with haste. One Tie, engaged in primitive exercises, abruptly sensed a tugging force of chakra. Momentarily taken aback, he soon experienced a sensation akin to plummeting from great heights. By your grandmother. Huh, where's Brother One Tie? Just moments ago. The enjoying little toad Kimiko suddenly felt as though something was amiss behind her. Turning around, she discovered that Toad One Tie had vanished, leaving her puzzled. Bang. Grandmother. Following One Tie's earlier roar, the sound reverberated back, albeit only partially, yet it was enough to convey his immense fury. What? To summon One Tie on the first attempt? What kind of monstrosity is this? If I didn't have the system, I would truly be in awe, learning everything so effortlessly. Back then, I was directly teleported to Myoboku. And you all, forget it, I am old. I can no longer resist the passage of time. Jiraiya gazed down at Winta and then turned to look at Minato, a flicker of admiration crossing his eyes. There exists a considerable distinction between genius and folly. Oh, Winta, what is the matter with you today? Have you forgotten to wear your pants? Have you suddenly changed your character? Jiraiya questioned. Noticing that Winta had neglected to don his oversized shorts, a hint of confusion in his voice. If this had been the former Jiraiya, he would have undoubtedly confronted Winta with a reprimand. However, now he refrained, cowed by the prospect of retribution, suppressing his indignation, his naturally crimson toad-like visage deepening in color. Ah, esteemed Toad Boss, I must apologize. I never anticipated that I would summon you directly on my first attempt. Truly, I am sorry, Minato exclaimed, feeling a flush of embarrassment upon realizing he had summoned the Toad Boss, despite Winta's prior warning not to do so that day. You brat, it's you? You've done well, very well. Just wait until I catch you at the right moment. I shall make you rue the day. If it weren't for Jiraiya being present today, I would have taught you a lesson right now. Winta glared at the seemingly harmless Minato, his frustration boiling over as he lamented the disruption of his plans. He resolved to seek an opportunity to confront Minato later, but for the time being, he would allow him some grace and deference to Jiraiya's presence. Have you finished your practice? If so, I'm free to leave. Let me remind you once more. Do not summon me again today. One has stated, his teeth clenched, barely restraining his temper. Ah, esteemed Toad Boss, I truly apologize. Minato replied, his voice tinged with awe. It was his first time invoking such a grand summoning technique, and when his formidable presence, likely at the level of a Kage, dwarfed Minato's own. One scoffed at Minato. This young man was no ordinary talent. To have summoned me on his first attempt signifies that he possesses a significant amount of chakra and exceptional potential. It is crucial that I train him to acknowledge me as his superior, ensuring that even if he surpasses me in strength in the future, he remains my subordinate. Though Winta's demeanor was cold, he inwardly acknowledged Minato's capabilities. The successful summoning indicated his considerable chakra reserves and innate talent, qualities that had caught Jiraiya's attention enough to take him on as a disciple. Thus, Winta resolved to claim Minato as his subordinate sooner rather than later, securing his allegiance for the future. With a slight upward curl of his lips, Winta vanished from sight. Bang! Jiraiya-sensei, was the Toad boss always this fearsome? After Wentai departed, Shuemin turned to Jiraiya and inquired, "Isn't this summoning beast supposed to obey my call unconditionally? Why is it so fierce?" Jiraiya chuckled and replied, "Oh, don't mind it. Wentai has always been this way. He's quite the troublemaker. Once you grow stronger, give him a good beating a few times, and he'll learn to behave." Jiraiya, in response to Minato's inquiry, chuckled heartily. Indeed, the once audacious Munta was quite the character. Albeit in his youth as a mere tadpole, he had yet to grow into his present form. After enduring countless instances of torment at my hands, he eventually became rather docile. Though he reigns supreme in the realm of toads, in my presence, he remains but a subordinate. Heh. Is that so? It seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? After all, they will be our comrades in the future, Minato remarked with a smile, observing Jiraiya's jovial demeanor. Minato held a deep appreciation for his companions. He believed it essential to foster mutual trust and to refrain from resorting to violence against one another, deeming such behavior improper. Indeed, your perspective is quite valid, Jiraiya responded with a hearty laugh. Jiraiya extended his hand and gently patted Minato's shoulder, smiling slightly. "Did you sense anything during the summoning just now?" His expression soon turned serious as he gazed at Minato. The summoning technique creates a connection to space, forming a spatial tunnel through which summoning beasts are brought forth from another realm, accompanied by distinct spatial fluctuations. Typically, ordinary individuals remain oblivious to these phenomena, as they lack affinity with spatial powers. "Teacher, I felt it," Minato replied. "Though it was just for a fleeting moment. I sensed the frequency of the spatial tremor was exceedingly rapid, accompanied by an invisible portal. It was through this portal that the Elder Bunta was transported." Minato had observed closely, prior to the summoning of the beast. The space would exhibit varying degrees of frequency tremors and would open an invisible portal, this portal being the primary reason for summoning the creature. "Oh, is that so remarkable? You actually perceived it?" Jiraiya exclaimed, taken aback. The innate affinity for spatial power? Could the protagonist's father truly be so extraordinary? Since you are already aware, I shall now impart to you the Flying Thunder God technique. It is imperative that you ingrain this knowledge in your mind, for it will enable you to traverse space infinitely. Gazing at Minato, Jiraiya had initially intended to conceal this knowledge and teach it slowly over time, but was astonished by Minato's immediate perception. Truly remarkable. Chapter 71. The Flying Thunder God Technique understood. Jiraiya-sensei, Minato replied. His brow furrowed in concentration as he focused intently on Jiraiya's movements. He knew that the crucial lesson was about to commence, and mastering it would grant him an additional means of self-preservation, alleviating any concerns of unforeseen circumstances. With a sudden clap, Jiraiya struck the ground, inscribing the Flying Thunder God technique directly onto the surface. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. Commit it to memory and practice it. First, you must master the inscription of the technique, then channel your chakra into it, instantly pinpointing the location of the desired technique mark. Once you perceive it, you can traverse through. In the beginning, practice by teleporting inanimate objects, such as wood or clothing. Do not toy with your own life. The rifts in space are not something everyone can withstand. You must reach a level of perfection to ensure your safe passage, or the consequences could be dire. While it may sound straightforward, achieving this is indeed challenging, so be diligent in your practice. Jiraiya swiftly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and provided a brief guidance. This technique could not be taught by multiple instructors. The essential issues had already been conveyed to him, leaving the rest entirely reliant on his own insights. Whether he would succeed depended solely on his efforts. However, if he could master it in the original narrative, he could undoubtedly do so now. It merely hinged upon the pace of his learning. The rest was now entirely in his hands. All right, Jiraiya-sensei. I will strive diligently to master the Flying Thunder God technique and enable myself to teleport, Minato declared, his eyes brimming with admiration and gratitude as he gazed at Jiraiya, feeling warmth in his heart. Was this the feeling of being cared for and cherished by others? How wonderful it was. Orphans, too, share a common sentiment. Even the smallest acts of kindness or concern from others bring them immense satisfaction, and they greatly cherish such feelings. Subsequently, Minato meticulously studied the flying thunder god technique, persistently attempting to inscribe the seals. Meanwhile, Jiraiya glanced at the time and noted that it was nearly noon. The three of them were still engrossed in their practice. So he decided to take the fish Minato had caught and commenced preparing a barbecue. Naturally, the seasonings for grilling could not be overlooked. And he began by cleaning the fish. Jiraiya retrieved a fish from the bucket, and with a manifestation of chakra, he transformed his hand into a blade, launching the unfortunate fish high into the air. With a deft motion of his hand, he swiftly removed the scales, and the insides were meticulously extracted, falling neatly into a prepared bucket below. How convenient it was, requiring no knife at all. Laughter escaped his lips. He continued to process the fish in his grasp, collecting quite a bounty. Disregarding the deceased ones, he gathered all those with a hint of vitality, culminating in a total of 19 fish. Within 3 minutes, Jiraiya had thoroughly cleaned all 19 fish. Water release, body cleansing technique. Jiraiya swiftly conjured a diminutive water prison technique, reminiscent of a water cell, albeit on a smaller scale. This petite aquatic enclosure enveloped the recently repaired fish bucket, encasing it entirely. The water within was not stagnant. Rather, it resembled a gentle version of the Rasengan, rotating languidly, akin to the flow of tap water at home, effectively cleansing the interior by expelling blood and excess impurities. With the barbecue grill set and firewood prepared, it promised to be an intriguing outdoor feast. After Jiraiya had cleaned the fish, he promptly retrieved a barbecue grill, chopped down a small tree, and cut it into uniformly sized wooden pieces. Fire release, fireball, boom. Jiraiya, channeling chakra into oil held in his mouth, exhaled while igniting the wood with his fire technique, causing the flames to blaze even brighter. He then utilized wood release to craft several stools and a table nearby, preparing a comfortable setting for the three youngsters to dine. With everything in place, the next step was to grill the fish, slowly toasting it until it achieved a golden, crispy perfection. A touch of seasoning was applied evenly, and the delectable aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing to the senses. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's mouth water. Observing the meticulously prepared ingredients before him, Jiraiya speared the fish with a branch and placed it on the grill, beginning the grilling process with great enthusiasm. What is that delightful scent? My guy, who had been training diligently since morning, was already famished. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of the roasted meat aroma, causing drool to escape from the corner of his mouth. Closing his eyes, he allowed his sense of smell to guide him towards the source of the fragrance. With narrowed eyes, he blissfully ambled toward Jiraiya, as if in a trance. What is that enticing fragrance? Gulp. Kushina also detected the scent of grilled fish. Her stomach protested, prompting her to halt her current task and turn towards the origin of the delightful aroma. Jiraiya-sensei? Grilled fish? Well, upon turning, Kushina discovered Jiraiya grilling fish all alone, the enticing aroma emanating from his direction. The sight of the golden, crispy fish ignited a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. All right. Everyone, stop what you're doing. Come over and enjoy the grilled fish. You've all worked hard this morning. Let us replenish our energy and continue training this afternoon. Depending on how well you all progress today, we might begin accepting missions tomorrow. You need to venture out and take on some tasks to fatten your wallets, haha. Jiraiya observed Might Guy approaching in a daze, with Kushina rushing toward him. He called out toward Minato. Meanwhile, Jiraiya's own training had come to a halt as he strolled toward the direction of the grilled fish. After a morning's effort, he had progressed 1/5 in his cultivation. If all went well, he anticipated fully opening the 8 gates by the following day, achieving a state of permanent activation. Having dedicated the morning to practice, Jiraiya had successfully cleared 2/5 of his meridians. With additional practice planned for the following afternoon, he was optimistic about fully opening the gates, thereby enabling a lasting state of the 8 gates. Very well, Master Jiraiya, he affirmed. At that moment, Minato, engrossed in researching the Flying Thunder God technique, paused upon hearing Jiraiya's call and made his way over. As the morning wore on, it became evident that all three of them were feeling quite hungry. Let us sit down and eat, Jiraiya observed as the three approached, promptly inviting them to take a seat and offering each a grilled fish. Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya, they expressed in unison, their eyes gleaming with delight as they accepted the fish. Eat up. It's best enjoyed while it's hot. There are beverages as well. Have a drink. He then produced several cans of drinks, placing them before them. With ample space, Jiraiya made it a point to prepare an abundance of food while out and about. He had an assortment of refreshments, including drinks, sunflower seeds, peanuts, and even some sake. Everything was meticulously arranged, He simply wished to avoid the discomfort of dining outdoors and relish the thought of occasionally preparing something delicious. Let's dig in. Having just finished their training, the trio was ravenous, and they devoured the grilled fish with great enthusiasm, completely disregarding decorum. Particularly striking was Kushina, who exhibited an almost masculine vigor as she consumed her fish at a pace that was astonishingly twice that of Minato. One couldn't help but admire such a woman. However, it must be noted that the true glutton of Konoha appeared to be Hinata. Initially, one might think Naruto was quite the eater. Yet upon encountering the god of food, he found himself humbled. More astonishingly, this individual was his wife. Watching the three enjoy their meal brought a smile to Jiraiya's face as he leisurely savored his own fish. Indeed, such moments were quite delightful. How he wished for life to remain this peaceful and untroubled. Without the scourge of war, the brutality of conflict, or the sorrow of partings, how wonderful that would be. Jiraiya savored the grilled fish, a smile adorning his face as he relished this rare moment of leisure. Meanwhile, the Hidden Leaf village basked in an unusual tranquility, a stark contrast to the plight of other ninja villages. Following the debacle of the Second Shinobi War, Iwagakure suffered catastrophic losses. Inoki's son, Kuratsuchi, had gone missing and was presumed dead, a tragedy that plunged Inoki into profound despair. Fortunately, Kuratsuchi had left behind a descendant, a girl named Kuratsuchi, who was now merely 2 years old, a tender child who had already been deprived of her father. Tsunade, Tsunade, I vow to make you pay for this blood debt. Inoki had been engulfed in sorrow during this period, mourning the loss of his son and grappling with the financial reparations he had to pay to Konoha after the defeat. This depletion of both his physical and emotional resources had aged him considerably. My lord Third Tsuchikage, we are no match for Konoha at present, especially with the tailed beasts currently unaccounted for. Patience is required. We cannot act impulsively. We must devise a careful strategy against Konoha, spoke Iwagakure, a towering figure and a formidable ninja, known for his immense strength and later recognized as the father of Akatsuchi. Both were hailed as the indomitable shields of the Tsuchikage, representing the strongest force under the Third Tsuchikage's command. Iwagakure, what do you propose we do now? It is unbearable to swallow this humiliation, those detestable Konoha. Inoki, seated in his elevated position, momentarily displayed a flash of murderous intent, striking his palm forcefully upon his seat. The force of his blow shattered the chair, a testament to his immense loathing for Konoha. My lord Third Tsuchikage, although we may be devoid of tailed beasts, Konoha possesses them. We could disguise ourselves as Cloud Village ninjas and abduct Konoha's Ninetales. Reports from our spies indicate that the current Jinchuriki of the Ninetales is a young girl who has just graduated and should not be too powerful. We need only dispatch a few elite ninjas to clandestinely extract her. When we secure the Ninetales, Konoha will assume it was the Cloud Village's doing, allowing us to reap the benefits while they two villages engage in conflict. Despite Iwagakure's somewhat rotund appearance, he is quite astute. Since they have lost their tailed beast and Konoha has won, why not seize the opportunity to take it back? And the Ninetales, the most potent of tailed beasts. Once unleashed, no village's strongest warriors could hope to confront it directly. The formidable Kaibai cannot be tamed, only sealed. Thus acquiring it would significantly bolster our village's fighting capability. However, we must consider that the Ninetales is susceptible to wood release techniques. Even if we were to obtain it, what would be the use? The detestable Tsunade possesses the wood release technique, which could entirely subdue the Ninetales. What benefit do we derive from that? Although Iwagakure's arguments are quite cogent, Noki does not share the same conviction, shaking his head in dissent. Setting aside whether they could successfully extract the Ninetales from the heavily fortified Konoha, even if they did manage to liberate it, the creature would be at the mercy of the wood release technique. What combat prowess would the Ninetales retain under such constraints? Lord Third Tsuchikage, what if we devise a plan to lure Tsunade away from Konoha? Suggested Iwagakure. Tsunade and Jiraiya are romantically linked. If one departs from Konoha, the other is likely to follow suit. Wouldn't that leave them without wood release? After a moment of contemplation, Iwagakure reasoned that if they could eliminate Tsunade and Jiraiya from Konoha, their problem would be resolved. Noki suddenly perceived a strange ingenuity in Iwagakure that he had not noticed before. How had he become so astute? Nevertheless, he acknowledged the merit in the suggestion, perhaps attributing it to recent events that had sparked a newfound clarity. How do you propose we persuade Tsunade to leave Konoha? As the princess of the village, she would not depart so easily, unless upon hearing Iwagakure's words, Noki nodded slightly, yet the notion of the Konoha princess voluntarily abandoning her home seemed implausible. Hey, Lord Third Tsuchikage, who in Konoha would most desire Tsunade's departure? Whose position does she threaten the most? Iwagakure smirked, glancing at Noki with a playful challenge. Tsunade? Would release? Threat? Noki pondered deeply. Indeed, who in Konoha would wish for Tsunade's absence? The impact of her would release technique on whom would be the most significant? Orochimaru? That seemed unlikely, as their relationship appeared amicable. Jiraiya was even less of a candidate, being her husband. Who, then, could it be? Noki mulled over the possibilities, sensing he was on the verge of understanding but unable to grasp the full picture. Chapter 73, each with their own schema. The third Hokage. Indeed, it is him. Noki, after much contemplation, suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, whispering in excitement as a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes. Indeed, Lord Third Hokage. Tsunade poses a significant threat to the third Hokage. Many have already begun to speculate that she is the next candidate for Hokage, a rumor that has spread like wildfire. Furthermore, the third Hokage has already chosen his successor, the fourth Hokage, who is none other than Orochimaru. The earth and soil seem to possess an omniscient awareness. Their sources of information shrouded in mystery, yet they managed to sway the formidable Yaki. The third Hokage had 3 disciples, Tsunade, who belonged to the Senju clan, the most powerful clan in Konoha, and had awakened the wood release, which posed a significant challenge to his position as Hokage. Furthermore, Jiraiya, being Tsunade's romantic partner, would ascend to the title of Hokage, rendering their dual leadership indistinguishable. The final disciple, Orochimaru, a commoner yet a loyal apprentice of the third Hokage, belonged to the very lineage of the third, making him a favored candidate for the fourth Hokage position. This choice would ensure that the third could easily manipulate him, maintaining control over Konoha even after his retirement. Orochimaru would merely be a puppet in this intricate game. Upon witnessing the third Hokage's persuasion, Yaki continued to advocate, asserting that such a prime opportunity must not be squandered. Indeed, Yaki's assertions held merit within the original narrative. The Senju clan, once the foremost clan in Konoha, inexplicably vanished, leaving no trace behind. The sole wielder of wood release, Senju Hashirama, perished on the battlefield. Tsunade departed from Konoha, and Jiraiya never attained the title of Hokage. Additionally, there was Kakashi Hatake, a hero of Konoha, whose unparalleled strength eclipsed even the legendary Sannin of his time, categorizing him at least as a super shadow-level warrior. Ultimately, he met an untimely demise, orchestrated by Danzo, who, despite being Hokage, remained oblivious to the machinations at play. As for Orochimaru's failure to ascend to Hokage, the shadow of manipulation loomed behind the scenes. After conducting experiments on human subjects for an extended period, how could he, as Hokage, remain unaware? This scenario was improbable. It was because the third Hokage had discovered a more suitable puppet in the form of Minato Namikaze, the fourth Hokage. Not only was he youthful and immensely powerful, but his connection as the third disciple solidified his position within the Hokage lineage. Those opposed to the Hokage lineage would undoubtedly view Minato as their primary adversary, redirecting their focus. On the fateful night when the Ninetales was unleashed, Minato faced formidable foes alone, his defenses in the delivery room alarmingly frail, which allowed Obito to abduct the infant Naruto with ease. Although Obito wielded the Kamui, his inherent strength was not formidable. The capability to remain undetected was not indicative of overwhelming power. At that time, aside from evading attacks and utilizing space-time ninjutsu, he had to exert his ocular prowess to control the Ninetales. How could he possibly muster such immense strength? In a single night, the Uchiha clan was annihilated, and it required the cooperation of Danzo along with Itachi Uchiha to execute this plan, which would only come to fruition several years later. It is evident that at that time, his strength was merely at the level of a shadow. Aside from a few guards and his disciple Kakashi, Minato had very few individuals at his disposal, as the real power remained firmly in the hands of the third Hokage. Indeed, IWA, you make a valid point. However, the actual execution appears to be rather complex. Even though the third Hokage harbored a certain apprehension towards Tsunade, it was implausible for him to act overtly on it. Our expedition still carries inherent risks. You should discreetly send someone to ascertain the situation, and then we shall deliberate on how to accomplish this matter. Clearly, Noki had been swayed, for he harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Tsunade, having lost his only son to her and witnessing her mastery of wood release. As long as Tsunade remained in Konoha, the other ninja villages would not dare to attack. The potency of wood release was overwhelmingly formidable, capable of rendering even the mightiest adversaries utterly defeated while leaving Tsunade unscathed. Thus, she must be eliminated. If extermination proves unattainable, she must at the very least be compelled to depart from Konoha. ensuring she cannot return to render assistance. Very well, Lord Third Tsuchikage. I shall proceed to make the necessary arrangements. With Noki's approval, Iwa quickly exclaimed before promptly turning away. As he did so, a glimmer of cunning satisfaction flickered in his eyes. Jiraiya, I cannot allow you to thwart my plans. Although your strength is formidable, I can ensure your departure from Konoha. Only then can I advance to the next phase of my scheme. Heh. Iwa reveled in his inner triumph, revealing a sinister grin. It was clear that while he kept his true intentions concealed, even Noki, who frequently spent time in his company, remained oblivious to any hint of his duplicity. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Jiraiya were blissfully unaware that yet another conspiracy was unfolding, this time centered around both of them rather than solely on Tsunade. They continued to enjoy their harmonious existence, guiding their students by day and tackling missions, returning home each afternoon in a state of affection and taking leisurely evening strolls, savoring the joys of life. What? Lord Third Hokage, this is unacceptable. Absolutely not. How can we allow such a thing? The will of fire that has been passed down in Konoha cannot be trampled upon so frivolously. Uchiha Kagami found himself utterly astounded before the Third Hokage. His voice raised in vehement protest. He seemed almost unrecognizable to himself as he confronted the absurdity of being asked to partake in such dark deeds. Previously, Uchiha Kagami had always regarded the Third Hokage as a paragon of integrity, a comrade in arms who often presented himself as a benevolent figure. Never did he anticipate encountering such a stark revelation of his true nature, leaving him in a state of astonishment. Were it not for Danzo, the scapegoat. Having met his demise, do you truly believe I would find any necessity for your presence? You, a mere wastrel, devoid of political acumen. How could you possibly bear the weight of my burdens? Is this trivial matter truly worthy of such commotion? If you were to uncover the events of the past, would you not soar into the heavens? The Third Hokage inhaled deeply from his pipe, releasing a slow exhale, pondering within. As he gazed upon Uchiha Kagami, a flicker of disdain and scorn passed through his eyes. If he could not endure such minor tribulations, how could he accompany me in achieving greatness? Chapter 74. The kaleidoscope of Uchiha Kagami. Kagami, you must also comprehend my anguish. I am still in my youth, in due time. My position will naturally be passed to Tsunade, but not at this moment. You are aware that whispers abound throughout the village, urging my abdication in favor of Tsunade as the fourth Hokage. Are you, as the leader of the root, oblivious to these murmurs? I am in the prime of my life, while Tsunade, despite her awakening of wood release, remains ill-equipped to manage political affairs. Everything still falls upon my shoulders, and thus, I require your assistance in this matter. The Third Hokage regarded Uchiha Kagami, a sudden glimmer of sorrow surfacing in his gaze, tears streaming down his cheeks. Could this truly be the illustrious and valiant Third Hokage we once revered? Hokage-sama, I cannot concur with this course of action, Uchiha Kagami responded, shaking his head as he gazed at the Third Hokage. The villagers merely reminisce about the first Hokage. During his reign, the village thrived in tranquility, and all ninja villages bowed in submission to us. The strength of Konoha in those days was such that an assault from 4 villages would have been unthinkable, as everything would have been forcibly suppressed. They are merely voicing their sentiments. If we publicly declare that Tsunade shall be the next Hokage, it will undoubtedly assuage the villagers' concerns. Kagami could discern that the Third Hokage had become blinded by power, his once illustrious wisdom now obscured. It was disheartening to witness him, in pursuit of his Hokage title, plotting against Tsunade. Kagami, while your arguments possess merit, have you ever considered my perspective? It was under my leadership as Hokage that stability was maintained, and I have diligently served these years without error. After painstakingly ensuring the villagers of Konoha could live in peace, now I am to relinquish my title? I am not yet deceased. What are their intentions? Are they inciting rebellion? Were it not for my efforts, would Konoha even exist today? My love for Konoha compels me to seek its greater development, which necessitates the removal of external elements. Currently, Tsunade poses a significant threat to my authority. When the time comes, who will heed my commands? Thus, finding a way to expel Tsunade from Konoha seemed to be the most favorable outcome. Should Konoha ever find itself in peril, she could naturally return. By then, I would have aged somewhat, allowing me to step down gracefully. Is this not a satisfactory arrangement? The Third Hokage felt a profound sorrow within, his heart already brimming with murderous intent towards Uchiha Kagami, as he spoke with a semblance of reason. He had resolved in his mind that if Uchiha Kagami were to refuse today, he would eliminate him on the spot, ensuring that no one outside would comprehend his true intentions. Alas, esteemed Hokage, I must express my disagreement with this plan. Perhaps it would be wise to seek counsel elsewhere. I am fatigued and shall retire for the night, treating today's events as if they had never transpired. I hope, dear Hokage, that you will act with prudence. Ultimately, Uchiha Kagami chose not to pursue this course of action. With a heavy sigh, he appeared to age visibly, turning away and walking towards the exit. He would not divulge today's occurrences, for the third Hokage too had his own perspective, though Kagami found such an approach distasteful. As a comrade, he believed this course of action to be misguided. However, as the leader of Root, he understood that the third Hokage's intentions were merely aimed at solidifying his power. There was no clear right or wrong, only that their capabilities had grown formidable enough to pose a threat to the Hokage's standing, necessitating such measures. Kagami, are you truly this heartless? At the moment Uchiha Kagami turned, a flicker of intense murderous intent crossed the third Hokage's gaze as he coldly addressed Kagami's back. I merely wish to be myself. As for everything else, you may handle it as you see fit. I shall pretend none of this occurred. Uchiha Kagami was evidently taken aback by the third Hokage's murderous intent. As a seasoned politician, the Hokage was adept at concealing his aura of hostility. Despite the menace in his eyes, not a trace of it escaped, allowing Kagami to remain oblivious to any underlying issues as he continued on, seemingly unaffected. Alas, you have forced my hand. The third Hokage sighed, glancing at Kagami's retreating figure. He then made a hand gesture, and in an instant, Hokage guards swiftly dispersed to the corners of the room. For Red Sun's formation, the boar, dog, rooster, monkey, and goat. Summoning technique, Spirit of the Monkey King, arise. Instantly, the 4 Hokage guards erected 4 sturdy red walls within the chamber. Simultaneously, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned his spiritual beast, the Monkey King, Enma. TCH, Uchiha Kagami? Hiruzen. I warned you long ago that this individual must not be spared. You chose to disregard my counsel. Now you find yourself regretting it, do you not? Upon Enma's arrival, he could not resist taunting Uchiha Kagami. Hiruzen, what are your intentions? Uchiha Kagami, upon hearing the voices of the crowd, swiftly turned around. His gaze filled with disbelief as he confronted Sarutobi Hiruzen. He could hardly fathom that his longtime comrade, the very third Hokage he had devoted years to protecting, would seek to take his life over such matters. You wish to kill me? You truly intend to end my life for this? He laughed bitterly, a sound tinged with despair. Kagami, do not blame me. Blame yourself for opposing me. Why could you not simply serve me faithfully? Is this task truly so insurmountable? Sarutobi Hiruzen disregarded the words of his former ally, instead indulging in his pipe, his eyes narrowing with a flicker of disdain as he regarded Uchiha Kagami. After all these years of camaraderie, you choose not to assist me. You deserve to perish. Since you cannot be of use to me, you must die. This matter cannot be known to outsiders. Hence, your demise is imperative. As he gazed at Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen contemplated the necessity of silence through death. Oh, so it's murder to silence me, is it? Very well. Let me witness if you have truly diminished over these years. To take my life shall not be an easy feat, Kagami responded, his eyes transforming into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the second man to awaken such legendary eyes after Uchiha Madara. Within the depths of his gaze, a hollow black circle emerged, adorned with 5 interlocking tomo, exuding an aura of sinister allure. Chapter 75, the third Hokage versus Uchiha Kagami kaleidoscopic Sharingan? How could this be? Sarutobi Hiruzen, having spent years alongside Kagami, was astonished to discover that his comrade had awakened those fabled eyes. A flicker of fear coursed through his mind, but he quickly extinguished it. Kagami, I did not expect you to conceal your power so deeply. Why did you not inform me of your awakening? Though the third Hokage spoke, his hands discreetly formed seals behind his back, drawing Kagami's attention away from his true intentions. I had thought I would never need these eyes in my lifetime, yet here I am, compelled to use them against you. Hiruzen, do you not find this to be rather ironic? Uchiha Kagami felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and fury, angered by Sarutobi Hiruzen's betrayal. Just moments ago, they had been brothers in arms, and now they stood on the precipice of mutual destruction. 5 nature transformation, great fireball technique. At the very moment when the two conversed, Sarutobi Hiruzen had already formed his hand seals, launching an amalgamation of his 5 unique ninjutsu in a bid to obliterate Uchiha Kagami without a shred of hesitation. In an instant, a vast expanse of formidable flames surged forth toward Uchiha Kagami, infused with the essence of lightning, earth, and water techniques. Coalescing into a super S-rank ninjutsu of immense power, barreling directly towards him. Humph, Hiruzen, I never expected you to resort to such treachery, Uchiha Kagami retorted. Without delay, he swiftly formed his own seals, unleashing the signature fire technique of the Uchiha clan, a hallmark of Uchiha Madara himself. Boom! A torrent of flames erupted from Uchiha Kagami's mouth, racing towards Sarutobi Hiruzen's technique. As he executed the fire technique, his Sharingan flickered, seemingly activating a unique ability that magnified the already formidable flames of the Great Fire Annihilation by several dozen times, akin to a replica of Uchiha Madara. What? Such immense power from a mere Great Fire Annihilation? It appears your eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of Uchiha Madara, Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, furrowing his brow at the sight of Kagami amplifying the flames so drastically. The power of the Manjiki Sharingan was indeed a formidable adversary, with abilities reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's own. Historical records indicated that Madara's ocular powers allowed for a significant reduction in chakra consumption, enabling him to unleash ninjutsu of unparalleled might with minimal effort. For instance, where one would require 10 units of chakra, Madara could achieve the same potency with merely 1, illustrating the vast disparity in their capabilities. Bang! 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 The two assaults clashed violently, echoing throughout the expansive and secluded chamber, causing tremors that even rattled the 4 Crimson Yang formation, summoned by 4 shadow-level warriors. Fire release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Earth release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Fire flow, Earth Flame Bullet. Undeterred by the initial failure, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly formed additional seals, conjuring 2 colossal dragons, a fire dragon and an earth dragon, that soared into the air, entwined with one another as they charged toward Uchiha Kagami. Waikai, transform into the adamantine staff, Sarutobi Hiruzen commanded, summoning the spirit of the monkey to morph into a weapon. Very well, responded Waikai, instantly transforming into an iron staff reminiscent of the Rui Jingu Bang, now firmly grasped in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. Extend, adamantine staff. Ninjutsu is executed in an instant, accompanied by one summon beast, launching a direct assault towards Uchiha Kagami. Humph. Fire release, Dragon Flame Song technique. Uchiha Kagami let out a cold snort, unleashing 4 fire dragons from his mouth, simultaneously attacking the same target from all directions, hurtling towards the entwined fire and earth dual dragons. Bang! 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 The 4 fire dragons collided with the dual dragons of Sarutobi Hiruzen, producing a thunderous sound and raising an immense cloud of dust. This dust, formed from the earth dragon's destruction and subsequent incineration by fire, obscured the vision of those present. Whoosh! At that moment, the Monkey King's Vajra rod surged forth from the dust, swiftly arriving before Uchiha Kagami. This is bad. Although Uchiha Kagami possessed the Manjiki Sharingan, his strength paled in comparison to Sarutobi Hiruzen's. Furthermore, he seldom utilized the Manjiki, as each use inflicted significant damage to his eyes, making him reluctant to employ it. His control over the Manjiki was therefore not as formidable, and with numerous ninjas surrounding him, his attention was divided. He had to guard against potential ambushes while contending with the more powerful Sarutobi Hiruzen, leaving him unaware of the sudden emergence of the Monkey King. Monkey King's hand. Just as the Vajra rod arrived before Uchiha Kagami, a hand shot forth from the rod, seizing Uchiha Kagami by the shoulder. This is terrible. How infuriating. Uchiha Kagami had just prepared to utilize body flicker technique to escape when he was unexpectedly grasped by the Monkey King's hand, his brow furrowing in alarm. Vajra prison. Thud. 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 In an instant, the Monkey King conjured dozens of clones of the Vajra rod, encircling Uchiha Kagami from all sides, trapping him with no means of escape, while several arms tightly held him in place. Kagami, it is over. Stab. As Sarutobi Hiruzen declared his intent, the Monkey King exerted force, extending a hand to extract Uchiha Kagami's heart. Pff. Uchiha Kagami coughed up a mouthful of reverse blood, staring incredulously at Sarutobi Hiruzen before him. He had believed Sarutobi Hiruzen would not truly kill him, thus he had not exerted his full strength. Now, he regretted his decision. He had merely wished for leniency. Yet he was still met with death. Izanagi. In that instant, Uchiha Kagami sought to activate Izanagi, transforming all damage he had sustained into a mere dream, reappearing beside the prison formed by the Monkey King. His right eye turned white, blinded in one eye, his face contorted in rage as he glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 76. The Shared Objective of Korezetsu and the Third Hokage. Izanagi, you would resort to that ocular technique. I anticipated as much. Heh. Regarding the resurrection of Uchiha Kagami, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt no surprise whatsoever. No one understood the utility of the Uchiha clan's ocular techniques better than he did, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Earth Release, Decapitation Technique. Earth Release, Piercing Spear. In an instant, two figures emerged from the ground behind Uchiha Kagami. One figure seized him and dragged him into the earth, while the other executed an Earth Release technique, forming a sharp earthen spike in his right hand that swiftly plunged into Kagami's heart, quickly severing his head. How? How is this possible? Were Uchiha Kagami's final words. He could never have anticipated that Sarutobi Hiruzen had long been prepared. During their conversation, he had dispatched two shadow clones to conceal themselves underground, awaiting the moment Kagami would employ his Anaji. Though he was unaware of Kagami's awakening of the Manjiki Sharingan, he was cognizant of the Uchiha clan's Anaji, thus maintaining a vigilant stance. Had Kagami acquiesced to his demands, it would have been the best outcome, however. Should he have refused, it would inevitably lead to his demise. Preparedness was paramount, and having everything in order beforehand was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. Kagami, why persist? Sarutobi Hiruzen extracted Kagami's pair of Manjiki Sharingan, followed by a fire release technique that incinerated Kagami's remains, erasing his existence from the world entirely. Subsequently, Hiruzen dispatched one of his guards to the root organization. Though possessing only the strength of a shadow, he had no other choice but to utilize those around him, given the current lack of available manpower. Upon returning to the Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen conveyed the news of Uchiha Kagami's demise to Uchiha Shisui, offering his condolences. Shisui, having been guided by his father Kagami, was a young man who cherished his village and yearned for peace. He could not fathom that the third Hokage would deceive him, believing instead that his father's death was the result of an attack by a mysterious assailant during a mission. Meanwhile, other elders of the Uchiha clan rejoiced. Kagami's death granted them greater dominion over the Uchiha family. Kagami's pacifism and opposition to the more radical elements of the clan had garnered him the ire of numerous elders. Thus, his demise was met with a lack of celebration, which was, in itself, a testament to their respect for him. Who would have thought that the illustrious third Hokage was also a cunning politician? Just when Sarutobi Hiruzen believed all matters had concluded, a sinister laughter echoed in his mind. Who goes there? Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow, his gaze sweeping the surroundings with swift intensity, yet he discerned no presence of any individual. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Do not be so irate. You shall not find me. I have come here to discuss a matter with you. It remains to be seen whether you will acquiesce. The voice echoed, ambiguous in its gender, sending a shiver down Hiruzen's spine, yet he could not locate its source. The disembodied voice only heightened his anxiety, particularly as its words hinted at deeper meanings. Could it be that someone had uncovered my actions? Who could it be? Where are they? Why am I unable to perceive them? Such perplexity swirled in Hiruzen's mind, yet he remained oblivious to the individual's whereabouts, only able to hear their voice without any hint of their presence. I have witnessed all that you have done, and I seek to propose a transaction. What say you? The voice bore an air of confidence, aware that Hiruzen's prowess could not unveil it. Even if discovered, the absence of sage chakra rendered him incapable of inflicting harm. What transaction? Hiruzen inquired, his brow knitting tighter as he realized this person had indeed uncovered some of his deeds. I wish for you to expel Jiraiya from Konoha. Should you accomplish this, I promise to remain silent about our dealings. What do you think? This task should not pose much difficulty, I presume? The speaker, none other than Kagaya's manifestation, sought to incite conflict among all, believing that only amidst chaos could his plans progress steadily. Jiraiya? To expel Jiraiya from Konoha? Who is this person? Do they harbor a grudge against Jiraiya? Why would they task me with such an endeavor? Hiruzen pondered. However, he reasoned that if he were to expel Tsunade, Jiraiya would likely follow suit, aligning with his own intentions without causing significant detriment. Yet, a lingering doubt remained. Who was this individual? If I acquiesce, would they truly keep this matter confidential? Hiruzen had already contemplated ways to remove Tsunade, though the endeavor was still in its preparatory stages. Tsunade's departure would inevitably lead to Jiraiya's exit, thus presenting no conflict with his goals. Yet, he feared the possibility of betrayal, that this individual might use such leverage against him, a veritable ticking time bomb. Rest assured, I shall not disclose this matter to anyone, for sharing it would serve no benefit to me. As long as you expel Jiraiya from Konoha, today's events shall remain forever concealed from others. Hey, Black Absolute chuckled. He cared not for anything else. His sole desire was to compel the third Hokage to expel Jiraiya from the Hidden Leaf Village. This was sufficient. Without Jiraiya in Konoha, his plans could proceed unimpeded. If Jiraiya remained, matters would become considerably more complicated. Very well, but I require some time. and you must not speak of this matter to anyone. Ultimately, Sarutobi Hiruzen acquiesced. He could not jeopardize his position as Hokage. Their objectives aligned closely enough that he consented. Rest assured, I shall take my leave now. A fruitful collaboration awaits. Once you have handled this, no one shall be the wiser. With that, Black Absolute departed. In Konoha, with Jiraiya's presence, he needed to exercise utmost caution. He could not afford to be discovered, lest it jeopardize his schemes. Despite his deep reluctance, the third Hokage had no choice but to trust that Black Absolute would remain silent. He could not see him, nor discern his whereabouts or how he had appeared. Bring forth the searchers, delve 3 feet into the earth, and ascertain if any suspicious individuals have entered Konoha today. After hearing no response from Black Absolute, Sarutobi hurriedly instructed the Umbu to investigate. Capturing this individual would be most advantageous. Chapter 77. The 8 Gates of Duinjia. Yes, Hokage-sama. In an instant, several figures surged forth from the third Hokage's office, commencing a covert search throughout the village of Konoha. Who could this individual be, capable of evading the barrier's scrutiny? How could I, too, remain oblivious to their presence? Once the Umbu departed, the third Hokage, puffing on his pipe, exhaled deeply, a flicker of fury igniting in his gaze. Unbeknownst to Tsunade and Jiraiya, a conspiracy was encircling them, not merely orchestrated by one but involving their mentor as well. Have I finally succeeded? The gates remain perpetually open, though not as immense as the chakra unleashed by the 8 Gates of Duinjia. The difference is negligible, imperceptible without meticulous awareness. Truly formidable. It appears my theory holds merit. With this, I can directly guide Might Guy. After 3 days of diligent effort, Jiraiya completed the initial phase of his testing, successfully unlocking the chakra pathways of the first gate, transforming it into a constant state of activation, eliciting jubilant cheers within him. What a spectacle it would be if countless practitioners of the 8 gates emerged in their full glory. How exhilarating. This might very well become my secret weapon against the Tsutsuki clan. The Tsutsuki are overwhelmingly powerful, to a degree I have yet to fully comprehend. Moreover, after consuming the fruit of the divine tree, they attain eternal life. How many beings more potent than Kagaya Tsutsuki might the Tsutsuki clan possess? The pace must be hastened. Although, according to the storyline, it will still be some time before the Otsutsuki clan arrives in the world of Naruto. My presence may have subtly instigated certain transformations within this realm. After Jiraiya developed the 8 Gates of Duinjia, a sense of urgency enveloped his heart. As if the entire world were undergoing a profound transformation. He felt that if he did not swiftly enhance his strength, death would be the only fate awaiting him. Ding. The system has detected that the host has successfully developed a new forbidden technique, the Super 8 Gates of Duinjia, which has been integrated into the system. As a reward, the host is granted the complete version of the Super 8 Gates of Duinjia, which accelerates the cultivation process for any practitioner. Furthermore, for the host's first autonomous development of a forbidden technique, a reward of 500,000 exchange points is granted, along with an upgrade of the Rinnegan. Ding. The upgrade of the Rinnegan is successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully merging the Rinnegan with the Sharingan, resulting in the 6 Tomo Rinne Sharingan, while retaining the original abilities of the Sharingan. Ding. Congratulations to the host for awakening the innate abilities of the Rinnegan. The left eye grants the power of traversal, while the right eye enables the advance and retreat mode. Traversal. This ability allows the user to traverse to any moment within 1 minute, maintaining the time frame for 1 minute. After the traversal, another version of the host appears, representing the host prior to the time shift. The specific intricacies of this ability are left for the host to explore. Advance and retreat mode. This grants the power to stop or fast-forward time between 3 seconds to 10 minutes, with the exact duration depending on the range of the host's ocular technique. Within 1 meter of the host, time can be paused, rewound, or fast-forwarded by approximately 10 minutes. However, within 100 meters, the maximum duration for pausing, fast-forwarding, or rewinding is limited to 3 seconds, automatically released thereafter. What? I wondered why my Rinnegan abilities had not awakened. Like Sasuke and Madara's Celestial Hands and the Wheel of the Dead, it turns out you had kept it hidden. Although I was directly granted the 6 Paths mode, my abilities cannot be diminished. Nevertheless, this power is truly formidable. Controlling time for 10 minutes, whether to fast-forward, rewind, or pause, is akin to wielding divine authority. Moreover, with the ability to traverse, does that not imply that if I encounter an enemy, I could simply leap forward 10 seconds and create 2 versions of myself to engage the adversary? even if your strength is comparable to mine. Facing two of me would be quite the challenge, even if it lasts merely for a minute. Jiraiya was taken aback by the system's enhancement, as it unexpectedly granted him the power of the 6th Tomo Rinnegan, seamlessly merging the Mangekyou Sharingan with the Rinnegan, resulting in an even more formidable ability. Although he sensed that his strength hadn't surged dramatically, the enhancement of his capabilities naturally elevated his combat prowess, making him feel more confident in facing formidable opponents at the pinnacle of the 6th Path Sting. Malicious intent detected from the Deva Path. The progression of the narrative has accelerated. The host is required to address this matter independently. The following tasks have been issued. Ding. Main Quest 1. Depart from Konoha and establish your own faction. Reward. Special summoning technique. The Celestial Dragon Clan, exclusive to members of this faction, and 500,000 exchange points. Ding. Main Quest 2. Recruit or cultivate 10 individuals whose power exceeds that of the Super Shadow to join your faction. Reward. 500,000 exchange points and 10 portions of Tsutsuki Bloodline. Note, the Tsutsuki Bloodline is not inherently powerful, it merely signifies a degree of strength. Do not misunderstand it as an automatic awakening of the Rinnegan, as the Tsutsuki clan has ordinary members as well. The host is advised to be well informed. Ding. Main Quest 3. Gather the 9-tailed beasts. Reward. A new Outer Path Golem, not from the Naruto world. Ding. Main Quest 4. Fuse the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts to form a new 10 tails. Reward. 1 fruit of the divine tree and 1,000,000 exchange points. Ding. Main Quest 5. Rescue Kagaya Tsutsuki and join forces with her to confront the powerful members of the Tsutsuki clan. Note, this must be voluntary, otherwise no rewards will be granted. Reward. 10,000,000 exchange points. Ding. Main Quest 6. Support Orochimaru in becoming the 4th Hokage. Reward. The Ketsurigan Bloodline Limit, without any side effects, freely usable by anyone to awaken. Ding. Side Quest 1. Eliminate the 3rd Hokage, who is currently plotting against Tsunade and the host. Reward. 50,000 exchange points. What on earth? It's astonishing how events unfold so rapidly. System. Must you be so relentless in your challenges? Jiraiya was taken aback by the barrage of notifications from the system, his mindset completely shattered. He never anticipated that his thoughts would manifest so readily. Well, now he found himself in a predicament, utterly unaware of the forthcoming historical developments, nor the pace at which they would unfold. Nevertheless, he reassured himself that with his current strength, he could still safeguard the world of the Hokage, believing that by vanquishing the impending foes, he would surely earn some respite. During this interval, it should be ample time for his growth, wouldn't it? Moreover, the collection of the 10 tails and the reward of the God Tree's fruit must also be prioritized. Jiraiya furrowed his brow, perplexed by the inexplicable attention drawn from the Deva Path, which seemed to hasten the course of history, leaving him utterly bewildered. Chapter 78. Nurturing the first generation of Dai Huang. Moreover, what schemes does the 3rd Hokage harbor? How could he possibly conspire against me and Tsunade? Although this is merely a side quest, could it be that the system has deliberately set me on a path to betray Konoha? What enmity exists between the 3rd Hokage and us? In the original narrative, there was no indication of his hostility towards me or Tsunade. It is indeed peculiar. Has a transformation truly occurred, even affecting the 3rd Hokage? His involvement in the demise of the 2nd Hokage weighs heavily upon him. This cunning old man is truly insidious. Alas, what a tumultuous time it has become. All I desire is a tranquil and unremarkable life with Tsunade, yet why must I endure such torment? Suddenly, Jiraiya recalled the mission prompt he had overheard regarding the 3rd Hokage's intentions towards him and Tsunade, intensifying his already throbbing headache, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Perhaps it is best not to eliminate the 3rd Hokage, if Tsunade were to find out. It might lead to a misunderstanding, which would be troublesome. Thus, it seems prudent to seek an opportunity to depart from Konoha. Where I am not welcome, there shall I find my own refuge. Jiraiya shook his head, realizing that both he and Tsunade seemed to have encountered some impediment regarding the 3rd Hokage in Konoha. It was high time for the two of them to seek an opportunity to depart. Dai, come here. I shall teach you the new 8 gates technique, which will enable you to keep the 8 gates open at all times. You will become a whirlwind in Konoha. Without further contemplation, Jiraiya approached the training Dai and called out directly. All right, Master Jiraiya. Dai immediately ceased his training, wiping the sweat from his brow with the scarf draped around his neck, and ran towards Jiraiya. So that's how one uses a scarf. By the way, Master Jiraiya, what did you just say? I didn't catch it clearly. The new 8 gates technique? Upon reaching Jiraiya, Dai, puzzled, inquired, as he had not been attentive a moment prior and was oblivious to what Jiraiya had mentioned. I have perfected the new 8 gates technique, which will allow you to maintain the 8 gates open indefinitely, without suffering any harm. How about it? Do you wish to learn? Observing Dai before him, Jiraiya noted that Dai was not significantly younger than himself. Due to his inability to perform ninjutsu, only mastering taijutsu, he had repeatedly been held back in his studies and had only recently been assigned to Jiraiya's tutelage. He was already a father to the future Might Guy, who was merely a little over 3 years old and not yet suited for intense training. Otherwise, Jiraiya would have indeed wished to include Guy in their training sessions. Alas, he was still too young, requiring at least another 2 years before he could embark on training, which would be the optimal stage for development. Nevertheless, Jiraiya harbored high hopes for Guy, consistently providing Dai with medicinal bath materials, encouraging him to give Guy frequent medicinal baths to enhance his physical constitution. As for the materials for the medicinal baths, they were all procured from the ninja hospital, with Tsunade as the director. Naturally, it was all quite convenient and cost-free. Ha. What? Master Jiraiya, did I hear you correctly? Always open the 8 gates. Without any harm? Jiraiya's words left Might Guy utterly astounded. While opening the 8 gates is an exceedingly perilous endeavor, fraught with the risk of debilitating injury, the complete unlocking of all 8 gates invariably leads to death. Yet, here was Jiraiya, astonishingly proclaiming the existence of an upgraded version of the 8 gates technique, one that purportedly incurs no harm and allows for a perpetual state of openness. How could this revelation not evoke his astonishment? Indeed, after 3 days of meticulous research, he had finally achieved his findings. I now embody the state of the constantly open gates, with my physical chakra surging nearly twofold, a rather remarkable development. Jiraiya smiled faintly, jesting, am I joking? I am a genius. Such trivial research is easily manageable. Teacher Jiraiya, I wish to learn. I truly wish to learn. Please, you must teach me. I am immensely grateful. Might Guy, knowing that Jiraiya would not deceive him, was filled with excitement, his eyes sparkling, and he deeply bowed to Jiraiya. Haha, here you go. This contains some new techniques I have been practicing these past few days. Take a look and master them swiftly. Subsequently, Jiraiya produced a ninjutsu scroll from his robe and tossed it to Might Guy, a reward directly bestowed upon him by the system, which had also inscribed a copy in his mind. What? Is it truly possible to open the 8 gates this way? How astonishing! Might Guy exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. Thank you, Teacher Jiraiya. Thank you. He eagerly grasped the ninjutsu scroll, flipping through its pages, utterly astounded by the methods it contained for unlocking the 8 gates, leaving him in sheer awe, prompting him to express his gratitude once more. Haha, go forth, train diligently, and if you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance. Jiraiya felt a twinge of regret for Might Guy, for being a common ninja meant lacking a mentor. And even if he had one, it would likely be another common jonin with limited strength and experience. Otherwise, Might Guy would not be confined to such limitations. Nor would he face disdain and be unable to accept missions. It truly was a tragic fate for the young man. Desiring to alter his own destiny, he aspired to cultivate the next great leader, not merely a successor to the illustrious Kai, but rather the inaugural Dai. He held immense faith in him. Not only had he independently delved into the intricacies of the 8 gates, but he had also excelled in nurturing Kai to such exceptional heights. He was not only a prodigy but also an exemplary father. Indeed, Master Jiraiya, I shall not betray your expectations, declared Might Guy, who then hastily set off to further investigate the new 8 gates, eager to master them expeditiously. Meanwhile, Jiraiya shook his head, casting a glance at the diligently training Might Guy, a faint smile gracing his lips. In another realm, Armanado, after 2 days of rigorous training, had grasped the fundamentals of the Flying Thunder God technique. He could now teleport objects without suffering any spatial compression damage, appearing unscathed at designated locations. At last, success. The efforts of the past 2 days have not been in vain, he mused with a gentle smile, realizing that he had finally achieved the ability to transfer items elsewhere, a feat not easily accomplished. Next, he contemplated utilizing living beings for his experiments. Perhaps he would catch a few fish to test his newfound skill. If successful, he could then proceed to human trials, teleporting himself. The first step has succeeded. Now to embark on the second, he reflected, acknowledging that clothing, being inanimate, did not truly qualify as a living subject. Hence, he sought to experiment with the simplest target, the fish in the river. Thus, the innocent fish faced peril. With a swift motion, Minato caught a lively carp, which wriggled energetically in his grasp. "Hiki, you shall be the one," he declared, his eyes fixed on the fish's flailing tail, a smirk dancing upon his lips. He then focused on the position of the Flying Thunder God technique and instantaneously transported the fish. In an instant, a lifeless fish appeared beside the technique's mark, devoid of any trace of life. How terrifying. How fortunate that I did not attempt this on myself. Otherwise, I would have met my demise, he thought, realizing that teleportation was far more challenging than anticipated. Transporting objects had proven difficult enough, let alone living beings. What should he do? "I suppose I shall attempt a few more trials, this time with meticulous observation. I must not be so reckless." Upon seeing the lifeless fish nearby, Minato gasped, a chill of fear coursing through him. He was relieved that he had not been so audacious as to teleport himself. Had he done so, perhaps his grave would have been overgrown by next year. Subsequently, Minato returned to the river, capturing several more fish to conduct repeated tests. Curse it, how can this be? Why does every attempt result in the fish's demise? What could possibly be amiss? This is infuriating. However, the results were far from satisfactory. Minato attempted the technique 4 or 5 times, each attempt culminating in failure, with all the fish sent through perishing, none surviving. Could there be an error on my part? This should be the case, so where did I go wrong? Indeed, the complexity of space-time ninjutsu is not without reason, thus far. Only Master Jiraiya and the second Hokage have mastered it. I must unravel its mysteries. Minato sat cross-legged, lost in contemplation, striving to discern where his miscalculations lay. Master Jiraiya's prowess is undeniably formidable. Perhaps the fish lacked sufficient strength? Or could it be? Chakra? Is it necessary to create a protective barrier of chakra externally? Since the fish lack chakra, are they unable to withstand the strain of spatial distortion? Is it that Master Jiraiya's immense power enables him to resist such spatial rending? Regardless, I shall endeavor to experiment further. Should I fail, I can always consult Master Jiraiya. After prolonged deliberation, Minato could not arrive at a definitive conclusion, ultimately resorting to a comparison between Jiraiya and the fish. Deducing that Jiraiya's superiority over the fish, must account for the success. Thus, he resolved to try again. Standing once more, Minato seized another fish, enveloping it in a thin membrane of chakra before teleporting it instantaneously. Flapping. Success? How enlightening. It turns out that without formidable strength, one cannot withstand the immense tearing force of spatial dimensions. In contrast, inanimate objects evoke no spatial reactions. How enlightening. At last, Minato succeeded, teleporting a live fish beside the Flying Thunder God technique, and to his astonishment, it was thrashing about, genuinely alive and lively. After several more attempts, just to be cautious, he reveled in his triumph. Despite his joy, Minato remained humble, refraining from immediate self-experimentation, instead conducting continuous tests with one fish after another. Poor fish, subjected to such trials. 3 minutes later, astonishingly, there was still a single failure out of 10 attempts. It appears that mastering space ninjutsu indeed requires diligent practice. Alas, mastery is not achieved in a fleeting moment. Patience is essential. Having succeeded once, subsequent attempts would surely be simpler, requiring merely consistent practice. Minato regained his characteristic sunny disposition, a gentle smile gracing his lips. This success marked a significant breakthrough in his mastery of space-time ninjutsu. Jiraiya merely entrusted him with the techniques and applications of the Flying Thunder God, while the remainder relied on Minato's own research. One cannot help but acknowledge that the destined one indeed bears the weight of fate upon his shoulders. Were it not for the subsequent birth of Naruto, Minato might have truly been the child of destiny. Meanwhile, Kushina continuously practiced the transformation into a half-tailed beast. However, the ferocity of the Nine-Tails chakra rendered it exceedingly difficult to control, even with the assistance of the beast itself. After all, this was the complete Nine-Tails, incomparably more powerful than the chakra residing within Naruto, whose chakra was a mere shadow in comparison. Thus, mastering it naturally proved to be a considerably more arduous endeavor. Jiraiya's team continued their relentless training, while the third Hokage sat alone in his dimly lit office, his face clouded with gloom as he indulged in his pipe. What a bunch of inept fools. Has my grip on this village weakened to such an extent that anyone can waltz in and flaunt their presence? First, it was the mist ninja who assassinated Danzo, and now yet another unidentified intruder. This is utterly intolerable. The first loss was Danzo, the scapegoat. Now I find myself threatened as well. No, I must not allow this matter to be divulged. But how can I compel Jiraiya to leave Konoha? Perhaps if it were just Tsunade alone. Yes, I shall target Tsunade. Since I cannot persuade you to depart willingly, I shall have to force you out. A glint of malice flickered in the third Hokage's eyes. He found himself with no other recourse. If he failed to expel Jiraiya, Black Zetsu would surely expose the situation, provoking a fierce backlash from the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Kakashi had extensive connections within the Uchiha family, and the elders opposed to him would leap at the opportunity to seize their share of the spoils, rallying together in enmity. Thus, it was imperative that he manage this situation adeptly to fulfill his objective of ousting Tsunade. Bring them to me, he commanded, summoning the Umbu, issuing a series of directives before they swiftly departed the Hokage's office. Tsunade, do not blame your teacher. I am left with no choice. For the sake of the village, I am willing to sacrifice anything, even you. After the Umbu had left, the third Hokage took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling slowly, a sinister smile momentarily gracing his otherwise grim visage. Lord Orochimaru, the Hokage requests your presence in his office. Soon, a figure entered the doorway of Orochimaru's laboratory, his loyal subordinate, Kimimaro, arriving to relay the message. Oh, they did not discover this place, did they? Orochimaru inquired without turning his head, his voice steady. Lord Orochimaru, they did not enter this vicinity. Our people have secured the area, and he merely instructed me to inform you. Kimimaro replied with utmost respect. Very well, Orochimaru replied coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. After addressing the matters at hand, he made his way towards the exit. Guard this place closely. Allow no one in except for Tsunade and Jiraiya. Understood? Just before leaving the base, Orochimaru abruptly turned to Kimimaro, his tone leaving no room for dissent. Yes, I understand. Kimimaro responded, kneeling promptly. Good. Satisfied, Orochimaru nodded and vanished from sight. Lord Orochimaru, the Hokage requests your presence. After leaving his territory, Orochimaru was spotted by the Umbu, who hurriedly approached to report. He desired to enter but was obstructed by Orochimaru's subordinates, leaving him with no choice but to wait. As a member of the Hokage's Umbu, he was acutely aware of the Hokage's regard for Orochimaru, whose formidable prowess was indeed terrifying, especially his serpent-like eyes that instilled fear in those who met his gaze. Ah. Understood. Upon seeing the Umbu adorned with a fox mask, Orochimaru's lips curved into a slight smile, and soon after, he vanished alongside them. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Upon arriving at the Hokage building, Orochimaru rapped on the door, and the cheerful voice of the third Hokage resonated from within, starkly contrasting with his prior sinister demeanor. It was a shame he wasn't acting. Teacher, may I inquire as to the reason for my summons? Orochimaru respectfully addressed the third Hokage, who sat before him, jovially smoking. He held a deep respect for this mentor. Haha, Orochimaru, you've come. The third Hokage exclaimed cheerfully, rising from his seat, his eyes glimmering with warmth. You have been training your students for a while now, and I have a mission that would serve as an excellent opportunity for them to gain experience. This world is cruel, and without practical training, one cannot hope to become a powerful being. I have high hopes for these three children, particularly for Shinsuke, who is destined to be the future leader of the Senju clan. Nurturing him is essential. The two Uchiha boys are equally promising. One of them may very well be the next clan leader. Therefore, during this expedition, you must keep a vigilant eye on them and ensure nothing untoward occurs. Do you understand? The third Hokage stepped forward, patting Orochimaru's shoulder with earnest gravity. Yes, I understand, teacher. However, what precisely is the mission that necessitates my personal involvement? Orochimaru inquired, sensing the trust bestowed upon him by the third Hokage, a faint smile appearing on his lips, though curiosity lingered about the nature of the task. Oh. It's nothing too daunting, merely a small assignment. You are to protect a merchant convoy traveling to the land of Earth, which must pass through the land of Rain. Hence the need for a guardian. I trust no one more than you for this task. Noticing Orochimaru's puzzled expression, the third Hokage chuckled, retrieving the mission scroll and handing it to him. Very well, teacher, but when do we depart? Those three youngsters are not yet in my vicinity. Upon hearing the third Hokage's words, Orochimaru found no fault in them. He nodded slightly and replied, we shall depart immediately. They're already awaiting us at the gates of Konoha. I will promptly summon the three of them and ensure that no one else is informed to maintain the confidentiality of our mission. The third Hokage, appearing somewhat anxious, specifically instructed Orochimaru to set off without delay. Understood, sensei. I will gather them at once and we will leave immediately. Trusting the directive, Orochimaru nodded and exited the Hokage's office. Ah, Tsunade, do not blame me. If blame is to be assigned, let it fall upon your strength and lineage. Konoha no longer requires that bloodline. The third Hokage mused with a smirk, taking a puff from his cigarette after Orochimaru's departure. Subsequently, Orochimaru conjured 3 shadow clones and directed them towards the homes of the 3 individuals. The Tianyan Trading Company? I have not heard of it. Perhaps it is a recently emerged merchant group? If they are merely passing through the Land of Rain, then there should be no issue. The Land of Rain is only formidable due to Hanzo, but even in his diminished state, he could be dealt with using just one hand. I hope he does not act foolishly and invite misfortune upon himself. Once outside, Orochimaru scrutinized the mission scroll, which detailed the escort of the Tianyan Trading Company to the Land of Earth, categorized as a B rank mission, not particularly low, and sufficient for providing some experience to the younger ones. Soon, the first clone returned, bringing with it Senju Rope Tree. Orochimaru and I. Senju Rope Tree exclaimed with a playful smile as he approached, clearly having a good rapport with him. Ah, you've arrived. Have you informed your sister about our mission? Orochimaru asked, his cold demeanor softening into a smile, treating Rope Tree as if he were his own brother, thus differing in his approach from others. Haha, no need to tell her. I am grown now, a man and the pillar of the household. There is no reason to report every detail to my sister. Besides, I am eager to accompany you on this mission. With someone as formidable as you, I am assured of my safety. There is no need to concern her, huh? Senju Rope Tree aspired to become Hokage and to protect his sister, as well as the entire Senju clan. How could he communicate every detail to Tsunade? He also held an inexplicable confidence in Orochimaru's abilities, believing that aside from his sister and brother-in-law, no one could surpass Orochimaru in strength, such was his conviction. Orochimaru looked at Senju Rope Tree and affectionately ruffled his hair, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Shortly thereafter, the other 2 clones returned, accompanied by Uchiha Fugaku and his future fiancée. Good day, Orochimaru-sensei. They greeted in unison. Uchiha Fugaku and the others caught sight of Orochimaru, a flicker of admiration crossing their eyes. They respectfully called out, Ah, you've arrived? It is getting late. Shall we depart? Orochimaru, noticing the arrival of the other 2, nodded slightly and led the group towards the entrance of Konoha village. This mission was of great significance, involving the escort of a merchant convoy to the Land of Earth. The journey would take them through the Land of Rain, where they would likely encounter resistance from ninjas, thus requiring constant vigilance to avoid any slip-ups. As Orochimaru walked ahead, he took the opportunity to introduce the mission to the 3, as it was their first assignment, and they had already been assigned a B-rank mission, a truly unprecedented occurrence. Chapter 81. The Merchant Convoy Leader, Fushing Orochimaru and I. Do you think we might encounter Hanzo of the Salamander from the Hidden Rain Village? I've heard his strength is quite formidable, and I would relish the chance to face him, said Senju Shju, a bold young man with a fearless disposition. Having awakened his would release. Although still young, he was capable of defeating an elite jonin. However, his lack of battle experience could prove detrimental against a seasoned special jonin. In the realm of ninja confrontations, combat experience is paramount. One moment of inattention could lead to a surprise attack or falling into a trap set by the opponent. Take Haiden, for instance, a shadow-level powerhouse possessing immortality, who still fell to Shikamaru due to the latter's intelligence and prior knowledge of Haiden's abilities. Conversely, if an elite jonin lacks the experience of taking lives, they could easily be vanquished by a battle-hardened jonin or even a chunin. If one cannot discern the subtleties of a substitution technique, what good is their strength? Do not be overly ambitious. While your abilities are commendable, you have yet to take a life and remain oblivious to the essence of killing intent. During this mission, I will arrange for you to partake in a village slaughter during our travels. There will be numerous bandit camps along the route. Your task will be to eliminate all within as a means of fulfilling the mission. Orochimaru frowned slightly. Recognizing Shju's strength and his privileged background as a member of the Senju clan, which naturally fostered lofty aspirations. However, it was imperative to correct his misguided perspective, instilling the need for constant vigilance and humility. Understood, Orochimaru and I, Shju replied with a playful tongue-out gesture and a grin. Hee, indeed, Shju-kun possesses remarkable strength. However, my mother has warned me that the outside world is fraught with peril, and one must remain vigilant. I wholeheartedly agree with Orochimaru-sensei's words. Ano at that moment, Mikoto Uchiha revealed a laughter as melodious as silver bells. She gazed at Senju Rope Tree, her eyes fleetingly betraying a hint of affection, which she quickly masked. I am destined to become the Hokage, she declared. With Orochimaru as the 4th Hokage, I shall ascend as the 5th. Such minor challenges cannot possibly deter me. Senju Rope Tree. I am determined to emulate my grandfather and become a deity within the ninja world. It is simply ludicrous. Senju Rope Tree, brimming with defiance, believed he too would one day mirror his grandfather's legacy, destined to be a god of the ninja realm. Such pride was essential for one of his caliber. Besides, it was the truth. Who else possessed strength comparable to his? The man destined to become Hokage would undoubtedly be himself. I eagerly await the day when you become Hokage, Rope Tree-kun. I must admit, I find myself rather excited. Mikoto Uchiha turned her gaze toward the confidently enigmatic Senju Rope Tree, her admiration deepening. This was the man I desire, full of pride and disdain for the world. Such qualities are fundamental for a powerful individual, befitting the one who captures my heart. Unbeknownst to her, Mikoto had fallen for this boastful boy, to a degree bordering on obsession. Yet she recognized the impossibility of their union. Their families were at odds, Senju and Uchiha, both steeped in an irreconcilable enmity. Even if their feelings were genuine, it was a formidable obstacle, particularly since her affection was unreciprocated. Thus, Mikoto chose to bury her feelings deep within her heart. Mikoto Uchiha, you are meant to be mine. Do you think I am oblivious to your affection for that boy? Cursed fool, Senju clan, I spit on you. In the future, I shall seize control of the Uchiha clan and suppress, if not annihilate, your Senju clan. Just wait. How dare you covet what is rightfully mine? That wretched girl, too. We are already engaged, and yet she dares to flirt with another man before me? What does this signify? Do you wish to betray me? Infuriating. I shall make sure to address this upon my return. Meanwhile, Uchiha Fugaku felt an overwhelming sense of betrayal, envisioning a verdant expanse of grass atop his head. He was betrothed to Mikoto, a childhood promise soon to be fulfilled, yet here they were, exchanging glances in his presence, utterly disregarding him. Anger boiled within him. Had Orochimaru not been present, he would have relished the chance to confront Senju Rope Tree to ease his vexation. Before long, the four arrived at the village entrance, where several carriages awaited, along with a few guards stationed at the entrance, seemingly anticipating someone's arrival. Excuse me, are you Lord Orochimaru? At this moment, the quartet had just arrived at the village entrance when an elder guard approached them respectfully and inquired, you are the leader of this merchant caravan, are you not? I have accepted your assignment, and your safety will henceforth be entrusted to our protection. Orochimaru nodded slightly, acknowledging the courtesy of the task-giver, who was neither excessively formal nor indifferent. He stepped forward and replied, I am most grateful, Lord Orochimaru. My name is Fushing. Given your involvement, I felt it necessary to request stronger ninjas from Lord 3rd Hokage for my peace of mind. He was pleasantly surprised that the 3rd Hokage had been so generous as to assign Orochimaru, thus justifying the expense of an A-rank mission. Fushing looked at Orochimaru, his face beaming with joy, clearly elated to have enlisted a top-tier ninja for the A-rank task. Let us set off, Orochimaru declared. These three are my students and will also assist in safeguarding your caravan. Should any issues arise, feel free to approach me directly. He nodded slightly, noting that the tasks were straightforward and lacking in novelty, yet the three youngsters appeared eager and enthusiastic as he introduced them. I did not realize that you three are disciples of Lord Orochimaru. How impressive. We shall entrust our caravan entirely to the four of you. Thank you immensely. Fushing, clearly a silver-tongued individual befitting a merchant, addressed Orochimaru and his companions directly. Chapter 82. Embedded within the walls of the 3rd Hokage with me around. Nothing poses a problem, rest assured, Kenji Senju remarked with a slight smile. Giggle. Meanwhile, Mikoto Uchiha was quite the cheerful spirit, bursting into laughter whenever Kenji uttered a few words, leaving him with an odd sense of bemusement. In stark contrast, Fugaku Uchiha felt an incessant itch, akin to a cat persistently pawing at him, prompting an overwhelming urge to give Kenji a good thrashing. The little hero speaks the truth, Fushing exclaimed, casting a meaningful glance at Kenji and laughing heartily. Dear friends, I have arranged a carriage for you. I apologize for the inconvenience of having you all share one, but our supply of vehicles is rather limited. He gestured towards a nearby carriage, noting that out of their 9 carriages, 7 were laden with goods while 2 remained vacant for their use. Without further ado, Orochimaru boarded the carriage, followed closely by Kenji and the others. After they had settled in, Fushing's lips curled into a slight, mischievous smile. Let us depart swiftly, the journey awaits. Then Fushing boarded another carriage, not forgetting to call out to the crowd before taking his seat. Subsequently, The merchant caravan began its journey towards the land of Earth. After their departure, a member of the Umbu vanished from the entrance of Konoha. How did it go? Have they left? Inside the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, while leisurely smoking his pipe, did not even glance at the Umbu behind him before inquiring. Reporting to you, Lord Hokage, Lord Orochimaru and his companions have already departed and boarded the convoy. The Umbu reported directly. Understood. Inform Tenkan and Dian that they may also proceed. This time, the mission must be accomplished, even at the cost of their lives. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, a glint of sinister amusement flickered in the third Hokage's eyes as he nodded and spoke. Yes, Lord Hokage. The Umbu then vanished without a trace. Ah, Tsunade, do not blame me. My teacher was also compelled by circumstance. Once Shinjitsu is dead, especially within Orochimaru's ranks, that should suffice for you to leave Konoha, right? Orochimaru, do not disappoint me this time, he murmured with a slight smile after the Umbu's departure. Unbeknownst to all, the third Hokage, being the most trusted teacher of both Orochimaru and Tsunade, raised no suspicions. Jiraiya, upon learning of the situation, chose to remain silent, for he too was uncertain of the third Hokage's intentions. The system merely indicated that the circumstances were unfavorable for both individuals involved, without implicating others. Thus he did not dwell on it. After all, the tragedy of Rope Tree had been averted, it had been altered, and no issues were anticipated. Orochimaru, when shall we venture forth to eliminate the bandits? I have yet to take a life. At their age, most would already have been thrust into the battlefield as mere fodder, yet due to Jiraiya's intervention, the second great ninja war had concluded prematurely. Consequently, Rope Tree had not perished, and many others had been spared from combat, saving the lives of numerous lower-ranking ninjas destined for death. Thus, as of now, Senju Rope Tree had not slain a single soul, and he harbored a fervent anticipation for the impending extermination of the bandits. These bandits were nothing more than scum, committing heinous acts of arson, murder, and theft, and their demise would evoke no sympathy or concern from anyone. Historically, bandits had served as the breeding ground for lower-ranking ninjas in various ninja villages. Upon leaving the village, how could we possibly encounter bandits so soon? It will likely take another day or two before numerous bandit camps emerge nearby. Do not fret, there will be ample opportunity. Orochimaru smiled faintly, diligently providing insights to Senju Rope Tree. Must we wait so long? I can hardly contain my excitement. Senju Rope Tree exclaimed, his mouth agape in disappointment, though he quickly regained his composure, scratching his head and laughing heartily. Meanwhile, Tsunade, that very afternoon, had returned home after completing several D-rank missions with the Inuzuka, Nara, and a Kimichi trio, only to discover that her younger brother had been assigned a mission. What? Rope Tree has never even undertaken a D-rank mission. Yet the teacher has arranged for him to embark on a B-rank mission with Orochimaru? This is sheer madness. He has never taken a life. Yet he is to engage in a B-rank mission, and it involves traversing through the land of rain to reach the land of earth? What on earth is the old man thinking? B-rank missions typically entail encounters with ninjas, and misjudgments could lead to confrontations with formidable genin. If they were to encounter Hanzo, even with Orochimaru's presence, danger would still loom. This infuriates me. Why was I not informed prior to the mission? Is this lad feeling too bold? Upon hearing Senju Hiroki's report, Tsunade was engulfed in frustration. Did Senju Rope Tree believe he had matured enough to act without her consent? This was audacity. She would deal with him upon his return. My princess, surely the young master has his reasons for such actions. However, with the esteemed Orochimaru present, complications are unlikely to arise. Kanzumaki gazed at the irascible Tsunade before him, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he timidly explained that this predicament was partly his fault for not locating her in a timely manner, which could have allowed him to offer a timely warning. I shall seek out the old man for a discussion. He is our only heir. Yet he is being dispatched on perilous missions. It truly infuriates me. Tsunade, incensed, vanished from her spot and sprinted towards the Hokage's office. Unbeknownst to the third Hokage, a surprise awaited him. He was leisurely peeking at a bathing beauty in his office. Bang! Tsunade arrived at the Hokage's office, delivering a powerful blow with her right fist against the door. With a resounding crash, the door was propelled outward by her immense strength, hurtling towards the astonished third Hokage. Oh no! The third Hokage, disregarding his own safety, hastily stowed away the crystal ball, fearing Tsunade might discover his indiscreet behavior. As he concealed the crystal ball, he neglected the oncoming door, which struck him and sent him crashing into the wall of the Hokage's office. Ouch! The third Hokage felt a jolt of pain coursing through his body. His expression contorted in agony as he could not help but exclaim. Chapter 83. Tsunade consults the recipe crash. The door that had fallen upon the third Hokage landed squarely on the desk, while within the wall, he remained embedded. Still clutching his cigarette, reluctant to relinquish it, his legs trembling intermittently. Hey, old man, what are you thinking? We have only one left. Do you really intend to send him on dangerous missions? Are you trying to eradicate the Senju clan? Unfazed, Tsunade closed the distance, slamming her hands onto the Hokage's desk with force. Tsunade, could you perhaps assist me in extricating myself from this wall? This predicament is quite uncomfortable. Don't you know the value of respecting the elderly? The third Hokage, ensconced in the wall, gazed at Tsunade with a dazed expression. Reluctantly, Tsunade stepped forward and yanked the third Hokage free from the wall. Ouch, my poor back. This is intolerable, Tsunade. Could you refrain from being so rough next time you enter? Repairs for the door and wall are quite costly. After being pulled from the wall, the third Hokage supported his aching back, lamenting. Serves you right. Old man, you still haven't answered my question. Why did you send Shinjutsu out? Our Senju clan has but him as our sole descendant. Nothing must happen to him. Tsunade let out a cold snort, entirely dismissing the pretense of the third Hokage. This old man was in remarkably good health, yet he felt the need to feign concern. She reiterated her point. There was no cause for alarm. It was merely a B-rank mission, and with Orochimaru in charge, there was no reason to fret. Worry breeds disorder. Suk and the other two children required rigorous training. How else could they become the pillars of Konoha? Wasn't it precisely to safeguard them that Orochimaru was appointed to lead the team? Tsunade was well aware of Orochimaru's formidable prowess. The disparity in strength between him and the third Hokage was negligible, ensuring their safety. Nevertheless, the fate of the second Hokage lingered in her thoughts. Was he not powerful? Yet he still met his demise, which concerned Tsunade greatly. Next time you send Suk out, inform me, she declared coldly, her gaze piercing. The dragon has its vulnerable scales, and for Tsunade, those scales were Suk and Jiraiya. Anyone who dared to harm them would face her wrath first. Very well, very well. I understand. Next time a mission arises, I will certainly seek your approval. No need to be upset. Children must grow. The third Hokage chuckled heartily, conceding to her demands. Tsunade scoffed at his assurance before departing the Hokage's office. You haven't even assumed the role of Hokage yet, and you're already issuing orders to me? If you were to become the fourth Hokage, the world would surely turn upside down. Absurd. Once Tsunade exited, the third Hokage's expression darkened instantly, sensing the threat she posed. Internally seething with anger, he had managed to conceal his emotions mere moments before. Arrange for someone to repair the door and walls, he instructed coolly. Wielding the power of Hokage was indeed convenient. Delegating tasks to others was quite delightful, akin to being a local emperor. Yes, Lord Hokage. Meanwhile, Tsunade chose not to return to the Senju clan's residence, but instead made her way back to the modest abode she shared with Jiraiya. She preferred the intimacy of their small home over the vast mansion, as it was filled with cherished memories of their time together. Upon returning to her room, Tsunade resolved to don the apron of a dutiful wife and mother. She must learn to cook. Thus, she busied herself in the kitchen once more. This time, however, her efforts bore a semblance of skill. Jiraiya loves sweet and sour carp. I shall prepare that for him, she murmured, her heart set on her culinary endeavor. Tsunade conjured 3 shadow clones, assigning one to catch fish, another to venture to the market for groceries, and the last to peruse a cookbook nearby. The task was simple, and she would soon delight in a steaming, delectable meal upon Jiraiya's return, a sight sure to bring forth a blissful smile. Glancing at the cookbook in her hand, Tsunade couldn't help but smile. It seemed so effortless, especially since she had made a special effort to acquire the recipe. The thought of Jiraiya savoring her culinary creations filled her with an overwhelming sense of joy. Before long, one of the clones had successfully caught several fish and brought them into the kitchen. With her adeptness in chakra manipulation, she summoned a chakra scalpel, skillfully preparing the fish with a few deft strokes. After a thorough cleaning, she began to follow the cooking instructions outlined in the recipe. First this, then that. Add sugar and ketchup. Tsunade meticulously followed the steps to prepare sweet and sour carp, the process surprisingly resembling a professional endeavor. However, the salt and sugar had not been labeled, and Tsunade, without a second thought, picked up the first container, mistaking it for sugar, and poured it directly into the pot. Task accomplished, she chuckled, marveling at how simple it was to cook by following a recipe. Why hadn't she thought of this before? Indeed, the sweet and sour carp she had prepared turned out to be a feast for the senses, and Tsunade felt a swell of satisfaction at her work. Perhaps she should prepare a few more dishes. Following the recipe step by step, she continued to create, achieving remarkable perfection this time. At last, the meal was complete. Jiraiya should be returning soon, right? She giggled in anticipation of seeing his reaction to her beautifully prepared dishes, finally feeling confident in her cooking abilities. It was surprisingly simple, indeed. Tsunade looked at the table adorned with 8 dishes and a soup. A blissful smile gracing her lips as she envisioned Jiraiya's delight upon his return. 10 minutes later, "I'm back," Jiraiya exclaimed, inhaling deeply. "What is that delightful aroma? Who prepared this meal? It smells incredible. Did Tsunade go out to buy food? Well, that's convenient. I can enjoy some freshly made dishes." Upon Jiraiya's return, he was immediately greeted by the enticing aroma of the dishes laid out on the table. A faint smile graced his lips as he mused that he had thought these delicacies were procured from a restaurant by Tsunade, not realizing they were crafted by her own hands. After all, he was quite familiar with the quality of her culinary skills. Chapter 84, A Feast for the Senses. Jiraiya, you're back. Come, sit down and savor my cooking. I made it myself. Tsunade chimed cheerfully as she emerged from the kitchen, having just finished scrubbing the pots. She had not waited for Jiraiya, opting instead to tidy up the kitchen. As she stepped out, she was greeted by the sight of Jiraiya's return, his face beaming with a smile that radiated pride. It was as if the words, "See, aren't I amazing?" were written across her visage. What? At first, Jiraiya believed that these dishes had been purchased by Tsunade, only to be taken aback upon realizing that she had prepared them herself. His body instinctively shuddered. However, upon witnessing Tsunade's eager gaze and the exquisite dishes laid out on the table, a blissful smile graced his face. "You foolish girl. I had said I would cook upon my return. Why did you take it upon yourself? Our esteemed lady of the house is not one to lift a finger. And I would prefer it if you did not either." Jiraiya slowly stepped forward, embracing Tsunade in his arms, joyfully declaring, "I merely returned early and found myself a bit bored, so I decided to prepare these dishes from the recipe. Come, taste them. There is your favorite sweet and sour carp, as well as sweet and sour pork tenderloin and sweet and sour ribs, all your favorites. Do try them." Tsunade laughed heartily at Jiraiya's words, leaning against him, feeling the rhythm of his heartbeat, a wave of comfort washing over her. "All right then, today, my dear husband shall savor his wife's culinary skills, haha." Subsequently, Jiraiya pulled Tsunade down to sit, and without hesitation, he picked up his chopsticks. Under Tsunade's eager gaze, he selected a piece of fish and placed it into his mouth. Delightful. Initially, Jiraiya lifted a piece of fish, fragrant and enticing. But the moment it touched his tongue, his face turned an alarming shade of green. What on earth? How much salt did Tsunade add? Is she trying to make me perish from the saltiness? In an instant, his expression morphed into one of sheer perplexity. Neither spitting it out nor swallowing it seemed feasible. However, upon catching Tsunade's hopeful gaze, he forcibly swallowed it down. Delicious, truly delectable. My wife's cooking is rather commendable, but perhaps next time, it would be best if I took over the cooking duties. All right, Tsunade? Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade, offering a casual smile before lavishing her with compliments, and continued, Let us speak of future matters at a later time. Is it delicious? If so, do indulge yourself. This fish is entirely yours. As I couldn't bring myself to touch it, you must finish it all." Tsunade, buoyed by Jiraiya's praise, felt an immense joy within her heart, smiling softly. For there is no greater happiness than the admiration and affirmation from one's beloved. "Ah, very well, thank you, my dear wife." "My dear wife? Could you please serve me a bowl of rice?" In Jiraiya's heart, he exclaimed in surprise, and with a quick shift of his gaze, an idea struck him. Considering the joy of this princess today, I shall serve you a bowl." Observing Jiraiya relishing his delightful dinner, uttering sweet nothings, Tsunade smiled with genuine happiness and then turned towards the kitchen. "Quickly, deal with it." As soon as Tsunade turned her back, Jiraiya swiftly removed all the fish meat, casting it into the kamui space. After completing this task, he let out a sigh of relief, timing it perfectly. He dropped the fish bones from his hands just as Tsunade re-emerged, pretending to chew on something. "Delicious. My wife's culinary skills are truly exceptional." Tsunade emerged carrying 2 bowls of rice, and Jiraiya feigned having consumed all the fish completely, not forgetting to praise loudly. "Oh, Jiraiya, how did you eat so fast? You finished an entire fish? And so cleanly? Is it really that good? Tsunade chuckled upon noticing that the other dishes remained untouched, with only the fish devoured entirely, prompting her to laugh heartily. Indeed, it was utterly delightful. Once I took a bite, I couldn't stop. Everything else was consumed. My wife's cooking is simply unparalleled. She could easily be a master chef. Gazing at Tsunade's expression, Jiraiya declared with pride. Not at all. Let us eat. It was truly a joyous day. Since his return, Jiraiya had lost count of how many times he had made Tsunade laugh. Well then, let's eat. Jiraiya had just consumed a dish that was excessively salty. He promptly seized the bowl of rice handed to him by Tsunade and began to devour it voraciously, hoping to wash away the lingering taste of salt. It appeared that the previous seasoning had been a misplacement of salt and sugar. Surely, this would be satisfactory. After taking a substantial mouthful of rice, he managed to somewhat mitigate the overpowering saltiness. He then glanced at the other dishes, pondering to himself. Subsequently, Jiraiya picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork and placed it in his mouth. What on earth? What on earth? What on earth? Jiraiya felt as though he might explode. It was as salty as before, and internally he exclaimed, What on earth? What's wrong? Is it not to your liking? Tsunade, who had just placed a piece of vegetable into her bowl, noticed Jiraiya's expression seemed somewhat off, and inquired gently. No, it's quite delicious. I was merely contemplating that perhaps in the future, my husband should handle the cooking. He has grown accustomed to it, and today, without preparing a meal, I feel an irresistible urge to cook. Jiraiya quickly shook his head, then fervently devoured his meal, speaking as he ate. Well, it depends on my mood, Tsunade gazed at Jiraiya with a slight smile and said, What? He realized he must prevent Tsunade from indulging further, otherwise she might feel deceived, and the joy she had just displayed would vanish. What to do? What to do? As Jiraiya observed Tsunade's intent to consume the dish, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He feared that once she tasted it, she would unearth the truth behind his deceit, which would not bode well for him. Yet, with no alternative at hand, he could only watch helplessly as Tsunade took a bite of her meal. Tsunade furrowed her brow. Was her cooking truly this sweet? It was so cloying that she could hardly stomach it. It dawned on her that she might have mistakenly swapped salt for sugar. Lifting her gaze, she met Jiraiya's concerned eyes. Jiraiya, you find this dish palatable? The warmth in her heart stirred as she perceived the tenderness in his expression. Her beloved was merely trying to shield her from disappointment. Despite the dish's unpalatable nature, he had swallowed it whole, every morsel, leaving her deeply moved. This is actually quite good. Look, I devoured that fish without leaving a trace. Before Jiraiya could respond, Tsunade lunged forward, bestowing upon him a sweet kiss. After a long moment, they parted. Tsunade nestled in Jiraiya's embrace, her heart brimming with affection. Jiraiya, I'm sorry. I promise to cook better next time. I want to mix up the salt and sugar again. With her eyes glistening, she gazed at him with a pitiful expression that stirred something within Jiraiya. Chapter 85. Senju falls for Mikoto. Foolish one, it's not your fault. You've done wonderfully, my love. Jiraiya gently kissed Tsunade on the forehead, whispering soothingly before lifting his beloved into his arms. As for what transpired next, I leave it to your imagination. Here we are. The number of bandits within should be relatively modest, no more than 300, making it an ideal challenge for the three of you. Go forth. A day later, Orochimaru, accompanied by 3 young companions, took advantage of the merchant's rest to create a shadow clone for their protection. He then led the trio to the nearest bandit hideout, which loomed before them like a small village. All of this belongs to me. I shall proceed first. With a hearty laugh, Senju dashed towards the bandit lair, disregarding his companions behind him. Senju, wait for me. Uchiha Mikoto exclaimed, her excitement ignited as she chased after him. Humph. Fools, Uchiha Fugaku muttered coldly, following suit. Who goes there? The bandits stationed at the entrance, noticing the sudden advance of 3 children, shouted in alarm. Not good. It's Konoha ninjas. Sound the alarm and inform the leader. One sharp-eyed bandit spotted the leaf headband on Senju's forehead and quickly alerted the other bandits within the camp. Clang, clang, clang. The alarm bells rang throughout the hideout. HM? Who dares to intrude upon my territory? I shall see who possesses such audacity. A burly man, towering at around 2 meters, wielding a katana and displaying hands calloused from combat, charged towards the gate. Prepare to meet your end. Senju, undeterred, charged recklessly, lacking any tactical approach, and hurled 4 shuriken at the gatekeepers. Swish, swish, swish. Ah! In an instant, the guards, who were no true ninjas, stood no chance of resistance and fell to their demise. Silence. Blood? Though Senju had taken lives before, it was his first experience with killing. As he beheld 4 bodies drop before him, the blood and lifeless forms rendered him momentarily paralyzed at the entrance of the hideout. Who dares invade my stronghold? With a thunderous crash, the burly man wielding the katana leapt from within the camp, spotting the stunned Senju. Who might you be? Just a few lowly Konoha genin? You've never taken a life before, have you? Ha ha. Prepare to die, and remember, the one who will kill you is called Zabuza, the art of swordsmanship. The whirlwind slash. To his astonishment, the leader of this bandit group was a warrior skilled in the blade, charging directly towards Senju rope tree. Upon wielding his sword, a series of emerald chakras manifested along the blade, swirling with remarkable agility, showcasing his formidable prowess. Rope tree, be cautious. Following closely behind, Uchiha Mikoto hastened to catch up, only to witness the man she admired standing frozen as the adversary launched an attack. Without a moment's hesitation, she hurled a kunai and leapt towards Senju rope tree. Clang! The kunai collided with the edge of the blade, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Yet the kunai was swiftly severed by the sword technique. Though it momentarily halted, the blade continued its descent towards Senju rope tree. With a swift slash, it struck. Uchiha Mikoto managed to tackle Senju rope tree to the ground, but she bore the brunt of the assault, losing a small portion of flesh from her left shoulder, letting out a cry of anguish. Fortunately, she had thrown the kunai first. Otherwise, she might have been cleaved in two. What? Mikoto? How dare you harm my fiancée? I will make you pay for this. Uchiha Fugaku, despite his resentment towards Mikoto's emotional entanglement, though they were merely betrothed, not truly in love, was deeply affected. He harbored genuine feelings for her, having cherished her from afar for a long time. Due to their youth, marriage was not an option. Otherwise, he would have long since taken matters into his own hands. Seeing his beloved injured because of another man ignited a surge of dark, malevolent power within him. His pupils shifted, transforming from the single Tomo Sharingan into the 3-Tomo Sharingan. The swirling 3-Tomo Sharingan revealed a formidable vortex, yet it quickly receded, indicating a lack of sufficient dark energy, leaving him with the 3-Tomo Sharingan. Fire release, Phoenix fire technique. Enraged, Uchiha Fugaku formed hand seals and unleashed a C-rank ninjutsu, spewing forth a barrage of flames towards the assailant. Meanwhile, after Uchiha Mikoto tackled Senju rope tree, they rolled on the ground for a brief moment, evading the range of the enemy's attack. Mikoto, are you all right? It's my fault. I'll let fear consume me in battle. Senju rope tree gazed at Uchiha Mikoto with a flicker of regret and guilt, summoning a surge of green chakra to envelop her fair skin. Medical ninjutsu, cactus technique. As the younger brother of Tsunade, it is only natural for him to possess medical skills. This is a fundamental requirement for the Senju clan. Tsunade had mandated that every member of the Senju clan, regardless of their capabilities, must master the art of healing, even if it is merely the simplest form of it. Uchiha Mikoto sensed a sharp pain in her right shoulder, followed by a peculiar chakra that continuously mended her injury, bringing her a measure of comfort. Her brows, once furrowed in distress, gradually relaxed. I promise I will never allow you to encounter danger again. At that moment, Senju rope tree felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. As a scion of the Senju clan, he found himself falling for a girl from a rival clan. Yet he was unafraid, for as the leader of the Senju, he believed he could resolve this dilemma without impeding his affection for Uchiha Mikoto. It is a rare and precious thing for a girl to sacrifice her life to save another. And it stirred both admiration and sorrow within Senju rope tree as he gazed at the girl before him, bravely enduring her pain, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt. Chapter 86. Senju rope trees would release Humph. Young one, you are no match for me. You are merely a lowly genin, seeking to contend with someone of my elite genin caliber? Do not harbor such foolish dreams. With a swift draw of his sword, Zabuza leapt lightly to evade Uchiha Fugaku's Phoenix fire technique, launching an immediate counterattack in midair. He concentrated his blade's energy, striking forcefully towards Uchiha Fugaku. Zzz. In an instant, Zabuza unleashed a blade of blue-green chakra that sped towards Uchiha Fugaku with astonishing swiftness, leaving him no opportunity to react. Damn, such speed. My eyes can follow it, but my body cannot keep up, Uchiha Fugaku thought, his brow furrowed. Though his Sharingan allowed him to clearly perceive Zabuza's movements, his physical prowess was only equivalent to that of a newly promoted Chunin, proving inadequate for the challenge at hand. Substitution technique. With no other options, Uchiha Fugaku realized that his current strength was insufficient to confront a swordsman of elite yearning caliber. Furthermore, his chakra reserves were limited, making it difficult to maintain his three-tomo Sharingan. One cannot deny that the Uchiha clan is indeed lacking in chakra. Were it not for Uchiha Madara's ability to control the Nine Tails and absorb its chakra for his own use, coupled with his ocular techniques that reduce chakra consumption and enhance the power of his abilities, it is likely that he could only rely on his ocular prowess to contend with Senju Hashirama. At this moment, Senju Shinshu had successfully healed Uchiha Mikoto's wounds and gently cradled her beside him. Rising to his feet, he cast a furious gaze at Zabuza across the way, his heart seething with rage at the audacity to harm his beloved woman. Death was the only suitable consequence. With a swift motion, Senju Shinshu clasped his hands together, channeling chakra throughout his being, and bellowed, would release secret technique, birth of the domain of trees. Instantly, a multitude of saplings erupted within a radius of several hundred meters, rapidly expanding before Zabuza could react, ultimately impaling him upon the burgeoning tree. Thud. Ah, Zabuza is finished. Hiss? How can this be? How is it possible? Another would release? Isn't one Tsunade enough for the Senju clan? Now there is another Senju Shinshu? Infuriating. Even if I have become the clan leader, without the Mangeki Sharingan, how can I possibly contend with him? The disparity between us is immense. How utterly frustrating. At present, Uchiha Fugaku, merely 11 years of age, had already attained nin level strength despite lacking combat experience, which was indeed quite formidable. It was not solely due to being Uchiha Itachi's father. Rather, he was an extraordinary genius, one among the rare talents of the Uchiha clan capable of rivaling Itachi. Had Uchiha Sasuke not possessed the power of reincarnation, he would never have reached the level of a six-path sage, as evidenced by his battles against Itachi. Itachi, my inept brother, is this the extent of your power? Uchiha Itachi sneered, forming hand seals in a mere 6 seconds. Casting his jutsu with disdain directed at Uchiha Sasuke before him. Is Itachi truly so formidable? Was he not defeated by me? A mere 6-second hand seal technique is laughable, retorted Sasuke. At the same age, Sasuke's ineptitude paled in comparison to Itachi's prowess. Had Itachi awakened the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, he would undoubtedly ascend to become the next Uchiha Madara, if not surpass him. Oh, he is resorting to his ultimate technique right from the start. This kid must possess an abundance of chakra. Nearby, Orochimaru observed the unfolding events with keen interest, choosing to let them fend for themselves. After all, how else could they gain effective training? However, witnessing Senju Shinshu's immediate display of power, it was evident he treated chakra with utter disregard. Humph. Dare to harm my woman? Who shall perish if not you? Senju Shinshu remarked coldly, gazing at Zabuza, who was impaled upon the branches. All of this was overheard by Uchiha Mikoto, who felt her face flush crimson, unable to meet Shinshu's gaze. Mikoto, remain here and do not move. I will eliminate everyone inside, Senju Shinshu instructed, turning to her with a firm expression. Understood. Uchiha Mikoto did not lift her head, for she feared that Senju Rope Tree would see her current appearance, which made her feel exceedingly bashful. Instead, she merely uttered a faint Subsequently, Senju Rope Tree dashed toward the bandit stronghold, leaving behind only Uchiha Mikoto and Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku, too, had heard Senju Rope Tree's words. His eyes were bloodshot, and his heart seethed with rage. His fists clenched tightly, filled with murderous intent as he fixed his gaze upon the departing Senju Rope Tree. How dare he attempt to steal my woman? Senju Rope Tree, I will not rest until I see you pay for this. Just wait. Observing Senju Rope Tree's receding figure, Uchiha Fugaku was consumed with fury, yet he could only simmer with anger internally, feigning ignorance. At that moment, Senju Rope Tree had already leaped atop the entrance of the bandit stronghold. Gazing down at the terrified bandits within, he felt not a shred of pity. With his hands coming together, he unleashed his technique. Ah, no, please. Don't kill us. No. Would release secret technique, birth of the trees. Ignoring their pleas for mercy, Senju Rope Tree channeled his chakra, executing the wood release technique. Instantly, saplings began to sprout wildly throughout the bandit camp, rapidly expanding and transforming the entire stronghold into a dense forest. Every inhabitant within perished, with not a single soul surviving. It must be said that the wood release technique is indeed a formidable area of effect jutsu. With a mere clap of his hands, he could erase a vast expanse of foes in an instant. The power of wood release is truly terrifying. I must awaken my Mangeki Sharingan to contend with the Senju clan. or it would be akin to seeking death. How infuriating it is to have the Senju clan exist. Yet, I vow that one day I shall eradicate every last one of you. I, Uchiha Fugaku, will not falter in my promise. Uchiha Fugaku gazed in astonishment at the bandit stronghold, now overtaken by towering trees, where countless figures were visible. The might of the wood release struck fear into his heart, solidifying his resolve to find a way to bring about the downfall of the Senju clan. Otherwise, there would be no place for the Uchiha clan within the ninja world. Moreover, they would face relentless oppression in Konoha. If Senju Rope Tree were to come seeking a marriage proposal from our clan, what would we do? We could not hope to defeat him. What choice would we have? Would we simply allow him to take my wife without a fight? That is absolutely out of the question. Chapter 87. I am the man who will become Hokage. Uchiha Fugaku glared at Senju Rope Tree atop the bandit stronghold, his heart ablaze with fury. The tomo in his eyes spun incessantly, transforming between the Manjiki and the three tomo, ever in motion. Due to Uchiha Fugaku's fury towards Senju Rope Tree and various reasons stemming from the Deva path, Uchiha Fugaku unexpectedly activated the Manjiki Sharingan once more. The tomo transformed into a grand windmill, exuding an aura of malevolence that could be sensed with a mere glance. Hiss! The Manjiki Sharingan? Me? I have awakened it? Ha! I have activated the Manjiki Sharingan. Ha! Suddenly, Uchiha Fugaku felt a refreshing sensation in his mind, followed by an overwhelming amplification of his ocular power. Before these eyes, the three tomo appeared as mere refuse, prompting an internal roar of indignation. Instantly, knowledge of the Manjiki Sharingan's abilities and inherent skills flooded his consciousness. The skill of the left eye was an illusionary capability, capable of crafting a natural realm of illusion in the visible surroundings, where all events could manifest into reality or dissolve into nothingness. Hiss? How formidable! Who could withstand such a power? This ability is truly divine. The right eye bestowed the capability to enhance ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu while reducing chakra consumption. This feels reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's powers. Am I too consumed by fear of Senju Rope Tree's strength? The Manjiki Sharingan is a reflection of one's psyche. My dread of the wood release has given rise to ocular techniques that bolster my chakra expenditure and the might of my jutsu. Moreover, why has the illusionary ability manifested? To turn all illusions into reality, to fabricate. Could this be due to Mikoto? Susanoo, it is best not to engage with it before obtaining the eternal Manjiki. But I have no siblings. From whom should I seize such eyes? My father? Hiss. How could I even contemplate such a thought? Without my father, how could I exist? The very notion of taking my father's eyes is detestable. Yet, I am in dire need of power. What should I do? What can I do? Without strength, how can I contend against Senju Rope Tree? In the past, Uchiha Madara possessed the eternal Manjiki and the Nine Tails, enabling him to confront Senju Hashirama, ultimately leading to mutual destruction. If I lack the eternal Manjiki, how can I hope to challenge Senju Rope Tree? Indeed, I must acquire the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Father, I am sorry. I must sacrifice you. Please forgive me. This is for the future of our Uchiha clan. I hope you can understand. At long last, Uchiha Fugaku, under the influence and insinuations of the Deva path, successfully awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. Within his mind, visions emerged, revealing the path to achieving the eternal Manjiki, a technique that necessitated the acquisition of his kin's eyes, merging the bloodlines of his closest relatives to forge the most formidable ocular technique in existence. Uchiha Fugaku wrestled with tumultuous inner turmoil, ultimately succumbing to the terrifying prowess of Senju Hashirama, which clouded his judgment. He resolved to seize his father's eyes, for only in this manner could he attain the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, confront Senju Hashirama, safeguard the Uchiha clan from annihilation, and augment his own strength. Though your performance was not exemplary, you managed to fulfill your tasks adequately. Let us return to the merchant caravan. Upon reaching our next destination, we shall seek out the nearby bandits during our respite. At that moment, Orochimaru appeared beside Uchiha Fugaku and his companions. Casting a sidelong glance at the recently formidable Senju Hashirama, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he spoke. How did you arrive? Uchiha Fugaku, startled by Orochimaru's voice, found himself unnerved. Even having awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, he had entered the realm of yearning. Yet he had failed to detect even a shadow clone of Orochimaru, causing his heart to tighten. He swiftly deactivated the Manjiki Sharingan from his eyes. Hey, big brother Orochimaru. What do you think? Am I impressive? I merely needed to adjust. Now, dispatching them is as effortless as slicing through vegetables. Haha. Senju Hashirama leaped down from the bandit encampment escapade, disregarding the countless bandits impaled upon the branches, and smiled at Orochimaru. Well, it was a modest effort. You still have a long way to go compared to your sister. Come, let us return and proceed to the next stop. Observing Senju Hashirama, Orochimaru extended his pale hand to ruffle his hair, smiling as he spoke. I shall undoubtedly surpass my sister. I aspire to become a ninja as powerful as my grandfather. I aim to be the Hokage, protecting all the villagers within my community. That is my ambition. I am still young, but as I grow stronger, I will defeat my sister and even my brother-in-law. Haha. Senju Hashirama, upon hearing Orochimaru's comparison to Tsunade, let out a cold snort, his lips curling defiantly, as he articulated his ultimate goal, earning a glimmer of admiration in Uchiha Mikoto's eyes. Hashirama-kun, I believe in you. You will surely succeed. Uchiha Mikoto smiled faintly, though the words remained unspoken, merely echoing within her thoughts. Foolish one. Uchiha Fugaku observed Uchiha Mikoto's joyful expression as she gazed at Senju Rope Tree and felt an overwhelming surge of anger within. He cursed silently, thinking that had he not harbored feelings for her, he would have long since eliminated her for daring to betray him. Such insolence was intolerable. You must exert yourself. For your sister possesses a mastery of wood release that surpasses even my own, Orochimaru remarked with a slight smirk, before turning away and leading the group back toward the merchant caravan. I will surely surpass everyone and become Hokage. I am destined for greatness. Once Orochimaru had departed, Senju Rope Tree clenched his fists, fueled by an unyielding determination to outshine his sister. He knew that achieving the title of Hokage was contingent upon this ambition. After receiving treatment, Uchiha Mikoto had regained much of her strength, though her complexion remained pale, bestowing upon her an ethereal beauty that tugged at Senju Rope Tree's heartstrings. Rope Tree-kun, let us return, she said, approaching slowly after witnessing Orochimaru's departure. She paid no heed to Uchiha Fugaku, for she held no affection for him and wished to avoid interaction. However, they were bound by an engagement that rendered their paths inextricable. Her heart was wholly devoted to Senju Rope Tree, leaving no room for Uchiha Fugaku in her thoughts. Chapter 88. The Love Between Senju and Uchiha Mikoto. Are you all right? It is my fault for being distracted and allowing you to get hurt. I am truly sorry. I promise to protect you from now on. Anyone who dares to harm you shall face my wrath. Senju Rope Tree's gaze softened as he approached Uchiha Mikoto, offering his support and concern. His vow to shield her from any future harm deeply moved Uchiha Mikoto, and as they exchanged tender glances, a profound sense of happiness enveloped them. It was astonishing to witness such young hearts engaged in romance, a testament to their maturity at such a tender age. Uchiha Fugaku understood that he was no match for Senju Rope Tree at present. However, he was resolved that one day he would assert his dominance over him. And that day was not far off. With a disdainful huff, Uchiha Fugaku stormed away, his anger simmering beneath the surface. Yet, he recognized that now was not the time to act. Even if he could vanquish Senju Rope Tree in that moment, he could not afford to do so before Orochimaru. Uchiha Fugaku was adept at exercising restraint. He would not act impulsively but would bide his time for a more opportune moment. Upon returning to his clan, he was determined to solidify his engagement, ensuring that Senju Rope Tree would no longer have the chance to encroach upon Mikoto. The animosity towards Senju Rope Tree had reached a pinnacle, and the fear of him usurping his beloved had compelled Uchiha Fugaku to resolve to finalize the marriage upon returning to his clan. Once the decision was irrevocably made, even the fact that Senju Rope Tree was a prince of the Senju clan would hold no sway. Furthermore, deepening the rift between their clan and the Senju would ensure that they would vehemently oppose any union between Senju Rope Tree and Mikoto. In such a scenario, my consent would be rendered unnecessary, as all clan members would rally against the Senju. How amusing it would be to witness their affections for one another dwindle. Uchiha Fugaku, a true politician, had anticipated all possible outcomes, yet lamented his current lack of power. Were he strong, he would disdain the art of subterfuge. I believe in you, Uchiha Mikoto thought, watching as Uchiha Fugaku departed first, a flicker of joy swelling within her. She then listened to the sweet nothings whispered by Senju Rope Tree, feeling as though she might dissolve entirely in bliss. Her previously pallid complexion flushed with warmth, and gazing at Senju Rope Tree, her heart brimmed with happiness. In a moment of spontaneity, she rose on her toes and pecked him softly on the cheek. Pop. Hee. After successfully stealing a kiss, Uchiha Mikoto giggled and dashed ahead. Wait, did I just get kissed? The sensation was extraordinary. Why did I react so? Senju Rope Tree touched his cheek where Mikoto had kissed him, still feeling the lingering moisture, his heart racing and his face slightly reddening. feeling an unexpected shyness wash over him. Uchiha Makoto, already somewhat frail, suddenly stumbled and fell forward. Makoto! Upon hearing her startled cry, Senju snapped back to reality, swiftly using a body flicker technique to appear beside her, catching her securely in his embrace. Are you all right, Makoto? He inquired gently, gazing down at her. I'm fine, Uchiha Makoto stammered, her face aglow with warmth as she sensed his heartbeat and concern. A wave of reassurance flooding her. Just fine? Why is your face so red? Are you unwell? Senju observed her flushed cheeks and grew anxious, questioning her condition. No, I'm all right. I was merely startled earlier. It's nothing to worry about. Feeling the tenderness and care emanating from Senju Uchiha Makoto found herself utterly captivated, drowning in the ocean of love, unable to extricate herself, her gaze dreamy as she looked at him. Pop. As the gentle Senju gazed at the alluring Uchiha Makoto in his embrace, he was inexplicably compelled to lean in and kiss her. In broad daylight, their lips met. An act so unimaginable it left onlookers in disbelief. However, not far away, Uchiha Fugaku, having heard Makoto's startled cry, swiftly turned around to witness a scene that defied his imagination. His veins bulged, his eyes turned crimson, and the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan involuntarily spun as he fixated on the pair still entwined in their intimate moment, unleashing a torrent of curses. Initially, Fugaku had sensed an unsettling tension when he observed the flirtation between the two, but witnessing the kiss unleashed a tempest of fury within him that words could scarcely convey. At that moment, he felt an overwhelming desire to eliminate both individuals, nearly succumbing to the rage that clouded his judgment. Yet, as an astute politician, he swiftly tempered his emotions, suppressing the impending explosion of anger and transforming it into a cold resolve before turning away. Ropeko and you? Makoto and Senju remained locked in their kiss for an entire 3 minutes before breaking apart, overwhelmed by the rapid beating of her heart. She felt an intoxicating rush of happiness, leaving her momentarily speechless, her face flushed with a mix of panic and shyness. Makoto, I love you. I wish to dedicate my life to protecting you. Will you marry me? Rope boldly professed his feelings, leaving one to wonder if such declarations were instinctual or if he had indeed rehearsed them. I am willing, but Makoto's heart longed to be with him, to exist in a world solely with Rope, free from all external considerations. Yet, the reality of her lineage weighed heavily upon her. As a member of the Uchiha clan, and with a long-standing engagement, the union seemed implausible. Are you worried about the Uchiha clan? Fear not, for I shall safeguard you and our future. The Senju clan is not to be underestimated, and I have my sister and brother-in-law, whose strength is well known to you. Rope spoke softly, gazing tenderly at Makoto. If the Uchiha truly seeks to thwart our union, I shall boldly take you away, making you my cherished wife. Much like a bandit claiming his prize. What say you? Hiki. Subsequently, Senju transformed the atmosphere with a jest. He exhibited no concern regarding the potential wrath of the Uchiha clan. His actions were driven solely by his genuine heart. He believed that if his intentions felt right to him, then they were indeed right. His yearning was to be with Uchiha Makoto, to dwell together eternally, to unite in matrimony, and to bear a multitude of children, much to the chagrin of the Uchiha clan. Makoto, Uchiha Makoto found herself at a loss for words, her heart swelling with joy and happiness upon hearing Senju declarations. Yet, she was acutely aware of her parents, elders of the Uchiha clan, who would surely disapprove of her union with Senju. The thought of their opposition rendered her choices exceedingly difficult. Makoto, do not hesitate. Life is but a fleeting handful of decades. I refuse to live with regrets. Thus, I wish to take you home as my bride. Will you? Let us set aside the grievances between the Senju and Uchiha clans. Let us be simply together, shall we? In this life, I desire but one wife. Will you walk hand in hand with me until we grow old? For a lifetime, unwavering and steadfast. Senju launched into a fervent declaration, his words leaving Uchiha Makoto momentarily stunned, enveloped in a river of bliss from which she could not extricate herself. I am willing. Lost in love. Uchiha Makoto paid no mind to any distractions. Her singular desire was to marry Senju and to nurture a brood of little ones together. Gazing into the eyes of her beloved with glimmers of happiness and affection, Makoto, Ropekuin. Thus, the heir of the Senju clan and the daughter of the Uchiha clan elder found themselves inexplicably entwined. They met, loved, and devoted themselves to one another, their love moving them profoundly and fulfilling their very beings. They held each other tightly, as if wishing to merge into one another's embrace. Alone. Are we? Excellent, excellent. At that moment, Orochimaru had distanced himself, and Uchiha Fugaku had also stepped away, not far from them. A sinister chuckle echoed before vanishing into thin air. Rope, you emerge without a word to me. Do you not realize that you are the last hope of our Senju clan? Your safety is of utmost importance. Do you not understand this? Suddenly, just as Senju Rope and Uchiha Mikoto stood entwined, Tsunade Senju appeared behind them, her expression dark as she glared at the two, roaring with fury. Huh? Sister, you. How did you arrive here? The thousand-hand rope tree has always harbored a profound fear of his sister, and after just embracing Uchiha Mikoto, he felt as though he had been caught in an act of betrayal, which only heightened his panic. He was utterly oblivious to the fact that the sister before him was a mere impostor, engaging in romantic gestures, embracing in broad daylight. How utterly absurd. Did she truly disregard my position as her sister? Thousand-hand Tsunade strode purposefully towards the thousand-hand rope tree, rolling up her sleeves as she approached, exuding an air of undeniable pressure. Lady Tsunade. Aye. Uchiha Mikoto was equally terrified. Her gaze lowered in shame upon facing the Tsunade. There was no need for further words. Die. Thrust. Silence. Rope Tree-kun? Lady Tsunade? Why must you kill Rope Tree-kun? Why? Uchiha Mikoto, initially tense at the sight of Tsunade, was left stunned when she witnessed Tsunade plunge a kunai directly into Rope Tree's heart. Her pupils dilated. A chill washed over her, and her mind was consumed by rage as she bellowed at Tsunade. Who? You? You are not. My sister. Who? Who are you really? The thousand-hand rope tree, possessing the body of a sage, though his heart was pierced and crushed, continued to spew forth blood yet remained alive. His cold gaze fixated on Tsunade as he inquired. Ha. Once you perish, you can inquire with the king of hell. Thousand-hand Tsunade cackled at the sight of the dying thousand-hand rope tree, withdrawing the kunai from his chest. With his heart obliterated, hope for survival vanished from his eyes. Yet a flicker of murderous intent emerged as he summoned his last remnants of chakra, laboriously bringing his hands together in prayer. Would release, violent gun tree. Suddenly, countless vines erupted from the thousand-hand rope tree, expanding rapidly and engulfing the thousand-hand Tsunade whole. In an instant, the unsuspecting ninja was slain by the thousand-hand rope tree's sudden assault, letting out a scream before the wood release dissipated. Revealing a lifeless body, a man adorned with the headband of the grass-hidden village, though marked with a deep gash, signifying his status as a rogue ninja. Who? The thousand-hand rope tree coughed up blood, his gaze dimming. He had unleashed all his chakra, wielding immense power that could, with a single misstep, annihilate even an elite J-nin. Such was the fate of the rogue ninja from the grass-hidden village, who, underestimating the thousand-hand rope tree's resilience, fell victim to his might. No. Shishukuen, please don't die. Don't leave us. Uchiha Mikoto cried out desperately, holding Senju Shengshu in her arms as she witnessed his frail condition. He had lost a significant amount of blood. Without immediate treatment, he would succumb to death. Mikoto, please. Stop shouting. I never imagined that just after confirming our relationship, I would be facing death. Don't cry. If you do, you want to look beautiful. You must live well, eat well, find a good man, and marry. I wish you. Exhausted from using all his chakra, Senju Shengshu reached out and gently caressed Mikoto's face. A fleeting smile graced his lips, his eyes reflecting an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Before he could finish his words, he breathed his last. Chapter 90, The Wrath of Orochimaru. No. Shishukuen, don't die. We haven't married yet. We haven't had children. I want to give you many children. Please don't leave me. Uchiha Mikoto wept, her heart shattered. Why? Why must this happen to me? Why? Shishukuen. As she looked down at the lifeless body of Senju Shushu, the world around her faded into darkness. Tears streamed down her cheeks, falling onto his still warm visage. In that moment, her eyes began to transform, morphing into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. An ominous, dark power surged within her mind, instantly manifesting in her gaze. Uchiha Mikoto's kaleidoscopic Sharingan was formed by 4 small tomo, intricately connected to create a circular pattern with a hollow center that appeared strangely ethereal, tinged with an unexpected hint of green. She was oblivious to the newfound knowledge swirling in her mind. All that mattered was the life of Senju Shushu. Yet, powerless to save him, she could only weep in solitude. Shushu is dead? What is going on? At that moment, Uchiha Fugaku, who had not strayed far, heard Mikoto's anguished cries. He did not rush to investigate but squinted into the distance, where he indeed saw Senju Shengshu lying in Mikoto's embrace. Confusion etched on his face. Is there a corpse nearby? Who is it? Haha, is it an assassin? How dare you betray me? Haha, he is dead. Shushu is dead, ha 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 ha. Uchiha Fugaka swiftly activated his Manjiki Sharingan, his vision expanding to reveal the distant Senju rope tree and Uchiha Makoto. Along with a lifeless body lying nearby, a subtle smile graced his lips, his heart swelling with joy and satisfaction. Perhaps it was best to inform Lord Orochimaru. He pondered, curious about how Lord Orochimaru would react upon witnessing this scene. Uchiha Fugaku approached Orochimaru, who was not far ahead. While Orochimaru's shadow clone had also overheard Makoto's call and hastened towards their direction. How is this possible? Who could evade my perception? Rope tree? This is troubling. Upon hearing Makoto's shout, Orochimaru swiftly turned and raced toward the location of Senju rope tree and the others, a foreboding feeling gnawing at his insides. Damn it! Who could it be? Who? Orochimaru moved with remarkable speed, quickly closing in on the site where Senju rope tree was located, only to find the body of a rogue ninja not far off and Senju rope tree, bloodied and collapsed in Makoto's embrace. The overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanated from him, startling Uchiha Fugaku, who had just begun to sense it. Such terrifying malice. I am unable to move. Cursed be this paralysis. Move. Move. Uchiha Fugaku felt Orochimaru's overwhelming killing intent, rendering his body rigid and unresponsive. Though he desperately wished to regain control, he found himself utterly immobilized. Fear flickered in his eyes. He had never encountered such intense murderous intent before. He realized that Orochimaru was enraged, and his fury was palpable. Assassination? Specifically targeting Rope Tree? Why would this be? Who could it be? Who wishes to eliminate Rope Tree? How could they be privy to our plans? It seemed this individual was well acquainted with our every move. Orochimaru surveyed the scene, grappling with the grave implications of who might wish to kill Senju Rope Tree. The rogue ninja from Kyuzugakure had not targeted Uchiha Makoto, but had solely aimed for Senju Rope Tree, indicating a significant motive behind this attack. Someone was clearly targeting Rope Tree. Was this mission merely a fade? Was it part of a larger scheme? Who could it be? My teacher? Impossible. There is no way my teacher would wish harm upon Rope Tree. Who is the adversary of the Senju clan? The Uchiha clan? Outside of my teacher. Only the Uchiha clan would understand the true purpose of my mission and the personnel involved. Damn it. Uchiha clan, I, Orochimaru, shall eradicate you all to quell my profound resentment. Orochimaru, unwilling to accept that all of this was orchestrated by Sarutobi Hiruzen, swiftly redirected his suspicion towards the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha's motives were indeed substantial, and with two of their members accompanying him on his mission, it would undoubtedly attract their attention, especially if they secretly conspired with bounty hunters. They could easily trail him and, seizing the opportune moment upon his departure, strike decisively to eliminate the divine tree. It all seemed to unfold seamlessly, as if the entire affair pointed towards the Uchiha clan, a strategy so meticulously crafted that it appeared flawless. Orochimaru believed his line of reasoning to be correct, for he could never fathom that his mentor would slay Senju Rope Tree. After all, Tsunade and he were both disciples of their teacher, and Rope Tree could hardly pose a threat to him. After coming to this realization, Orochimaru let out a cold snort, casting a glare filled with murderous intent towards Uchiha Fugaku, his heart already ignited with a desire for bloodshed. What do you intend to do, Orochimaru-sensei? Uchiha Fugaku trembled in fear, his eyes wide with terror, unable to comprehend why Orochimaru suddenly bore such lethal intent towards him. The overwhelming aura of menace and those eerie serpent-like eyes instilled within him an unfathomable dread. Although Uchiha Fugaku was a prodigy, he was still inexperienced and had yet to take many lives, not differing much from Sasuke in the original narrative. Despite possessing the Manjiki Sharingan, he was utterly incapable of withstanding Orochimaru's murderous aura. Orochimaru-sensei, please save Rope Tree-kun. I cannot bear to lose him. I implore you. Uchiha Fugaku cried out, his voice choked with desperation. Meanwhile, Uchiha Makoto, who had been weeping with her head down, upon hearing Fugaku's plea, instantly dispelled her Manjiki Sharingan. She lifted her gaze to see Orochimaru, urgently shouting at him, tears streaming down her face, her eyes red and her complexion pale. Both of you, follow me back to the camp. I shall return Rope Tree to Konoha. Upon hearing Uchiha Makoto's words, Orochimaru's murderous intent vanished without a trace. He summoned a colossal serpent that engulfed the divine tree whole, then led the two back to the camp. Once they arrived, Orochimaru's shadow clone dissipated, and all memories flowed back to his true self. causing his bloodlust to become uncontrollable once more. The Uchiha clan, you say? Excellent, truly excellent. An endless malice flickered in Orochimaru's gaze as he turned towards Konoha, uttering darkly, Tsunade, I apologize. Humanity is indeed frail. I must collaborate with Jiraiya to unlock the secrets of the Rinnegan. In due time, I shall resurrect Rogue Tree, trust me. Orochimaru lowered his head, gazing at the pendant entrusted to him by a shadow clone. This relic was the sole remnant left by S.H. Suk, and he intended to personally present it to Tsunade as an expression of his remorse. Furthermore, he was acutely aware that he lacked the strength to confront the entire Uchiha clan, unless he ascended to the position of Hokage. Thus, he chose to exercise patience, summoning a shadow clone to swiftly journey towards Konoha. He needed to relay this matter to Tsunade and Jiraiya as expeditiously as possible. Yet he also had a mission to complete first. If he aspired to become Hokage, he must fulfill his duties with diligence. Once this task was accomplished, he would seek an opportunity to challenge the Uchiha clan. A figure of considerable stature, such as a Hokage, would be scorned by the shinobi world if he abandoned his assigned missions. This could very well jeopardize his candidacy for the Hokage position. Meanwhile, Fushing, resting in the carriage, wore a faint smirk, betraying the satisfaction of a scheme well executed. He scoffed derisively before reclining in the carriage to rest. Orochimaru's shadow clone hastened back towards the village, with the summoned serpent moving even more swiftly. Who goes there? Tsunade, engrossed in training her team, was abruptly interrupted by a tremendous commotion. Frowning, she turned to investigate. Suddenly, a colossal serpent slithered towards her. Recognizing it as Orochimaru's summoned serpent, she refrained from launching an attack. Lady Tsunade, this is a message from Lord Orochimaru. The serpent intoned, regurgitating the lifeless form of S.H. Suk before her. Tsunade's gaze fell upon the corpse of her brother, the body already beginning to harden, devoid of color, while blood continued to seep profusely from the wound. What? S.H. Suk? No, it cannot be. Ah. In disbelief, Tsunade rushed forward, kneeling beside the body of S.H. Suk, her voice a furious roar as she gazed at her brother's lifeless form. Green chakra surged from her hands as she desperately attempted to channel her energy into him. Weren't you supposed to become Hokage? Didn't you vow to defeat me? You declared yourself the only man in the family, promising to protect me. Get up, please. Despite her frantic efforts to infuse chakra into the deceased S.H. Suk, he remained lifeless, a mere corpse incapable of receiving her energy. No matter how fervently she tried, it was futile. Ah. Tsunade's pupils constricted as she unleashed a primal scream into the heavens, her heart consumed by profound bitterness and rage, startling the myriad creatures of the forest into flight. Tsunade-sensei? 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 At this moment, the trio of pig, deer, and butterfly heard Tsunade's furious roar, causing them to cease their actions and rush towards her. Upon witnessing the scene before them, they were taken aback. What is this? Is that Rogue Tree? How can it be? How could Rogue Tree possibly be dead? Who could have done this? No wonder Tsunade-sensei is so heartbroken. I must inform Lord Jiraiya right away. You two stay here and keep an eye on Tsunade-sensei. Nara-Shikaku furrowed his brow, realizing that this situation was beyond their capacity to resolve. They could only notify Jiraiya. He instructed the other two to remain behind while he set off to find Jiraiya. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Nara-Shikaku employed the shadow clone technique, creating 3 clones, and together with himself, they split into 4 directions in search of Jiraiya. He pondered who could have killed Rogue Tree. The village would soon be shaken by this news. Sigh. With Nara-Shikaku's keen insight, he surmised that this was a political struggle, yet he felt utterly powerless, resigned to do his duty as he let out a faint sigh. Meanwhile, Jiraiya had been idly passing the time, indulging in laziness and napping, while his clones supervised the training of the 3 individuals, comfortably dozing on a tree branch. Lord Jiraiya, something terrible has happened. Nara-Shikaku finally located Jiraiya and his companions at the 3rd training ground after a quarter of an hour, shouting from a distance. What's wrong? You're the one in trouble. I'm perfectly fine. Upon hearing Nara-Shikaku's words, Jiraiya instantly awakened, sitting up and murmuring in the direction of Nara-Shikaku. Huff, huff, huff. Lord Jiraiya, Tsunade-sensei, she. Nara-Shikaku exclaimed, breathless, addressing one of Jiraiya's shadow clones. What? Tsunade? What has happened? Jiraiya's true form, upon hearing that something had befallen Tsunade, immediately appeared beside Nara-Shikaku, seizing his hand with urgency, his brow furrowed in concern. Lord Jiraiya, please release me. You're going to crush my hand. Nara Shikaku, taken aback by Jiraiya's fervent reaction, felt a sharp pain as his right hand was gripped with undue force. Oh, do tell me swiftly what has transpired with Tsunade. Your anxiety is palpable. Realizing he had caused Nara Shikaku discomfort, Jiraiya quickly loosened his grip and inquired with earnestness. Am I anxious? You seem the more distressed, truly a nuisance. Nara Shikaku thought silently, though he dared not voice his sentiments. It is Shinjuro who has met an untimely demise for reasons unknown, and Lady Tsunade has been in tears. I had no choice but to seek you, Lord Jiraiya. You must hurry and see her, Nara Shikaku said, relaying the dire news to Jiraiya. What? Shinjuro is dead? How can this be? Who is responsible? We must act swiftly. Upon hearing Nara Shikaku's words, Jiraiya was profoundly astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. He swiftly grasped Shikaku's hand, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from their location. The next moment, Jiraiya had transported Shikaku to Tsunade's side, where she was still tirelessly channeling chakra into SH-10. Chapter 92. Who killed SH-10? Tsunade. Cease expending your chakra. SH-10 has already perished. Jiraiya stepped forward and gently placed his hand upon Tsunade's shoulder, offering words of comfort. Tsunade, please refrain from weeping. Shinjuro has passed away. He is gone, she lamented, tears streaming down her face. He vowed to surpass me, to defeat me. He aspired to become Hokage, to protect me and the entire village. How could he be taken from us so suddenly? What am I to do? What can I possibly do? Upon hearing Jiraiya's voice, Tsunade halted her frantic movements, her hands stained with blood. She turned and embraced him tightly, weeping uncontrollably. In the presence of a man she could rely on, her inner strength seemed to wane even further. Tsunade, do not cry, Jiraiya urged gently. Let us first take Shinjuro away from this place. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade in his arms, tenderly patting her back and holding her close. He possessed the ability to revive SHT instantly, yet he refrained from doing so. For he understood that many were already aware of SHT's demise. Even if he were to restore his life, SHT could not appear before others. Thus, any attempt to save him necessitated leaving this place, as the multitude of onlookers would hinder the use of his Rinnegan. Meanwhile, Tsunade had lost her composure, forgetting that Jiraiya could indeed save lives, and she was inconsolable in her grief. You all continue your training. Do not indulge in idleness. Jiraiya cradled Tsunade in his arms and then addressed the trio of Ino Shikacho before vanishing from the spot with the lifeless bodies of Tsunade and SHT. The space-time ninjutsu truly is a remarkably convenient and swift technique. Alas, I am not adept in its use. If I could master it, life would be so much easier. Nara Shikaku watched Jiraiya disappear without a trace, feeling a twinge of envy as he contemplated the situation. Meanwhile, the third Hokage had received news of SHT's demise, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Tsunade, do not blame your teacher. If blame is to be cast, let it fall upon your lineage. Who would have thought that not only you awakened would release, but SHT did as well? Nevertheless, it is of little consequence now that they are both dead. He mused, a sense of relief washing over him with the report from his subordinates. This development assured him that Tsunade would undoubtedly leave the village. Yet, he too faced impending challenges. The Senju clan, alongside Tsunade and Jiraiya, would surely seek retribution. It was premature to revel in this victory. First, he must resolve their matters before celebrating. With a faint smile, the third Hokage returned to his paperwork, the Hokage office once again enveloped in tranquility. Meanwhile, Tsunade continued to weep in Jiraiya's embrace, oblivious to the fact that they had already departed from Konoha, arriving in the distant land of snow. This isolated realm, far from the mainland, seldom saw visitors and had come under Jiraiya's dominion, where he had gathered many forsaken scions and scattered bloodline heirs over the years, fostering their development in this snowy territory. Jiraiya? Where are we? After what felt like an eternity of tears, Tsunade finally ceased her sobbing, surveying the interior of the room and glancing at Jiraiya with a look of confusion. Do not cry, Tsunade. This is the land of snow, my little stronghold. Jiraiya observed as Tsunade ceased her tears. He extended his right hand, stepping forward to gently wipe away the tears from her face, and spoke, according to the land of snow? Isn't it necessary to cross the sea? What purpose do we serve here? Upon witnessing the compassionate gaze in Jiraiya's eyes, Tsunade felt a flicker of warmth within her heart and casually inquired, you will know in due time. Jiraiya merely smiled softly, gently embracing Tsunade in his arms. Fool, what is there to cry about? Do you not know that your husband can save lives? He teased, observing Tsunade, who resembled a little kitten, weeping like a young girl. Unable to resist, he reached out to playfully scratch her pert nose, adding with a mischievous tone, Tsunade, who had been lost in sorrow over her brother's death, was momentarily taken aback by Jiraiya's reminder. That's right. Jiraiya, you can save Rope Tree, hee. I almost forgot. Worry clouds the mind, hee. Hurry. Bring Rope Tree back to life, quickly. In an instant, her tears transformed into laughter, and she joyfully bounced in Jiraiya's embrace, expressing her elation. Such emotional highs and lows truly made one's heart race. Hee, there's no rush. First, let us investigate who harbors the intent to harm Rope Tree. Why did he meet such a fate? Tsunade, what is your perspective? Whom have we offended that would bring such peril upon Rope Tree? Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade, who had transformed her tears into a smile, and with a gentle smile remarked that he could readily heal S.H. Sook. However, he wished for Tsunade to contemplate why S.H. Sook had met his demise and what had drawn such peril upon him. Are our enemies not numerous? That Suchikage, Raikage, Sudokage, and Finkage? I am quite uncertain who harbors the intent to eliminate S.H. Sook. Tsunade furrowed her brow, earnestly pondering Jiraiya's inquiry. Yet she did not consider the matter from the perspective of Konoha, instead directing her thoughts towards the notion that, aside from Konoha, it seemed as though all others were indeed their adversaries. With a hint of perplexity, Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, eager to hear his insights. Tsunade, have you ever contemplated who commissioned this mission? What motives lie behind its issuance? Is it not all rather coincidental? Jiraiya could only further guide Tsunade, who certainly would not contemplate Konoha. He could only lead her to make the next judgment. Konoha? Who issued the mission? It must have been the old man. Was it a coincidence? Indeed, there are certain coincidences. Why was it issued neither earlier nor later? Why, this time, did S.H. Tree go out directly under Orochimaru's command? The old man would harm S.H. Tree. There is no reason for that. Then who could it be? Jiraiya. Are you suggesting that there are spies within our Leaf Village leaking information? Tsunade naturally holds a favorable view of the third Hokage and would not consider such a possibility. After much contemplation, she indeed grasped some clues but could not fully comprehend the situation. Do you think it is possible that the old man orchestrated this affair? This matter is fraught with suspicion. As for Orochimaru's prowess, while he may not be invincible, he is, at present, unmatched within this ninja world. Even if many formidable warriors from other villages banded together, Orochimaru could undoubtedly escape if he chose to. Yet, why would those from other villages dare to act with Orochimaru present? Moreover, how could they accurately locate Orochimaru and his companions? Jiraiya found himself somewhat speechless, however. There was little he could do. Tsunade was unwilling to believe the matter at hand, thus failing to grasp the crux of the situation. Chapter 93, Tsunade's Shock. Jiraiya, what are you so troubled about? Why not just say it outright instead of making me guess? I am at a loss, Tsunade replied, her impatience evident, her brows furrowing as she seemed on the verge of exploding. Alas, Jiraiya sighed inwardly, yet refrained from elucidating his thoughts to Tsunade. Tsunade, we have revived Ropeshu. Shall we depart from Konoha? He proposed. These past years have been exhausting for me. Residing in Konoha has become increasingly suffocating. The atmosphere there no longer suits us. Let us leave. Unable to directly convey his sentiments to Tsunade, he sought to persuade her to join him in this departure, as he too had resolved to abandon Konoha, a place that no longer resembled the Konoha of old. What? Why? Tsunade queried, her brow furrowing. Having revived Roshu, can't we return to our former lives? Why must we leave Konoha? There was a hint of confusion in her voice, as she sensed an unsettling shift in Jiraiya's demeanor, prompting her to wonder what was amiss. Jiraiya, has something occurred? She inquired further. Why would you contemplate leaving Konoha? Then, Tsunade seemed to grasp something profound, fixing her gaze upon Jiraiya. Tsunade, Ropeshu's demise this time was no mere accident, yet I am at a loss for how to articulate this to you. I fear that even if I disclose it, you may not believe me. However, if we choose to remain in Konoha, even with Ropeshu's revival, he will still be at risk of being slain by others. I hope you can comprehend the gravity of this situation. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade, reluctant to express his thoughts directly, yet now left with no alternative. Tsunade was resolute in her refusal to depart, compelling him to voice certain essential matters. How can you expect me to believe you if you remain silent? Present me with a credible reason. Otherwise, how could I consent to leave with you? Tsunade replied, you are aware that I must oversee the Senju clan. Its members rely on my leadership. Observing Jiraiya's peculiar demeanor today, she continued, I suspect this incident is orchestrated by the old man, with the intent to drive us away. Consider, Tsunade, if I fail to resurrect Rope Tree, would you not feel despondent enough to leave Konoha? With Tsunade unwilling to contemplate, Jiraiya felt obliged to remind her. He had already prepared himself to depart from Konoha, seeking independence, no longer needing the village. What? Tsunade was profoundly shaken by Jiraiya's words. A thought she had never dared to entertain now surfaced in her mind. If Rope Tree truly perished, would I leave Konoha? Indeed, if Rope Tree dies, I would certainly depart, and Jiraiya would undoubtedly follow suit. But what does this have to do with the old man? What advantage does our departure yield him? Surely, other villages would rejoice at our exit. Why would he act in such a manner? There seems to be no rationale for his actions. After absorbing Jiraiya's insights, Tsunade fell into contemplation, perplexed by the question of why the third Hokage wished for their departure. What benefit could it confer upon him? Tsunade, are you pondering why the old man desires us to leave? Jiraiya chuckled. Have you not heard the voices echoing throughout the village? They are calling for you to become the fourth Hokage, yet the old man, as the third Hokage, has not yet retired, and already they are deliberating on your ascension. Do you not see the obstacle you represent? Though Jiraiya's words might wound Tsunade deeply, he felt compelled to share this information with her. Only by eroding her faith in Konoha could she decisively choose to leave with him. The fourth Hokage? Impossible. Why would the old man act thus? They are merely speaking whimsically. I harbor no desire to become Hokage. Why should Rope Tree suffer because of this? It is unfathomable. Tsunade, hearing Jiraiya systematically dismantle her perception of the third Hokage's integrity, found herself unwilling to accept it. She shook her head in denial. Jiraiya, one who lingers too long in the vortex of power inevitably becomes tainted. He is no longer the man we once knew. He has transformed. For the sake of power, he is willing to resort to any means, willing to sacrifice anyone, including you and me. The reason for our removal is merely an excuse. Observing Tsunade's incredulous expression, Jiraiya let out a bitter smile and spoke slowly. Tsunade, allow me some solitude. I need to contemplate. I am uncertain whether to believe all that you have uttered. There is something unsettling about it, though I cannot pinpoint what it is. Your words have fundamentally altered my perception of the old man, making it difficult for me to accept. I need a moment to gather my thoughts. Tsunade understood that Jiraiya had no reason to deceive her. It was her own unwillingness to believe that held her back. Shaking her head, she remarked that today felt like the most exhausting day. More so than an entire day of training. Do not dwell too much on this matter. It is merely a thought, not to be taken entirely to heart. Consider this. Clarity lies in whether I depart or remain in Konoha. Regardless, I support you wholeheartedly and will always stand by your side, unwavering. Noticing Tsunade's fatigue, Jiraiya gently nodded, enveloping her in his embrace. Rest now. Tsunade had endured the agony of her brother's death, followed by the joy of her husband potentially resurrecting him. Caught in a whirlwind of emotions, her spirit felt somewhat adrift. Moreover, Jiraiya's revelations only compounded her mental strain, leaving her utterly exhausted and yearning for a respite. Go on. There is a room nearby. Rest for a while. When you awaken, your brother will have returned. Do not worry. I will take care of everything. Jiraiya spoke tenderly as he pointed toward an adjacent chamber. Thank you, Jiraiya, Tsunade replied, gazing at her beloved. He did not appear disheartened by her doubts. Instead, he was constantly considerate of her feelings. Nestled in his embrace, she murmured, You fool, why the gratitude? I am your husband. Of course, I will save him. For he is my brother too. We are one, and your concerns are my concerns, inseparable. Now go rest, he urged gently. Jiraiya gently patted Tsunade's head, chuckling as he playfully chided her before guiding her to the adjacent room. Chapter 94, The Three Generations in the Netherworld, Rinnegan. After Tsunade retired to rest, Jiraiya swiftly activated his sixth Tomo Rinnegan, the outer path, Samsara technique, a technique inherently tied to the Rinnegan. Instantly, Jiraiya's Rinnegan pupils constricted, and a surge of verdant chakra emanated, illuminating the entire chamber. The immense life force directly impacted the Senju rope tree before him. The Samsara technique enables one to communicate with the enigmatic and formidable powers of the netherworld through the Rinnegan. In an instant, the green energy drew the soul of the Senju rope tree back from the netherworld, and its physical form began to regain vitality. Its skin gradually returning to a normal hue, and its heart restoring to its original state. This time, Jiraiya's ocular power was abundant, and with the upgraded Rinnegan, the force of the pull was astounding, swiftly retracting the soul of the Senju rope tree back into its original body. The entire process transpired in a mere 10 seconds, a feat almost beyond belief. Possessing the Rinnegan rendered one almost divine, apart from the inability to resurrect oneself. one could bring back others. Naturally, the number was limited. Reviving too many at once could lead to dire consequences, but reviving one or two was hardly an issue. Meanwhile, the Senju rope tree appeared bewildered. Having only recently descended and engaged in conversation with his grandfather, Hashirama Senju, when he was abruptly yanked back by a mysterious force, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Oh, great uncle. What are you doing here? When the rope tree was born, Hashirama had already passed, but Tobarama Senju was still alive. Thus, upon entering the netherworld, he immediately spotted his great-uncle and hurried over to greet him. Oh, is that not grandfather? Grandfather, you are here too. I am Senju Rope Tree, your eldest grandson. Hee. Hashirama and Tobarama were seated together, and the Senju Rope Tree instantly recognized his grandfather, rushing forward to address him. Huh? Rope Tree? What brings you down here? What happened with you and your sister? One comes down, and then the other follows? Is there a formidable enemy in Konoha? Even you, a mere child, have perished? Tobarama questioned, perplexed at the sudden arrival of his nephew, having just seen Tsunade depart. It seemed the peculiar siblings were up to something, but what could it be? My sister has been here too? Where's this place? Great uncle, I thought I was killed? The Senju Rope Tree inquired, his confusion evident. This is the netherworld. Only the deceased arrive here. You have died, Tobarama replied, his forehead tightening in exasperation as he regarded his foolish grandson, who seemed oblivious to his own demise. So this is the netherworld? Then where is father? Why is my father not here? The thousand-handed rope tree did not mourn his own demise. For the die had been cast, his weeping served no purpose. He glanced around, searching for the presence of his father, yet found none. Your father has perished as well? Little thousand-handed pillar root has also succumbed? I have never witnessed such a sight. How did he meet his end? Why is he not in the underworld? Thousand-handed door interval inquired with curiosity. Thousand-handed pillar root possessed the extraordinary bloodline of both his elder brother and the Uzumaki clan, rendering him a being of even greater strength than thousand-handed pillar. Though he had not awakened wood release, he had mastered the unique sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, making him immensely formidable, with few capable of defeating him. How could he have died? And furthermore, where was his corpse? What? Pillar root is dead? How did your father die? It has been so long since I last saw him. I assumed he was still alive. Yet, this young man has not arrived here. Where could he be? Upon hearing that his son had also perished, Thousand-Handed Pillar was taken aback. An entire lineage of 3 generations had fallen. Had it not been for Tsunade's rescue, he would have joined them in this realm. I do not know. My father has been gone for over 5 years, and I remain unaware of the circumstances of his demise. He simply vanished without a trace. Thousand-Handed Rope Tree shook his head in confusion. He had been too young at the time to grasp the reality of his father's passing, which had occurred in a most inexplicable manner. It seems the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan are involved, Thousand-Handed Door Interval remarked, possessing considerable knowledge of the Uzumaki clan, particularly their various secret arts. The corpse demon sealing technique had such capabilities. Once the Shinigami consumes a soul, it does not arrive in the underworld. However, with the Uzumaki clan nearly extinguished, how could anyone have sealed Thousand-Handed Pillar Root? This perplexity elicited a disdainful snort from Thousand-Handed Door Interval. How did you meet your end? Was it in battle against Konoha and other ninja villages? Thousand-Handed Pillar gazed at his grandson, Thousand-Handed Rope Tree, inquiring. Their clan was comprised of heroes, and it was only fitting that his grandson, despite his tender age, had fallen in service to Konoha. I was ambushed. That scoundrel actually transformed into my sister's likeness. In a moment of carelessness, I was taken down. How utterly humiliating. I have let down my grandfather, my sister, and the members of the Thousand-Handed clan, he lamented, tears streaming down his face. Grandfather, what should I do? My sister must be devastated. Upon being questioned by Thousand-Handed Pillar, Thousand-Handed Rope Tree was overwhelmed with emotion, his tears flowing freely. Very well. I retract my previous assumptions. The fact that you fell to an ambush is quite remarkable indeed. Grandfather gives you a thumbs up. Thousand-Handed Pillar responded, feeling as though a flock of crows had flown overhead. Initially, he had thought his grandson had died valiantly in battle, only to discover the reality was quite the opposite, leaving him speechless. Grandfather, why do I feel as though someone is pulling me? In the realm of the underworld. As the Thousand-Handed Rope Tree finished articulating his thoughts, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force pulling at him. The portal to the underworld opened instantaneously, drawing him into its depths. Be cautious of the corpse demons, and return to inform your sister that your father resides within the mask of the Grim Reaper, called out Thousand-Handed Tobarama, as the thousand-handed rope tree was whisked away. I know. The thousand-handed rope tree heard Tobarama's words and wished to respond. But it was too late. His soul was forcibly extracted from the underworld and returned to his corporeal form. La. Upon his abrupt return, the thousand-handed rope tree, still caught in the unfinished words from the underworld, immediately began to speak, exclaiming, La la la, what a blunder. Who was it that took your life? Have you forgotten the escape techniques your brother-in-law taught you? Upon witnessing the resurrection of Senju rope tree, Jiraiya swiftly retracted his Rinnegan. Observing him merrily speaking, he hurriedly approached and emphatically patted his head, demanding an explanation. Chapter 95, Tsunade, a widow? Ouch. That hurts. Huh? I can actually feel pain? Am I not dead? Where is this place? Why do I hear my brother-in-law's voice? Huh? Brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Did you die too? What will happen to my sister if you're gone? Is she left alone? Wowa. Surely, my sister has perished as well? Suddenly struck by Jiraiya, Senju rope tree felt a sharp pain and pondered, wasn't he supposed to be dead? Moreover, he inexplicably heard his brother-in-law's voice. Turning around, he saw his brother-in-law grinning at him, prompting him to inquire, You just died. You fool. Who are you cursing? What do you mean by being a widow? You. Young man, do you wish to be beaten right after your revival? Jiraiya gazed at the Senju rope tree before him, hastily extending his right hand to repeatedly strike his own head. Ouch. Ouch. Help. Sister, where are you? Your husband is attacking me. Oh dear. Meanwhile, the Senju rope tree, pursued and battered by Jiraiya, cried out in anguish, darting around the room in disarray. Enough. Speak. How did you meet your demise? Who was your assailant? Why did you perish? With Orochimaru at your side, how could you have fallen? You useless little brat. What purpose does would release serve if it cannot shield you from even the slightest danger? After Jiraiya vented for a while, he promptly found a chair to sit on and turned to Senju rope tree, saying it was merely an oversight. I certainly did not anticipate that someone would approach me in the guise of my sister. At the time, I was engaged with, nothing significant. Just a rogue ninja from the grass village who transformed into my sister's likeness, and I failed to notice it at first. Upon seeing her, I was frightened, and then, well, that was that. Hiki. However, I ended up killing him as well. We perished together, haha. Upon being questioned by Jiraiya, Senju rope tree hastily provided a brief explanation of the situation, nearly revealing his romantic entanglement. Love. Phew. Thankfully he kept that to himself. Had he spoken it aloud, he would have faced the wrath of his brother-in-law, which is quite painful. After finishing his explanation, Senju rope tree pondered, a rogue ninja from the grass village? It seems he was a bounty hunter. The old man truly executed this flawlessly. But what if Tsunade does not believe me? What should I do? How can I manage to take her away from Konoha? Upon hearing this, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, his mind racing with contemplation. He yearned to whisk Tsunade away from Konoha, yet found himself devoid of a suitable plan. Then, glancing at the Senju rope tree beside him, a spark of inspiration flickered in his eyes. Indeed. The rope tree could serve as the perfect excuse. Splendid, splendid. As Jiraiya beheld the Senju rope tree, he realized the reasoning he could employ to persuade Tsunade to depart from Konoha. Nothing else seemed to come to mind. Jiraiya continued to inquire, hoping to uncover some elusive clues. Nothing at all. It's as simple as that. In response to Jiraiya's questioning, Senju rope tree shook his head like a rattle drum, firmly asserting that there was nothing more to discuss. By the way, brother-in-law, I have perished, yet I encountered grandfather and second grandfather, and inexplicably, I returned to life. How is that possible? It is truly perplexing. Suddenly, Senju rope tree seemed to recall something. Indeed, he had died and had seen both Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama. But then he had mysteriously come back to life, leaving him bewildered. What happened? Was it not you, brother-in-law, who saved me? Next time, keep your eyes wide open. If you die again, I shall not be responsible for you. Jiraiya cast a disgruntled glance at Senju rope tree, feeling a twinge of regret over Tsunade's distress. The mere thought of her sorrow made him yearn to deliver another blow to Senju rope tree. No more, he muttered. But, dear brother-in-law, how did you manage to save me? While he was aware that Jiraiya had rescued him, the details of that salvation piqued his curiosity. If resurrection were indeed possible, wouldn't it be splendid to bring back both great-uncle and second-uncle? Why do you ask so many questions? Focus on your training. You possess chakra and would release. Yet you remain inept, incessantly questioning instead of honing your skills. Jiraiya seized yet another opportunity to unleash his playful assault on Senju Rope Tree, enthusiastically patting his head in a vigorous manner. Oh dear, he exclaimed. All right, brother-in-law, I shall refrain from asking further. I was wrong, I admit my fault. Please, spare me. You are rendering me utterly foolish. Senju Rope Tree, once again on the receiving end of Jiraiya's spirited antics, hastily shielded his head with both hands, yet could not fend off Jiraiya's relentless barrage and quickly begged for mercy. Humph, go practice on your own. You are quite bothersome, always lost in your own pursuits. Jiraiya remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Senju Rope Tree, though inwardly he found joy in having such a younger brother. Yes, brother-in-law, Senju Rope Tree promptly replied, before dashing out of the room. This child is in dire need of guidance. His sister refrains from discipline, and at home, he is treated like royalty. He truly requires a good lesson. Jiraiya chuckled to himself as he watched Senju Rope Tree scurry away, looking rather dejected. Oh dear, brother-in-law, where am I? I have never been here before. Is this not the Hidden Leaf Village? Where could this be? Just moments after his departure, Senju Rope Tree peeked back through the doorframe. Confusion etched on his face. This is the land of snow. Feel free to explore, but refrain from engaging in fights. Return promptly. Take this, Jiraiya explained, handing him a black token. If anyone obstructs you, show them this. All right, understood, Senju Rope Tree exclaimed, accepting the token, which bore the character for extinction. Without further contemplation, he tucked it into his pocket and dashed off in a random direction. Wow, this place is stunning. The land of snow? Is it always snowing here, hence the name? What a delightful place. I must bring Makoto here to play someday. He mused. I wonder how Makoto is doing. Would she think I have perished and be heartbroken? Makoto, wait for me. I shall return with brother-in-law soon, and I will surely take you home to warm my bed. He laughed heartily as he wandered aimlessly, encountering various individuals. He effortlessly displayed the token, allowing him to roam freely throughout the palace. The palace was vast, and he had no particular destination in mind, so he merely wandered about, taking in the sights. Chapter 96, Mizuki Purple, Secret Technique, 1000 Kill Water Flight. Ice Release, Black Dragon Storm Kill. Boom, boom, boom. What is that sound? Senju Rope Tree wondered as he found himself in an unfamiliar location, suddenly hearing someone employing Ice Release. Ice Release is no ordinary ninjutsu. It is an extraordinary ability that can only be wielded by those possessing the unique bloodline limit. While it may not rival Wood Release in prowess, it remains a formidable technique in its own right. Your skill in this area is commendable, yet its limitations are significant, as it can only be utilized within the confines of the land of snow, rendering it rather impractical. Senju Ju made his way toward the source of the earlier shout, faintly hearing the melodious voice of a young girl, recognizable as that of an undeniable beauty. Yes, Lady Murasaki, I shall strive for further improvement, he replied. Very well, you may leave now. Today's practice concludes here. Understood, Lady Murasaki. I take my leave. As Senju Ju approached the origin of the voice, he overheard a conversation between two individuals. Shortly thereafter, a ninja adorned with a snowflake forehead protector emerged, brandishing a katana on his back and donning a raccoon mask. Who are you? The masked ninja demanded upon spotting Senju Ju, quickly drawing his katana. The posture suggested he was skilled in both swordsmanship and ninjutsu. The masked ninja fixed his gaze upon Senju Ju, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. As he questioned him, I merely passed by. I mean no harm, so please do not take offense, Senju Ju replied with a somewhat awkward chuckle, attempting to move the katana aside with his hand. Seeking death, are you? The masked ninja retorted angrily, preparing to strike Senju Ju. Hey Bing, stand down. This is the palace inner courtyard, and it is highly unlikely anyone would intrude here. A clear voice suddenly echoed from within the courtyard, unmistakably that of the woman named Murasaki. Yes, Lady Murasaki. Upon hearing her voice, the masked ninja quickly bowed toward the courtyard, casting a menacing glance at Senju Ju before departing. May I inquire as to your identity? What brings you to our land of snow? And how did you come to enter our palace courtyard? The young woman named Murasaki stepped forth from the inner courtyard after the masked ninja's exit. Wow, what a stunning woman, Senju Ju thought, comparing her to Makoto, yet finding her even more captivating and mature. He beheld a lady clad in a pink vest dress, adorned with a black choker, her feet in high-heeled sandals. Her long, flowing black hair danced in the wind, and her exquisite features left him momentarily speechless. Well, What are you gazing at, esteemed ninja from Konoha? Murasaki inquired with a gentle smile, radiating warmth and brightness. I am uncertain how I ended up here. It was my brother-in-law who brought me, Senju Shju stammered. Then I was given a black token and told to explore, which led me here. As I gazed upon the stunning beauty before me, my heart raced, reminiscent of the moment when Uchiha Makoto saved me. It was a feeling of infatuation. Oh, so it is Lord Jiraiya who bestowed upon you this black token? That explains everything. He. Ji observed the enchanting Senju knot tree. Contemplating that only Jiraiya possesses such a token, and with a playful demeanor, she covered her mouth and giggled. Within the entirety of the Destruction Organization, only Jiraiya and a select few of his Six Paths clones are granted such tokens. The emergence of such a token necessitates unconditional obedience to the commands of its bearer. This token holds an unparalleled significance within the organization, with only 8 in existence, which can also merge into one. The nature of its powers remains a mystery known only to Jiraiya himself. Indeed, Jiraiya is my brother-in-law. By the way, Ji, what is your name? Or are you simply called Ji? The Senju knot tree, captivated by Ji's sweet smile, felt as though he might melt away. His heart racing and his cheeks flushing as he inquired. My name is Mizuki Ji. You may call me Ji. I am 14 years old this year. What is your name? Mizuki Ji smiled sweetly, offering her introduction as she looked at the Senju knot tree. I am Senju knot tree. Mizuki Ji? What a lovely name. I truly adore it. Your name is delightful. The Senju knot tree found himself at a loss, enchanted by the beauty before him. Such a gorgeous and delightful woman is surely a dream for any man. Thank you for the compliment, Knot Tree-kun. So, where would you like to go? Is this your first time in the land of snow? Mizuki Ji smiled gently, her eyes narrowing in a way that was irresistibly charming. Holding the Senju knot tree's gaze captive as he unabashedly admired her, resembling a lovesick fool. What is happening to me? Why do I suddenly feel so infatuated? How peculiar. Is it the influence of my brother-in-law? How could I utter such words? Isn't it true that a brother-in-law only loves his sister? If I'm influenced by him, shouldn't I only have feelings for Makoto? So why have I suddenly developed feelings for Ji? Am I truly a hopeless romantic at heart? Surely not. Yet Ji is undeniably beautiful. I long to take her home. What should I do? I'm anxiously waiting for guidance. The thousand-hand rope tree, for reasons unknown, suddenly sensed an unusual dissonance within his body, as if the changes had begun since his resurrection. He felt distinctly different, as if he had transformed into a flirtatious rogue, leaving him perplexed. This is my first visit to the land of snow. And it is truly beautiful here. I have developed an affection for this place. Yet, I do not belong here, for I must return to the Hidden Leaf Village. As Thousand-Hand Rope Tree wandered through his thoughts, he was momentarily taken aback by Mizuki's words, his face flushing a deep crimson. Would you like me to show you around? The land of snow is filled with many breathtaking sights, Mizuki inquired with a warm smile, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Absolutely. I was just lamenting the lack of company to explore with, Thousand-Hand Rope Tree replied, his heart brimming with joy at the prospect of wandering alone with Mizuki. Chapter 97. Tsunade's decision. Well then, come along with me. This way, Rope Tree-kun, Mizuki beckoned, a glimmer of delight reflected in her eyes. All right, Mizuki. You are being overly courteous, which makes me feel a bit uneasy. Let us go together. Thousand-Hand Rope Tree responded, feeling slightly awkward at Mizuki's politeness. Yes, indeed, Rope Tree-kun. Mizuki smiled gently, nodding in agreement. Together, Thousand-Hand Rope Tree and Mizuki departed from the palace, stepping into the snowy expanse outside, marveling at the flurry of snowflakes and uncommon sight. Meanwhile, as Thousand-Hand Rope Tree indulged in his romantic pursuits, Tsunade had nearly concluded her rest and emerged from her chamber. Jiraiya, what are you up to? Tsunade inquired, stretching her limbs after a refreshing break, as she noticed Jiraiya seated on a bench. Awake, are you? I was waiting for you. Take a moment to rest your eyes, Jiraiya replied. Jiraiya, upon hearing Tsunade call his name, promptly opened his eyes and offered a faint smile as he approached her. Jiraiya, what about Suk? Has he been resurrected? Tsunade inquired as she welcomed him with an embrace, their bodies entwined in a heartfelt hug. Indeed, he has returned to life. He has gone out for a stroll and is currently pursuing romantic interests. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade nestled in his arms, offering a subtle nod as he smiled and remarked, pursuing girls? Who would that be? At such a tender age, what does he know of romance? Observing Jiraiya's demeanor, Tsunade inquired with a hint of confusion. Your younger brother is merely in his teens, isn't it a bit premature for such pursuits? With a chuckle, he replied, well, he's not exactly a child anymore. Engaging in courtship doesn't necessitate an immediate commitment to marriage, does it? It simply allows for the enjoyment of companionship. Jiraiya gazed at Tsunade, a sly smile gracing his lips. What a nuisance, he remarked. So, when shall we return to Konoha? Recalling her stubborn younger brother, Tsunade shook her head. Raising him had proven to be no small feat. And he was undeniably a source of exasperation. Tsunade, the news of Shinju's demise has likely spread throughout Konoha by now, which means he cannot return, otherwise. My Rinnegan would be exposed, placing us in peril. Do you still intend to make your way back to Konoha? Jiraiya was taken aback to discover that Tsunade still wished to return to Konoha. With a hint of resignation, he remarked, indeed, we shall return to Konoha, however, this time. I shall not reside there permanently. Upon our arrival, we will seek the Elder's approval to depart, allowing us the freedom to return at our leisure. Given that SH-10 had been resurrected, he felt little inclination to dwell on past grievances, even if he was responsible. It could be viewed as a gesture of gratitude for the guidance he had provided over the years. Shall we leave Konoha afterward, Jiraiya? Tsunade inquired, her gaze softening as she smiled gently at him. This time, she had come to terms with her decision, with Orochimaru's presence in Konoha. It mattered little whether they were there or not, prompting her to contemplate retirement. She wished for Jiraiya to live without constant anxiety, and if he desired to leave, she would accompany him, taking SH-10 along for peace of mind. Very well, I shall follow your lead, Jiraiya replied, a smile gracing his lips at Tsunade's agreement to depart from Konoha. Let us first speak with SH-10, instructing him to remain here while we return to Konoha and refrain from wandering about. Upon witnessing Jiraiya's smile, Tsunade reciprocated with a sweet grin. Let us be off. With that, Jiraiya swiftly enveloped Tsunade in his embrace, and in an instant, they vanished from the room, reappearing behind Senju SH-10. At that moment, as Jiraiya and Tsunade materialized behind SH-10, they observed him with his eyes tightly shut, puckering his lips as he leaned in to kiss Mizuki. The two were on the verge of a romantic encounter. Is SH-10 attempting to woo someone? Look at that. He seems to have succeeded rather quickly. Your brother is indeed a genius. Jiraiya felt a twinge of embarrassment, not realizing that he had inadvertently interrupted his little brother-in-law's romantic endeavors. He leaned in softly to whisper into Tsunade's ear. However, Tsunade erupted in fury, directing an angry shout towards Senju Rope Tree. A fierce expression crossing her face as a symbol resembling a hash appeared on her forehead, as if an invisible aura of flames encircled her, truly a terrifying sight. Senju Rope Tree jumped in fright at Tsunade's exclamation, instinctively leaping away to maintain a cautious distance. Sister, what brings you here? What do you intend to do? I swear I haven't done anything. Observing Tsunade's wrathful demeanor, Senju Rope Tree quickly shrank back, his face contorted with fear as he regarded his sister. Lord Jiraiya. Mizuki Murasaki approached Jiraiya, kneeling on one knee in a gesture of respect. Please rise. Let us proceed. We have matters to discuss with Rope Tree. Jiraiya gazed at the enigmatic Mizuki, nodding slightly as he spoke. Indeed, Lord Jiraiya. Upon hearing his words, Mizuki instantly responded, her figure fading away in an instant. Spatial ninjutsu? Jiraiya, who is she? Tsunade inquired, her brow furrowing as she observed the spot where Mizuki had vanished. It is not spatial ninjutsu, it is a unique ability of Mizuki. She possesses the ice release bloodline limit, allowing her to sense and reach any location with ice instantaneously. It bears resemblance to spatial ninjutsu, yet it is not the same. Jiraiya elucidated with a faint smile. Ice release, you say? A remarkable bloodline limit indeed. This girl possesses considerable strength, Tsunade remarked, nodding slightly in agreement. Actually, she is the bride I found for S.H. Sook. What do you think? Quite impressive, isn't she? I have been training her for several years, always telling her that her future husband is Senju S.H. Sook. Jiraiya chuckled, revealing that over the years, the girl he cherished most was Mizuki Murasaki, whom he had been nurturing as a bride for Senju Rope Tree. After all, how could he possibly have charmed such a young maiden so easily? It is indeed possible. But it is still too early. Perhaps in a few years, we shall see. Tsunade did not oppose this notion. A 14-year-old girl with the ice release, who had already reached the pinnacle of an elite jonin, was poised to soon surpass the level of a Kage. She truly is an admirable young lady. That is certainly the case. Who would have thought this lad would be so impatient? Fortunately, we stumbled upon him. Otherwise, we might never have known what could have transpired. Jiraiya chuckled lightly, casting a glance at Senju Rope Tree, his eyes glinting with a certain clarity. He could not fathom why he took such delight in witnessing Rope Tree being chastised. It amused him greatly. Senju Rope Tree, come here. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Tsunade felt a surge of indignation rise within her, her gaze turning menacingly towards the Senju Rope Tree before her. Chapter 98. Brother-in-law, help me snatch someone, sis. I haven't done anything. What do you intend to do? I'm coming over. Please, don't hit me. Senju Rope Tree trembled as he addressed Tsunade, his voice quaking with fear. The source of his greatest trepidation was indeed his sister, who resembled a ferocious tigress. Her formidable presence instilled fear in everyone within their clan. However, there was also a profound respect for her, for Tsunade was not only strikingly beautiful, but also possessed incredible strength. Are you coming or not? Tsunade remained still, a flicker of menace flashing between her brows, which promptly compelled the Senju Rope Tree to capitulate, reluctantly making his way towards her. Sister, please be gentle. He stammered, fear evident in his eyes as he approached. Silly boy. As soon as Tsunade saw him nearing, she swiftly enveloped him in a tight embrace, tears cascading down her cheeks uncontrollably. Senju Rope Tree had been raised by Tsunade since childhood. She was more than a sister to him, embodying the role of a mother. Thus, he held immense significance in her life, and the thought of losing him filled her with dread. Sis, why are you crying? Don't cry. I'm perfectly fine. It's all right. It's all right. Just moments before, he had been terrified, only to realize that his sister was merely overwhelmed with concern for him. Seeing him resurrected brought her joy, and he quickly patted her back in a comforting gesture. How could you be so careless? If it weren't for your brother-in-law, you would be with Grandpa and the others. Tsunade's facade of strength belied a fragile heart. Her resilient demeanor was a mask for others, but in Jiraiya's presence, she felt no need for pretense, for he was her pillar of support, unconditionally backing her in all endeavors, allowing her heart to gradually unfurl, making it easier to weep. This was a true manifestation of femininity. Sis, I promise I won't do it again. I will diligently learn ninjutsu from my brother-in-law and ensure that no mishaps occur in the future. You can rest easy. Senju Rope Tree felt an overwhelming gratitude towards his sister, who had nurtured him through every trial and tribulation. Reflecting on his past behavior, he recognized that he had not been a good little brother. Suddenly, he felt a pang of empathy for his sister, who had devoted her life to him, their family, in the village of Konoha, never daring to show a moment of weakness. Beneath her strong exterior lay a heart that was deeply vulnerable. Thank you, brother-in-law. Having you around surely brings my sister such happiness. Subsequently, Thousand-Hand Rope Tree glanced at Jiraiya before him and offered a faint smile, pondering within. Tsunade was unaware of how long she had wept, but at last, her tears ceased, and she regained her former vigor, though her eyes remained slightly reddened. Rope Tree, your brother-in-law and I must return to Konoha for a while. You shall stay in the land of snow and must not wander about. This is your brother-in-law's secret base, and you will be quite safe here. Tsunade gazed solemnly at Thousand-Hand Rope Tree as she spoke, hoping he would refrain from straying and spare her any further worry. Sister, why are only you two going back? I want to return as well. Why can't you take me with you? Thousand-Hand Rope Tree inquired, perplexed by Tsunade's words. Feeling abandoned as his sister and brother-in-law prepared to leave without him. Rope Tree, be obedient. In the village, you are already considered deceased. If you were to return, we would all be in peril. Do you understand? Your brother-in-law has already paid a significant price to bring you back to life. If others come seeking resurrection, what shall we do? The cost of reviving a person is immense, and thus your brother-in-law cannot afford to be in danger again, nor can you. Do you comprehend? Tsunade looked at Rope Tree, offering a sweet smile as she gently ruffled his hair. Though Jiraiya required no sacrifice to save others, Tsunade felt compelled to conceal the truth, even from her own brother. They would learn the truth in due time, but certainly not now. Very well then. Thousand-Hand Rope Tree conceded. Recognizing that his sister's words held truth, he was indeed regarded as a ghost in the village, and what would it matter if he returned? Returning home would only bring endless trouble to my sister and brother-in-law, and a shadow loomed in my gaze. I still aspire to become Hokage. Yet due to my own negligence, I find myself in this predicament. How ironic. Senju Nagashi mused, offering a wry smile and a slight shrug. Sister, I have a request for brother-in-law. Could you please step aside? He said, recalling that he still had a young wife back in Konoha, glancing at Tsunade. He understood that this matter could never be disclosed to his sister, as she would undoubtedly disapprove. It was a conversation meant solely for his brother-in-law, who he hoped would comprehend his predicament. Tsunade replied, noticing the earnest pleading in Nagashi's eyes. She nodded thoughtfully before walking away into the distance. What is it? Is there something you wish to pursue? Jiraiya observed that Senju Rope Tree had sent Tsunade away, undoubtedly with some purpose in mind. He promptly approached, patted him on the shoulder, and inquired, "Brother-in-law, could you assist me in abducting someone?" Senju Rope Tree harbored no significant fear of Jiraiya. Rather, he felt a sense of camaraderie, thus engaging in candid conversation and casually revealing this shocking news. What? What did you say? Abduct someone. Who are you referring to? Who has wronged you? Shall we confront them? Are you feverish? Why is your mind so muddled? Jiraiya was utterly bewildered by Senju Rope Tree's words. Steal someone? Who am I supposed to steal? He thought to himself, questioning the sanity of the young man before him. He quickly reached out and placed his hand on Senju Rope Tree's forehead to check his temperature. Brother-in-law, it's not what you think. I'm not unwell. I simply wish for you to assist me in abducting someone from the Uchiha clan. Please, I beg of you. Senju Rope Tree, keeping the identity of the intended target a secret, gazed at Jiraiya with eager anticipation. This was indeed the first time he had sought Jiraiya's help for such a matter. All right then, speak up. Whom are we to take? What is the purpose? Jiraiya asserted. Without a valid reason, I cannot assist you, my dear brother-in-law. If your sister were to discover that you are asking me to partake in such an endeavor, she would surely hang you up and give you a good thrashing. Jiraiya nodded slightly, gazing at the pitiable Senju Rope Tree, and reluctantly acquiesced to his request. Thank you, brother-in-law. All you need to do is go to the Uchiha clan and directly bring back Uchiha Makoto. Upon hearing Jiraiya's consent, a smile instantly graced Senju Rope Tree's face, and he proceeded to inform Jiraiya of whom he desired to abduct. Chapter 99, The Green-Headed Uchiha Fugaku. Oh, so you wish to see someone from the Uchiha clan? Makoto? Jiraiya exclaimed, perplexed. What are you up to? Why would you want to take a girl from her family? What purpose would that serve? Given the similarity in names among the Uchiha clan, Jiraiya initially assumed that Senju Rope Tree harbored some grudge against someone, intending to abduct them for a thrashing before returning them. However, upon closer examination, he realized that the target of the abduction was indeed Uchiha Makoto. Who is Uchiha Makoto? She is the mother of Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. If he were to take her away, would that not imply the non-existence of Itachi and Sasuke? With a gaze filled with bewilderment, Jiraiya looked at Senju Rope Tree and inquired, Brother-in-law, please agree to my request. Makoto and I have already pledged our hearts to one another, so this time, you must assist me in this endeavor. We are truly in love, and I cannot bear the thought of her marrying someone else. Please, brother-in-law. Senju Rope Tree activated his charming and pitiful mode, displaying an expression that suggested he would be insufferable if Jiraiya declined. Is this for real? Jiraiya gazed incredulously at the figure of Senju Rope Tree before him, his eyes brimming with confusion. He subsequently inquired, this cannot be correct, can it? Uchiha Makoto should be the wife of Uchiha Fugaku, ultimately giving birth to Uchiha Itachi and Sasuke. Could it be that Uchiha Makoto has found affection elsewhere? Has she fallen for Rope Tree? TSK. One wonders what offspring would result from the union of Makoto and Rope Tree. Might they surpass Sasuke in prowess? The thought is rather intriguing, indeed. As Jiraiya's mind began to wander, he pondered the potential offspring of Uchiha Makoto and Senju Rope Tree, a mischievous grin spreading across his face as he regarded Rope Tree. Truly, dear brother-in-law, I find myself utterly captivated by Makoto, and given our current circumstances, it seems we are quite entangled. Upon hearing Jiraiya's question, Senju Rope Tree quickly nodded in affirmation, even mimicking a kissing gesture, which elicited a hearty laugh from Jiraiya. Very well. This time, brother-in-law, I shall assist you. However, I shall first consult Makoto. Should she be willing to be with you, I shall bring her to you. If she declines, then I trust you shall not harbor any illusions, yes? After Jiraiya let out a hearty laugh, he extended his right hand and patted the shoulder of Senju Shiki, saying, Indeed, brother-in-law, you are truly wonderful. Hiki. Makoto will undoubtedly agree. In his heart, Shiki was quite certain that Uchiha Makoto would follow Jiraiya. No matter if he could not return to Konoha, this bride was one he was determined to reclaim, and he couldn't help but grin foolishly. All right. Just stay here obediently and refrain from wandering about, as long as it's not beyond the borders of the land of snow. Once she returns to the village, I shall assist you in bringing her back. Observing Shiki's excited demeanor, Jiraiya nodded in agreement, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. How interesting. Truly fascinating. The fusion of the Senju and Uchiha bloodlines. One wonders what sort of offspring may arise from such a union. Will they perhaps be born with the Rinnegan? The anticipation is quite thrilling. He then shook his head, a gentle smile gracing his features, filled with increasing delight for the future. Well then, your sister and I shall take our leave. You can continue searching for Ji. By the way, do be cautious of a potential fire in the backyard. After Jiraiya finished speaking, he departed from the spot and instantly appeared beside Tsunade. A fire in the backyard? What does that even mean? Is my backyard on fire? How utterly perplexing. My brother-in-law is truly an eccentric. Never mind, I shall seek out Miss Shine. Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Senju Rope Tree expressed complete bewilderment and shook his head, not dwelling further on it. He thought of Mizuki Shine's figure and could not help but rub his hands together, his eyes sparkling with an unusual light. What is going on? What did that lad say to you? Tsunade inquired, puzzled, as she noticed Jiraiya had come closer. He chuckled. Oh, it's nothing. Just that I should take good care of you. Apologies for speaking so seriously. Let us return to the village. Jiraiya smiled faintly, knowing full well that he could not disclose to Tsunade that his younger brother sought his assistance in a rather dubious endeavor involving a woman. Instead, he concocted a casual excuse to deflect her curiosity. Well, I didn't expect that this young man has some thoughtfulness, he mused. Let us proceed. Tsunade replied with a slight lift of her lips, turning to glance at the distant Senju Rope Tree. Let's go. With that, Jiraiya swiftly enveloped Tsunade in his arms, and in an instant, they vanished from sight, reappearing in his abode. Come, let us visit the Hokage office. Upon returning to Konoha, Jiraiya regarded Tsunade and remarked, what is meant to come will inevitably arrive. We must confront what we cannot evade. The two prepared to embark towards the Hokage office. Indeed, let us go. Tsunade inhaled deeply and spoke calmly, and together they made their way to the Hokage's office. Lady Tsunade, Lord Jiraiya. Several ninjas stationed at the Hokage office greeted them promptly as they approached, bowing respectfully. Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded, then proceeded directly towards the office. Lord Hokage, Lady Tsunade, and Lord Jiraiya have arrived below and will soon come up, and Umbu reported to the third Hokage. Understood, you may leave, the third Hokage sighed, acknowledging the inevitability of what was to come. Moments later, the door to the third Hokage's office was forcefully swung open, and Tsunade and Jiraiya entered, bringing with them an overwhelming sense of pressure. Old man, it's all your fault. Why did you send Shinsuke on a mission? He is dead, he is dead. Forever gone. Are you satisfied now? Why must you treat us this way? He was the only hope of our Senju clan, Tsunade exclaimed, her emotions spilling over as she directed her fury at the third Hokage. Sighing deeply, the third Hokage replied, Tsunade, I never anticipated that Shinsuke and Orochimaru would encounter such unforeseen circumstances. It was my negligence. I am truly sorry. He sighed again, as if 10 years had been added to his age in that instant, a flicker of pain crossing his gaze as he looked at Tsunade and Jiraiya, filled with self-reproach. Old man, your acting skills are remarkable. You stand alone without support, earning you a double thumbs up. Jiraiya observed Tsunade and the third Hokage engage in their theatrical exchange, akin to watching a grand cinematic spectacle. However, his heart felt utterly desolate towards the third Hokage. Old man, I intend to leave Konoha. With SHT gone, remaining here serves no purpose. I wish to take some time to clear my mind. Tsunade promptly interjected, acknowledging that with SHT's demise, her reasons for staying had evaporated, and she too prepared to depart. Chapter 100, Confession with Orochimaru. What? Tsunade? You both intend to leave? That is unacceptable. Konoha needs you. How can you simply walk away? The third Hokage protested. I agree that you should take some time for yourselves, but you cannot forsake Konoha. Stay for as long as you wish, but do return promptly. This place is your home, and you are always welcome back. He expressed his remorse over SHT's passing, feeling helpless to amend the situation, and refrained from saying more. This is all my responsibility. I have failed my master and the first Hokage. Alas. Upon hearing Tsunade's intention to leave, the third Hokage secretly rejoiced. His primary objective had been achieved. Yet, outwardly, he was reluctant to let her and Jiraiya go, incessantly blaming himself. Old man, spare us the words. Our decision is resolute. However, you are right. Konoha is our home, and we will return often. Please take care of yourself. Jiraiya stepped forward, giving a slight nod as he spoke. His admiration for the third Hokage was akin to an unceasing river, flowing endlessly. Ah, very well. I permit you to depart from Konoha. Do remember to return often. This place is your true home. The third Hokage's words were not entirely unfounded. He simply wished to protect his own position and did not want Tsunade to jeopardize it. Deep down, he still harbored goodwill towards both Tsunade and Jiraiya. However, Having held his esteemed position for a considerable time, he was reluctant to relinquish the power he wielded, which compelled him to take such a step. As for Jiraiya's sentiments, the third Hokage had no desire for him to leave, despite Jiraiya's humble origins. He held considerable respect within Konoha, which posed no threat to the Hokage himself. Thus his feelings toward Jiraiya were genuine. "Well, thanks, old man." Jiraiya nodded slightly and offered him a gentle smile. Despite the third Hokage revealing his fangs towards them, they still held a sense of gratitude for the education and nurturing they had received. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, both orphans from a young age, ultimately became disciples of the third Hokage. For a significant portion of their lives, the third Hokage served as their mentor, often embodying a paternal figure. Even when faced with the knowledge of his many transgressions, they found themselves incapable of striking down the third Hokage, who they recognized as a malevolent being. After all, Senju Tobirama had not perished, and this incident had imparted invaluable lessons, fostering maturity within them. Alas, go on. The third Hokage gazed at Jiraiya, a fleeting glimmer of reluctance shimmering in his eyes. Subsequently, Jiraiya and Tsunade departed from the Hokage's office, leaving the third Hokage in solitude, enveloped in desolation. Did I err? Is power truly of such significance? Why am I so infatuated with authority? A faint chuckle escaped his lips, perhaps a sign of his advancing age. As he watched Tsunade and Jiraiya fade from view, he let out a heavy sigh, shaking his head as he sank into his chair. Tsunade? Jiraiya? At that moment, Orochimaru's clone hastened back, finally arriving at the Hokage office, where he encountered Jiraiya and Tsunade. Jiraiya and Tsunade turned around to see Orochimaru rushing towards them. Tsunade, I am truly sorry. I never anticipated that Shashwat was careless. Orochimaru gazed at Tsunade and Jiraiya, his countenance dark and his expression filled with sorrow. Orochimaru, this is not your fault. Tsunade and I are preparing to leave Konoha, and from now on, the village will rely solely on you for its protection. Shach is unharmed. But this matter must remain a secret. I have already brought him back to life. Jiraiya watched as Orochimaru rushed towards him, promptly grasping his arm. In an instant, the three vanished from their location and reappeared within Jiraiya's humble abode. He then exclaimed, "What? Shinjutsu is not dead? Impossible. I witnessed his demise with my own eyes." Revived? Jiraiya, what method did you employ? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru was utterly astonished. He had witnessed Shinjutsu's death firsthand, and yet he had returned to life? His eyes brimmed with astonishment as he eagerly inquired of Jiraiya. It is because of these very eyes. Jiraiya had no intention of concealing his abilities any longer. He instantaneously activated his enigmatic Rinnegan and gazed intently at Orochimaru. Rinnegan? Jiraiya? You? How is this possible? Orochimaru exclaimed, his pupils constricting in disbelief as he beheld Jiraiya before him. The mere thought of Jiraiya awakening the Rinnegan was utterly astonishing to him. Perhaps there is some latent bloodline within me. The last time, Tsunade had actually perished, yet in that dire moment, I astonishingly awakened the Rinnegan, which enabled me to resurrect her. However, at that time, the cost of awakening the Rinnegan was exorbitantly high. After a period of recuperation, I barely managed to regain my strength. But who could have anticipated that Suk would encounter yet another crisis, draining me of an immense amount of ocular power once again? Jiraiya elucidated, revealing to Orochimaru the news of Tsunade's demise. Their bond was profound, and he felt no inclination to conceal the truth. The primary motivation behind his disclosure was the concern that Orochimaru, in the wake of Sh-10's death, might succumb to darkness. Jiraiya sought to prevent this descent into malevolence by informing him of his awakening of the Rinnegan. In essence, he conveyed the capability to resurrect those who had passed, providing a glimmer of hope and a steadfast belief that would keep Orochimaru from spiraling into darkness, allowing him to remain true to himself. Ah, splendid. I have developed the eternal Manjiki Sharingan. The next step is the Rinnegan. Soon, we shall be able to resurrect one another, achieving a state of immortality. Orochimaru exclaimed, devoid of jealousy towards Jiraiya, instead feeling elated. The prospect of no longer needing to fear death brought him immense joy. Once frail, humanity now held the promise of eternal life, filling his heart with jubilation. Orochimaru, this must remain a secret. Our adversaries are numerous and exceedingly perilous. Jiraiya gazed solemnly at Orochimaru before speaking. Enemies? Do we, with our Rinnegan, truly fear the other villages? Orochimaru, somewhat perplexed, pondered the current state of their power. They had become the most formidable entities in the ninja world. Who could possibly pose a threat to their existence? The Tsutsuki clan, Jiraiya continued. They are the lineage of the Sage of Six Paths Mother, ever watchful over the ninja realm. and they may dispatch their agents at any moment. Each of them possesses the Rinnegan and enjoys eternal life, which is precisely why I wish for you to mass-produce the Rinnegan. Jiraiya finally unveiled a long-buried secret, directly revealing to Orochimaru the formidable foes that awaited them in the future. Chapter 101. Potential Threats. The Tsutsuki Clan. What? The Tsutsuki Clan? Jiraiya, are they truly that powerful? Can they all awaken the Rinnegan? Upon hearing Jiraiya's words, Orochimaru appeared utterly stunned. The notion that everyone possessed the Rinnegan was staggering. It implied that they were all deities. Indeed, to refer to them as gods is not an exaggeration, had it not been for the protagonist auras of Naruto and Sasuke. The other Kage would have stood no chance against the Tsutsuki, being utterly inferior. They wield countless Rinnegan and dominate the entirety of the universe. In contrast, our ninja world is but a mere drop in the ocean. Within the vast cosmos, we are insignificant. For instance, the very moons in the sky exemplify the marvels of the Tsutsuki clan. They can even create entire planets. What then remains beyond their reach? Jiraiya nodded slightly, gesturing towards the ceiling above. So, if that is the case, the other moon in the sky is your creation, is it not? Orochimaru lowered his head in contemplation. He had always believed himself to be immensely powerful, and being young, he felt his strength was continuously on the rise. With the addition of the Rinnegan, he was certain he could attain a status akin to that of the first Hokage, perhaps even surpassing it. However, Jiraiya's sudden assertion that they were both insignificant at present was indeed a considerable blow to his ego. Last time Tsunade encountered trouble, I didn't think much of it, and thus, another moon was added. Hiki. Jiraiya extended his hand to scratch his head, chuckling softly. I see. But when are they likely to return? Can they roam freely within the cosmos? Just how formidable are they? What level of power must we attain to fully resist them? Orochimaru, still deeply fond of Konoha, wished for no one to disrupt its tranquility. Thus he was eager to ascertain the exact strength of the Otsutsuki clan. In truth, I am uncertain of their true might. All I know is that they are immensely powerful, at least possessing semi-divine strength. Even with the use of sage techniques, your power would only equate to the latter stages of a Kage, which would be quite challenging in comparison to them. The first Hokage's abilities were likely at the pinnacle of the semi-divine stage, nearing the realms of the Sage of Six Paths. However, without awakening the Rinnegan, he remained confined to the semi-divine realm throughout his life. My intention in having you study the Rinnegan was primarily to facilitate the resurrection of the first Hokage, so that he might ascend to the level of the Sage of Six Paths and assist us in our struggle against the Otsutsuki clan. Initially, I merely wished to live a joyful life with Tsunade. Yet, this world is fraught with countless unknowns that compel me to remain in constant motion. Orochimaru, I hope you can aid me. Jiraiya gazed intently at Orochimaru, the gravity of the situation weighing heavily upon him. Even he, with all his knowledge, could not fathom the ultimate power of the Tsutsuki clan, as he had not delved that far back during his rebirth. Based on Jiraiya's estimations, it was certain that they possessed a primordial tree. The divine tree was merely a seed from this mother tree, planted by the Tsutsuki clan upon the earth. The fruits of the mother tree would undoubtedly be far more potent, perhaps even housing powers that surpassed the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan. Such formidable strength instilled a sense of dread within Jiraiya. Rest assured, I will diligently research the Rinnegan. Now that we have the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, I believe the Rinnegan is not far off. We are brothers, after all. What do you mean by helping or not helping? Did you not once say, a brother is a brother for life? Orochimaru's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Jiraiya, his expression oddly cheerful. Yet, Jiraiya could discern the camaraderie reflected in his serpent-like eyes. Indeed, you are truly my good brother. Jiraiya extended his fist, chuckling heartily as he presented it towards Orochimaru. In turn, Orochimaru smiled subtly and met Jiraiya's fist with his own, and soon, both erupted into joyous laughter. So, where do you intend to go next? Why not remain in Konoha and collaborate with me on research? This way, I can expedite the process, and the Rinnegan can be arranged sooner. After their laughter subsided, Orochimaru gazed longingly at Jiraiya, feeling a twinge of reluctance. The three of them shared a bond akin to siblings, and naturally, he was loath to see them depart. Once they left, he would once again be alone. Although I shall take my leave, my shadow clone will remain here, albeit not in my current form. Jiraiya smiled subtly, aware that Orochimaru harbored a profound fear of solitude. Thus, he resolved to leave a shadow clone behind, which would not only assist Orochimaru in his research but also provide continuous updates on the situation in Konoha. This was made possible by the unique ability of his Rinnegan to share vision. Summoning a Six Paths clone to remain here was a prudent choice. As for which clone to leave, it was naturally the Deva path, possessing the most formidable overall strength and possessing abilities that were remarkably straightforward, making it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to breach its defenses. Well, if you were to flee, leaving me alone to conduct research, I would find it exceedingly burdensome. He chuckled. Orochimaru reluctantly accepted Jiraiya's reasoning. Having a shadow clone present would undoubtedly provide him with a sense of reassurance. Indeed, if circumstances permit, you could assume the role of Hokage. I have faith that once I depart, the third great ninja war will soon erupt. Peace shall be but a fleeting moment. So you must diligently enhance your strength. During the war, strive to achieve greater military merit, for the Senju clan will undoubtedly support your ascension to the Hokage position. Jiraiya believed that Orochimaru ascending to the position of Hokage would be far more advantageous than the third Hokage. The third Hokage had grown old, his ambitions waning. Now primarily preoccupied with his own power, such a leader has become obsolete. What Konoha truly requires is a formidable leader capable of guiding all ninjas to grow stronger, rather than existing amidst deceit and treachery. Ah, I see now, the position of the fourth Hokage is undoubtedly destined for me. My teacher has aged and is no longer fit to hold this esteemed role. Orochimaru nodded slightly, a sinister smile gracing his lips. He had gleaned some understanding from recent events, and though he was reluctant to acknowledge it, the truth was undeniable. Thus, he resolved to take the place of his mentor, ensuring that he would forever reside in the hearts of the citizens of Konoha, retiring with the honor befitting a hero, rather than waiting for a time when Konoha would fall into ruin and scorn. Chapter 102. The Way of Heaven. Jiraiya cuts through heaven. Huh. So you have noticed as well. I feared you might not believe me if I told you. Since you've seen it for yourself, do take care. The old man is no longer the man he once was. Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru's expression, and his intuition was nearly spot on as he chuckled. Heh. Perhaps you should be more concerned about yourself. Where do you intend to frolic and revel while leaving me here to toil alone? And yet, you have the audacity to advise me to be cautious. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, teasingly retorting, haha, traversing mountains and seas with Tsunade, wherever we go is paradise. As long as we are together, isn't that true? In a few years, we shall indulge in carefree days, but soon enough, there will be plenty to occupy our time. You cannot envy what you cannot attain. Why not seek a wife for yourself? Having a loving partner is truly delightful. Jiraiya gazed at Orochimaru and chuckled heartily, as the two exchanged playful banter. Women, a hassle, let's discuss it another time. Upon hearing Jiraiya mention women, a fleeting tenderness flickered in Orochimaru's eyes, though it was swiftly concealed, unnoticed by anyone. Haha, enough of that. Until we meet again, I truly hope you can transcend to the Six Paths level. That would make our battleground all the more magnificent. Jiraiya chuckled heartily, reaching out to pat Orochimaru on the shoulder before saying, well, the purpose of this shadow clone was to inform you about the matter concerning Rope Tree in advance. Since there is nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. When we meet again, I promise to astonish you. Orochimaru's lips curled slightly, and then he vanished from sight. With a soft poof, he transformed into a wisp of white mist. Xiaojing, wait for me. I will soon be able to bring you back to life, he murmured to himself. A faint smile gracing his lips as he received the message from his clone, far away with the merchant caravan. As Jiraiya conversed with Orochimaru, Tsunade remained silent, standing quietly to the side. Only after Orochimaru vanished did Tsunade gently embrace Jiraiya. Is it truly possible for you to resurrect my grandfather and the others? She inquired, her uncertainty evident. Tsunade was not well versed in the powers of the Rinnegan. Her own revival, along with that of Senju Tobirama, had been feasible due to the presence of their physical forms. However, her grandfather's remains had long since dissipated, leaving her to ponder how resurrection could occur. There is still a chance, Jiraiya replied thoughtfully, but not at this moment. It is too early. Let them remain in the afterlife for now. After all, their revival holds little significance at present. The time for that will come in due course. As he gazed at Tsunade in his arms, Jiraiya nodded slightly and smiled. Thank you, Jiraiya, she murmured, sensing his sincerity and knowing he spoke the truth. Fool, he chuckled, affectionately ruffling her hair before planting a gentle kiss on her forehead. Subsequently, Jiraiya summoned Pain. What is it? Pain asked, puzzled, as Jiraiya rarely called upon him. From now on, you shall remain in Konoha, albeit with a changed appearance, to observe the village's every move. Additionally, assist Orochimaru in his research on the Rinnegan. Ensure safety within Konoha and avoid exposure. Furthermore, keep an eye on my disciples. Just make sure they do not perish, and the rest is at your discretion. Jiraiya gazed at his creations, feeling as though the 6 paths he had bestowed upon them had transformed into living beings. Although they remained under his control, he found himself unable to retract them, as if they had transcended mere shadow clones to become individuals in their own right. This phenomenon resembled the concept of external avatars found in fantastical literature, possessing their own thoughts, yet still governed by their original. It was indeed a remarkable occurrence that further solidified Jiraiya's belief that the Tsutsuki clan must possess an even more wondrous divine tree, as the god tree of the Naruto world evidently lacked such capabilities. I've got it. From now on, I shall be known as Jantian. I find that name rather impressive. Let Orochimaru arrange for my identity, he declared. Jantian looked at Jiraiya and smiled slightly, narcissistically proclaiming his new identity. He was now a living entity. No longer Jiraiya, but simply himself, and thus he desired a name for his new existence, Jantian. Very well, call yourself whatever you wish, but Jantian. Why not Diamond Gourd Boy? Jiraiya gazed at Jantian with a hint of exasperation, claiming to slay the heavens was rather far-fetched, as he might as well have stated he could conquer the air. How does this look? Dashing, isn't it? Jantian then employed a transformation technique, morphing into the visage of Sun Wukong, complete with a mane of wild hair, and narcissistically proclaimed his own handsomeness. Why on earth have you chosen to resemble Sun Wukong? Why not transform into a dumpling instead? Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words, perplexed by the bizarre transformation of his shadow clone into an eccentric version resembling Black Goku. The sight was utterly confounding, particularly with that explosive hairstyle. Yet, it was not merely absurdity. The allure of Black Goku's appearance was undeniable. The wicked grin that adorned his face only heightened his charm. Do you not agree? Just look at those muscles. Observe closely. Do you possess such physique? Jantian proudly showcased his transformed muscles, flaunting them before Jiraiya with a devilish smirk, reminiscent of the essence of Black Goku. I cannot be bothered with you. Do as you please. I shall take my leave. Jiraiya found himself at a loss for words. Have you ever encountered such a shadow clone? Frankly, I have not, until now. Puff. Hee. Tsunade, standing nearby, was thoroughly amused by Jiraiya and Jantian's antics, bursting into laughter. Jiraiya, your clone is indeed quite peculiar, she chuckled. Initially, she thought she was merely observing 2 fools, but as the exchange unfolded, she couldn't help but laugh, unable to restrain herself. I'm not quite sure. Perhaps he has taken the wrong medicine. Let us not pay him any mind. Let us go. Seeing Tsunade so entertained, Jiraiya furrowed his brow and smiled wryly at her before pulling her away from their small room. Who? Suddenly, Orochimaru sensed a presence nearby. A murderous intent flashed in his serpent-like eyes, only to reveal it was Tsunade and Jiraiya. Ahem, weren't you two just about to leave? Why are you back? Orochimaru questioned, somewhat baffled, his expression darkening. Didn't you just say you were leaving? Why the sudden return, and to startle me at that? Heh. I've arranged everything for my clone. You just need to assign him an identity upon your return. He looks like this. Bang. His name is Jantian. You can reach out to him if necessary. With a grin at Orochimaru's displeased demeanor, Jiraiya transformed into Jantian's likeness, exchanged a few words with him, and then departed the scene. Chapter 103. A year later, TCH, space ninjutsu is indeed a remarkably convenient technique. It truly evokes envy. I wonder if, after acquiring the Rinnegan, I will also awaken the space attribute, Orochimaru mused as he watched Jiraiya depart. Jiraiya took Tsunade with him, leaving Orochimaru in silence, alone with his envy for the convenience of space ninjutsu. Jiraiya, where shall we go next? Tsunade nestled into Jiraiya's embrace and asked softly. There is still plenty of time. Let us take it step by step. We'll wander in a random direction, wherever we end up, as long as you are there. It will be my home, Jiraiya replied tenderly, gazing at Tsunade in his arms. Tsunade felt the same. She had forsaken her family and brother, venturing out alone with Jiraiya, solely to be with him, never to part again. Ding, detected that the host has left Konoha and established a faction years ago. Task completed. Reward, special summoning technique of the Tianlong clan. Note, only members of this faction can sign contracts for use. Reward exchange points, 500, 000. Ding, current remaining exchange points, 6. 750, 000. Please continue your efforts, host. Suddenly, Upon Jiraiya's formal departure from Konoha, he instantly completed the system task, and the rewards were promptly dispensed, including the summoning technique of the Tianlong clan. The Tianlong clan? I am uncertain about the nature of this race, but with the inclusion of the character for dragon, it surely cannot be of inferior quality, can it? Upon hearing the system's notification, Jiraiya's lips curled into a slight smile. He promptly summoned a toad, instructing it to deliver an item to his 6 Paths clones, urging them all to sign a contract and ensure that every member of their faction did the same. This would bolster their strength, granting them greater means of self-preservation during their ventures. Thus began Jiraiya's global journey, accompanied by his beloved Tsunade, traversing various lands filled with her joyful laughter. Perhaps Tsunade had endured too much repression. Away from the village, she transformed into a vibrant and cheerful spirit. Together with Jiraiya, they found immense happiness in each other's company. Time slipped by unnoticed, and over a year had passed, arriving at April of the 32nd year of Konoha. Meanwhile, Minato Namikaze had finally mastered the Flying Thunder God technique, becoming adept at teleportation, capable of transporting himself and others over short distances without significant chakra expenditure. At last, he succeeded. His next endeavor would be to explore how to imprint the technique directly onto another's body without causing harm. Alas, dear companions, it seems you shall bear the burden once more. The intricacies of the Flying Thunder God technique were daunting, requiring specialized kunai for successful imprinting, which Minato had ingeniously devised for practicality. Having witnessed Jiraiya's ability to etch techniques onto others, he resolved to prioritize this pursuit, for it would render him truly invincible. Even if an adversary recognized his kunai during a duel, they would find it impossible to extract the Flying Thunder God technique from their own being. Thus evading their demise would be futile. This would allow him to effectively protect those he cherished, while also confronting his enemies with confidence. As for Might Guy, he had managed to unlock all 4 gates within that year, now capable of opening them at will. His strength had reached a level where he could eliminate elite yearning without them even realizing the threat until it was too late. Of course, a prepared elite would present a challenge, but victory was assured, albeit the prospect of execution remained uncertain. Kushina had also achieved the ability to harness the power of the Two Tails, enduring the full might of the Nine Tails chakra during its peak. Her strength had escalated tremendously. Even shadow-level foes lacking the Sharingan or sealing techniques might struggle to defeat her. In this past year, the trio had experienced remarkable growth. The 3rd Tsuchikage, along with Konoha's Tsunade and Jiraiya, have departed from the village. Our plans can now unfold, remarked Iwagakure's leader, observing the slight smirk on Inoki's face. Finally, they have left? It is indeed time to set our plan in motion. Iwagakure, arrange for the Umbu to disguise themselves as shinobi from Kumogakure and proceed to Konoha to intercept the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. It is imperative to seize her back. Heh. Noki has awaited this day for an eternity, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he finally anticipates the departure of Jiraiya and his companions. Indeed. Lord 3rd Tsuchikage, I shall attend to this matter immediately, he declared. Turning away, a sly grin appeared on his face, the more chaos that ensued among the villages, the closer he would come to realizing his grand design. The tranquility of the ninja world was detrimental, and thus, he required a force that could ignite war among all villages, causing perpetual strife. Even if outright war could not be instigated, significant incidents must occur to divert their attention. Black Zetsu was also tirelessly searching within Konoha for a worthy successor to Uchiha Madara, but had yet to find a suitable candidate. Patience was essential. After all, Black Zetsu possessed eternal life and could afford to wait, while others could not. Thus, he remained unhurried, convinced that once he found a suitable replacement for Uchiha Madara, all would be worthwhile. Although Uchiha Fugaku was formidable, his disposition was ill-suited for deception, making it a daunting task to manipulate him. The wait continued, but he was certain their paths would soon cross. My puppet, hehehe. Upon leaving the Tsuchikage's office, Black Zetsu promptly dispatched 3 elite Jonin and 2 Chunin to Konoha, instructing them to fulfill their mission at all costs. Should they fail, they were to take their own lives to eliminate any future risks. Meanwhile, in Konoha, Kushina remained blissfully unaware of the impending crisis that loomed over her. Days passed swiftly, and on this particular night, after concluding their training, Kushina and Minato felt the weariness set in. After a refreshing bath, she lay on her bed, lost in thought. As an orphan of the Uzumaki clan, Kushina lived a solitary life in Konoha. Aside from Minato and Might Guy, no one else sought her friendship. Her residence was rather secluded, rarely visited except for the occasional drop-in from Minato. Before long, Kushina succumbed to slumber, deeply enveloped in dreams. What a tenacious child she is. Heh. The Ninetales, observing Kushina as she drifted into a profound sleep, felt an inexplicable warmth, a flicker of kinship crossing its eyes, reminiscent of a dear friend. Chapter 104. Kushina's abduction, Minato's Furium? Someone. In an instant, the Ninetales within Kushina sensed something amiss. Its gaze fixed on the door as a hint of murderous intent flickered in its eyes. Creak. The door to Kushina's room suddenly swung open, revealing 5 men who appeared to be from the Umbu of the Cloud Village. When did Konoha become the backyard of the Cloud Village? One might question whether the third Hokage was truly incompetent. If Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were present, would anyone dare to brazenly intrude to abduct someone? TCH, what a bunch of worthless scoundrels. The Ninetales observed as the ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village intruded into Kushina's room, a flicker of disdain crossing its eyes. It murmured to itself, very well, perhaps a little interruption will serve as a lesson for this girl. Not every place is as secure as she might believe. She ought to cultivate a sense of vigilance. Although the Ninetales possessed the ability to awaken Kushina instantly, or even seize control of her body, it refrained from doing so, deeming this experience beneficial for her. While she was still young, as a ninja, she must remain alert even in slumber. A moment's complacency could spell disaster. Even the slightest sound warranted immediate awakening, lest one find themselves facing peril. Thus, the Ninetales lay down, ignoring the situation, and began to blow bubbles. The atmosphere turned ominous. A group of ninjas from the hidden Cloud Village approached Kushina, who remained fast asleep, the corners of their mouths curling into faint smiles. In an instant, one of them performed a sealing technique, effectively imprisoning all of her chakra. Hurry, commanded one of the ninjas as he lifted Kushina onto his back, stealthily making their way beyond the confines of the hidden Leaf Village. Suddenly, Kushina felt the binding of her chakra, rendering her powerless and jolting her awake. What? I've been sealed. How infuriating. I can't use my chakra. What should I do? Desperation surged within her as she called out. Kai-bai, lend me your chakra. I've been captured. Hurry. Come to my rescue. Perceiving the sealing of her chakra, Kushina was left with no recourse but to implore the Ninetales for aid. Yet, the Ninetales feigned ignorance, choosing to remain indifferent to her plight, igniting her frustration. What should I do? What should I do? Kushina pondered incessantly, her mind racing for solutions. Yet every avenue seemed futile. Suddenly, a thought struck her. Is that Minato? She spied her husband, the yellow flash, making his way toward their home. In a moment of inspiration, she began to tug at her own hair, pulling out strands and letting them fall to the ground. The ninjas, caught up in their tension, failed to notice her actions. If I scream, they might silence me for good before I can even cry out for help. I can only hope that Minato sees my hair and rushes to my aid. Though she yearned to call out loudly, fear of retribution kept her silent. All she could do was wish that her husband would notice the strands and follow them to her side. Kushina, are you home? I brought you some late-night snacks. At this moment, Minato's cheeks flushed with a faint hue. After the trio concluded their training, Kushina expressed her weariness, wishing to return home for some rest. Consequently, she opted not to join them for dinner. Concerned that she might go hungry, Minato procured a few delicacies and set out to deliver them to her. Yet, feeling somewhat bashful, he timidly called out from the doorway, anxious about being overheard, his face tinged with embarrassment as he held a meticulously prepared bento. Can you not hear me? Or are you asleep? After calling out once, Minato sensed an unsettling silence emanating from Kushina's room, leaving him in a state of perplexity. Perhaps I should raise my voice a bit more. It might be an issue of soundproofing. Observing the continued stillness, he began to suspect that his previous utterance had been too subdued. Kushina, I've brought you something. Please open the door. He then raised his voice, convinced it was sufficiently loud. Any louder, and the entire neighborhood might be alerted. Yet, still no response. What could be the matter? Surely she isn't asleep already? She hasn't had dinner yet. That wouldn't be good for her health. At this stage, she needs proper nourishment for her development. Should I rouse her? Or perhaps I should quietly peek inside to see if she is awake. But that seems rather inappropriate. She is a girl. Barging in unannounced might lead to misunderstandings. What if she accuses me of being a creep? He dismissed the thought, reasoning, that's unlikely. I'll risk it, if things go awry. I can always utilize the flying thunder god technique to escape. She probably won't even see me. Haha. Kushina, forgive my intrusion, just don't be in the bath. Please. But if she is, cough, cough. Suddenly, the bashful Minato called out a few more times, but the silence from within persisted. leading his imagination astray, conjuring up some rather inappropriate scenarios that caused him to involuntarily salivate. When did I become such a pervert? Is this the influence of Jiraiya-sensei? Wait. Why am I attributing this to Jiraiya-sensei? Isn't he solely enamored with Tsunade-sama? He found himself in bewilderment, pondering the peculiar thoughts invading his mind. Scratching his head in confusion. Resolutely, Minato opened the door and stealthily entered Kushina's room, intending to check if she was sleeping. No, not to spy, but merely to ascertain her state. Huh? No one here? Wait, there is another chakra signature present? Panic surged through him. Oh no, Kushina is in danger. How could I have forgotten to provide her with a special kunai? Where on earth can I find her now? In that moment, Minato felt like an ant on a hot skillet, frantically darting across the rooftops of Konoha. Calm down. I must remain composed and not lose my focus. Wait, hair. Is this Kushina's hair? Indeed, she has undoubtedly been abducted by someone vile. Who could have dared to take her away? In that moment, Minato finally discovered a strand of Kushina's hair on the rooftop of a nearby house, an intense murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Over the course of the past year, he had undeniably fallen in love with Kushina. Thus, anyone who dared to harm his precious one would naturally meet their demise. Although he had never taken a life before, an uncontainable fury emanated from him. Chapter 105. Flying Thunder God, instant kill of elite Jonin Kushina. Wait for me, I will find you. Minato then immediately followed the trail of hair left by Kushina, inching closer to several Cloud Shinobi who believed themselves to be invulnerable. Ahead lay the Konoha barrier. They charged forth without hesitation. The 5 of them burst through the Konoha barrier, instantly alerting the barrier team. This is bad. Someone has breached Konoha and taken the 9 tails. Quickly, inform the 3rd Hokage. The entire village of Konoha erupted into chaos, and the 3rd Hokage seethed with rage. How could someone dare to steal the 9 tails under his very nose? This was utterly intolerable. All Anbu were mobilized. They had to ensure Kushina's safe return, alive or dead. Go now. Upon learning of the 9 tails abduction, the 3rd Hokage swiftly summoned all Anbu personnel, deploying them from all directions to hunt down those who had taken Kushina. Yes, Hokage-sama. The Anbu unit moved with great urgency, causing a stir that led many to believe something monumental was unfolding. Meanwhile, Minato drew ever closer to them, as they all pursued a single direction, allowing him to close the distance rapidly. As he ran, Minato flung his specially made kunai ahead, continuously tossing and retrieving them with incredible speed, as if they were tethered to him. Despite the considerable distance that separated him from Kushina and the others, he was advancing at an astonishing pace. Kushina, wait for me. I will come to rescue you. Minato's gaze brimmed with even greater murderous intent as he summoned the kunai of the Flying Thunder God, a blend of determination, wrath, and love radiating from him, filling him with boundless strength. Perhaps this was the power of love, or perhaps it was the strength of protection. When those we cherish find themselves in peril, we are driven to exhaust our potential, and strength follows suit. 2 hours passed, yet Minato had not caught up to them. It was evident that his adversaries were exceedingly swift. How could this be? What kind of power do they possess? Why have I not closed the distance after 2 hours of pursuit? Cursed be this fate. The 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, relentlessly hurled kunai. His chakra surging with an intensity that seemed boundless, his expression contorted with determination and ferocity. Fortunately, over the past year, he had diligently trained in the 8 Gates technique, resulting in a tremendous amplification of his chakra. This illustrates the stark contrast between a genius and a mere mortal, does it not? Hey, boss. Just ahead lies the border of the Leaf Village. Once we breach it, we shall be safe, one of his companions exclaimed. Indeed, I never imagined this mission would be so straightforward. Is Konoha truly the mightiest village? They failed to detect our infiltration. Huh, what a bunch of incompetents. Another chimed in. Absolutely, they are utterly useless. A Jinchuriki of the 9 tails has fallen into our grasp. Surely, the Lord will reward us handsomely, a third added. Enough of your premature celebrations. We have yet to cross the border. To mitigate any unforeseen circumstances, let us hasten our pace, Minato admonished. His tone stern as he observed his comrades engaging in frivolous banter. The others fell silent, promptly obeying his command and rushing towards the national boundary. Have you spotted them? Heh, Kushina, wait for me. I am coming to rescue you, Minato declared, finally catching sight of 5 ninjas racing towards the border, with Kushina slung over their backs. The little son will not come to save me. He promised to be my son and protect me forever. He lied. He is a deceiver, she lamented. tears streaming down her face. Despite Minato's growth over the years, Kushina, still young and oblivious to the nuances of affection, felt abandoned. She recalled his vow to protect her, yet in her time of need, he had not come to her aid, leaving her despondent and weeping. Suddenly, several piercing sounds cut through the air. This is bad. We have been discovered. In an instant, Minato's 5 kunai were intercepted and knocked down by a group of ninjas from the Cloud Village, clattering to the ground at their feet. Just a little brat? Huh. I expected someone formidable to come to her rescue. Turns out, it's merely a half-grown child. One of the Cloud ninjas jeered. Huh. Kid, aren't you still on your mother's milk? You think you can be a hero at such a tender age? Another mocked. Finish him off and continue on our way, commanded the leader. Upon realizing Minato was merely a child, the Cloud ninjas relaxed, their laughter echoing in the air. Meanwhile, Kushina fell into a state of despair, indifferent to who her savior might be. Upon hearing he was just a boy, she assumed he was incapable of helping her. Keeping her head down. Do they underestimate me? Just as I had hoped, Minato thought, a slight smirk gracing his lips as he overheard their taunts. Flying Thunder God technique. Rasengan. Boom. This kid is not to be trifled with. Take precautions. Bang. In an instant, within less than 30 seconds, all 5 members of the Umbu from Yunin village met their demise, completely unaware of how their lives were extinguished. Confusion flickered in their eyes. Yet consciousness had long since abandoned them. Kushina, are you unhurt? I have come to rescue you. With remarkable swiftness, Minato eradicated them, as they were oblivious to the time-space ninjutsu, swiftly eliminating them. He promptly cradled Kushina, who had fallen from a deceased ninja, in his arms, preventing her from touching the ground, and gazed at her gently, inquiring softly, "Little Sunday." Upon seeing her savior was Minato, Kushina's lips curled into a faint smile before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Kushina. Minato, witnessing her fainting, was filled with alarm and laid her down, administering artificial respiration. How fragrant was Minato's immediate impression, as he sensed the unique scent emanating from Kushina, a subtle smile gracing his lips. After receiving care, Kushina slowly opened her eyes. Minato effortlessly lifted her in a princess carry. "Little son, how did you find me?" Kushina asked, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Whoosh. In an instant, Minato soared into the skies with Kushina, a smile adorning his face. "Your hair is beautiful, and I adore this color. I like